are ready to begin with day 2 of the India Today Conclave. For 2 decades, India Today has been a global diagnostic measuring the pulse of the world, featuring heated discussions about hot-button issues. We've had this platform where people from all walks of life have come in to debate, to communicate, to converse, and move on to thought-provoking discussions, scintillating performances, and outstanding talks. We've been in constant conversation with the times we live in, often questioning conventional wisdom, sparking new debate, predicting the next big thing. We've also offered our audience innovative ideas. We're going to start dot on time. Of course, all of this would not have been possible without our sponsors. The India Today Conclave is presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, powered by GY partner UTI Mutual Funds, co-presented by BMW Developments, conclave partner Hindustan Power, state partner Karnataka Information, knowledge partner Reva University, partner Ultratech Cement, health partner Yashoda Medicity, associate sponsor NIFT, celebration partner Radico Khetan, international school partner SSVM, institutions gifting partner Ravison. We tweet under the hashtag Conclave25. We have one breakaway session today, viewers, and any of you who's interested, just pay heed to this. One breakaway session planned today, the science and secrets of anti-aging. It's a good one to go to. A journey to youthful living. This session will start at 5:30 p.m. till 6 p.m. It's a half-hour session. It's a breakaway session, not in this hall, but the Shah Jahan Hall. Once again, one breakaway session today. Those interested in going there at about 5:30, move to the Shah Jahan Hall for the science and secrets of anti-aging, a journey to youthful living. Also, not now, but maybe later, do enjoy a refreshing break, enjoy a hot cup of filter coffee and savories at the Karnataka Coffee Corner at the Shah Jahan Hall, where our breakaway sessions happen. To take you through why we picked our theme, which is the age of acceleration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a period of intense disruptions, advancements, achievements through breakthrough technologies such as AI. All right, without much ado, let's move on to our first session of the day, India's War Room, Army, Navy, Air Force. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage our session's moderators, Rahul Kanwal, News Director, TVTN, Executive Director, Business Today, Gaurav Sawant, Managing Editor, Strategic Affairs and Defense, India Today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jai Hind. The Russia-Ukraine war was predicted to be short and sharp. It's been on for 3 years, and there have been lakhs of deaths, both civilian and military, in Russia and Ukraine. The Hamas terror attack on Israel led to a regional conflict and a massive escalation, and you had rockets and missiles and fighter jets being used. When we talk about India and the scenario that we are in, what are the challenges that we face now and the challenges that we face ahead? To talk about that, it is our proud privilege to have with us General Upendra Dwivedi, the 30th Chief of the Indian Army Staff. The General has 4 decades of experience in the Army. He served in the North, the Northeast, the West. He's from JACRIF, Jammu and Kashmir Rifles. He's majorly into artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and wants to take the Army forward to fight the next generation war. With me is Rahul Kanwal, my brother-in-arms, comrade, and the news director of the India Today group, with someone who have covered counter-terror operations and conflict in India and even in Sierra Leone. So, and again, a fellow Fauji brat with me on this broadcast. General, many thanks for joining us. If I want to kickstart and ask you, what is our next war going to be like? Are we fighting trench warfare, or are we fighting fifth generation warfare? Are we fighting grey zone warfare?
So this question actually it's very, very vast. So if I have to keep it small, I'll say the grey zone warfare is something which is already on. And India is perpetually in a condition of not war, not peace. And that is how it is going to continue with our 2.5 war threat, 2.5 front threat what we have. Now coming on to what is going to be the future war, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji said that you can change your friends but you can't change your neighbor. And if you can't change your neighbor, it means that as far as India is concerned, India is saddled with all the 5 generations of warfare. It means trench warfare, indirect fire, maneuver warfare, hybrid warfare, and of course the latest edition of the artificial intelligence or the quantum computing.
General Dwivedi, the war between Russia and Ukraine has largely become a battle between Ukraine's drone forces and Russia's infantry. Can you explain to everyone sitting here your understanding of the speed at which we've been able to incorporate some of these new technologies? God forbid if India and China were to go to war and China were to send a swarm of armed drones, what is our level of preparedness to defend and to attack, given what you're seeing and learning from the Russia-Ukraine war front?
So the few videos which have come out of the FPV and others are something which we should not take as a kind of a gospel truth. That is point number 1. This is age of acceleration when we are talking about the technology is changing very fast. But we also have to understand that change must come with the velocity of relevance. So once I have told you these 5 generations of warfare, it means are these generations going to go away? The answer is no. The second thing is, what are we likely to do as far as this adoption of technology is concerned? The adaptation and innovation has to be there while we are carrying out the conventional operations. It means that we have to be prepared for all the situations which are coming up. For example, let's take drone. Drone and counter drone has got a ratcheting effect. You have a drone technology, now you need a superior counter drone technology. You have a superior drone technology coming up to counter that, and so on and so forth. So when are we looking at, drone provides you 3 facilities. It provides you eyes and ears, it provides you ammunition, and also, if I can say that, the logistics. In case of India, we are adapting to it, and I must give you example of 2022 when I took over as the army commander. That time a Jawan or an NCO from a Sikh regiment had already prepared a drone which could fire AK-47, which could drop a bomb, or so on and so forth. So if I can say that Indians are very good at adaptation or jugaad, so we have all the answers for these kind of situations. When it comes to the superior technology every time does not need answer as a superior technology. What you need is a battlefield equalizer. If I can somehow neutralize it, equalize it, it meets my requirement.
Sir, you spoke of the jugaad and you spoke of how a Jawan in the Forge was able to make a drone with an AK-47 that could neutralize the threat. How do you scale it up? Because we are told, and is that just psychological warfare, that China or any adversary would have a swarm drone attack. Now, how do you counter a swarm drone attack or a massive rocket fire? And we are told that China has superior, firepower, that they take down your bridges and your camps and your forge. How do you counter that?
There are 2 things. Firstly, or rather 3 things which I keep talking about, visualization. Where is he going to fire? That's what we need to see first. The second issue is preservation. He can fire at any place. He can strike at any place. But are we there at that place? Are we covered at that place? And the third thing is counter to what he's having it. If there's a swarm of drone coming from the other side, if you see the old-time Mahabharata and Ramayana serials, you'll always find from both the sides the arrows used to get fired. So there will be counter swarm of drone which will be there. So that will be taking care of that. What is important is, after the onslaught or after the direct firing, are you able to recuperate? Are you able to come back to the normal and carry out the actions which you were envisaged to do?
So When the People's Liberation Army assessed its military preparedness against the American forces, they spent a lot of time and energy on what Chinese strategy calls the assassin's mace, asymmetric weaponry which allows for an inferior force to neutralize the capabilities of a superior army. How much effort are we making in developing these asymmetric weapon systems? Because just as far as numerical strength is concerned, the fact is that the People's Liberation Army is multiple times ahead of where we are at this moment in the Indian Army. And we've already seen with Galwan, the possibility of a skirmish is now very real. As a doctrine, how much effort is being made to develop what the Chinese would call the assassin's mace?
I think assassin's mace has lived through its life. It may not be more relevant today. And if you see as far as the terrain of the Himalayas is concerned, the terrain plays a very favorable role as far as India is concerned. The second issue is you may have superiority in anything, but what is important is at the point of application. At the point of application, are you able to enmass that kind of a resource application, strength, and the impact which is required? I think that way Indian Army is adequately poised to take care of that. The second issue is, today you may be having the equipment, but can that equipment be used in the terrain? That is something which is important. I'll give you a simple example. If there is a defile, and if you may be having 100 of tanks, what use of those tanks if it is to go through the defile?
When we look at the current situation at the line of actual control, we're told that disengagement has happened. What are the next steps that need to be taken, and how confident are you, given that you've decentralized, I believe, to a very large extent, in case tensions are building up, you've given some instructions to your officers on ground, sir. One, how do you counter that building up of tension? Two, can you trust the adversary given the 1950s Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai, what happened in Galwan despite, Wuhan and Mamalapuram, and he could not succeed given that you were deployed there. He didn't succeed in whatever he was trying. Is he building up to try for future?
So you use the word, can you trust? Now, as far as we are concerned, can you ever trust your adversary? The answer is, you cannot. So what you have to do, you have to, the 6 C's which I talk about, I'll just cover the 3 C's. That is coexistence, cooperation, and coordination. So when we are talking about it, we know that we have to stay together, we have to survive together, and we have to manage the borders together. Is the war in interest of both the countries? The answer is no. So what are we looking at? How can we harmonize the boundary situation as of today and manage it till the time the diplomatic solutions come out? So for that, what you have rightly said, as far as the communication issues are concerned, we have delegated to the battalion commanders and the brigade commanders also, so that the important or the smaller issues which are concerned can be handled at that level. Only those issues to be brought up beyond corps commander which need to be addressed at the higher level. So that way what happens that we are able to resolve a lot of issues which are there. Now you ask me what happens next. As you are aware that the last WMCC and the SR meeting took place in the month of December. Thereafter, again, the foreign secretary went there and went to China, and a lot of positive signaling has been done from both the sides. We are also looking at the next WMCC should be taking place soon, sometime. Once these teams sits together and thereafter decide the lines of effort which are required for the confidence building measures, that we will be executing those. And those line of efforts will be basically making sure that on the line of, that is on the northern front, we should be able to see how the more trusted kind of actions can be carried out from both the sides. I'll give you a simple example. That day before yesterday, there was a heavy snow on both the sides. And both the sides initially had a hiccup that can we allow each side to get the earth mover equipment to remove the snow. But both the sides decided in their interest that, okay, let's get it from both the sides and remove the snow, because in the interest of the troops and also the local population. So those kind of decisions are being taken at that level.
So, but can you give us a sense of what's happening in Depsang, Demchok, where the confrontation hasn't led to any kind of disengagement and de-escalation? There was a lot of stress and anxiety in terms of the build-up that had taken place over there. How are things currently between the two forces? Is there been a cooling down of tensions? And to what do you attribute this? Because we've been trying to achieve a pullback since May 2020. It didn't happen. Do you think this was linked to what was happening in the United States with Donald Trump becoming president, and therefore China says that's the real problem we need to deal with and therefore pull back here? What's your interpretation of what's going on in the enemy's mind?
See, you're asking me a question, what is going through the enemy's mind as far as the soldier is concerned, then you're also asking me what is happening in the Central Politburo. I think that's a big canvas. I'll just keep it restricted to the Depsang and Depchok only. So as you see, the human mentality is the soldiers from First World War also. When they are in contact, you will find they are more friendly and adaptable to each other's condition because they emotionally understand, empathize with each other. But as the echelons go behind, they are more rigid in nature. So once the directions from top go down that, okay, now we have to resolve this issue, it is very easy for the ground commanders to resolve the issue. And as I have said, the second and third round of patrolling has taken place and both sides are cooperating with each other. We inform each other, there is no issue at all. The grazing which was required to be carried out, those areas have been opened up, there are no issues at all. Wherever there is some kind of a difference, they immediately contact each other, resolve the issue on ground and get over with it.
Sir, when you speak of that jugaad, that our soldiers are able to achieve to have the equipment on ground, are we able to scale it up to the level that it's available when we want it, the amount we want it, and the domestic industry provides it? Because whether it's Israel that had to wait for ammunition from America and it depended on the administration whether they wanted to give it or not, or Ukraine that kept waiting for ammunition and all their offensive could not take place at times, how do we overcome that problem domestically?
So as far as the military resources are concerned, this is where, if I can say that the risk factor of a commander comes into mind. Because what is enough? Whatever you keep is not enough as far as the warfare is concerned. Because even when the warfare gets over, you should still be able to retain the resources to kind of repel anything which is going to take place. Means 25 to 30% of war fighting resources should still be there with you. So is any country ready for this kind of a situation? The answer is no. So what does it mean? It means that firstly, Atmanirbharta, which is the kind of a call today, why it is important? Because it is important because the production capacity has to be with you. When you have the production capacity, the lines of manufacturing and production is there with you. Now, it also means that you will be able to carry out the export. Once you carry out the export, means your surge capacity is also there with you. Tomorrow, when we go in for a war, that the additional capacity which was there for the export is also being utilized for the purposes which is meant for. Today, what is happening? I just visited a country recently. The most effective weapon even today in Russia-Ukraine war is those dumb RT bombs which are being made smart with some kind of a kit which is being done. So as far as that issue is concerned, I again come back to the jugaad which you have said, finally what the result is the jugaad. And for that, India is the best.
So from China, let's pivot to Pakistan. Can you share with everyone here at the India Today Conclave your understanding of the military positioning in Pakistan at this moment and your reading of what's happening between the line of control, and given the fact that we're heading towards summer, the snow beginning to melt in the Pir Panjal in some time, and the possibility of incursions and your interpretation of what you think this summer could look like.
So first sentence which you used was between China and Pakistan. Do I understand you correctly? Because what we have to understand, since we are moving from China to Pakistan, that we have to be very clear that there's a high degree of collusivity which we must accept. In terms of virtual field, it is nearly 100%. In terms of physical, if I can say that most of the equipment which is there is of Chinese origin. So during the Russia-Ukraine war, some leader said, I don't want to name it, said that as of today, everything is of a particular setup. The only button is being pressed by a particular countryman. So this is the situation as of today, the collusivity is concerned. What it means, as far as I am concerned, the two-front threat war is a reality for me. Coming on to the issue, this summer season along the Jammu and Kashmir, if I understand you correctly, that's what you're asking. I always say that has any indication come that there will be kind of a stoppage to it? Has any kind of an indication come from that point of view? The answer is no. So if the answer is no, we should be prepared for, again, if I can say that, increase in movement of the terrorism. terrorists. But what have we done about it? From 2018 till today, we have been able to bring down the level of terrorist incidents by 83%. The recruitment in the valley has come down to only 4 to 5 people. As far as the indicators are concerned, if you see, the tourism has crossed 5 lakhs as far as Amarnath Yatra is concerned. So if you see the situation which is there, is from terrorism to tourism, what we wanted to achieve has been achieved. But the number of terrorists which we have neutralized last year, 60% were Pakistan terrorists. As far as the other issue is concerned, whatever the remnants which are there in the valley and the south of Pir Panjal, about 80% we feel that they are Pakistan terrorists. So there is no let up as far as the Western adversary is concerned.
Is Pakistan being squeezed within, a government in Afghanistan that's increasingly putting pressure on Pakistan? Their AFPAC border is burning, Balochistan is burning, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is burning. In such a situation, many argue that that country could be in a very, in a jelly state. I'm told people in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir and in Gilgit and Baltistan, वो भी देख रहे हैं कि इस समय हो क्या रहा है. तो पाक अधिकृत जम्मू और कश्मीर और गिलगिट बाल्टिस्तान के लोग जब हमारे कश्मीर में विकास देखते हैं, आपकी सूचना क्या है, आपकी जानकारी क्या है, पाकिस्तान में हो क्या रहा है और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर में?
ये आप चाहते हैं मैं हिंदी में जवाब दूं?
जी जी.
तो सबसे पहले हमने ये देखना पड़ेगा कि फेब 94 में, सन 94 में पार्लियामेंट ने एक रेजोल्यूशन पास किया था कि हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर का मायने क्या है. इसका मतलब हम जम्मू कश्मीर, गिलगिट बाल्टिस्तान को भी अपने इलाके में आते हैं. तो जहाँ तक देश का सवाल है, देश में कोई भी दो राय नहीं है कि हम जम्मू कश्मीर किसको मानते हैं. रही बात आज जो हमारा पाकिस्तान का हाल है, भाई हिंदी में एक कहावत है कि अगर गड्ढा किसी के लिए खोदोगे तो खुद भी उसमें गिरोगे. तो हाल वही है, आपने गड्ढा खोदा है और आप उसमें खुद गिर रहे हैं, तो इसमें कोई हैरानी की बात तो हमें होनी नहीं चाहिए. क्योंकि जो आपने जिसको भी वहाँ ट्रेन किया है, आप देखिए आज जो भी हमारे उनके जो वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर है अफगानिस्तान में भी, उनको भी कहाँ किस यूनिवर्सिटी में ट्रेन किया गया है, उसको आप देखिए तो पाकिस्तान यूनिवर्सिटी में ही ट्रेन किया गया ना, मिलिटेंसी के बारे में, टेररिज्म के बारे में. तो कोई नई चीज़ तो है नहीं. तो जब आपके इंस्ट्रक्टर्स वही हैं, स्टूडेंट्स वही हैं, तो वो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर भारत ने उसको रोका होगा तो और उनको जगह देखनी पड़ेगी ना वहाँ पनपने के लिए. तो वही चीज़ हो रही है आज की डेट पे कि आप देखिए बालूचिस्तान पे साइड पे देखिए, KPK में देखिए, वो चीज़ हो रही है. लेकिन लॉन्ग रन में हमें क्या चाहिए? लॉन्ग रन में अगर आप मेरे से पूछिए तो मैं एक अच्छे पड़ोसी की हैसियत से ये चाहूँगा कि मेरे पड़ोसी देश में स्टेबिलिटी हो और टेररिज्म का जो एपिसेंटर वो आज बना है वो ना बने और मेरे साथ फ्रेंडली रिलेशंस रखें.
जनरल द्विवेदी, देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह ने कहा कि पाकिस्तान अधिकृत कश्मीर POK एक दिन भारत का हिस्सा बनेगा. आप सेनाध्यक्ष हैं, क्या आपको लगता है कि यह संभव है कि POK को हम भारत का हिस्सा बनाएं एक बार फिर?
देखिए, जब कोई भी लड़ाई होती है तो उसको हम बोलते हैं डाइम टी. पहले डाइम बोलते थे. इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स ऑफ नेशनल पावर 4 होते हैं, डिप्लोमेसी, इंफॉर्मेशन, मिलिट्री, इकोनॉमी, एंड मैं उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ ज़रूर करता हूँ क्योंकि डाइम टी अभी आ गया है एंड आपका एज ऑफ एक्सेलरेशन का थीम भी वही है. सो अगर आप इन चीज़ों में देखें, मतलब जब भी कोई लड़ाई के लिए जाता है तो क्या वो एक आर्मी लड़ाई के लिए जाती है? आज की तारीख पे वो मुमकिन नहीं है. आज की तारीख पे 2 देश लड़ाई के लिए जाते हैं. तो जब 2 देश लड़ाई के लिए जाएंगे तो कुछ हमें ऐसे एंड स्टेट दी जाएगी या बताया जाएगा कि भाई आपको ये अचीव करना है. जो देश चाहेगा वो हमें एंड स्टेट दी जाएगी और उस एंड स्टेट के लिए उस आर्मी को या उस फौज को या उस देश को अपनी तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी, यानी एम्पावर करना पड़ेगा. और जिस चीज़ के लिए मुझे एम्पावर किया जाएगा उसके लिए मैं कार्रवाई करूँ.
You didn't really answer that question. If the end state is, can POK become a part of the Indian Republic as Chief of the Indian Armed Forces, what's your response?
My answer remains the same which I have given earlier.
General, if I may, so we've spoken of China, we've spoken of the China-Pakistan tango, but has the threat for India actually increased that now there's a China-Pakistan tango and there's a Pakistan-Bangladesh tango? So we were talking about a 2.5 front war. Are we now looking at a 3.5 front tensions on ground?
This is in English, no? Okay. So, as far as the army is concerned, the 3 tasks which are there to keep our frontiers secure. So we are sharing frontiers with so many countries. So when it comes to our capability should be able to take care of the capabilities of the neighboring nations. And that is what our army should be prepared for. Now coming on to specifically what you asked for Bangladesh, as far as Bangladesh is concerned, it is too early to take any decision for us. Because let elected government come, let's see the relationship, and let us see what to be done about it. Because as far as I am concerned, I am very clear, the present military to military relationship is very strong, and we keep exchanging notes on regular basis to avoid any kind of a misgivings. Now the second point what you have brought out is basically the collaboration or kind of a relationship between our western neighbor and Bangladesh. As far as I am concerned, since I have said that the epicenter of terrorism is in some particular country, if they have relationship with anyone of my neighboring country, I should be looking worried. Because as far as I am concerned, the terrorism route can be used from that country also, which is my major concern as of today.
Sir, the government has set a deadline of March 2026 for when they think that Naxalism, left-wing extremism will be dealt with and finished. Do you have in your mind a similar deadline for when you think that in Kashmir, terrorism can be finished? Because local recruitment is down substantially. Some say it's down to a trickle. Do you see that happen? What would it take to make it happen? How soon can it happen?
See, what is important is when terrorism will finish is dependent on so many indicators. Is the economic development taking place? Are the politicians able to take their own decisions? They are not doing it under duress. Is police free to carry out their actions? Are the tourists who are going, they don't need any kind of a protection? The kind of a road opening which is being carried out is still being carried out, and when is it likely to continue? So these indicators which are there are telling us that there is a major hope. And in the age of acceleration, the changes which has taken place from after the 5th August 2019 have been phenomenal. So it's difficult to fix the time period because at times the violence level comes down to the level what you may have in metropolitan cities. So, but since there is a third country involved, till the time the third country is involved, it may keep on simmering at various levels. So at times, it is for the government and the military to say, okay, now is the time the military can withdraw and police is capable of handling the...
So let me build on that further. Do you think, like we've seen with some states in the Northeast, the time has now come where the army feels confident for the civil administration to revoke AFSPA and for the local police to take over the job of law and order in the Union Territory of Jammu Kashmir?
It's highly possible. In what time frame is something what we look into. See, what we have to understand, firstly, we were looking at Poonch Rajouri area, Doda Kishtwada area. If you see that we were looking at these areas, will not have any kind of terrorism coming back. To the extent that bed and breakfast kind of accommodation is being prepared there for the tourists to come. The Mughal Road we were looking at, this will be used in a big way. But what has happened? Today, we have inducted 15,000 additional troops there to curb the kind of a terrorism which has come in. So what it means that it will take its own time. And when we have the AFSPA removed, that is something which will be a kind of a decision taken between the local government there, the Home Ministry and the Defense.
Let me frame it differently. Would you feel comfortable if there is a conversation at this time between Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, the Home Ministry and the Armed Forces for a conversation to begin for the revocation of AFSPA in Jammu and Kashmir?
See, it has to start, how Assam it happened, how in Manipur it happened. If you see Manipur, as far as the Imphal is concerned, the AFSPA was removed to a place. Or to begin with, the police was there, but the AFSPA was not removed. So that in case it is required for military to move in, you can move in. Similarly, if you see in the areas of Jammu, is military omnipresent to carry out the city ops? No. The AFSPA is there, but the police is there to carry out the operation. So before we remove the AFSPA, there is a transitional stage. The transitional stage is that the police should feel confident that we should be able to do it. As and when the army feels that they are no more required and there is adequate proof to say so, the army will say, okay, AFSPA can be removed.
So given this external threat, and the external threat remains Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, sir, before Balakot, we had seen, 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Uri, Pathankot, Pulwama, and inaction by Pakistan. a post-Balakot scenario, in short, there's no terror beyond J&K. There hasn't been a 26/11 or a Zaveri Bazaar or a German bakery kind of a terror attack. In your appreciation, how does India send across that message to Pakistan that terrorism is not even acceptable in Jammu and Kashmir, in our country?
I think that is again, I'll go back to the dime, because the diplomatic isolation becomes very important. Economic isolation becomes very important. If you see Gulf countries, earlier they were fully supporting Pakistan in all manner. But today what happens? All this GCC is basically having a close relationship with India. That is what, even the loans which are coming from those countries are becoming the conditional loan. So what I am saying that for everything, it is not the kinetic from the army which is required to be done. It's a whole of nation approach. But is Indian army prepared for a kinetic action? I keep saying we are always prepared. We will be assertive, but we'll only be aggressive in case we are forced upon.
So let's spend a moment talking about the Agniveer scheme. Now that a few years have lapsed since the implementation of the scheme, what is the aggregate feedback you're getting from the troops and the officers about the efficacy of the scheme, and potential suggestions you may have about how to make this more effective?
So it's a very valid question, and there are always difference of opinion on this issue. And I, being the insider, I am getting the first-hand feedback of these issues. So let me assure the countrymen that this scheme is proving to be a very great success. And creme de la creme which is coming to us, and their urge to learn is somehow comparatively very, very high. As far as their capability to deliver, whatever we wanted them to deliver in 3 to 4 years, they are able to deliver. Now coming on to what all is required to kind of make this scheme more effective, that we are already working on various issues. For example, are we looking at that their leave, something should be synergized with the normal soldier's leave? When he becomes a casualty, is it required to be harmonized with the serving soldier? Similarly, we want the technically qualified more people. Should we increase the age from 21 to 23? So these are some issues which we are looking at, and it's working well.
No, but there was some conversation about increasing the percentage of retention from 25 to 50, that instead of retaining 1 in 4, retain 1 in 2 Agniveers. Do you support that, sir?
So this is an evolutionary process, and it is too premature for us to take that decision. I think this decision we should leave it somewhere up till December 26 to look into what is required, what not. I will use the term in age of acceleration, something called as creative destruction. Why this term is important? Because what we see here, that the technology is changing so fast. Because a man has to learn something, he has to unlearn and learn a new skill. Now, Agniveer has got that potential, because somebody who has been working on a particular thing for 10 to 15, 20 years, is very difficult for him to unlearn and learn a new thing. But for Agniveer, it's very easy. And the kind of technological changes which are taking place, the creative destruction concept, I think we will be more happy with the Agniveers.
Sir, today is also Women's Day. Are we also looking at bigger role for women in the armed forces, more utilization of women in perhaps more combat roles also, internally?
I have earlier also said I look at women something called as Kali Mata ka Roop, because that is what is something a soldier will expect from a women leader. And yesterday only I have given the sanction for the territorial army to induct women. And as you are aware that we want this number to increase with every passing day. But we also need to see we are coming from which society. How the society is looking at women. Is the education gender neutral? Are we having the colleges which are mixed? Are we having the rules and regulations which are biased towards a particular gender? So if it is coming from that society, means the societal changes take its own time. That's why the changes you will find are taking place, but they'll be gradual in manner.
We're out of time. The big difference between India and Pakistan, and there are so many, and the difference between India and China is that you never have a situation where the chief of the Chinese army or the Pakistani army would come to an event like this and be so frank and candid in the responses and take the entire battery of questions that you've taken, for making the effort of joining us and being so candid with your responses. General Dwivedi, thank you very much. I really appreciate this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Really enjoyed. I think I was more comfortable with you both having the army background. The EQ was very high.
That's very kind, and thank you. And we have to be very careful when we are questioning the Chief of the Indian Army, because I have so many family members and friends from the armed forces. You know, you can't do with the Army Chief what you do with, say, Howard Lutnick or with Mike Pompeo or anybody else. You have to be very respectful and deferential to the fact that you made the effort of joining us, and we're very grateful, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Really enjoyed talking to you.
All the
Thank
best,
you.
sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Aman Sinha, COO, Radico Khaitan, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to General Upendra Dwivedi. What I'd also request now is to invite on stage the Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, and also, you know, an interesting anecdote, both Admiral and General Upendra have studied in the same school, Rewa Sainik School, Madhya Pradesh.
Sir, in school. Both of them are from the same Sainik school in Madhya Pradesh, is Rewa. Masti kaun karta tha sir zyada school mein?
Let Dinesh's son tell us who is more mischievous.
You are suggesting that Admiral Dinesh is more mischievous. Sir, who was more mischievous in school?
I think I think.
He was being diplomatic, he didn't say it.
Even if we both were mischievous, he being tall, he always got caught.
No, but this is actually a great sign. From a Sainik school background, I want to spend a moment talking about that. Getting the youth into the army or the navy, and the fact that here we have two top officers in our armed forces going from the same school, the same class, and then going on to the highest echelons of our services. What's your message to the young kids who are watching about the army in the age of AI, in the age of software technology, the army and the navy being the right place to come and work?
Dinesh, you want to give out?
No, I just want to tell the youth today that dream big, believe in yourself, and whatever, and work hard, of course. Without hard work, you can't achieve anything. So once you combine all these three things, you can achieve anything. And you got two live examples here from small town called Rewa. We have been privileged to command the army and the navy today. So thank you very much.
So who was the teacher's pet? You said he was more...
Teacher's pet was him because I was more mischievous.
So just to continue, I'll take the example of Sanjay Dutt and Amir Khan ji. Sanjay Dutt always said, "Lage raho munna bhai."
I'll say it.
You should never let it go. Second thing is what Amir Khan said yesterday, that you must strive for excellence. Success will always follow you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Also, Rahul, General Upendra would want to gift us, the India Today group, a small token right there. We appreciate it, sir. Thank you. And the General and the Admiral, you know, just a small tidbit from a woman here as well, that the youth is looking up to us. In the youth are a lot of women itching that combat be open to them. Thank you, General.
So from session 1, when we spoke of the army, now session 2, when we speak of the navy and the challenges that are absolutely immense. Imagine the Indian Navy from the east coast of Africa to the west coast of Australia, from the North Arabian Sea to the South China Sea. The Indian Navy is actually being looked at as the net service provider across the region. I mean, this is not what we want. This is what the world expects of Indian Navy and of India, given that we are in such a commanding position. But what are the challenges that we face in this battle, and a tough battle, given that the dragon is trying to expand its footprints in our waters, given that Pakistan-China tango, and especially in the field of Navy, new technology that's coming in, underwater gliders. Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, it is such a privilege for us to have you on this on our special India Today show. We want to understand from you, the Chief of the Naval Staff, what you consider the biggest challenge given what you've seen in the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Thank you very much, Gaurav. Thank you, Rahul. First of all, I want to thank the India Today group for inviting me, and I'm delighted to be here at the 21st edition of India Today Conclave. Now, my generation of Indian citizens have grown up actually with India Today. I remember in 1975, your magazine India Today came out with the first edition, and now you're celebrating the 50th year, so congratulations. It was a monthly magazine, if all of you remember. I think it was costing 2 rupees 50 paisa then. Became a fortnightly, few years later, and then a weekly magazine of repute today, covering, giving a comprehensive coverage. So I would, and subsequently, of course, you delved into the electronics, digital, and TV domains at particular periods of time in our journey. So in the last 50 years, I would not be too wrong to say that the growth of India today has been coterminous with the growth of today's India. And that I have seen it physically going, especially in the last decade or so. So congratulations on that first. Coming to your questions per se, we in the Indian Navy take pride that we are a learning organization. And therefore, we keep a weather's eye on what's happening in geopolitics around the world, what's happening in the security domain. This is for us to prepare for what is to come, and also what is not probably seen right now, but what may come few years from now. So, if I have to summarize 3 takeaways from the ongoing conflicts, I think the first would be that the use of technology and Russia-Ukraine war especially has demonstrated very clearly, or rather busted the myth that there are going to be short and swift wars. Because the use of technology now has enabled a smaller or a untested opponent to match a bigger opponent, especially if supported and with the kind of resilience which has been demonstrated by the smaller actor. So that is the first one which we have to be careful. Jury is still out that can one or two, second one of course you know what I'm talking about, can these two conflicts conclusively prove that there are not going to be short or swift wars. But that is the one takeaway which we have taken. Second is, in times of conflict, you have to demonstrate sustainability. And for that, there will be disruptions in, supply chain. There will be disagreements. And that leads me to the second takeaway, that we need to move towards Atmanirbharta. Because in this geopolitics, relations change. Sometimes in times of crisis, even friends and allies would give preference to their needs. And you may not get, weapons and sensors if you are dependent on somebody else. And of course, the third one is that it is not only the strategy of self-reliance and Atmanirbharta, but also the pace of self-reliance and Atmanirbharta. And therefore, we have to move fast from the technology induction, from in the drawing board to the battlefield. So these are the three broad takeaways which we take from Russia-Ukraine war, as also from the other war which is going on.
Sir, given the fact that technology is changing at such a rapid pace, questions are being asked about the utility of, say, aircraft carriers, which used to be the pride of any blue water navy in the past. And now with the prospect of supersonic missiles, laser weapon systems, asymmetric warfare, the concern that are we using old world doctrine to build up for a new world war? And the concern that some of what would earlier have dominated the seas, are they now frankly just sitting ducks? How do you look at this?
So Rahul, I would just make two statements. One is that we are all aware that the nature of warfare remains the same. And what is that? That is use of force and use of violence to prevail upon the adversary, to impose your will on him or. So that remains even today, irrespective of whatever else is happening. But the character of warfare is changing. And it has been changing at various intervals in our history. But in the last few years, especially in 21st century, this change has accelerated largely because of technology. So there have been doubting Thomases who have commented upon particular kind of platform, particular kind of weapon systems, whether it is still valid or not. And those are valid questions, because people must ask, because there is money involved and there is capability involved. We in the Indian Navy have very clear and futuristic capability development plan with us. Studying whatever else is happening around us, we have made this plan. Of course, it goes through iteration at various intervals. Even now it is going through because of what we have seen in the last 4 or 5 years. The use of unmanned vehicles, etc., etc. Those things have to be incorporated in our capability development plan, and we are taking actions to ensure that whatever capability we introduce, those are proven and those will be put to use when the nation demands.
So let me reframe the question. When the Russia-Ukraine war started, it suddenly emerged that this idea that the Russian army could send in their tanks and dominate Ukraine came apart, especially in the face of armed drones. We haven't seen a recent big war between two modern navies. My question and concern is, if this war were to start, say whether it's in the Taiwan Straits or wherever else, will we find that the nature of naval warfare has as dramatically altered from what our military planners envision naval warfare to be? That some of the biggest ships, the most powerful ships, do they suddenly become sitting ducks? Are you confident, for example, that our aircraft carriers would be able to protect themselves and be as effective in the face of some of these asymmetric weapons?
So that is a hypothetical question. So
war game.
Yeah. So I would also be bordering on a hypothetical answer. Please bear with me. We don't know what will happen if the crisis which you are alluding to in Taiwan Strait, as to how it will play out in whatever time frame. But one thing is certain, that nations are putting in money to develop the platforms after a lot of study. It is not just on whims and fancies of one individual or one service. It is a whole of government decision which is taken, that we need to invest in with different kind of weapons, platforms, etc., etc. And coming per se to the Navy, we are the force which operate on surface, we operate in the air, we operate underwater, and of course add to that the cyber domain, the space. So we are a 5-dimensional Navy actually. And therefore, if you have to deter, the whole thing starts with deterrence. If you have to deter an adversary so that he cannot or he should not infringe on our sovereignty, or he should not do anything which is untoward, which is not accepted to us as a country, then we have to ensure that we have the deterrence capability. And those deterrence capabilities are exemplified in terms of weapons, sensors, equipment, and capabilities which the Navy has got. The second, of course, is we need to deploy, and that is physical deployment of assets. And a navy which cannot deploy cannot deter. You cannot sit in harbor and say, I have got this capability. So you have to demonstrate, you have to go out at sea, and you have to demonstrate the capability, whether it is in terms of surface warfare, undersea warfare, air warfare, space warfare. So all kinds of things you have to actually demonstrate. And in that sense, the platforms which you have named, I think they have still got a role to play. There is adequate, I would say, redundancy in terms of securing those assets, and especially in a maritime domain where assets are moving, 500 miles within 24 hours. So you may be detected. Today, you can be just assured the battle space is so transparent that everything and anything can be detected. It is a given.
When we look at the battlefield and how it's changing, there's a hostile China, and that China is trying this string of pearls that has been written about very extensively. Hamban Tota, they're trying to get more bases in Gwadar and in Myanmar, and they're trying to bring in their underwater gliders. How big a challenge is that if we can detect them in Malacca Straits is one strategy, but then once they come in and they have bases here, is that a huge challenge for us?
So we are, like I said, as a Navy, we are monitoring what's our adversaries and friends are doing in all domains. You talked about underwater gliders. We'll leave it for the time being. We have got a very good maritime domain awareness through various means. And therefore, at any point of time, we are aware that in our area of interest, which is largely the Indian Ocean region, who is doing what, where, when, and how. So the first part, I think, is very well covered. We are aware that China has increased its presence. And by the way, the PLA Navy is the largest Navy in terms of number today. It happened a couple of years back. It has surpassed the US Navy in terms of numbers. So we are fully aware that what Chinese Navy is doing. They have increased their presence from 3 ships when they started in 2008 under the garb of anti-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden. And today we find at any point of time there are 6 to 8 capable warships which are there in various parts of IOR. Add to that various scientific research vessels. There are satellite tracking ships. There are, deep sea fishing vessels, many of them with dual use information gathering missions. So all that we were fully aware, we are monitoring each ship, what he or she is doing. The problem which you are, I think, alluding is that Chinese are come here, they're not acting alone. They are, of course, helping our Western neighbor. I'm not surprised, so should you be. This has not happened, accidentally. China has always been helping Pakistan at various levels, whether it is political, whether it is economic, or military. And especially in the last 2 decades, in maritime domain I can talk about, it is happening in the land and air domain also. Yes. They have provided them with real capabilities in terms of 3+4, 7 frigates. There is a missile tracking ship. And now, starting next year, they are going to supply them 8 Yuan class brand new submarines. So we are not surprised about that. Now, what we can do about it is what I said, that that is out of our hands. What we need to do is that we have to find answers to ensure that even this collusivity, if it were to happen, we should not be found wanting, we should not be surprised, and that is what we are doing.
Admiral Tripathi, I ran a visualization which projects into the future the naval strength of the PLN, which is the People's Liberation Navy. The Pak Navy bases the augmentation that they're getting from across the Himalayas, and where the Indian Navy would be. Because one of the big challenges is, what do we want, given the vast list of requirements and the limited budgets that we have, what is most important? So it's at the back of our screen right now. This goes back from 2023 and goes out to 2040. Basically, so that I can explain what you're seeing, if all of what is already in the public domain gets inducted into the Indian, the Pakistani and the Chinese and the US navies, where will things stand at 2040? So basically, given the speed of induction and the announcements that have already been made, the visualization that we ran suggests that the Chinese Navy could be 530 plus warships by 2040, which is bigger than the US Navy as well, which would be around 380 odd warships, and the Indian Navy, which would be around 185. Now, if they buy something new, I don't know, but from what we know and has been announced, and the Pak Navy would be around 60. Now, that is, and what we are seeing from the People's Liberation Navy is the biggest build-up in the history of maritime build-ups. They've essentially created an Indian Navy just in the last 10 years. That's the scale of the build-up that we're seeing. How concerned are you about that? Because that's a lot of force being aggregated against you, and what's your strategy to defend us?
So you're bang on target. The PLA Navy has created one Indian Navy in last decade plus, and which is not so good news for us. But there are three things, Rahul. One is numbers per se, and we don't believe in bean counting, because numbers have their own advantages, disadvantages. The second is the capability, what those platforms build in, whether it is ships, submarines, aircraft, etc. So those are things which has to be analyzed. They have to be war gamed, what capability they are bringing. And the third is the effect which they will have in actual operations. And that depends upon this very basic things called geography. What is the geography of this area? It is predominantly, it is Indian Ocean. It is India jutting out. So I would like to believe that we are blessed to have this kind of geography, where in the Indian Ocean region, we will always have the so-called upper hand as far as geography is concerned. Because the Chinese Navy, if it has to come from wherever it is to come, there is something called, you must have read about tyranny of geography. And that cannot be circumvented by any amount of force. Because finally, the platforms has to fly, platform has to sail to come into Indian Ocean region. And we have got means and measures to track them whenever they leave, wherever they're supposed to leave. So that part is, I think, generally under control. Can they put everything what they have got to Indian Ocean region? We don't know. It is again a hypothesis which we can war game. But you can be just assured that we are aware of what is happening, whether it is China or Pakistan. And I'll just take 1 minute more. What you didn't ask me is that how does the, what is the effectiveness of Indian Navy as far as the nation's growth is concerned? Because that is what I think navies are meant for. Navies are meant for to ensuring that there is complete tranquility, peace and maritime security, so that our trade, energy, our strategic influence, our connectivity remain unhindered. And that is where we feel our role is. We are not so much bothered about who else is doing what, because that is a factor of many things, intent, money, etc., etc.
But let's run a simulation just for a moment. During the 1971 war, the Indian Navy, to its credit, was effectively able to blockade the Pakistani Navy in the Karachi harbour. They weren't able to get out. We had them cornered. If, and given that China is following a pearl of string strategy, if the Chinese Navy were to attempt something similar on the Indian peninsula, Arabian Peninsula, will we be able to prevent it from happening, given the sheer scale of the weapon systems and the platforms that they're building?
I think so. I think I'm fairly sure about it for the reasons which I mentioned, because they will have to support. They will have to support their forces thousands of miles away from wherever they are coming from, and we have the advantage of the geography. So that part, I think, is not too much bothering us. As far as Pakistan is concerned, and I link it again with the kind of platforms which you mentioned. I was at sea as a commander during Parakram. I was at sea after the Pulwama attack in 2019 as fleet commander. So gap of almost 17, 18 years. And both times, my personal experience tells me that just because we had a particular kind of platform at sea, and that was aircraft carrier with aircraft on board, with the kind of reach which we had, no Pakistani aircraft, ship, which you couldn't see, we don't know about the submarine, could come anywhere less than 300 kilometers from our force. And we were operating at sea. Why? Because there was a deterrence of an aircraft carrier which can launch its helicopters, which can launch its fixed-wing aircraft and take on their maritime patrol aircraft. They can take on any ships. They remain bottled up within 50 miles, 60 miles from their bases. So that is the deterrence which the platform which you mentioned. Every platform is vulnerable. As I said, in this day and age, the battle space transparency is almost complete. And therefore, everybody is vulnerable. How?
Let me,
but
for
there
a
are,
moment,
there are means to defend that.
talk about, since Rahul mentioned numbers, when we look at the US Navy numbers, when you look at the Indian Navy numbers, and let me now take it to Quad, and Quad is a civilian grouping, I know, but there's also the Malabar series, and Malabar is not a civilian grouping. Do you see a bigger role for Malabar series of exercises in the times to come? And that is again, for the benefit of some of our viewers, you have India, United States, Japan, Australia, pooling in their resources to checkmate an expansionist power.
You have very rightly said that Quad is a civilian thing, looking at different things beyond security. Malabar is not a grouping against any particular nation. That should be very clear. It's a congregation of 4 partner navies to operate together, to learn from each other, learn the best practices, and if required, be able and be willing to communicate and carry out various operations, which could be in less than war situations. It is a proven fact, everybody understands, including the largest navy, that no navy in the world has got the kind of resources to address the challenges of today in the maritime domain especially. Because as you are aware, the 71% of the Earth's surface is water, seawater, oceans. And that is one thing which is accepted by everybody. And therefore, there's a need for us to collaborate. We need for us to engage with our partner nations. And we are doing it not only in the construct of Malabar, but there are various trilateral constructs, there are bilateral constructs. Of course, we are doing under the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Sagar, which he had enunciated in 2015. This is the 10th year now, as we speak. And we are engaging with our partner nations in the Indian Ocean region and beyond. So Malabar is, of course, is one of the prime multilateral exercises, I would say, multilateral groupings, and we are continuously and continuously learning from each other.
No, because now you've got AUKUS, right? Australia, UK, the United States. Should it be IAUKUS? Like, should India also in some way get attached? Because this is largely for the Indo-Pacific region. Do you see, like we've got with the Quad, which is more strategic, more diplomatic, to build on the maritime and military dimension of AUKUS by adding an I to it?
That is, I think, a political decision, government decision, and whatever decision the government takes, that I think armed forces will follow it.
May I for a moment, Admiral, take you to another threat that we face? Very recently, Taiwan caught a Chinese ship, and this Chinese cargo vessel, so-called cargo vessel, was cutting undersea cables, and they apprehended the stuff. Is this grey zone warfare one of the biggest threats we face, either through countries like China or Pakistan that used the sea route to send in terrorists, not just in 2611, but 15 years earlier, even in 1993, to land weapons in India? So, is that one of the biggest challenges that we face?
I will not say that it is one of the biggest challenges, but yeah, it is a challenge. Not only grey zone warfare, there are other forms, lawfare, hybrid warfare, there are all kinds of terms which are used. But I would agree with you that it is a threat in being. And why I say that? The words data which is the new oil, they say. 99% of world's data transits through the undersea cables. And not only we, but most of the advanced countries are dependent on transfer of data, because all the services and all the software, etc., when we talk about how does it go, move from one country to another. Even for a common person, all of us, internet it goes through the undersea cables. So it is, I think, Jane Stowell, who is the expert in the Google undersea cable. And it was said that people feel that data is stored in cloud. It's wrong. It is stored in the ocean. So that is the importance, and that is what I think that you must have read various articles. There is a realization in the government of India that we need to address this challenge. It has not only happened in Taiwan state, it has happened elsewhere as well.
Absolutely.
And therefore, we need to have the capability, first of all, that if something of this nature were to happen, how quickly we can repair. And that is, efforts are on in that domain.
So how is artificial intelligence changing the way the Navy operates, prepares for war, and engages? And what are you doing?
It's not only artificial intelligence. Of course, we are using artificial intelligence for decision-making, support systems. We are making for our predictive maintenance. We are utilizing it for campaign planning, and in all facets. We have set up a lab, AI lab within the Navy. We are learning from the industry. In fact, many of the technologies today, not only the AI, but many technologies today are actually commercial. And military is imbibing them. Many years ago, military used to be in the forefront of developing new technologies, and then it used to go to the commercial world. But it is a good mix. We are happy with it. Starlink is one example. It's totally commercial, and it has helped whatever it has done in the Russia-Ukraine war. For your information, there is a firm called Palantir, which is a data firm. It was assessed as the most valuable defense contractor last year. And value, you are aware, it was some 174 billion or something. So that is the kind of technology which is being developed by the military and the commercial world.
There's a lot of cooperation between the Department of Defense and Silicon Valley. The Department of Defense is actively incubating a lot of startups in Silicon Valley. हमारे यहाँ ये सब इतना नहीं होता है.
No, we are doing, I think, we are doing all three arms of the forces and the MOD, DOD. I think we are in the forefront. Certainly, we are going out to the industry. We are hand-holding them. There are n number of schemes, whether it's IDEX, Aditi, Challenge, etc., which are there in the policy level. But talking of the Navy itself, I can tell you that we formed something called as Navy's Innovation and Indigenization Organization a few years back. And there is an arm of that, which is Technology Development and Acceleration Cell, which has gone to the industry, and I'll be happy to tell you that we have indigenized almost 50,000 items. Apart from that, we realize that there are a lot of startups, young people who really want to do something, and they have got the wherewithal, but they have no knowledge about the processes and procedures. So last year we commissioned two task forces, special task forces, each headed by a rear admiral rank, whose job is to proactively engage with the industry, whether it is DPSUs, PSUs, startups, or private industry, MSMEs, and then handhold them and tell them exactly that if you have this technology, this is what is our requirement. Can you do this in this time frame? So it is a work in progress. Atmanirbharta per se and self-reliance and this infusion of niche and disruptive technologies, like I said, is a work in progress. There are miles to go, and we are preparing to travel that arduous mile till we come to fruition.
Admiral Tripathi, in the contest at the geostrategic high table against China, it is the maritime domain which is at the forefront and at the bleeding edge of what the nature of this battle looks like. So having a strong, effective, potent Blue Water Navy is a national asset, and we wish you all the best for being so candid in your responses and for taking out time and joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Admiral Tripathi as I call upon Ankur Handa, Senior Vice President, UTI Mutual Funds, to come up on stage and present a token of our appreciation to Admiral Tripathi. Thank you. The Chief of the Naval Staff would like to give us a token as well to remember. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Luxury, heritage, and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Service chiefs are usually very, very calibrated and careful in what they say, and that is very important as well. But we are delighted to be joined at this moment at the India Today Conclave by someone I regard as one of the sharpest, brightest thinking soldiers of the Indian Armed Forces. Somebody who I think has played a very important role in drawing pressing national attention to the shortage of certain squadrons and fighter jets in the armed forces. This is what in war rooms and in army headquarters or air headquarters gets spoken of. But to draw national attention to a national challenge requires a lot of conviction, it requires courage, and our next guest at the India Today Conclave has shown bucket loads of that. He's also an ace fighter pilot, and therefore he knows how to shoot straight. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And if you speak to his peers and those who've grown up with him in the Air Force and the Army and the Navy, they'll say very rarely do you find an officer as bright as that. Thank you so much, sir. It's a delight to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, you want to...
बकरे को हलाल करने से पहले बहुत कुछ खिलाया जाता है तो आपके जो वर्ड्स ऑफ प्रेज थोड़े से मेरे को डाउट में डाल रहे हैं
He's saying, what am I spotting on my radar? I need to look out for this. This seems like an incoming missile. No, it's not. It's genuine praise and appreciation, and just the fact that you've been as candid in what you've said. And you're not thinking of what happens post-retirement, what job do I get, as unfortunately some people tend to do. You've spoken, you've said what needs to be said, and I think that requires respect. You've drawn public attention to a national crisis, and for that, I think we all owe you a lot of respect and regard, frankly.
I'd like to clarify here. I think once you reach this position, I don't think anybody is thinking about post-retirement. I don't think so. Because I'm sure when government chooses somebody, they will not choose a person like that who is not doing the job in present. So I think that's
whether it is judges or police officers or people. I wish everybody thought the way you did. Can we have a round of applause for somebody who thinks like that, speaks like that? I think that's worthy of a lot of praise. Gaurav.
Undoubtedly. So let me start by asking you, sir, and we will come to some of those issues. Look, I want to share with all of our friends, not just an ace fighter pilot, a test pilot, someone who swears by Swadeshi. I want to share one story which is huge with all of us who cover the armed forces, is about the Balakot operations that were an absolute game changer when it comes to dealing with Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. That was in recent times the biggest achievement of the Air Force, employment of air power to deter terror, crossing the LC, hitting across the international border. It was spectacular. It was spectacular. The next day, when the Pakistanis hit back, again our fighter pilots went in. Wing Co Abhinandan, now Group Captain Abhinandan, was taken prisoner. What I want to ask you is, when we talk about age of acceleration and changing warfare, drawing from that, next time Pakistan tries something stupid or any other country, hostile country does, do we send in our fighter planes, or is this the time that we move from fighter pilots and fighter jets to unmanned combat aerial vehicles or tandem operations with a loyal wingman?
So I think it's not easy to answer this question. We don't have preconceived ideas about what we are going to do. Yes, we have options available, and it is decided based on what is the threat perception, what kind of defenses we are going to face, what is the outcome that we want. So it will depend on the situation. I don't think we can say that we'll send fighter pilots or fighter jets, or we'll send only unmanned combat vehicles, or only some weapon fired from very long distance. It will depend on the situation, and not only situation. I'm sure Balakot wouldn't have happened if we didn't have the political will. So if the mandate is given, thereafter we have the option, we choose our option out of that, and thereafter the decision is taken. And I think a strong will is what changed us at that time. And I'm happy that the Air Force stood up to that challenge and came out winning.
Sir, in the Middle East war, the Israeli armed forces had overwhelming dominance over the Hamas and the Hezbollah. In the Russia-Ukraine war, again, Ukraine didn't have much of an air force, and therefore not much happened in the aerial domain apart from the drone warfare that we've seen. But observing from the sidelines, what have you learned from the wars that are taking place at the moment about the signs that you can pick up that you think the Indian Air Force needs to keep in mind as it prepares for the next war?
So I think there are a lot of lessons which are there to learn and which are being analyzed also already. I think the first thing that we've learned is that we had an idea that the wars are going to be short and swift, which has changed. We need to be prepared for a protracted, long-drawn war. So along with our capability, we need to build our capacity to last that long-drawn war. So we not only have to fill our bins at the moment, we need to have backup of the industry, that when the war starts and it continues, we should be able to continue filling up whatever losses we have. So that is one part. I think second is the primacy of control of the air, which has always been said that it is a prime requirement to have control of the air to do any operations on surface or in air. That has come out very loud and clear there. Whenever they tried, without going in for proper control of the air, there were huge losses. And of course, technology, all these new technologies that we keep talking about, especially unmanned vehicles, that is again, that has come into fore. Whether there are pluses and minuses, we need to analyze where there were successes and how much. The technology has grown a lot. We have gone to a wide spectrum, from low cost, low speed drones to hypersonics. Everything has been used there. So we need to make sure that we have options available in all, in the entire spectrum of the conflict, and that is what we need to learn from this. So our vision for Air Force that we have given is to have to build it into a multi-domain aerospace power, which is able to take care of our national interests, as well as it is the credible instrument of choice for our government in case anytime we have, and in the entire spectrum of conflict. That is what we are trying to build into.
So when you look at this entire spectrum of conflict, and when you say Air Force should be the platform of choice for the government, if we were to talk about punishing Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, Air Force was the choice to send across a message. Did that point of deterrence work? And that time you didn't have the Rafales, when the Pakistanis sent a very big package the very next day with their AMRAAMs, air-to-air missiles, were our Sukhois capable enough to take them on? In your appreciation, what more do we need, given the kind of spectrum, given the kind of hostile neighbors? The Navy chief said you can't change your neighbors, the Army chief said exactly the same, and we know what both our neighbors are like. What is it that you require, sir?
I think everybody understands. You have to fight with the weapon which is better than the enemy in case you want to win. So if we call it stick length, from what distance you can fire your weapon and get a kill. So if they can fire the weapon ahead of me, obviously I cannot reach that point where I can fire my weapon. Our aircraft will be destroyed before that. So with advancement in technology, we need to do this catching up part. So Sukhois did their job, and also, along with that, there are tactics that we have to employ in case we land up in a situation where the enemy aircraft is a higher tech aircraft, if you say. There are tactics employed. You have numbers coming in for a single aircraft or something like that. So there is a mix of both, the technology and tactics. We have to keep studying our adversary, what they have, and keep developing our tactics for that. And of course, keep procuring new technologies.
Are our adversaries, the way they're colluding? Navy chief was talking about how China is giving ships and submarines to Pakistan. There are reports, and how credible are these, that China is actually giving its older 5th generation fighter aircraft to Pakistan as it takes the new ones for itself to checkmate us. Plus, Pakistan is getting money to repair its F-16s. Does that give a terror state an unfair advantage over us in your appreciation?
I really don't know whether we call it unfair or fair, because it is war that they're talking about. So advantage, yes, it will give them an advantage if we don't catch up with that technology. This is in the intelligence domain and open OSINT, I can say, open source intelligence, that yes, there are talks going on of 5th gen aircraft being given to Pakistan. So we need to accelerate and make sure that we are not found wanting. Something like when they got their BVRs, we were that time for some time on the defensive till we got our BVRs, and now that we had Rafales, we knew that okay, we can take on any kind of BVR. But again, this is actually, it's a cat and mouse game which will keep happening, and maybe if we can anticipate it a little earlier, we can push ourselves to go to that stage before they reach. Nothing like it.
My father used to be an ace military strategist and researcher, so I decided to take some inspiration from him. I didn't have the intellectual framework, so I used artificial intelligence. And I'm going to show you a visualization which I think is important. This project, just so that you understand, this projects into the future. If the build-up in the Chinese Air Force and the Pakistani Air Force continues at the rate at which they've announced, and if the Indian Air Force squadron strength, and you would understand this, that, for example, some MiG-21, some MiG-27s, in a few years, these squadrons will be phased out of the Indian Air Force. If no new purchases beyond what we know are announced, and if the depletion continues, remember we are entitled to 42 squadrons, Gaurav?
That's our wish list.
That's the strength we should have.
And
We could potentially, in a worst case scenario, come down to 25 squadrons in 2040, and if the light combat aircraft, which is currently running delayed, but we're trying to get it to work, if that happens, then in 2040 we could have 35. But essentially, the prognosis and the path, and which is what the air chief tried to draw the country's attention to, is quite dire. Now, this is the graph that it looks like. And I know that there are sensitivities around what you can and cannot say, so I'll be careful and mindful of that. But my question to you, sir, is this, that virtually every few weeks in the Russia-Ukraine war, we've seen the capabilities and capacities of drones being augmented. New drones are being manufactured while the war is going on. When we decide to buy a legacy weapon system, whether say it's an F-35, more Rafales, or whatever it is that you think is most required, you're looking out 15, 20 years into the future. Given the speed of acceleration of technology, how do we know what we actually want? Because by the time the Boeing or the French actually make it, God alone knows where technology will be at that moment. So how are you looking at this very real challenge?
So firstly, good work done. I think we need to hire you. Positively. I'll really,
Now you're just
I'm not
returning
but
the praise for
I can't afford to pay you, but I'll have you know in the name of
For the armed
Ignatius-
forces, I'll work for free, so you don't need to pay me at all. I'll come and work for free.
You come and work with us. It's a good analysis you've done. But of course, this is slightly pessimistic view that you've taken. I'm
I said if
sure,
nothing new gets announced.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is
That's
the pessimistic view. But it not happen that nothing new will come in. I'm sure people are working at it that will get new. But the one that the question that you ask, it's always a challenge. So actually, we are chasing technology. What you're saying is that we are chasing technology. We need to reach a stage where we are calling the shots. That means the new technology comes out of India and others are chasing it. So I'm sure we have the brains in India to get into that mode that we design something. So I was listening to some part of Navy Chief's at the talk with you. In that he said that they have a special cell which they have made. Similarly, under the Deputy Chief, which is for procurement, we also have a separate cell which deals with all the MSMEs, new startups, and we take out books of what we need, where are we looking at. So in case they have a technology which can be modified, which can be, merged together, technologies which can be merged together to make a system for us, they come out with their ideas and they are supported. They are taken to the flying stations, they are shown operations so that they understand, because half the time they are working in the silos, they don't understand, and they make a product when it comes out and then we say, no, sorry, it doesn't suit my purpose. So now we are working together with this small industry.
Sir, the American President Donald Trump recently offered India the F-35. Gaurav and Shiv are much bigger tech geeks, but I love weapon systems as well. So we did a quick comparison in terms of cost and capability. Do you think that the F-35 platform would be good for the Indian Air Force to induct, or do you think बहुत महंगा है, इतना नहीं चाहिए?
No comments. Actually, we have not looked at it. It cannot be that we just look at something. We are not going to buy some washing machine or a refrigerator for home. That okay, ये नहीं तो ये खरीद लेते हैं, इसमें अच्छा लग रहा है, इसका looks अच्छे. So we have to analyze an aircraft fully. What are the requirements and what comes along with it. Obviously, cost is a part of it. We can't just say that 10 F-35s is good enough or whatever. So we have not given it a thought. There's no offer which has been made. At the moment, I have not even. There is there's a study which is which has just been completed by a committee which was set up, Defense Secretary, under the chairmanship of Defense Secretary. So we have to analyze that study, and then we need to make a roadmap, where we don't land up in that dip what we talked about.
But when you talk about that roadmap, and let me try and understand. So we've been in this situation even in the past. When Pakistan got its F-16s, Indian Air Force, and you fly the MiG-29s. So that's when India quickly got the MiG-29s, and then they got the Mirages, and those Mirages again were used in Balakot. Are we in a similar situation? That once again Pakistan may get the FGFAs or the 5th generation fighter aircraft. They got the BVR, and for the benefit of some of our viewers, they got the beyond visual range missiles. So are we in a situation once again that if they get the FGFAs, we would need an interim measure once again?
Maybe, yes. Maybe it will happen like that. We may have to go in for something which is maybe off-the-shelf purchase, maybe something make in India while we are developing our own MCA. So our 5th generation aircraft is being developed. We cannot have that project just shelved and just go and buy something from outside. But maybe there will be a decision to buy something from outside which is with some indigenous content which is progressively increasing. Maybe having them to collaborate with us to develop our AMCA at a faster pace. So all options will remain open as of now. We need to take a call on, as a nation, we have to take a call what we want.
So the Chinese Air Force has been talking about a 6th generation fighter aircraft. And everyone's wondering, sach bol rahe hain ki aisi bol rahe hain? Like, do they have the capability to deliver on the promise that they've made? And the Indian Air Force is currently, at the top 4th or 4.5. We missed out so far. That just shows how shockingly late we are, which for a government and a nation that says you want to put national security first is just very, very irksome, and you deal with it. We just look at it from the outside, but it's very problematic. How do you look at this? A, do you think that those 6th generation fighter aircraft that they're talking about is for real, or are they just exaggerating? And this fact that we're on 4th generation and there's a full gap in the middle, 1 generation fighters we don't have. You've spoken about it, but what are you telling your forces? Because ultimately, we saw with Balakot and with, Uri, Pathankot, if something has to happen, it has to happen. We have to be prepared.
So, Chinese have 6th generation fighter, if we call that 6th generation. There are doubts about it, what generation it is and what all capabilities it has. Just having an airframe flying is not good enough. It has to have the capability and it has to be operationalized. We have 6th generation aircrew. So we can take care of that part, in 4.5 gen aircraft. That's what I said, that sometimes there will be a situation when your technology is not at par with the technology of the adversary. Then you need to devise your tactics accordingly.
But can I press you? And I'm just curious, you're saying devise...
See, at the moment, 2 of you are pouncing on me together, so obviously something like that. I'm on the defensive as of now.
No,
so we can put Chinese on the defensive like that.
No matter what he makes you, no matter what he says and makes you feel, a fighter pilot is always the sharpest shooter. There's no way he's on the defensive. He's just getting set. When he launches his missile, everybody gets knocked out. That's the reality. We are not delusional.
गला सूख सा रहा है.
So पानी पिलाते हैं आपको.
देखिए आप लोगों को देख के so you can imagine क्या हाल हो रहा है मेरा.
You're just being modest, and that is absolutely not the truth. So yeah, we don't buy that just for even half a second.
आप कुछ बोल रहे थे, sorry, मैं भूल गया.
You disarmed the missile. So the incoming missile has been defanged and disarmed.
वो बेसिकली आपने लेजर फायर किया इनकमिंग हाइपरसोनिक पर और वो गई.
This is a good technology. We need to buy that.
But I use, and I ask this with all sincerity. In the Second World War, in the First World War, tactics had a very important role to play. But given the advancements in technology and the fact that you now have technology of a kind which in previous air warfare wasn't available, is the significance of some of those tactics just lesser just because of overwhelming technological superiority, which you can be a supremely talented fighter pilot, right? But if the guy on the other side is not as talented, but he has a superior weapon system, then what role, you keep talking of tactics, what chance frankly does tactics have?
We get this feeling now that technology is growing at a very, very fast pace. Actually, technology is following an exponential curve. Wherever you're sitting, whether it was in 1940s, whether it was in 60s, whether it was in 80s, whether it is now, wherever you're sitting, when you look back, it's a shallow curve. When you look forward, it's a very steep curve. And any exponential curve, you see. So that feeling will always remain. That technology is developing very fast. We need to catch up. How will we catch up? But the fact is, in World War I, you said that tactics made a difference, the pilots made a difference. In World War II also they made a difference. Obviously, in that gap of 30 years, they made a difference. So something like that will happen. Yes, you can't say that other guy has got a gun, you got a chaku, and you go and fight and you will win. You may win in one day, you may lose other day. But you need to have a gun of somewhere similar capability. Then only you will win. And then thereafter it is the way you take an aim, the way you hide your approach or whatever. So all these tactics which came out, guerrilla tactics and hiding yourself, attacking in smaller numbers and all those, were developed actually to cater for a larger force with better weapons, with smaller force. But we've seen those also taking, getting the results. So at all times, our thinking has to continue. And that confidence has to remain. It cannot be, you can't be overconfident, but you have to be confident. If I go into war underconfident, then obviously I'm not going to win at all. Because I'm convinced I'm not going to win. So it is not that. So we need to make sure we have to fight with whatever we have. We have to be to be future ready, we have to be now ready also. You can't go that I'll become future ready, but now I am nowhere near that. So, means, you may have new aircraft coming in, you may have certain shortages, you may have certain delays. Yes, you do your bit to push those things. I'm not saying that and I think you said also, you've been saying this all. So that is to make sure that people realize that they have to work faster. They can't be just, saying ki ho jayega but hua nahi, which is not okay. But at the same time, it doesn't happen overnight. Production capabilities also will build up over a period of time, but we have to start. We have to start working towards that. And similarly, till we reach there where we want to reach, as far as technology is concerned, we have to be innovative. We have to use whatever technology we have in a manner that will give us success. We have to train ourselves in a manner that, when we go into war, we are not trying it for the first time or then thinking on the run, then on the fly, you can say, and then saying, okay, kaam ho gaya. It may happen, it may not happen. But if you've trained, it will happen. And that is where our effort towards training people in a realistic environment is very important. We have been pushing ourselves to train something called, we have that integrated training areas which have been earmarked where we can use our electronic warfare openly because there are no, the emission policies are relaxed because we are in the middle of India. And number of aircraft which are simulated, number of weapons, even the enemy weapons are simulated, those ranges are simulated. And you have to develop your tactics, develop your strategies to take care of the situation. So that has been happening. A lot of emphasis has been given on simulators. And that is our future also. So this is one push that I am giving, that simulators have to be used. We've been using too many hours on the aircraft.
So, and maybe you can call Gaurav and me to play on the simulators.
It's not playing. And that's not joystick. That's a control column.
We can come and give it a shot. It'll be really nice to come.
I think that is one thing you must do.
Yes, please.
Whenever you go to an Air Force station, if there's a simulator, must go and see how realistic it has become these days.
So can we use the Conclave opportunity for you to invite us to come and have a go at a simulator at one of the Air Force stations?
I'll invite you separately. There are too many people here.
Many of them
will run out of simulator hours if I have to invite everybody else.
So, sir, you've been a very strong votary of Swadeshi in aircraft. How are we progressing there? What more needs to be done so that everybody, that it's a national effort. It's an Air Force effort. It has to be a DRDO, HAL, ADA. Everybody's on the same page to deliver. How does that happen in terms of, one, the Kaveri engine? Where are we there? That our own fighter jet engine. What else needs to be done in your view?
I think I've been saying this. We need to accelerate the process. Our processes are a little slow. And we need to be, ready for failures. In R&D, if you're not ready for failures, you will never succeed in time. You have to be ready for failures. You try, everybody has said that failure is a step to success. Yeah. So you try something, you're not succeeding in that, change your track quickly.
So after the comments you made, do you think Hindustan Aeronautics is tried to change what they're doing, or are we going to, a few years later, 2 or 3 air chiefs later, will they still be saying the same thing?
Comments means this one, what you're showing. This is somebody, this is ridiculous actually.
Ridiculous?
Yeah, because as a correspondent, would you like it that somebody is sneaking into what you're talking privately? I think it is wrong. Tomorrow, somebody, somewhere it goes out that, बाहर तो ये एयर चीफ बनता है, घर में जाके देखो इसका क्या हाल है. ऐसा तो नहीं होना चाहिए ना. So I was talking to my colleagues from HAL, which was, we have trained together, like they were.
But as a फौजी बच्चा, I think आपने सही किया सर.
No, सही किया मतलब, what my intentions were to get to their conscious कि भाई तुम यहाँ बैठे हुए हो, you have to push yourself to reach there because you can't be just saying this. No, but the point is, it is the way it came out was not right, I think. No, Air Chief raps HAL, that I have nobody to do that. No, I don't have the right. I've been saying this every time. If I point a finger at somebody else, somebody else's domain, you think as HAL officials, they don't want to succeed? They would love to, yeah.
No, but I think what it does, and I think
So I've been saying this, that if I point a finger at somebody, 3 are pointing towards me. And have we not made a mistake? We have also made mistakes. Have we not changed some, requirements? I'm sure we have changed requirements. But why? Because it took so long that the requirements changed. So that will happen. But the whole idea is that this was a friendly talk with test crew and engineers whom I've worked with. I've taken some names also, and I don't know, that person has got the voice so clear from so far. You can see the zoom in, zoom out, how far the person is standing. You guys have got some good technology, I must say. Some of you guys.
Dual use technology. Friendly fire. No, but you know what I think, and which is why I saluted you, what that did is it drew national attention to what was earlier a strategic or military concern. Suddenly everyone started, and I think that really shakes, because ultimately netas are accountable and responsible when voters start asking them these questions.
You must have everything you need, because we don't want our pilots to be flying MiG-21s in today's day and age when you should be flying the 5th generation aircraft or talking about the next generation aircraft. So the nation has to deliver.
No,
is the only point that
you
you're
don't
making.
need things like this for that to happen. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, this is, I mean to say, this is one thing which I've been saying. I think we have year of reforms in defense ministry this year. There should be a year of positivity in media. You know, when we only give positive news and there'll be no negative news.
We have the good news today.
Oh.
We have good news today, and it's doing extremely well, and it gives out the good news of the day.
Yes, because you try it out for 1 year, maybe you will still succeed and earn that much, you know, mileage. So
Sir, but our
the
effort
nation
is,
will change. Yeah.
Like you, our effort is nation building. We really want a very strong nation that will deter any adversary. कोई आँख उठा के ना दिख सके.
No, but at the same time, our adversaries come to know exactly what is happening in this nation and what is happening wrong. They don't have to do any intelligence gathering. It is all open source information that they gather, and they know exactly where we stand.
You know, I don't know whether the non-military people sitting here and watching picked up some of the nuance, but what we've seen over the past half hour is one of the sharpest expositions of where we are at and where we need to be. He didn't fire missiles straight up, but he's given adequate indications of what the challenges are, what needs to be done immediately for the Indian armed forces to be prepared. And as Gaurav said, and I agree with that wholeheartedly, you'd never want a situation where your men in those cockpits or on the frontiers are not fighting with the latest and the best equipment. Because as you said, a gun can take on a gun, a chaku cannot take on a gun. I mean, the chances of chaku taking on a gun, are not very high successfully. I think, as I said at the beginning, for the candid nature in which you've spoken and for everything that you've said and drawn national public attention to one of the most pressing challenges our services face, I think all of us sitting here owe you a lot of gratitude and applause. Thank you so much,
Thank you
for
very
joining
much.
us. And we are coming for that simulator. I know simulator hours, but aapne invite kar diya. We'll find some way of getting there. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause for Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, Chief of the Air Staff, as I call upon Ajay Kakkar, Assistant Vice President Radhiko Khaitan, to come up on stage and present a token of our appreciation to the Air Chief.
Luxury, heritage and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments. A legacy of innovation and excellence.
Ms. Kalipuri, our Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief. Let's quickly move on to our next session, Breaking Barriers and Building Legacies. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage my colleague, our session's moderator, Siddharth Zarabi, editor, Business Today. Can I quickly call upon Siddharth Zarabi, editor, Business Today, to come up on stage and take forward our next session this morning.
Morning once again, and it's a great privilege to welcome this panel here. Women leaders from 3 different fields on Women's Day. So it kind of all fell together, and the stars have aligned to have Namita here with us, Arna here with us, and of course Anu. And what I want to do is to focus on the topic, because we've had many other interesting sessions, but how have these star performers in their respective fields broken barriers, and how has their journey been so far? And Namita, of course, many of you would know her better for being a shark. She doesn't look like one. But Namita, why don't you start? How did you manage to break the barrier of becoming a shark in a world of investment and money and pitches? How did that really work for you?
No, it's been 4 years now, and we spend about 20 days a year shooting. But it's just become larger than life for some reason in terms of the impact. And I think breaking barriers for me has been that television is a great platform to do 2 things. One is to educate, because through storytelling, you can educate, right? Log gyan bhul jate hain, buzzwords bhul jate hain, but they remember stories. So when the founders come from different parts of the country, small villages, and tell their stories, it's a great way for the country to really learn, what I learned in my MBA school and paid a lot of money for. People actually learn EBITDA and cost of acquisition and equity in very simple terms through storytelling, and it's given respect to entrepreneurship. So I think that's been fabulous. Secondly, I've used my voice to talk about a lot of healthcare issues, because being from MQ Pharma, consider myself as somebody who should talk more about healthcare. And healthcare, unfortunately, tends to still have a lot of sensitive, taboo, unspoken topics when it comes to women's health. So I've spoken about my tryst with infertility, a couple of IVFs that I've had, menopause. I mean, I've said it all. And I think it's a great way to break the silence, to speak about uncomfortable topics, to bust some taboos, and to educate. So for me, that's been the funnest part of the show.
Well, this is absolutely the right platform to talk more about that. Arna, I come to you. You run a billion-dollar company, India's oldest music label. How does that sit on your shoulders? Is that like a big, onerous responsibility, or just par for the course every day?
Honestly, so music for me has been part of my DNA. So Saregama has been part of the group since before I was born. So we grew up hearing the name, hearing the music. So it is a part of me and part of my DNA, a natural extension. But yes, the onus is huge. The responsibility becomes even bigger, because you have this huge legacy. You have this huge heritage of India that sort of you are safeguarding. And it's our responsibility to find a way to bring it to the Indian public. Maybe the Indian public in the 70s, 80s was familiar with a lot of this music, but the newer generations maybe are not. So this huge onus lies on us with this advent of digital media to actually bring this to the fore. And I think that's where we really want to work on. Yes, new music acquisition, all of that will keep happening. But this gold mine that we're sitting on, this repertoire of music from the first song ever recorded, which was Gauranga in 1902, I think, from then till now, I think it's something that, as a country we need to cherish and really let the newer generations know what we possess.
And they have taken music from that era to the digital era, and clearly that would be a challenge. I'll come to that topic later, but television to my left, and then we have television again. The oldest television rankings platform, event platform in some ways, and you've been running it for 25 years. I want to come straight to the issue that many people talk about. Is television going to remain relevant in an age of OTT, in an age of digital consumption of all manner of content?
Siddharth, honestly, television has been and will remain. OTT, you've got to realize, are all paid platforms. Well, majority of them. Most of the people in our country don't have access to that kind of money. Okay, let's put it. Because they cost between $649 a month to $2,000 a year, etc., etc. Television beams free into your homes. It'll never the place of TV will never be taken away. Digital, again, is very limited. The kind of stuff on digital platforms today has nothing to do with, it's like anything today you can see on digital, which again is not something which is very, I think, acceptable to a lot of people, considering you're seeing what's happening right now. So television is going to remain in TV, and you're right, we started ITA 25 years ago. We're celebrating our 25th year this year. We're the only TV awards. We added OTT. OTT is your digital platform like Netflix, Amazon, etc. in 2019 when they started. And I'm happy and proud to say that we are the highest rated awards in our country, especially since the last 5 years. We've beaten all, be it films, be it anybody else. So with this real pride, I'm very happy I started ITA when we did, and we are in our 25th year now.
Absolutely, and you helped bring television to the masses in some ways. Navita, I come to you about, breaking barriers. You alluded to it a bit, and your personal sort of challenges that you had. But today, doing business in India, if you were to compare it 25, 30 years back, male-dominated, heavily regulated, government regulations, dealing with sarkar, Mai Baap ki sarkar, and now in the digital age, startup culture, things have changed, things have improved, things have become much, much easier. For a newcomer who wants to get into business, a woman who wants to set up a startup company, is it a more challenging time or a more easier time to do business?
So I'm an optimist, and I'm 48. I've been working for 25 years, so I've seen the change, and there has been remarkable change, and things have become better. So let's not paint a doomsday picture here.
Okay.
But the one thing that hasn't changed and never should change is whether you're a man or a woman, you're judged by your numbers. So we went public about 6-7 months back, right? And of course, even before we went public, we had Blackstone, we had Bain Capital, we had a bunch of marquee private investors, and I worked in the US for 8 years as well. It's always the numbers.
And they only deal with numbers.
As it should be. So I think you will always have challenges, you will always have barriers, but then you can just shut everyone up with your numbers. And if you don't have the numbers, then you have to shut up. It's one of those two things.
Is that, you agree with that?
Oh, 100%. I think your work speaks for you, and no matter what anyone says, once your work is doing what it's supposed to do, as Namita rightly said, people shut up. So numbers prove everything. You might have a concept, you might have an idea, you might go out there, but the truth is, you only know if it's successful if the numbers prove it.
And your personal leadership style, is it numbers driven or a mix of?
It's actually, I think the nature of the business I'm in, it's a mix of creative and numbers. The numbers have to come, because if the numbers don't, then I don't have the creative freedom to do what I want to do or what I should be doing. So it's a chicken and egg story, really.
Aren't women instinctively better at sort of balancing budgets? If you're a homemaker, you do that all the time. If you're running a business, you do.
Women are better, period, in about everything we can think of. That goes with, well, everybody agrees with that. That goes without saying. But you know what? I was just talking to someone outside, and I was pretty taken aback. They just said that the women workforce in the last, there's a labor, some survey happened, is diminishing, especially in the urban states, which is very, very, I would have thought it had gone up, but in the rural is where the numbers are rising. And where apparently they're also taking women working from home as the ones who are working. But where everyone here is concerned, I was told that because the men are earning, they're sitting back, which I think is not at all right, considering we've entered space like, whether it's sports or whether business or whether it's politics, we are playing a fantastic role over there. So thinking and taking that into consideration wherever we are doing fabulously. So I think it should be encouraging for more women to come forward, because I think we think very clearly. We are very clear in what we want, and we are mostly a success in whatever women do.
I want to ask you a quick follow-up. Has television played a role in changing mindsets and, the perception in the general public, in the viewing masses with regard to gender stereotypes?
See, where TV is concerned, it's definitely women all the way. It is. And where films are concerned in our country, the male tends to has a higher, let's say, status, positioning, in terms of in every which way. He gets the main roles. There are very few women-oriented films, but television is ruled by women. I mean, that's what they used to call it, soap operas. The name came with women would send their children to school, and husbands' lunches were made, and then they had the laundry and the soap, and they would sit and watch TV. That's why soap operas originated from. So it was related to women, for women, by women, yes. But TV does affect your mind set a lot, because you start believing agar wo kar sakte hain, main nahi, agar wo kar rahe wo, then that's what social media is doing. It's changing all our minds, some good, some bad, some ugly, but yes, it does affect all of us.
You wanted to come in on that?
No, I think what you're saying is absolutely true, and if you see a lot of the television programming today, the lead roles are played by women. They are women who traditionally may not have worked, but all of a sudden have started working. They're people who are shown on TV shows, who are, maybe have grown-up kids who are married and have started working. I think this really does change the general perception of women and the relatability that, like you said, rightly, if you can, why can't I?
Absolutely. See, the views, basically, it's, if you see whether it's any of these medium, be it social media, which is today digital, or be it the OTT, or be it films, we make them our role models. We feel that, okay, kapde वैसे पहनने हैं, बोलना वैसे, करना वैसे, लिखना वैसे कर. So therefore, sometimes it works out very much in favor, but sometimes it can be terrible. But yes, we do tend to follow.
Okay, Namita, you wanted to come in on that, because like you said, you spend 20 days every year on Shark Tank.
I think when a lot of founders who come from small villages, a lot of them are women, come and talk about their stories of resilience, of really breaking ceilings, that again, those stories stick with people and they're changing the narrative. I remember times when, because I was much younger, and if there was a banker, I would ask the question, but they would look at my father and answer the question. I mean, I've been through so many of those meetings. Things are much better now.
Did that really happen?
Oh, many times. And Indra Nui, I was very surprised in a biography, wrote about it, that it happened to her in the US when she was a consultant. So I think
so it's you ask a question, but the person who's responding looks at your...
Yeah, that's happened. That's one of many things that's happened fairly often. I mean, it's okay.
The mic.
I said, don't look shocked, it happens all the time. Yeah.
But anyway, coming back to the point, I think these new breed of women, these young women who are on television, talking about their journeys, are inspiring many others to do the same. So it's great.
Has something like that happened to you as well?
Well, initially, yes, but I think I think over the years, it's changed. I think in the last 5 years, 4 years, maybe I've not experienced it personally. I did hear of a friend, in fact, 2 days ago. She went for a meeting and the guy had this conversation with her. And finally, he looks at her and says, "Aap decision maker ko lekar aayega." So, I mean...
I'm really stunned. Okay, Namita, I want to switch to deal making. And Shark Tank brings out a very nicely produced, very edited, slick production. But I'm sure a lot happens behind the scenes, many hours, much longer pitches. But the question I have for you is, did you regret either taking a decision or missing out on an opportunity during that entire process?
So firstly, it's not scripted. The minute the door opens and the founders walk in, that's the first time that we're seeing them or hearing about the business. And typically a pitch goes on for an hour, 15 minutes, but you see probably 10 to 15 minutes of it. And of course, even if we give a deal, it's not like it goes through because it's followed by due diligence and all of that. You know the basics. But yeah, there have been many that I've felt, on the spur of the moment, I probably should have given an offer. But that happens with everything in life, right? You have regrets, you have missed opportunities, and then
Tell
you learn
us which
from
was
it.
the biggest miss.
So, there was that Jugadu Kamlesh in season 1 who had come from a little village, and I'm so numbers, and the math didn't make sense for me. And I said, "Isme to paise nahi banenge." So I didn't invest. And then over the seasons, I've realized that, you can have few investments where you're not making money, where you will probably write it off, but it's just a feel-good thing to be part of somebody's journey who's so passionate, so resilient. And that's also a message that you as a leader about social impact that you need to give to the world.
Which was the worst decision that you ever made?
I'm not going to name the founders because that's not respectful. But there have been founders, usually I have
if not
I have a
name the
strong
founders-
gut instinct, but it's usually where they're founders, I've trusted them, but then 12 baje se pehle wo utte nahi hai and they've got some, they're lazy.
The reason I asked you this, and I'm going to go to the panel on that, I want you to tell our audience about where did you go wrong as a leader, as a business...
The mistakes that we made.
Yeah. What went wrong? Was the hunch wrong? Did you get the numbers wrong? What went wrong?
See, a lot of these companies are pre-revenue, so you're taking a punt on the founder, right? Because when it's pre-revenue, you believe in the industry, the sector that they're in, and you feel this is a progressive sector. Secondly, you believe in the founder. So a lot of times, your instinct on the person goes wrong. You feel they have the domain expertise, which they may, but then they end up being extremely lazy and not as driven when it comes to the work ethic, creating teams, creating automation and processes. They don't have that ability to listen, take feedback, and put those systems in place. So that happens.
As a woman in business, what would you add to this in terms of what you got right and what you got wrong, and what are the learnings that you would like to share with people here?
I think for me, the key thing that I've either got very right or gone very wrong is getting the right team. If you getting the right team on board, if you have the right people to run things for you, you can do wonders, because you really can't be doing every single thing. And to truly create value, you need a brilliant team to run things for you on a day-to-day basis. And if you can get the right people, I think you've hit a home run.
What's been your biggest miscalculation and your biggest win?
Honestly, I think it's been wonderful. I mean, I'm not saying it, but if we talk about ITA, yes, it's been a journey. But I tell you one thing, it's been so exciting because the industry ke saath we grew. It's like today when we come there, we know every single person who has entered this industry, name. And then when we had started Great Magazine, because they were just characters with you didn't know who they were, we started working on them and started telling people who they were, and they've all grown with them. So I don't know, there's been and definitely our team, Touchwood, has been fabulous. I mean, Team ITA is the best, I feel, because they've been with us for years and years. And we all started together on television. If you look at it, our whole team, we knew nothing about TV. I didn't know anything about events. We knew nothing at that time. So when we started, it was literally from scratch. So today, if you ask me how a set is put up or how a truss or a light, I can tell you all. It's because it's been a learning process. Now we're champs at it. So that's how it's been.
Namita, coming back to you, and let's talk about a bit of the business that you are in. The pharma sector is a very powerful sector in India. We have good exports. And very clearly, this is a sector where technology, business, and the manner in which you sort of go about doing production or sales, I imagine would not be as hostile to women in the workforce than some other sectors, where there is a different kind of process involved. If you were asked to rate pharma and maybe other sectors that you want to talk about in terms of being friendly to women in the workforce, what would you say?
That's a great question, because when it comes to employing women, there are almost two parts to pharma. So the part there is, the brand managers, IT, finance, regulatory, quality, legal. We have a very large number of women. But when you look at, MQ has 11,000 employees and 6,000 are medical representatives. When you look at the medical representatives, we have a very small percent of women, because the job demands that you go and meet a doctor to detail your products at crazy hours. And there's still safety issues when it comes to women going and detailing to doctors in many parts of the country post 10 p.m., 11 p.m. at times, traveling ex-station, outstation the way they need to. So I think on the sales side, we have a very small number of women, and I don't see that changing till a lot of other things
What about
change.
the R&D and the science side?
R&D, yes, of course. So, regulatory, quality, R&D, that whole HO side, yes. There's the HO side and then there's the field side. The field side, we don't have as many women. On the head office side, very large number of women.
I don't know how many of you know that GCCs, Global Capability Centers, which are now responsible in the past few years for some of the highest incremental job addition in India across sectors, and we have global companies who are setting up GCCs. India is now called the GCC capital of the world. The number of women who are employed in GCC is very high, and it actually helps break some of these barriers. In the industry that you are hands-on with, do you think enough has been done for women? Is there scope more to increase women in the workforce?
So honestly, in the creative space, I feel women are leading from the front. We recently did an acquisition with a company called Pocket Aces that manages influencers. That's led by a woman. So it's a very natural progression that in the creative space you have a lot of women who are up front and center. Yes, when you look at just actors, for example, and they form a large part of the industry, there's always a debate on pay parity and things like that. But I think that's a debate that sometimes happens across the board. However, I feel in media per se, if I look at Saregama, there is no discussion. The pay has nothing to do with if you're a woman or a man. It's about your ability, your capability, and what position you're at. It's as simple as that. And a large part of our leadership team is women.
Okay. The entertainment industry has been castigated in the past for offering differential compensation to women, even stars, versus males. Has that changed in your perception and your understanding, or do we still have a distance to cover?
It hasn't changed, though on television, yes, I think there's not much of a difference. OTT, definitely, because they are giving, let's put it, where they're giving male stars versus female stars, the male definitely get let's say on 1 to 100, they get, let's say 100, the girls will get 10, 15, 20 if you're fabulous. In films, again, that gap is very, very huge. So
why is that? Why is that still?
See, I don't know. They feel that men attract. I don't know why. If that was the case, every show would be a hit, every film would be a hit. But I guess they don't, but they'd have to understand that. The people putting the money are so hung up on the fact that this is a male star that they don't put that much of energy into the female star. If you start promoting her like you promote the guys, TV's done it, and they've done a fabulous job of it. I mean, it was like so-and-so, whether it was the Tulsi or whatever. You remember their names even today. Whether the Smritis and the Sakshis and Shweta, till today you remember them all. You don't remember the males over there. But filmon mein aapko khali wo yaad hai. OTT is like, let's say, it's like a balance. It's like a 50-50. But again, when they get a male star, he definitely gets paid more. And I don't know when this will stop, but then it's happening.
Is that true of social platforms also, TikTok, YouTube, or any other platform?
Usme there's no payment. Usme aap jaise karoge, aapko milega. I mean, let's say they call them social media stars, influencers, jo bhi hai. whatever I say and I have my following, that's from Janta. You don't get paid for that. You get paid from the platform for how well and how many people watch it.
The reason I asked you is, without taking names, that I get the sense that the algo kind of promotes only a certain kind of social influencer in India, for example.
See, because that's where they get more eyeballs. At the end of the day, like they were talking, it's a matter of how many people are there, the numbers. Here we call eyeballs the numbers. So it's like how many people are there. You get paid according to that many views. So social media is a different way of working. It's got nothing to do with you being commissioned or sponsored or something. If you do well, a sponsor will come on and say, "Arey yaar, yahan to itne log dekh rahe hain, to meri ad dal denge, to mujhe bhi fayda hai." So that's a different thing, totally. So social media aside, films are bought or financed. OTT, again, by the platforms. And television, again, by the channels. So they're all very distinct, different ways.
That's a nice... You wanted to come in on this?
No, I just wanted to say, I think where social media is concerned, it's a simple numbers game. The engagement that you have translates into what you can charge. So whether you're a male or a female, if you're reaching the right audience, you will get paid a certain amount.
But so honestly, like Saregama, आप लोग तो बहुत पैसा बना रहे होंगे, because they, if we use 1 second of their music, hard, you're slapped on. I mean, they're like scary all of us. You know, you can't put music from anywhere from as far as 1902, like she said. आप गलती से I have that. So गलती से आप अगर 2 सेकंड डाल दो कहीं भी, मेल आती, मैसेज आती, रेड फ्लैग आता है और पैसे मांगते. ये नहीं कि 10 रुपए, 6 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 25 lakh. It's a kind of money they
very
ask for.
painful topic.
So like, she's a scary one to be around.
She's being put on the spot. You want to respond to that?
Yeah, please tell.
I think it's very simple. I think we've been scarred from the years. If you remember, you know, when you could illegally download music and do all of that, that completely killed revenue for the entire industry at that point, right? And I think any company that deals in intellectual property will tell you that it's a set standard. No, it's not just one company or the other.
1902, 1910, 1920, 1930, 1940, आपको भी नहीं पता था आप क्या कर रहे थे. वो तो था ना वहाँ पे. It's like that you just come.
It's part of, I think, company acquisition cost. No, when you acquire the company, it's based on the bank that the company has and the repertoire.
Agreed, but then there should be some balance in the money, I feel. Okay, again, it's like the show we've done, and they put up a small little poster which was somewhere available in Bhindi Bazaar. उसके लिए वो producer उठ के आ गया, भाई मुझे 6 लाख दो. क्यों? So this is a little...
Okay, I think this is a debate...
work in the US.
This is a debate to be taken off stage. But thank you very much. Fantastic women on Women's Day. A round of applause for our panel here. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause for these lovely women as I call upon Sanjana Patil, Senior Associate Vice President Marketing, UTI Mutual Funds, to come up on stage, present a small token of our appreciation to these 3 lovely ladies.
Luxury, heritage and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very special guest with us at the moment. He is the face of the next generation of the Telugu Desam. He is one of the most important ministers at the moment in the government in Andhra Pradesh. Please welcome Nara Lokesh, Minister for IT, Electronics and Human Resources Development Education in the government of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much, Lokesh, for joining us. I must confess, when I see you today, I feel very old. I interviewed your late grandfather in the early 1990s, the legendary N.T. Ramarao, then your father, who's now a 4-time chief minister, and now the grandson. How easy is it to come out of the shadows of NTR and Chandrababu Naidu and establish an identity for yourself? Are you still seen, or do you still see yourself as the son of Chandrababu Naidu and the grandson of NTR in public life?
Thank you, Rajdeep. Thanks for having me here. The first question is a curveball, clearly.
It's not a curveball.
No, I see myself as a Karyakarta of Telugu Desam Party. So once the Karyakartas and the leaders agree to it, and when they believe I'm ready, I'm ready. Saying that, of course, coming from a political background, being a third-generation politician, it just makes it 10 times harder. And having a leader like Mr. Naidu is not an easy task. He's a taskmaster. He expects us to deliver at the same order that he delivers. And I think that's what makes this entire journey even more rewarding for me personally.
So he doesn't treat you as a son, he treats you as the Karyakarta. You've got to prove yourself.
I'm actually at a greater disadvantage because I get to see him every day. So if he's upset on anything, the first person who's going to hear it is me. So I'm actually at a greater disadvantage than any other leader in my party.
But I have to ask you, what does a graduate from Carnegie Mellon, one of the world's best universities, then goes to Stanford, does an MBA, do in the heat and dust of Andhra Pradesh? Can't be easy making that transition. Do you believe you finally made that transition successfully? Are you completely comfortable now in the badlands of Andhra Pradesh when it comes to politics?
I mean, Carnegie Mellon undergrad, a Stanford MBA is for India. And the Padayatra was for Bharat. So I did a Padayatra and I really understood my motherland far better. I've come to understand the nuances far better. I'm able to connect to issues far better. So I truly believe that the transition is complete and I'm able to contribute in Mr. Naidu's cabinet quite successfully.
Was the Padayatra the turning point? 2023, 226-day Padayatra, more than 3,000 kilometers is what Nara Lokesh traveled at the time. It transformed your image. Was that the moment where you realized, now this is what I want to do, hit the ground, be with the people of my state? Did it transform your image, your life in a way?
No, absolutely. Stanford MBA is good for business. A Padayatra is very, very important for politics. I think it enabled me to understand my state much better. I've understood the issues much better. My EQ is far higher than it was before a Padayatra. And today I'm able to relate to what an MLA says much better. Because I was there, I walked in his constituency for 2-3 days. I connected with people, I would have frequent interactions. So I believe now that the circle is complete and I'm able to contribute far better.
Let's turn to that contribution. You're Minister for Electronics, for IT, and for Education. Your father, in many ways, is seen as the builder of modern-day Hyderabad using digital technology. He was talking of dashboards and digital technology long before any other politician did. Is that going to be, how do you see taking your father's interest in the digital economy to the next level? We are in the world of AI. From IT to AI, is that the transition that's going to take place from Chandrababu Naidu to Nara Lokesh? Are you going to build a new Hyderabad somewhere in Andhra Pradesh?
Well, we're going to build a new data city in Visakhapatnam. So no second thoughts about it. See, Hyderabad and India was a beneficiary of the Y2K revolution. And everyone knows that. And I believe we are now at the cusp of the next revolution. And states that position themselves with quality manpower and an ecosystem which enables speed of doing business, I believe we can leapfrog, and Andhra Pradesh is now at the right point.
What is it about the Telugu people or Telugu-speaking people or Andhrites, Telanganahites? They've taken over the IT world. They've almost had a head start. You look around you, look at America, look at even in India, many of the leading companies are headed by people from your state. How do you then translate that into an entire ecosystem for a state like Andhra Pradesh and ensure, as you say, create these IT data city centers? How tough is that going to be?
I believe that we are today competing with all other states. We have amazing quality manpower now in our state. And as a HRD minister, I'm focused on revamping our entire curriculum from KG to PG and preparing next generation thought leaders also coming out of our state. And
How?
That's why. So I'm working with the industries. I'm working with the NVIDIAs of the world to do centers of excellence, to understand the kind of curriculum that we need to create, the intersection of technology in language, arts, and various other forms in humanities, and looking at how can we revamp the entire curriculum. And that's exactly what we are now doing in Andhra Pradesh.
Because it's very interesting, you initiated for what I think was almost revolutionary in a way. You've created WhatsApp services. Mana Mitra is what it's called. The Andhra Pradesh government offers 200 citizen services now through WhatsApp. 1 month since installation, you've already got 2 million users. Yep. And I'm told 80.2% in the recent survey have said they're happy with it. Do you believe that's the future? Because governments in the past have been accused of not doing enough to connect with citizens once they get elected. Do you believe WhatsApp is one of the weapons in a way, or instruments that can be used to connect to people on scale in real time?
I mean, let's just take a step back. The whole idea started from my Padyatra, where people were questioning me, saying that, I push a button, I get food, I get groceries, I can watch a movie. Why is government not so proactive? A simple point that was raised every day, day in, day out. It started with that simple idea. And today, we are one of the very few governments in the world to bring close to 200 services on a single number. And by end of this month, we'll have close to 350 services, and the mandate with which we're working is to bring each and every government services online on WhatsApp. And WhatsApp is just a medium. It could be any other platform.
Give me an example. Give me an example of a service that you believe can be effectively used through WhatsApp to connect to a large number of people in real time.
Let's talk about certificates. I'll give you a great example. Getting your basic things like your caste certificate is merged with corruption at the grassroots level. Today you can get on WhatsApp. Your 10th class board exam hall tickets. You have to go to the school and you have to just wait there, hope the principal is there or the authority is there to give you the certificates. You can get on WhatsApp today. So that's how dynamic things can be. And that's what we have now achieved in Andhra Pradesh. And I believe it's just a beginning. And we're really excited on the next wave of services that we'll bring on. And eventually I want to even bring land records to such platforms to make it very transparent to transact and use technology like blockchain.
Because we are at the cusp of a moment where AI is likely to disrupt lives. Do you believe AI can be an enabler for governance, or will AI end up being a replacement or a disruptor in the truest sense?
I mean, if you accept it, if you adapt to it, it will definitely transform our lives. If you resist it, you'll be out of a job. As simple as that. So as a government, we believe that AI is here. It is going to be the next wave, and we have to be ready for it. Our citizens have to be ready for it. Our students have to be ready for it. And the state has to be ready for it.
But are there some states which have a competitive advantage? I give the example of Telangana. We had Revant Reddy sitting where you were yesterday. He said Hyderabad is the city of the future. To that extent, a newer state like Andhra Pradesh, you're saying you'll make Visakhapatnam into the next data city. Do you lack a competitive advantage compared to a Bengaluru, which had a huge advantage courtesy Y2K? You have Telangana, which has an advantage because of the Hyderabad's location. Is it going to be tougher for some states?
See, Karnataka has Bangalore, Tamil Nadu has Chennai, Telangana has Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh has Chandrababu Naidu. He is our competitive advantage. So he is a person who drives all of us on speed of doing business. I mean, I'll give you an example of it. I think it was our 17th cabinet meeting. And at the end of the cabinet meeting, he took out the report on how many files each minister is sitting and how much time is each minister taking to clear files. And believe me, after that cabinet, yesterday I was watching my Home Minister, Anita Ji's secretary was running behind her and I was wondering what is he doing with an iPad. I mean, Home Minister iPad doesn't go well. It's basically a file came, we have to clear the file, otherwise time lag jayegi. Jaldi karo. I mean, that's the competitive advantage that we have. And that's Mr. Naidu. And look at what we are doing with Amravati all over again. We'll have announcements in the data city now coming up in Visakhapatnam. Yesterday, we signed with Tata Power a 7 gigawatt renewable energy project that's going to come in Andhra Pradesh. I mean, these are just few of the examples that we've now been able to achieve.
You mentioned Chandrababu Naidu ji, and Chandrababu Naidu Garu saw himself almost as a CEO of Hyderabad and Telangana. He told me something before, during the election campaign, that had I not been chief minister at the time, who knows, I'd be CEO of Google and I'd do a better job. And that, he had that self-confidence. He believed he was the real initiator of what happened. But do you see yourself as that? Not a politician, but now more a sort of CEO style. Is that the style that you prefer in a way?
I'm more a common man.
Oh, come on.
For me, that's what makes this entire journey even more rewarding. Intersection of technology and solving common problems. See, we can talk about AI, we can talk about e-gov, we can talk about e-files, all that is great. But if not for my Padayatra, I wouldn't have understood that delivering certificates is such a challenge. And this entire Manamitra, which is our friend, concept wouldn't have come about. So I believe that while technology is here, we should embrace it. We shouldn't get carried away with it. We should look at how do we harness the strength of the technology for the benefit of the common man. And that's where I believe that I have best of both worlds. I can harness the technology for our citizens.
Very interesting, because another interesting concept which your government and your chief minister is planning is a skill census. He's already started the rest of India is talking of a caste census. Chandrababu Naidu is talking of a skill census. Do you believe that's really the future? To find out what skills do people have rather than find out what caste they belong to?
In fact, caste census is a lot easier. Caste census is a lot easier than a skill census. I've realized that.
Why?
That's under me. It's under the Skill Development Corporation, which is under HRD Ministry. The biggest challenge that I am facing right now is how do you assess skills across so many traits? And how can individuals how can you create that symbiotic relationship between them, and then look at a lifelong journey of learning. And that's what makes it exciting, but challenging. We've done a pilot in my own constituency, which is Mangalgiri. I've learned a lot from that pilot. And now we are fine-tuning the entire process. And we're looking forward to actually rolling it out across the state.
You believe it's possible to scale up across this country? We could have a skill census which could actually transform the country much more than a caste census. Am I right?
Absolutely. I truly believe
You can scale it across India.
I believe India can do it. If there's any country that can do it, India can do it. We have the technology, we have the UID platform. We can really substantially leapfrog in that sense.
Fascinating. This is the interesting part where you stand out as a politician with a difference. Let's turn, therefore, to some of the political questions. Your HRD and education. There's this entire debate now raging with the southern states taking the lead, particularly MK Stalin, on the new education policy and the 3-language formula. Your father was asked this question 2 days ago in Delhi. He said, I'm not against Hindi. We should be a multilingual country. You can have as many languages as possible. Is that how you see it? That you can't restrict yourself, in fact, even to 3 languages, allow students to learn as many languages as they want? Or do you fear, like Stalin does, that this will lead to the imposition of Hindi?
I don't believe impositions will happen in India. I believe every state is unique. And when I met the education minister, he was more insisting me on promoting Telugu in my own state and as a medium of education. So there's a great thrust from India government to promote local languages and mother tongue, number one. Number two, I agree. I mean, Mr. Naidu is leading from the front. If you look at it, it's not just about 3 languages. Our kids should learn German, Japanese, because that's the next wave of jobs that's opening up for us. I've seen that. Like nurses, home care, there's huge opportunity now in Germany and in Japan. And as a skill development minister, I've now inked an agreement to actually teach German to nurses so that they can have mobility and they can actually go to Germany and render their services there. There's an agreement where we're going to teach even Japanese to nurses. So I think this is just a beginning, and India can have a very strategic role to play. And I believe it's important to learn multiple languages.
So you're not going to take a cue from what MK Stalin is saying. You're saying be multilingual, don't see this as imposition of Hindi. You would in fact like probably Telugu to be spoken in some North Indian states.
Why not? I think that should be the way. Give the kids the opportunity to learn what they would want to learn. See, I'm reasonably fluent in Hindi. It helps me in my life. अच्छा है. Hyderabad से हूँ ना. So, for me, I believe it's important. It's important to survive in this day and age. It's important to learn multiple languages.
There's an even bigger time bomb brewing, it seems, in the southern states. I mean, the word time bomb has been used by MK Stalin, which is delimitation. Do you believe that Andhra Pradesh will join the chorus of the southern states calling for an all-party meeting, calling for clarity from the center when it comes to delimitation? Do you fear, as Stalin says, that the southern states will lose out to the states of the Hindi heartland simply because of population numbers?
To be fair, the entire population control should not be used against the southern states. I agree with that logic. But saying that India government has made it very clear that the current ratios will be maintained.
Mm-hmm.
So just because some states have elections and they're making it an election issue, I don't believe Andhra Pradesh should jump onto the bandwagon. If there's anything, as an NDA partner, we will have a conversation and we can resolve things.
You see yourself, therefore, as NDA partners, not as partners of some broader southern coalition that MK Stalin wants to create on delimitation.
See, our support to NDA was always unconditional. We joined the NDA unconditionally. We continue to support India unconditionally. And I believe that today we have a voice at the table and we will use it at the appropriate forum.
It's interesting you're saying you have a voice at the table. People, the buzz in Delhi is if Nara Lokesh or Chandrababu Naidu come to Delhi, all doors open up for them. Are you extracting a price for your support from the NDA government? Any project that Andhra Pradesh needs is always given priority. We saw it in the 2024 budget as well. This is Andhra Pradesh once again getting back into the game. So it suits you, right? When you say voice at the table, is it a voice at the table or is it extracting?
See, Telugu Desam party might be a regional party, but we believe in India first. And our approach has always been that. Please look at us during Vajpayee ji's tenure. Look at telecom deregulation. Opening up highways, opening up our airports, ports. The first private airport came in combined Andhra Pradesh in Hyderabad. The first private port was in Andhra Pradesh. So we believe that we contribute to nation's building. In that whole process, like any other state would benefit from it, Andhra Pradesh benefits from it by being the first mover. But that's it. Not beyond that.
No, it's interesting because 5 years ago, you all were with with Rahul Gandhi and the Congress. 5 years later, you're back to Mr. Modi and the BJP. More comfortable here than you were on the other side, or simply being on the right side of power, what a state like Andhra Pradesh needs at the moment?
No, if you look at it, pre-2024 elections, we've extended our support unconditionally. It was unconditional. We walked into India unconditionally. We continue to support India unconditionally. And our contribution is more towards nation's building. And in the whole process, yes, Andhra Pradesh might be the first mover advantage, might have it. I think there's nothing wrong in it.
Okay, let me turn
There's no policy just for Andhra Pradesh. There's a policy for India.
Okay, there is the soft side of Nara Lokesh, well-spoken, Stanford graduate, focusing on e-governance. There's the other side apparently, which Andhrites tell me, which is the red book. You've got this red book, which has all the names of the YSRCP leaders who targeted your party. And one by one, you are in some way eliminating them. You're targeting them, eliminating them. That is the darker side of this politics of vendetta. Jagan Reddy targeted you, put your father in jail. You are determined to finish him off. Is this the politics of vendetta? What is this red book? Can you show it to us?
No, see, I think that...
Is there a red book?
Yes, red book does exist. I've showed it in all the public meetings of my Padayatra. But I think there's a lot of context to it and people should appreciate that. Be a graduate from Stanford. I have 23 cases foisted against me in the last 5 years. 23. There's an false SC/ST case against me. There's an attempt to murder case filed against me. So as a next generation politician and as a young leader of this great country, I believe that there's a responsibility on us to restore the fundamentals of our democracy. People who broke the law have to face the music of the law. And that's all I've been saying. And we've followed the due process of the law. So you cannot hold it against me that I'm implementing the law of the land. If I did break the law, do take action against me. I have no qualms on it. I was a minister in the past term, third term of Mr. Naidu. They couldn't find any fault in any of my files. Any of my files. Because I've done nothing wrong. But I believe it's important to restore the fourth pillar of the democracy, and we are doing it.
But is there an element of vendetta in that? That you are now out to somehow or the other do to Jagan Mohan Reddy what you believe Jagan Mohan Reddy did to you, your father, your party. And therefore Andhra Pradesh will once again get caught in this vortex of vendetta politics.
Now, this is the same question I've been asked every month for the last 9 months. It's been 9 months. Have you seen it? Have you seen it happen? Absolutely not. Everyone is happy. Things are going on. Massive investments are coming into Andhra Pradesh today. The entire ecosystem is moving forward.
But there are also YSRCP leaders who say their houses are being raided, their workers are being attacked.
Absolutely not. I mean, if I do take a leaf out of Jagan's textbook, it will be very difficult for him to go out then. Because he didn't let us even go out and protest. They would tie our gate. And they won't let the Honorable Chief Minister or myself to even step out of our own house. But today Jagan is moving freely in Andhra Pradesh. We never stopped him. In fact, he gets more security than our Deputy Chief Minister. So where is vendetta politics coming in from?
Even when the Tirupati Laddu controversy broke up a few months ago, that also became, is this vendetta politics at work? Chandrababu Naidu trying to take over in a way, whatever the management of Tirupati, there was term versus Jagan who tried to control it earlier. Is all of this tangled in politics? Lokesh, do you believe it's important to break away from that to build a better state?
No. Tirupati is very, very personal for Mr. Naidu because his ancestral home looks at one of the hill. So he's grown up seeing the Lord and taking his blessings. It is a fact that he came across a report that tested the ghee that made those claims. And he said that, he made that statement. And TTD is never under the management of individuals, it's under the management of the state government. It's one of the best well-oiled machine. It runs, it's amazing, it's a highest efficiency, the quality of food, everything is great. But when there is a report, as a chief minister, it's his responsibility to put it out. If he didn't put it out, sitting here you would question me saying, why didn't you put that report out? I think he's just doing what he believes is right. In the past, we've made allegations, and it's rightfully so, on liquor, on sand. Supreme Court, there's a case going on the sand mafia of Andhra Pradesh. So all these are facts. So you cannot say that I shouldn't use the law, for the people who have broken the law. They have to face music. No second thoughts about it. But by no means is it vendetta politics.
So let me just push you one last time on this. Do you worry sometimes that the brutal competitive politics turns the gaze away from the real issues? The real issues should be of governance. People want better governance. Absolutely. However, on the ground, politicians are busy fighting out their battles, defecting from one side to the other, and thereby a lot of energy is invested and wasted in fighting these battles. And is Andhra Pradesh one of those states that could lose out as a result?
Absolutely not. We are not going to lose out. Saying that, Andhra Pradesh in the 90s had an amazing democracy where in the house both parties would fight on issues or on the bill till the wee hours, till 2, 3 in the morning. But today it doesn't exist, and it's very unfortunate. Debate needs to happen, discourse needs to happen. It's very unfortunate that the opposition has decided not to come to the house for whatever numbers they have.
They're saying you're not allowing Jagan to even be the leader of the opposition.
He is the leader of his party. Who am I to allow him or not allow him? But leader of opposition definition is quite clear. The parliamentary rules and the assembly rules states that he needs to have 10% of the constituent assembly. He doesn't have that. So he expects me to break the rule for him. I think that's very unfair. We are law-abiding citizens. We are not here to break any rules.
Okay, let's look ahead. 42-year-old politician, how do you see the next decade? Are you the heir apparent? You know, in the South, we started off with dynasty politics. We're going to look back, as we end, we're coming back to that because we're seeing in Tamil Nadu, Udaynidhi Stalin rising and becoming Deputy Chief Minister. Next time when you come to the India Today conclave, will you be Deputy Chief Minister? Is that the way the Telugu Desam, like many regional parties, has a clear line of succession? Are you the successor, anointed successor of Chandrababu Naidu ji?
See, it is for the people of Andhra Pradesh to decide who will lead them. It is not for Mr. Naidu to decide. So people of Andhra Pradesh will decide on that, number one. Number two, if you just look at my journey, I've always taken a road less traveled. I've contested in a constituency that Telugu Desam Party has not won since 1985. I lost in 2019 by 5,300 votes. I stuck at it, fought, and this time around I won it with 91,000 majority, which is the third highest in Andhra Pradesh. HRD ministry is the most toughest ministry. And I chose it because
HRD ministry is the most tough ministry?
Yeah, it is.
Why?
We have amazing unions. Teacher unions are very strong. And I believe that's where change should start. Change should start from education. I believe that we have a very important role to play. And that's where I've chosen a road less traveled, and I believe in that. And it's for the people of Andhra Pradesh to decide who sits where.
Today is Women's Day. And I believe that your wife is a very powerful, strong woman, as is your mother. In fact, I heard that they were very successful. Your mother set up a very successful business enterprise. Yep. What have you learned from your wife and your mother? On Women's Day, you can tell us, are they the real power in the Naidu family? Yeah. You don't see them much in the public eye, but they are the ones, I'm told, that perhaps are the real driving force in the family.
Well, my wife pays my credit card bills.
Really?
She does. So we are second generation entrepreneurs. So the other side of Mr. Naidu is that he's a successful entrepreneur. He started a dairy company way back in the 90s, and it's a listed company, has a close to about 4,500 crores of market cap. And now my wife Brahmani is the executive director of that company, and she runs it day to day. If there's something that I should learn from her, it's work-life balance. She does it far better than I could have ever imagined. She takes care of the business. We have only one son, Devansh, so she takes up all the responsibility of taking care of him. And then, of course, she has the other son, which is me. And she's busy calling me in the evening, lecturing me about my health, and I need to take care of things, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, work-life balance, I believe women do a much, much better job than men do. And I think we have a lot to learn from them in that sense. Saying that, I don't believe that Women's Day should be one day. It should be celebrated every day. And as HRD minister, we are doing a lot of changes in our curriculum. Starting from household chores. Why should the photos be all women? So from this year, it's 50-50. It's going to be men and women doing household chores, the pictures in our textbook. So I believe transformation should happen from education.
I love the way you said that 4,500 crores market cap so casually. That's what makes the southern politicians different. They don't wear their money on their sleeve, right? But the truth of the matter is, as you said, this has been quite a journey for you. Particularly the last few years. Was there ever a moment of doubt, a moment of darkness, wondering, telling your wife, let's go back and live on the West Coast? Might be much easier to be in San Francisco or go back to the Stanford campus. What are we doing in the badlands of Rayalaseema and Kakinada and wherever else?
No, Padayatra couldn't stop me, but when Mr. Naidu was arrested, there was this movement where my wife told me, she said, is this worth it? As a family, we've had so much of respect. We've lived at a certain level. Is this worth it? He's behind bars. Why are we doing all this? What's the point? But that very evening in Hyderabad, 45,000 IT professionals came together to do a gratitude concert for Mr. Naidu. And this was on a day when there's a cricket match. 45,000 IT professionals came. And it was apolitical. We didn't organize it. They did it on their own. And that made it worth it. And that's when we all felt that we should do this. This is worth it. And that's why we've committed our life all over again to the service of the citizens of India and Andhra Pradesh.
By the way, Lokesh is a man of many parts. He's also a great cricket fan. You might have spotted him at the India-Pakistan match in Dubai. Are you going tomorrow to watch the match and taking me along with you? We can go and watch. I believe there's a box that the Andhra Pradesh Cricket Association has. We have the secretary of the APCA also here. So should we go and watch the match, and who's going to win?
I have assembly come Monday, so I better be here.
Now, I've got a news bulletin 9 p.m. on Monday, but we can watch the match and fly back from Dubai. But who's going to win?
Oh, India, all the way.
Okay.
Really excited. Can't wait to watch it.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, Lokesh is a man of many parts, and in this half hour, we've tried to discover those various parts. He's focused on governance, focused on IT, he's done the padiyatras, done the hard yards, and thereby, in a sense, has sent out a message to other political dinners that if you really want to rise, you've got to hit the ground, be willing to take the road less traveled, and have strong women along the way with you. I remember, as I said at the outset, interviewing your grandfather. I'll just ask him one. Any memories of the great NTR? Do you have any memories at all? He made me interview him at 5 a.m. in the morning. Do you get up at 5 a.m.?
No, I sleep at 3 a.m., so there's no way I'm getting up at 5. I'm a full-time politician. No, but saying that, I mean, he's a larger-than-life personality. And every time I would go there, typically on our birthdays to take his blessings, my mom would warn me, don't do this, don't do that, don't do that. But, you know, when you go there, the kind of love and affection he would have for his grandkids, so it's just amazing. So that's my fond memory of my grandfather.
N.T. Rama Rao founded Telugu Desam in 1983, won an election in just 6 months. Quite a remarkable career, charismatic figure. Chandrababu Naidu, in many ways, one of the real builders of modern Hyderabad. Nara Lokesh has big shoes to fill, but he started off on that journey. For joining us here at the India Today Conclave, thank you very much, Nara Lokesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. Ramar Sinha, COO Radico Khaitan, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to
Luxury, heritage and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
UNSW Sydney. He's a leading authority on AI, been in the field for the last 30 years with 4 acclaimed books that he's penned on AI. Today, he's, of course, at the forefront of discussions of the impact, ethics, future of AI in a world which is so rapidly evolving. AI, an agent or a master? Agent, for viewers, is a tool, an assistant of sorts, or a master, an entity with control and decision-making powers. Are we going towards that? Oh, yeah. All right, I was waiting for him. Right up there, Mr. Walsh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. There's one word you used in the introduction that I really would like to talk about, which is rapid. Because I don't think people really fully understand. I've worked in the field now for, actually, it's almost 40 years.
40 years?
40 years, yes.
So 40 years when there was no AI.
Well, we were working on it.
Working on it.
But the thing that surprises me and many of my colleagues working at the cutting edge of AI today is not the technology. I mean, the technology is like I imagined it was 40 years ago. Maybe indeed I had hoped we'd get here a bit quicker. But what really has surprised me is the rate at which the field is unfolding. I did the math the other day. $1 billion is being spent on AI every day around the world. We have never seen that scale of investment in one technology ever before. I don't think it's hard to comprehend what is $1 billion a day, but to try and help you understand what that means, that's 20% of the world's R&D budget is being spent on one technology. Again, that's without precedent. I mean, the previous most expensive scientific journey was the Manhattan Project. And it's orders of magnitude more, even adjusting for inflation, than there was being spent on the Manhattan Project.
For our audience here, just take a moment for letting that sink in with what Mr. Walsh just told us. 20% of the world's budget today is spent on artificial intelligence. And Mr. Walsh has been in the field for the last 30, 40 years, researching, and now an expert. We have him with us, thrilled to have him with us on the stage today, Mr. Walsh. Where most of us, the only introduction to AI was possibly The Matrix or Terminator, you had practically envisioned yourself being here and having this conversation.
Well, yes, indeed. I mean, for most people, and indeed, that's why I'm here, was because as a young boy, I read those science fiction. I read, authors like Arthur C. Clarke and Isaac Asimov, and they painted a picture of a future where we had all these intelligent computers and robots that these intelligent computers were controlling. And I remember realizing back then as a young boy that future was going to arrive, and we already had the tools, the computers, that were going to help us build that future. And so we should try and set about building that future. And that's what I started, with the goal of doing. My father, who's in his 90s, said to me the other day, he said, it was a remarkable press interview back then to think of that future. And I said, yes. He said, you were playing the long game though, weren't you?
No, but it's commendable. To tell our audience also, Mr. Walsh is coming fresh off France, the AI Safety Summit, which turned into this AI Action Summit.
That's right, yes. The UK held the first summit at Bletchley Park, where, of course, they cracked the German Enigma codes in the Second World War, and a follow-up summit hosted by France, and indeed co-hosted by India. The French, though, renamed the summit, and I think this is actually quite telling. It says something about the geopolitical direction that we're going, not just the scientific direction, but the direction the field is going in. It was renamed from a safety summit, which was exclusively focused on how we regulate, how we deal with the challenges the technology throws up, to the French called it President Macron, obviously, is an action man, so he called it the Action Summit. And you did see a real shift in perspective there that indeed it was epitomized by Vice President Vance's speech, where it was really let's not regulate, this is an all-out race for technological economic dominance, a race that was, of course, at the time made even more poignant by the announcement from China of DeepSeek, their state-of-the-art model that had really shocked many people, especially people in the US, that China was a major player, was competitive despite the tech restrictions. But what I think is interesting is also to look at how that conversation now is going to shift, because India is hosting the next summit.
That's really interesting, because with what you say, where our Prime Minister is concerned, AI is right on top of our priority list right now. And there is a conversation that we are also having on how, to regulate without stifling innovation. And there's also this race that you see, which you've just touched on, where, of course, America is doing really well, China is doing it cheaper by the dozen, and then there are other countries which seemingly might, fall on the wayside of this AI race. And India is looking at that keenly. We'd like to develop rather than just watch.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I had the privilege and pleasure to have a meeting with Prime Minister Modi.
Oh, really? How did that go?
It was one of the more unexpected afternoons of my life, when he came to visit Australia, and I had the pleasure to meet him. And he spent half an hour asking me questions. And what really impressed me, I'm amongst friends here, I think, and just between you and me,
We're just going live, that's it.
Okay, and the live audience. I talked to him for 30 minutes. He didn't have any notes, and he asked good questions for 30 minutes.
Because like I pointed out, AI is right on the top of India's priority list. And you see this race, we're hoping to get there. But would you want to delve a little on the countries that are really not where they should be in the race where AI is concerned, because the kind of money that's being invested, the kind of technology that's needed?
Yeah, well, I mean, you put your finger on, I think, what worries people, or perhaps worries people here in India, which is if you're being outspent by what's happening in the US, where most of that $1 billion is being spent in the US. Not all of it, but a large chunk of it's being spent in the US. A lot of it's being spent by China. And those are the two leading nations, and very much neck and neck today. And there are, but what's interesting, and what you should take away from the Chinese DeepSeek model is not that, China is going to win this race, and what consequences that's going to have to the balance of power in the world, but that China did it with much less money, only a few $1 million, and they did it despite the fact that the US had put trade restrictions on the latest GPUs, the latest computer hardware that you need to run some of this. So the fact that China could do that, despite these limitations, less money, less compute, tells you that India can do it. Tells you that where I live, Australia can do it. Tells you that it's not just the people with the deepest pocket. This is a technology. It's often compared to electricity. And actually, that's quite a good analogy, because the world benefits from electricity.
True.
It wasn't just Edison and the followers of Edison who got to have the profit of electricity. Electricity is everywhere in India, it's everywhere in Africa, it's everywhere in the world. Everywhere you go, electricity is powering so many things and also driving the data. And so AI is going to be the same. You're going to see, some people take a little bit of a first mover advantage, like Google has taken a bit of an advantage in the internet world.
But it's just the beginning.
But that's just the beginning. And in the long term, it is a technology. It's a technology that we know works very well in distributed fashion, because intelligence is already distributed. There's 8 billion intelligences around the world, and they coordinate and cooperate and compete. But that actually is quite a good way to break things down. And AI will be the same. It won't be the one super-duper Google intelligence or the one super-duper DeepSeek intelligence that wins. We'll all have our own individual AI. We'll run on our smartphone, run on our computers. And that's actually quite a good way to spread the power, spread the benefits, protect your privacy and all those other things.
No, India is quite keen on that, because we completely do understand that AI is the new geopolitical weapon, and we must, be on that bandwagon. But I'll draw you back.
And let me say one other thing about India before we move on, which is that India, if it plays its cards right, could do very well. So, whilst everyone is going to benefit from AI, certain people will benefit more. From electricity, we know that Siemens and Westinghouse perhaps did a bit better than a few other people. Well, India potentially has the raw materials to do really well in AI. And the two most important raw materials are people, it's the brain power of the people building it, and data. All of this is being driven by what we can learn from the data. Well, India's got 1 billion something people. That's a huge amount of data. So you have, if you plan it well, you have the raw ingredients to do quite well.
Let me draw you back. How often do you get the question, in the future, will AI be limited to agents or master? The ethics of AI. How many talks have you delivered on that? It's a concern.
It is, and indeed, actually, I think people are more concerned about it today than they were even 3 or 4 years ago. Almost every conversation I have now. People say, well, if the machine's taking over, should I be worried?
Should we be worried? And how worried should we be?
I don't think you need to be too worried today about the machines taking over. I think you should be worried about humans behaving badly, whether that be presidents of countries on the other side of the world, that humans will use these tools to amplify the harm they do. But at the moment, machines do exactly what we tell them to do. That's all they ever do. Now, sometimes we haven't thought carefully enough about what we tell them to do, and anyone who's programmed a computer knows it's incredibly, frustratingly, literally minded. It does exactly what we tell it to do, even if that is quite harmful. But computers don't have any initiative of their own. They don't have any free will of their own. In that sense, you don't have to worry about the Terminator. But you do have to worry that people are going to use the technologies. Humans are going to direct the technologies in ways that could be harmful. Mm-hmm. You know, and we had the three chiefs on this morning, and that's one thing that does worry me. I've had the privilege to speak at the United Nations half a dozen times about how AI is changing completely the character of war. You only have to look at vision coming back from the Ukraine to see that war is being transformed by artificial intelligence. You only have to look at what was happening, the tragedy unfolding in Gaza, to see again where AI is making the decisions as to where the IDF was intervening. Again, AI is completely changing the character and nature of war, to think that this is something that isn't going to be necessarily purely a good, and that we're going to have to be careful and mindful. And to think about it, because let's not forget, there are many technologies that we have regulated as a planet. We've regulated nuclear weapons, we've regulated chemical weapons, biological weapons, cluster munitions, blinding lasers. Actually, when you come down to it, you add it all up, there's quite a bit of technology we've thought about. Well, that is actually morally repugnant. That's going to be distasteful. We already actually have good enough ways. We have F-35 fighters, we have, howitzers and lots of ways of defending ourselves and protecting. And do we really need to use this newest technology in ways that are going to look like a bad Hollywood movie?
But, Mr. Walsh, with what you've said, I gather that there is no real current threat that an agent is going to turn into a master anytime soon. But then,
not a current threat. I think actually we're going to be our own worst enemies. That we will enslave ourselves because we'll dumb ourselves down. That we saw this. I've always said, social media should have been a wake-up call. A wake-up call to when we hand over, our attention to machines. That we're our own worst enemies. It's us that are addicted to our smartphones. It's not, and the machines are designed to be addictive, I have to admit. But, we're easily drawn in, we're easily seduced. It's our own human failings that get us there. And I do worry that we're going to supercharge that with AI. And if we're not careful, we'll wake up and we realize that we've dumbed ourselves down. We've handed over so many of the things that we do to the machines, and it's not that the machines have taken over, but we've given them the right to do that. And that if we no longer write business letters, because ChatGPT always writes our business letters, if we no longer write our speeches because ChatGPT writes our speeches, well, maybe we lose the ability to communicate.
But Mr. Walsh, when you read about very disconcerting events like the chatbot Gemini of Google actually telling a student to go kill himself, or he needs to die, or and tell me if it's true, because some of us were really worried, and then we thought it was just we were maybe overreacting. Where when this word came in that there were two AI agents who were speaking with each other, and then they realized that they are AI, and then they switched to a different language, which is AI language. Did it happen?
It did. Yes, it did.
Now that's disconcerting. Now I would think that's machines taking over.
No, a friend of mine actually was behind this experiment.
Could you explain?
It was reported in a way that was much more sensational than what happened. So they were building some agents, some AI agents that could learn to trade. So I want 2 bags of sugar and I want a bag of flour, and they got the AI agents to trade with each other. And to begin with, there was a human in the loop, so the agents were speaking in English. But when the human got out of the loop, the agents worked out, well, English is quite inefficient. I could say, 1X and 3 R's. And it worked out X stood for sugar and R stand for flour, that was much more efficient. And so it wasn't being intentionally, malevolent in any way at all. Just realized that English is pretty inefficient. Computer speak is much quicker and so much easier, much more precise, much less ambiguous. There were lots of reasons why that made sense.
But that does, leave room for being malevolent.
Yes, it does. It does. And so human oversight is always going to be really important, especially where the applications have significance, a high stake. But I mean, the other thing, and to talk about chatbots, encouraging people to commit suicide, that has really happened. People, as far as we know, have been encouraged. But again, I look at social media and say, we didn't learn the lesson. We're running this big experiment on humanity, especially our young people, which is having, as if you look at the statistics in most countries, anxiety levels amongst young people are going through the roof. Mental health issues are going through the roof, coinciding with the introduction of social media. Now, it's very hard to know whether correlation is causation, but one has to start suspecting strongly that, like the experiment we ran with tobacco, this is not proving to be a good thing. And why is it that we let the technology companies put these tools out in the public sphere without running the tests and the safeguards? If I said to you that there was a drug company and it was testing its product on the general public, it didn't have any regulatory oversight, people were dying, you'd say, no, surely that's outrageous. And I'd say, no, of course, that doesn't happen. Drug companies are carefully and appropriately regulated. They have to run trials, they have to produce evidence to show that their products are not going to harm people. And that's with their physical health. But somehow we forget for people's mental health that it's just as important. And social media and now AI is running a big experiment on humanity. And I don't think we're putting in the appropriate oversight to ensure that there'll be some good things with it. These tools are very helpful for people exploring issues, people who are having issues around addressing their sexuality.
Fair point. One needs to have that bit of regulation while not to stifle innovation. You need to walk that thin line.
We do, but I think it's a bit of a myth that the tech companies have helped perpetuate that regulation necessarily stifles innovation. And indeed, there's actually quite a good argument that regulation will prevent innovation from being stifled. That we saw this, for example, with genetically modified foods. The public was not really brought along with the idea, it was not felt that it was being appropriately regulated, and now in many countries I go to, people talk about frankenfoods and that we won't get the benefits, the climate resistance, the disease resistance that we need from genetically modified, forgetting, of course, that the last 2,000 years of agriculture have been slowly genetically modifying food.
Mr. Walsh, I would like to talk a bit more about this, and we're going to take that off stage, but I want to quickly come. One of the books, of the 4 books that Mr. Walsh has written, he's actually set a date, 2062. And it's very disconcerting and scary because he seems to suggest by 2062, AI is going to be as efficient as humans. Now, does that mean that AI will develop a conscience? There'll be... what do you mean by that?
So I should say, this wasn't just my prediction. I surveyed 300 colleagues around the world, other experts in AI. That was their average prediction, 2062. Some of them said it was going to be quicker. Some of them said it was going to be slower, but the average was 2062.
Will they develop true creativity? Will they general intelligence, consciousness? What are we talking about?
So the question I asked them was, when would computers match humans in all of their cognitive, intellectual abilities? Whether they could do all the things that we do that require intelligence. I think it would be conceited to think that they wouldn't necessarily be creative. Whether they be conscious, now that I think is one of the most interesting, open scientific questions of the century, because we know so little about consciousness. I can summarize the scientific knowledge of consciousness. It happens in the brain, somewhere towards the base of the brain. That's it. That's about what science knows about what is actually the most profound human experience. When you woke up this morning, you opened your eyes, you didn't say, oh, I'm intelligent. You said, I'm awake, I'm conscious again. That experience of being alive, which is the rich thing that we all enjoy and is something that we know so little about. And what will happen by 2062 is will we have an answer to the question, is that something that's limited to biology, or is that something that could be recreated in silicon? We have no idea today what the answer to that question is. They might be conscious, or they might be zombie intelligence, intelligent but without the consciousness that goes with it. Consciousness and intelligence in the animal world seem to be very connected. All the things that are intelligent.
Do you see AI to be a threat to humanity in the long run?
No, I see humanity being a threat to humanity. Much greater threat.
Tell me something then, because reaching the end of the session, for someone who studied AI for so long, what is that one thing that you feel is not right about the way with which AI is developing?
I think the one thing that's wrong is that it shouldn't be in the hands of me or my colleagues. It should be in the hands of everyone. It's a technology that's going to touch all of our lives, and it shouldn't be up to people, many of them in Silicon Valley, many of them white male people with their own agendas, who are making those fundamental decisions about what is the future, what is 2060 going to be like, what is the world our children are going to be inherited. It's not the choice of them, it should be the choice of all of us.
We're also living in a geopolitical world where AI has become, like I said, a possible weapon. Which field do you think that where we stand today could be most harmed by if, that line blurs between an agent and a master?
I do worry about two things. One is the way that when we touched upon this a little bit, the way that we may transform warfare. And the other thing that I really worry about, because it is a very delicate thing and a very important thing, is our democracy. I'm here in the world's largest democracy.
Yes.
And I do worry that AI will be a tool that will supercharge misinformation, disinformation, will be used to polarize us. We've seen, I think, just unfortunately, a taste of what that can happen with social media. And now we're going to add to that. So with social media, we can reach very clearly, very cheaply into people's lives. And now we're going to be able to put AI into that, personalize, and put really persuasive content that will, I fear, not bring us together, but drive us apart. And democracies seem to be quite delicate at the moment, not just in this country, but in most democracies. Democracy, the democracy index is actually going down, the number of functioning democracies, which does not actually apparently include the United States, according to the democracy index, is going down, which is a worrying trend. For many years, from the start of the last century, the number of democracies was increasing. We're becoming a more democratic world, a more representative world. That seemed to me a good trend to go. Unfortunately, we're going backwards, and I do worry about how technologies, social media, AI, are providing the tools to help bad people make those changes.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to open the floor. Our vice chairperson wants to ask you a question, Ms. Kalipuri.
Hello. Hi. I just want to go back to an earlier question that Preeti asked you about two AI agents realizing they're talking to each other and switching from English to a more efficient language, which is, their own language. What I want to ask you is, in that experiment, did the AI agents realize that it's more efficient? Or did the humans who were running the experiment say to the AI agents, hey, it's more efficient, switch? Which way was it? And were the people carrying on the experiment expecting this to happen?
Good questions. The way it happened was they gave the AIs the goal of as quickly and as efficiently as possible agree a deal, an exchange of goods with each other. And so the AIs worked out, well, it was quicker and more efficient if we stop speaking English and start speaking our own language in that sense. Now, when it was reported in the press, people said, oh, the scientists switched it off in horror. That wasn't the case. My friend said, we switched it off because it wasn't what we were trying to achieve. We weren't very interested in what they were doing. We couldn't really, they did retrospectively debug what the messages were, but they said it wasn't that we were frightened of the machines going off and making other plans. They were still sticking to the goals. Again, computers do what we tell them to do. They were still just trying to exchange goods with each other. They were just doing it in a more efficient way because they discovered that English was an efficient way to do it.
And your friend wasn't horrified with that because that sounds quite horrifying to us.
She was horrified with the way it was reported, the way that it's turned into
Mr. Walsh, you've been
a conspiracy theory.
You've been researching AI too long to be this casual about this.
But it highlights a point, which is that we do live in a world in which conspiracy theories and rumors get easily amplified
by AI as well.
Yes, and therefore, I have great respect for the important role that the Fourth Estate, journalism, magazines like India Today play in filtering, finding out what is true and what is not quite true, to help us understand what are the real challenges that face society today and what are the things that we don't have to worry about.
We've reached the end of the session, but I'm going to just ask you one quick question because you're coming off France and where they changed the AI Safety Summit to the AI Action Summit. And India is going to host the next AI Action Summit. Should we change it back to the AI Safety Summit? Is the question that I asked.
No, I think you should change it to the AI for Good, AI for Society, AI for All Summit. So that all of us, not just the rich white people in Silicon Valley.
You have a very philanthropist way of looking at AI.
No.
But I appreciate you joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm, warm applause for Mr. Walsh. He should be back with us when India hosts the AI Safety Summit. We're going to have him back. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
While I quickly call upon Dinesh Batra, Executive Vice President, Hindustan Power, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Walsh.
Luxury, heritage, and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Come now to what is, to my mind, one of the most important conversations of the moment. How do we educate our children at a time when machines can do what they can, when every single query you may have is available at a chat prompt? What skills do we equip our children with? What do we teach them? My wife is here. It's something that we talk about all the time. So what we did is we decided to call in one of the best experts in the world, someone who's researching and thinking very deeply, in fact, even probably writing a book on the future of education. He's one of the top professors at the Harvard Business School. He's made a lot of effort to fly down, especially to the India Today Conclave, to be over here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm round of applause as I welcome Professor Bharat Anand. He's the Vice Provost for Advances in Learning, the Henry Byers Professor of Business Administration. He's an expert on digital strategy, media, entertainment strategy, corporate strategy, and organizational change. And at this moment, he's focusing very deeply on the future of education. If you've got young kids, if you're middle-aged yourself, wondering how to upskill yourself, this is a session you need to pay a lot of attention to. How we're going to do this is this. Professor Anand will first make a presentation, and then I have lots of questions. I'm sure so do you about what do we teach our children, how do we train them, how should we go about this. So just keep all those thoughts in your head. We'll hand the stage to Professor Anand. This is a master class. He said, I don't need to sit anywhere, and you can be cold called. Okay, cold call is if you're not paying attention to him and he sees, because it's around lunchtime and you seem to be looking at the door or looking around for food, he can cold call you and ask you some questions. So be on standby for that. With that, Professor Anand, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Rahul. Good morning. I need some more energy. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today to talk about Gen AI and education. For those who don't know what Gen AI is, imagine a person who's often wrong, but never in doubt. Now be honest with me, how many of you thought about your spouse? I did not, okay, but that's Gen AI. And what I want to talk about is what happens when we have large language models like ChatGPT and generative AI intersect with institutions like Harvard, where I sit, and I've been there for the last 27 years, currently overseeing teaching and learning for the university. Let me just ask you a question. How many of you think in the next 5 to 10 years, generative AI will have a very large impact on education? Just raise your hands. How many would say a moderate impact? So we have a few. How many would say little to no impact? Pretty much none. Okay. Let me come back to this. Here's a chart showing the rise of technologies and the time it took for different technologies to reach 50% penetration in the US economy. So if you look at computers, it actually took 20 years to reach about 30% penetration. Radio, it took about 20 years to reach half the population. TV about 12 years, smartphones about 7 years, smart speakers about 4 years, and chatbots about 2.5 years. This is part of the reason we're talking about this today. Here's what we know so far about Gen AI and education. First, the transformative potential stems from its intelligence. That's the I in AI. Okay? Secondly, as prudent educators, we should wait until the output is smart enough and gets better and is less prone to hallucinations or wrong answers. Third, given the state of where bot tutors are, it's unlikely, I think many believe, that it's going to be ultimately as good as the best active learning teachers who have refined their craft over many, many years and decades. Fourth, and Sal Khan talks about this is likely to ultimately level the playing field in education. And finally, the best thing we can do is to make sure that we secure access to everyone and let them experiment. Before you take a screenshot of this, don't, because I'm going to argue all of this is wrong. Now that I hopefully have your attention, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes arguing why. Let's actually start with the first one, which is the transformative potential stems from how intelligent the output is. I would argue, and in fact we just heard this from the previous speaker, we've been actually experiencing AI for 70 years. Machine learning for upwards of 50 years, deep learning for 30 years, transformers for 7 to 8 years. This has been an improvement gradually over time. There were some discrete changes recently, But the fundamental reason why this has taken off, I would argue, has less to do with the discrete improvements in intelligence 2 years ago, as opposed to the improvement in access or the interface that we have with the intelligence. What do I mean by that? I'm going to give you the 1-minute history of human communication. So we started out sitting around campfires, talking to each other. From there, we started writing pictures on the walls. That was graphics. From there, we started writing scrolls and books. That was formal text. And finally, the pinnacle of human communication, which was ones and zeros, and that's mathematics. That's the evolution of human-to-human communication. The evolution of human-to-computer communication has gone exactly in the opposite direction, which is 60, 70 years ago, starting with punch cards, ones and zeros. For those of you old enough might remember that. Then we moved to things like DOS prompts, commands that we had to input. By the way, and this is the fundamental thing, the big difference between Windows 1.0 and Windows 3.0, functionally they were almost identical. The big difference was the interface, meaning we moved to a graphical user interface and suddenly 7-year-old kids could be using computers. That, I think, is more similar to the revolution we're seeing now, which is AI for a long time was the province of computer programmers, software engineers, tech experts. With ChatGPT, it basically became available to every one of us on the planet through a simple search bar. That's basically the reason for the revolution. Where is this going? Probably towards just audio. And I don't know if anyone can guess what's the next evolution of this in terms of communication. Neural, reading emotions. You might argue basically us grunting and shaking our arms. Formerly, that would be called the Apple Vision Pro. You could argue we are regressing as a species. On the other hand, you could argue that in fact what's happening is that the distance between humans and computers is fundamentally shrinking. So that's the first thing I just want to say, which is fundamentally this is about access. What does this mean? It means that, does anyone know what this is? This is Photoshop. There's a lot of people who spend 1 year, 2 years, 4 years trying to master this, graphics design. Arguably, we don't need this kind of expertise anymore. We can simply get it by communicating directly in natural language with computers now. This, for those of you who don't know, is Epic. It's a medical software record. My wife, who's a cardiologist, does not like this. She spends 2 hours every single day filling in notes on these software records. You could argue sometime in the near future that communication will become much simpler. By the way, one of the things to keep in mind is for every one of you sitting in organizations, and by the way, this is a happy organization, to think about what this is likely to do to the org structure. If you think about the bottom of this organization, there's people who have expertise in different kinds of software, okay? Some expertise in Photoshop, some in Concur, some in different kinds of software. You could argue there's going to be consolidation within those functions. The middle managers who used to oversee all these software experts, it's likely we're going to see shrinkage there. In fact, you could argue all the way that the person at the top could in fact do sales, graphics design, marketing, everything by just interacting directly with the computer. It's not a stretch to say, and some people predict this, that the first one-person billion-dollar company is going to be likely to be born pretty soon. Okay, and people are already working on this. I would urge you to think about this question, which is, what does this mean for your expertise in organizations or the organizations you run? Because that's going to have big implications for how you run these organizations. All right, so that's the first point, which is fundamentally this is not about intelligence, about how it's accessed. The implication of this is more people will be able to use more computers for specialized purposes, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's likely to be the same people. Okay, that's the first thing. Second, I think we all look at these hallucinations and we say, let's wait. Let's wait till it gets better. By the way, that begs the question that hallucinations are a fundamental intrinsic property of generative AI because they're probabilistic models. But I would go further and say, even when AI capabilities fall far short and impair the human value proposition, there's still a reason to adopt it. Why do I say that? I'm a strategist. As strategists, we think of two sides of the equation. One is the benefit side. What are customers willing to pay? The other is the cost or the time side. Even if there's no improvement in intelligence, simply because of cost and time savings, there might be massive benefits to trying to adopt this. So the metaphor I want you to think about is the following company. Has anyone flown Ryanair? What is the experience like, Ishan? Basic, efficient. By the way, when I ask my students this, they often say, I hate it every single time I fly it. And of course, it begs the question, why are you repeatedly flying it? This is an airline, like most low-cost airlines. It doesn't offer any food on board, no seat selection. You've got to walk to the tarmac. You've got to pay extra for bags, no frequent flyers, no lounges. And this is the most profitable airline in Europe for the last 30 years running. Why? It's not providing a better product. It's saving cost. That's the metaphor I would love for you to keep in mind when you think about generative AI and its potential. So let me just walk through this, and sorry, as a strategist, I have to put up a 2x2 matrix at some point. There's two dimensions here I'd love for you to think about. The first is, what is the data that we're inputting into these large language models? And the data could be explicit in the form of files, like text files, numbers, etc. That's explicit data. Or it could be tacit knowledge, meaning creative, judgment, etc., etc. Okay? But the second dimension is as important, which is, what's the cost of making an error from the output? Not the prediction error. What's the cost of something going wrong? In some cases, it could be low. In some cases, it could be high. So let's actually talk through some examples. First is explicit data, low cost of errors. That's high volume customer support. For the last 30 years, this thing has been automated. By the way, that trajectory is likely to continue. Why do I say that? It is virtually impossible for any company to have people manning the phones to talk to 100,000 customers. This is the direction where it's going. Even if we have 2 or 3 or 4% errors, it's okay. It's simply much more efficient to respond to customers in this way. Okay, so that's one dimension. Second dimension is drafting legal agreements. For all the lawyers in the room, just watch out. It's going to be much, much easier. It already is to draft legal agreements. But we can't rely on generative AI to simply give us this thing without checking it. Some of you may have heard of that lawyer who did that a couple of years ago. Basically didn't review the agreements. There were some errors. He got fired. So we might have human in the loop. You don't want to basically take the output at face value, okay? Because the cost of making an error is simply too high. Third, on the top right, is creative skills. Design, marketing, copywriting. These are things where it's hard to evaluate what's truly better or worse. And so in some sense, the design outputs we get, the social media content we get as suggestions from generative AI, pretty good. The cost of making an error there, not that high. And finally, we get to the top right, where we want to be very, very careful, because this is like large enterprise software integration. You don't want to go there pretty soon, okay? Or designing an aircraft. Now, what does it mean for education? Let's actually play this out. I'm going to use our example as an illustration. If I'm sitting at Harvard, basically we get, when we open up the website, about 10,000 applications in the first couple months for admission. Maybe 30,000 people who look at the website. By the way, they have questions. It's impossible to speak personally and individually to everyone who has a question. This is beautiful for chatbots to be able to simply respond. Again, if there's an error in the response, it's okay. I mean, these are people who are simply thinking about applying, and they might find information in other ways. Secondly, legal contracts with food contractors. We want to be careful about human in the loop. Thirdly, designing social media content. When we go to the top left, this is something we can do far more efficiently today with generative AI. And finally, I can assure you we're not going to be using this anytime soon for hiring faculty or disciplinary actions against students. By the way, think about this not just for your organization, think about it for you individually. So if I was to do that, responding to emails, I get a lot of emails every day. Most of these emails are things that are very standard. Professor, when are your office hours? Where's the syllabus posted? By the way, even in other cases where students ask questions like, Professor, I have 2 offers, one from McKinsey, one from Boston Consulting Group. The cost of an error is not that high in my response. You'll be okay. Or I'm trying to decide whether to go to Microsoft or Amazon. You'll be okay. Okay, I'm just kidding, by the way. I can assure you I respond to all those emails individually. But you get the point. Writing a case study, it takes us 9 months to write these famous Harvard Business School case studies. The head of the MBA program last year said, I want to teach a case on Silicon Valley Bank tomorrow. What he did was go to ChatGPT, said, write a case like Harvard Business School with these 5 sections, financial information, competitor information, regulatory information. It spits it out. He then said, please tweak the information. Give me this data on the financials. Talk about these competitors. He iterated. It kept spitting out information. From beginning to end, he had a case study complete in 71 minutes. If you're not scared, by the way, we are, about what the potential here is. Brainstorming a slide for teaching. There's a couple slides in this talk where I took some pictures and I started trying to resize it. PowerPoint designer simply threw up some suggestions saying, here's how you might want to do it in 1 second. It didn't take me 10, 15 minutes to try and redesign these slides. A beautiful application for using this. And finally, thinking about exactly how I teach in the classroom or my research direction. I'm not going there anywhere soon. I'd love for you to think about a couple things from this simple framework. Number 1, we are obsessed with talking about prediction errors from large language models. I think the more relevant question is the cost of making these errors. Meaning, in some cases, the prediction error might be 30%, but if the cost of error is 0, it's okay to adopt it. In other cases, prediction errors might be only 1%, but the cost of failure is very high. You want to stay away. So stop thinking about prediction errors. Let's start thinking about the cost of errors for organizations. Secondly, if you notice what I've done, I've broken down the analysis from thinking about industries. What's the impact of AI on banking or education or retail into jobs? And in fact, gone a step further and broken it down into tasks. So don't ask the question of what is AI going to do to me? Ask the question, which are the tasks that I can actually automate and which are the tasks I don't want to touch? And the third is, I don't know about you, in my LinkedIn feed, every single day, I get new information about the latest AI models and where the intelligence trajectory is going, getting better and better. That's basically about the top right cell. I would say that's a red herring for most organizations because basically there's 3 other cells where you can adopt it right now and today with human in the loop, okay? So that's just something I'd love for you to think about. By the way, we did this with Harvard faculty where we interviewed 35 Harvard faculty who were using GenAI deeply in their classrooms. Those videos are up on the web. If you just type in Google, Generative AI Faculty Voices Harvard, you see all these videos. Here are some examples of what they were doing. A faculty co-pilot chatbot. It's almost like a teaching assistant that simulates the faculty, that answers simple questions and is available to you 24/7. Secondly, one of the things that we as faculty spend a lot of time thinking about is designing the tests and the quizzes and the assessments every year. And we've got to make it fresh because we know our students probably have access to last year's quizzes. Large language models are basically spitting this out in a couple minutes. And of course, as individuals, we would refine it. We're not going to just take it at face value. We refine it, we look at it, but it's saving a lot of time. Third, when we're giving lectures, students often have questions which they're too scared to ask live in front of 300 students. Oh, it's beautiful if they can simply type in the questions, have GenAI summarize the questions and put it up on a board. The faculty know exactly what the sentiment is in the classroom and where students are getting confused. By the way, notice one thing about all these examples. Every single one of them is about automating the mundane. It's not about saying, let's rely on the intelligence that's getting better and better. It's the left column of that framework I was talking about. So these are ways that it's being used nowadays in our classrooms. The third thing this premise that bot tutors are unlikely to be as good as the best instructors. We had a few colleagues at Harvard who tested this for a course called Physical Sciences 2. This is one of the most popular courses. And by the way, the instructors are very good in that course. They've been refining active learning teaching methods for many years. What they did as an experiment was say, for half the students every week, we'll give them access to the human tutors. For the other half, give them access to an AI bot. And by the way, the nice thing about the experiment is they flipped that every single week. So some people always had access to the humans, some people had access to the AI for that week, but then they'd flip the next week. Every single week, they tested your mastery of the content during that week. And what was interesting was the scores of the students using the AI bots were higher than with the human tutors. And these are tutors who've been refining their craft year in and year out. What was even more surprising is engagement was higher. By the way, this is a first experiment. The only point is we better take this seriously. Next, will it level the playing field in education? Part of the premise is because everyone has access, any individual in a village, a low-income area, is basically going to have access to the same technology as those who are in elite universities, and this is going to level everything. There's a possibility it might go exactly the other way, which is the benefits might accrue disproportionately to those who already have domain expertise. Why do I say this? Think about a simple example. When you have knowledge of a subject and you start using generative AI or ChatGPT, the way you interact with it, asking it prompts, follow-on prompts, you're basically using your judgment to filter out what's useful and what's not useful. If I didn't know anything about the subject, I basically don't know what I don't know. So in some sense, the prompts are garbage in, garbage out. By the way, this is being shown in different studies. There was a meta-analysis summarized by The Economist a couple of weeks ago, where they basically talk about different kinds of studies that are showing for certain domains and expertise, the gap between high performance, high knowledge workers and low knowledge workers is actually increasing. We better take this seriously. Why? And this is not the first time this has happened. 12 years ago, there was a big revolution in online education. Harvard and MIT got together, created a platform called edX, where we offered free online courses to anyone in the world. By the way, they still exist. If you want to take a course from Harvard for free, pay $100 for the certificate, you can get it on virtually every subject. What happened as a result? edX reached 35 million learners, as did Coursera and Udacity and other platforms. What was beautiful is roughly free 3,000 courses. The challenge was completion rates less than 5%. Why? By the way, if you're used to a boring lecture in the classroom, the boring lecture online is 10 times worse. So there's virtually no engagement. People take a long time to complete or may not complete. But here's what's interesting. The vast majority, 75% of those who actually completed these courses already had college degrees, meaning the educated rich were getting richer. Now think about that. That's very sobering. Why is that? Because those are people used to curiosity, intrinsic motivation. By the way, they're used to boring lectures. They've gone to college. But this has big implications for how we think about the digital divide. So I just want to keep that in your mind. And the last thing I just want to say is, rather than going out and trying to create tutor bots for as many courses as possible, I think what we really need to do is have a strategic conversation about what's the role and purpose of teachers, given the way the technology is proceeding. The one thing I will say here is that when we think about what we learned in school, okay, think back many, many years. We learned many things. Tell me honestly, how many of you have used geometry proofs since you graduated from high school? 3 people. Why did we learn state capitals and world capitals of every single country? Okay. Foreign languages, and by the way, this is Italian. Devi is not a goddess. Devi in Italian says you must. Okay, they have similarities. Why did we learn foreign languages? When we think about business concepts in our curriculum, I often get my students who come back 10 years later and say, those 2 years were the most transformative years of my life. I often ask them, what were the 3 most important concepts you learned? They said, we have no idea. I'm like, no, okay, give me one. No, we have no idea. I'm like, so why do you say this was transformative? The point simply being they're saying this was transformative not because of the particular content, but because of the way we were learning. We were forced to make decisions in real time. We were listening to others. We were communicating. What are they saying? They're saying that the real purpose of case method was listening and communication. The real purpose of proofs was understanding logic. The real purpose of memorizing state capitals was refining your memory. By the way, that example there is the poem If by Rudyard Kipling. Some of you might remember this from school. It goes something like this. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. I have PTSD because my nephew, when he was reciting this to me, preparing for his 10th grade exams, I was like, what the heck are you doing? But it was basically refining memory skills. And for foreign languages, it was just learning cultures and syntax. When we go deep down and think about what we were actually teaching, I think that probably gives us a little more hope. Because it means it doesn't matter if some of these things are probably accessible through Gen AI. When calculators came along, we thought it's going to destroy math skills. We're still teaching math, thankfully, 50 years later, and it's pretty good. So this is something that I think is going to be an important strategic conversation. This is the slide I'd love for you to keep in mind, which is basically everything I've just said. If you want to take a screenshot, this is the slide to take a screenshot. Thank you all so much, and I hope to be in touch. And keep this here.
At HBS, I took Professor Anand's class on economics for managers. Listening to him feels like being back in class. Fortunately, he didn't call anyone, which is terrific. So thank you for that. Now, I have a few questions. We've got young children, and you've got so much of knowledge available now on chat prompts. What's your advice to everyone who's got young children now wondering about what should they be teaching their children so that when they grow up and when we don't know what the actual capabilities of these machines are, that what they've learned is still useful?
How old are your kids, Rahul?
So my son is 9 and my daughter is 5.
What are you telling them right now?
Now, I want to learn from you, and I know we're telling them a lot of stuff, whether good, bad, ugly, I don't know. I'm trying to refine that and give them a framework of what we should be telling them.
So there's 2 things. So I think, first of all, this is probably one of the most common questions I get. By the way, it's really interesting that the tech experts, and there was an article in the Wall Street Journal about this 10 days ago, are basically telling their kids, don't learn computer science. That skill, at least basic computer programming, is gone. Advanced computer science, advanced data analysis, if you want to do that, that's going to be fine. What are they telling their kids to learn? They're telling their kids to learn how to teach dance. They're telling their kids to learn how to do plumbing. They're telling their kids to learn about the humanities. Why are they saying that? Implicitly, they're saying, what are those skill sets that are robust to machine intelligence? Now, I will say it is virtually impossible to predict that, given the pace at which this improvement is occurring. I probably have a slightly different kind of answer. By the way, my daughter's majoring in psychology without me telling her anything. So the kids, I think, know basically where this is going. But the one thing I'll say, Rahul, is I don't know, when you started out college, what were you majoring in?
Journalism.
Journalism. You started out with journalism. Okay, that's enlightened. I started out doing chemistry. And then the reason I switched to economics was probably like many of you. There was one teacher who inspired me. And that's what made me switch. And I would say to kids, follow the teachers who inspire you. And the reason is, if you can get inspired and passionate about a subject, that's going to build something that's going to be a skill that will last all your life, which is curiosity, which is intrinsic motivation. We talked about in the last session, this is no longer about learning episodically, it's about learning lifelong. And that's, I think, going to be the most important skill.
In the way that Indian families operate, and as do so many Asian families too, parents want to equip their children with the skills that are likely to be most useful when they grow up. So it used to be, say, engineering and doctors back in the day, then IT a few years ago. So if you were looking ahead, what do you think the children should be learning so that they acquire skills which are useful in the job market years down?
Yeah, I think that's honestly being too instrumental. As I said, 10 years ago, a lot of my students were talking to me and saying, what should I major in? I never told them computer science. If I told them that, I would have regretted it. But I genuinely mean this. That's looking at things too narrowly. What I would say is think about things like creativity, judgment, human emotion, empathy, psychology. Those are things that are going to be fundamentally important regardless of where computers are going. By the way, you can get those skills through various subjects. It doesn't matter. It's not a one-to-one mapping between those skills and a particular topic or disciplinary area. This is partly why I'm saying really think about where their passion is.
How do we teach our children how to think? Because everything's available on Google, Copilot, ChatGPT. You can just ChatGPT it. So joining the dots, giving them a framework to be able to interpret, analyze, and think. How do you tell them that when the easiest thing is, isko Google kar lete?
Yeah. So it's a good question. Just two things on that. The first is there was an interesting study done by colleagues at MIT recently where they had groups of students and they were asked to undertake a particular task or learn about a topic. Some students were given AI chatbots. Some students were only given Google search with no AI. What they found is the students with access to AI intelligence learned the material much faster. But when it came time to apply it on a separate test, which was different from the first one, they found it much harder. The students who learned the material through Google search with no other access took longer, but they did much better on those tests.
Why is that?
Part of the issue is learning is not simple. It takes effort, okay? And so part of the issue is you can't compress that effort. The harder it is to learn something, the more likely you'll remember it for longer periods of time. And so I think for me, the big implication is when I tell my students, look, all these technologies are available. It depends on how you use it. My basic approach to them is just saying, study. Because if you get domain expertise, you will be able to use these tools in a much more powerful way later on. So in some sense, this goes back to the notion of agency. It's like we can be lazy with tools and technologies, or we can be smart. It's all entirely up to you. But this is my advice.
You know, some of my friends in Silicon Valley have the toughest controls on their children when it comes to devices. You know, we look at how much time our children can spend on their iPads or TV. We are far more lenient. And they're the guys who are actually in the middle of the devices and they're developing them and they know the dangerous side effects. Now, those devices are also the repository of knowledge, which is where you can learn so much from. So as an educator, every parent has his own take on how much time children can spend. But as an educator, how do you look at this? Device addiction, just spending far more time, picking up some knowledge, but also wasting a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a nuance here, which is basically what they're doing is not saying don't use devices. They're saying don't use social media. And this goes back again to one of the things we were talking about earlier. We have gone through a decade where things like misinformation, disinformation, and so on, there is no good solution as far as we know today. There's also various other kinds of habits and so on that are getting accrued. That's partly what they're saying, stay away from. They're not saying stay away from computers. We can't do that. And in fact, you don't want to do that. But there's a nuance in terms of how we interact with tools and computers that we just want to keep in mind when we think about guardrails, right?
Are you seeing your students getting more and more obsessed with their devices, and how does that impact? And what are you trying to do to get them to socialize more? You know, to spend more time with each other and not be stuck on their phones or
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. So in some sense, last year we had a conference at Harvard. We had 400 people from our community attend the conference. And some of our colleagues were saying, we should have a policy of laptops down. No laptops in class, take out your devices. I was coming in for a session right afterwards, but part of the reason I wanted them to take out their mobile phones was I had 2 or 3 polls during my lecture where I wanted them to give me their input. So I said, mobile phones out, okay? And this was sort of crazy. But the story illustrates something interesting, which is these devices for certain things can be really powerful. It can turn a passive learning modality into an active learning modality where every single person is participating. We don't want to take that away. What we want to try and deal with is people playing games while you're lecturing. Now, by the way, me personally, I just put it on myself. If I'm not exciting enough or energizing enough for my students to be engaged, use your mobile phones. That's on me. Okay? But that's partly what
they're
the
quite
challenge
engaged. Show of hands, how many felt engaged during the session and how many were like, bhook lage bhai, lunch kab ho raha hai? Achhe se bata do. Okay. So that which is why agentic AI and chatbots can never do what professors can, right? So I'll take some questions. Kali has a question. Kali, go ahead.
Hi, Professor. You mentioned that one of the things that we should work on to teach our children is empathy. How do you actually teach empathy in our formal education system? Or does this just go back to then parents and family?
It's a hard question. In fact, this is, by the way, one of the most important issues we're facing today on campuses. It's related in part even in higher education, not just younger kids. When we talk about difficult conversations on campus, part of the reason we're facing those issues is because people are intransigent. It's like, I don't care what you say, I'm not going to change my mind. One of the things we introduced a couple of years ago on the Harvard application for undergraduate is a question that says, have you ever changed your mind when discussing something with anyone else? Okay, or something to that effect. But that's basically saying how open-minded are we. That's one version of empathy. There's many other dimensions. I think part of the challenge is that we don't teach that in schools, right? We don't teach that formally in schools, which is partly why there's this whole wave now of schools, not just in other countries, in India, which are starting to talk about how do we teach the second curriculum, the hidden curriculum? How do we teach those social and emotional skills, the book of life, so to speak? And I think, it's not rocket science to say this, it starts at home, right? Like that's basically what we do with our kids every single day. But that's something that's, I think, going to become fundamentally more important, partly because of the reasons of what I talked about.
Dr. Sanjeev Bagai has a question. Okay, I see lots of hands going up. Okay, but khana bhi khana hai, baad mein bolna ki India wale ne khana nahi khilaya. Yes, Dr. Bagai.
Wonderful listening to you. Just with regards AI and technology, I've always said that AI and digital technology is not an expenditure. It's actually an investment. So very quickly, if you allow me just 60 seconds, in healthcare, it gives you better clinical outcomes. It has decreased from number one cause of death as hospital-acquired infections in many hospital chains as practically less than 1%. So it gives you a safer outcome. It gives you a better patient experience. The turnaround of the bed strength is a lot quicker. And more importantly is it gives you better operational excellence. So all the hospitals, as far as medical facilities are concerned, who have not embraced it as yet, will find it difficult to operate in the present environment. What AI and digital technology has made us learn as doctors is that data is the new gold. If you don't analyze data, if you don't see what your results are, if you don't see where your clinical outcomes are, then you can't go forward. So AI is what is in the future for us, all of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's more in the form of an observation.
Let me just elaborate on that in two ways. One is, I think I would just go back and useful to contextualize AI, right? Like right now, we often get obsessed by the latest technology. When we think about upskilling, reskilling in education, there's a revolution that started a decade ago. As I alluded to, there's basically 3,000 courses available to all of you today on any subject. So the notion of let's wait for AI, no, it's already there. My father-in-law, who's 92 years old, during COVID, he said, Bharat, what should I do? I said, we have all these courses from Harvard available. In the last 2 years or 3 years, he's completed 35 courses.
Wow.
Okay, at the age of 92.
Wow.
By the way, he's paid $0 for that because he said, I don't need a certificate. And so I told him, you're the reason we have a business model problem. Okay? But that's one aspect. The second aspect is sort of thinking about where you're going. I think you're exactly right, Sanjeev, which is every organization is going to have low-hanging fruit. The one thing I just caution is there's going to be a paradox of access. Meaning, if every organization, every one of your peers has access to the same technology as you, it's going to be harder for you to maintain competitive advantage. That's a fundamental question, okay? This is just a basic observation. So I just want to sort of mention that, but you're absolutely right about the low-hanging fruit in medicine and healthcare.
Okay, Toby Walsh has a question or an observation, and then there are lots of hands up, okay? I don't frankly know what to do because we're also out of time. So let this just be where we conclude.
One of the greater challenges, especially in higher education, is the cost has gone through the roof. Are you optimistic that AI is going to be able to turn that around?
So again, I'll just go back to what's happened in the last decade. As I said, you can now get access to credentials and certificates at a minimal cost compared to the cost of getting a degree. Okay, just to put it in perspective, we have 17,000 degree students every year who come to Harvard. They are paying a lot of money. Those who need financial aid get financial aid. By the way, can anyone guess how many students we have touched over the last decade?
10 times, 100 times that.
It's about 15 million. That is not a story we publicize, but that's a story about the number of students who've actually taken a Harvard course or enrolled in a Harvard course. So in some sense, I think where we are today is the marginal cost of providing education is very, very low. What we need for that is not incremental improvement on the existing model. We need to basically break it apart and say, how do we put it back together again in a way that makes sense for everyone? There's an organization that we just started at Harvard called Axum, jointly with MIT, with the endowment from the sale of the edX platform, whose only function is to increase access and equity in education. And by the way, their focus is on 40 million people in America who start college but never complete it. Not just because of cost, for many other reasons, right? In some sense, I think the potential to reduce the cost is massive, but it's going to require leadership and strategy.
This gentleman here has a question. Can someone just take the mic to him, please?
Earlier it was okay, use AI and it will summarize and help you in productivity. But with the latest OpenAI models like O3 Mini and all that, they are doing reasoning which is much better than humans. So the people who are not using it are at a disadvantage. So isn't it right that the students use AI and be familiar with it and be up to speed with that rather than not using it and be at a disadvantage to other students?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about that. By the way, I sit at Harvard overseeing the Generative AI Task Force for Teaching and Learning, and we have 17 faculty. The most interesting conversations I've had about adoption are with our students. Now, when we understand their behavior, it just throws up things that we wouldn't even have thought about. I'll ask you one question. We had a sandbox that we created for the entire Harvard community, which was a safe and secure sandbox, giving them access to large language models as opposed to using public open AI. The adoption rate amongst our faculty was about 30-35% in the first year. What do you think the adoption rate was amongst our students? It was about 5%. So we were surprised when we went to them. We said, what's going on? Are you familiar with the sandbox? They said, yeah, we are. We said, are you using it? They said, no. We said, are you using AI in any way? Yeah, we have access to ChatGPT. We have our own private accounts there. So we're like, wait a minute, why are you not using the secure Harvard sandbox? What do you think their answer was? They said, why would we use something where you can see what we're inputting? Now, by the way, as faculty members, if the number one question we talk about with generative AI is, oh, we're worried about cheating at assessments, our students are listening to us. They're like, oh, if that's what you're worried about, we're not coming anywhere close to you. Okay? So part of the point is the students are far ahead of us in terms of using this. They're using it to save time. They're using it for engaging in deep learning. We better understand that ourselves to figure out what we can do.
Joy Neil Mukherjee.
Brilliant presentation. Just wanted to understand, one side of the spectrum you have all the the positives. What's on the other side? What risk do you think is there on the other side? It starts coding on its own, gets out of hand. Is that a possibility? What's the possibility of
So
risk?
the risks are the things I talked about towards the end, okay? Which is, number one, we put our head in the sand as institutions and we don't take this seriously. That's the first risk. The second risk is lazy learning, the way I would call it. Now again, that's agency. It partly depends on you as a student. Do I want to be lazy? Do I not want to be lazy? The third risk is everything we were talking about in the previous session with respect to misinformation, disinformation. The fourth big risk is asking the fundamental question, what's our role as teachers? And I'll just share one anecdote in closing. There's a colleague at another school who called me and said, my students have stopped reading the cases They're basically inputting the assignment questions into generative AI. And by the way, they're so smart, they're saying, give me a quirky answer I can use in class. Okay? The assessments are compromised. And get this, the faculty have stopped reading cases. They're inputting the cases and basically saying, give me the teaching plan. That's the downside.
You know, we met on a flight from Delhi to Mumbai, and we had a long conversation about the future of education. You've been able to, in the past 45 minutes, recreate the magic of that conversation here on stage. Can we have a very warm round of applause for the professor, please? For making the effort of coming here and for joining us and for delivering this masterclass. Thank you. Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Ashish Khazanchi, B&W Developments, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. With that, we're going to break for lunch. We'll see you back at 3 p.m. sharp as we begin with our post-lunch sessions.
Luxury, heritage, and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Luxury, heritage, and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Luxury, heritage, and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Request all of you to come, those of you standing outside, if you can hear me, make your way back in. We are ready to get into our post-lunch session.
Luxury, heritage, and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
We have 3 MOOCs robot on stage. We're going to give you a live demonstration of how things work, a possible glimpse into a not very far future. Do come in, those standing outside, do come in, find yourself a seat. We're ready to power into our post-lunch session. We are tweeting under the hashtag Conclave25. Do feel free to tweet out on any session that you find interesting and engaging. All right, let's quickly begin with our post-lunch session. As promised, a live demonstration. The MOOCs robot you see on the dais here, robo-soldiers and cyber hounds. To take it from here for the live demonstration, I want to invite on stage our session's moderator, Nikhil Naz, consulting editor, Sports, India Today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know the session right after lunch is a tough one to do because everyone's had their fill and this is usually nap time. But believe you me, what you're going to be witnessing in the next 15 odd minutes will really wake you up because this has never been done before. Just to give you a bit of a background, the year was 2013 and there was a young kid in a city called Pune who was doing his dentistry. And while doing that, in 2018, he said, I'm done with it. I don't want to continue doing dentistry. This is it. This was somebody else's dream, not mine. And he decides to quit his program at that time and focus on something that he loved, something that was his passion, and that was robotics. Incredibly, he did not enroll himself in a university like Harvard or any other such university that specializes in robotics or artificial intelligence. He went to YouTube, saw lots of videos, and self-taught himself to become the first man to make a company right here in India to produce artificial intelligence powered humanoid, which is right behind me. I'll get the gentleman on stage and he'll narrate the story as to how did he learn all of this himself, whether it was reading books, whether it was YouTube videos. But before that, let us just give you a glimpse of what is it that Mux Robotics, based in Pune, has created.
Is a little bit different. Like somebody that I gon' get bone. Give it, 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 like somebody that I gon' get bone. Give it, 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 give it. Is a little bit different. Give it, 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 give it.
Oh, that is incredible. A big round of applause for Mux Robotics. And without further ado, I'm going to call the man behind all of this. As I mentioned, in 2013, he quit his dentistry course, but is still a certified doctor. Dr. Mukesh Bangar on stage, please. And as I mentioned, what's really incredible is that he self-taught himself to produce all of this. This is the first AI-powered robot that you've got here in India. Come over, come. Here's your mic, But before I speak to Mukesh, he gets ready, let us also show you the journey, something that I spoke about. How did it start? It started in 2020 in Pune. Here's a brief look at the journey of Mux Robotics.
Actually, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. And
Big round of applause for Mukesh. Come here, Mukesh. We'll be right next to the thing that you have created. First things first, tell us about that incredible journey. You know, most people go enroll themselves in top universities. All you did was watch YouTube videos, read some books, and you've reached thus far.
First of all, I would like to thank you, the India Today group, having, sponsor us also. That's a big thing. And if I say अगर बाकी मीडिया अगर प्रमोट करते तो I think we will be the next superpower in this robotics and AI.
It can be. अच्छा, आप ये बताना चाहते हैं, do you have any competition in India? या आपका competition सिर्फ US और China से है?
As of now, there is no competition in India. US से है और then China is a big player for us. You know.
Okay, so this is completely a make in India product.
This is the from the scratch we built this product. That's the thing.
Incredible. आप वो बताएं मुझे, what you were saying at the start. How did you, is it possible, because a lot of people may not believe it, that you saw YouTube videos और उससे आपने यहाँ तक पहुँचा, or did your background in dentistry help you?
Actually, as a child, I, motors used to open the watches and then radios to learn these things. But no, the mom's dream was to be a doctor. Then I went into dentistry. And then in second year, there is a brain which is the mysterious organ that I love into that. And then I started from the neural network and AI, then this.
Incredible. So someone who opened different tools is a modern day Eklavya, if I can say, self-taught to reach this far. But अच्छी बात है, आपने अपना भी ड्रीम पूरा किया, मदर का ड्रीम भी पूरा किया, डॉक्टर भी बन गए और ये भी बनाया. अच्छा, ये सवाल तो मेरे जैसे लोगों के लिए मुझे डर लग रहा है. This won't take my job in the future, will it? They may not need an anchor. Will he be able to?
It creates the new jobs. जैसे कि रोबोट बनाने के लिए लोग लगते हैं और every new technology come and this is the fear like job तो नहीं जाएंगे किसी के, but I think I have some stammering issue also.
No problem. Go ahead. Yeah. Do you think this is going to produce jobs and not really? Yeah. Makes me. Can you have a conversation ऐसे जब इसके साथ, does it respond? Does it take what you're saying as feedback? How does it work?
Spacey is powered by the Fusion Max model, which is like ChatGPT, but for robots, we can say. And it is trained in-house in like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
What can be the usage? I mean, there are a lot of people, regular people, and I'll talk to you about how it can be used at a much larger scale, at a national level, but at a domestic level, because you mass produce these things. So, what would be the cost to buy this? And if somebody does, how does it help in normal household setup?
Yeah, actually, there is 3 versions of this robot. That is a M1, and that is Pro, and the Prime. The Prime for the Mars mission we have, and the Pro is here, which is for the like industrial uses there, hotels, hospitalities, and.
What would be the retail price?
Retail.
If a hospital needs it or anybody.
The M1 started from the 8 lakh rupees, the start price of M1, and this Pro is start from the 30 lakh rupees.
Okay.
Yeah.
How does it help in a setup like that? जैसे आपने कहा, in a hospital या कुछ, what can be the different utilization?
It can carry the load up to the 200 kgs load on this, and this arm is a 7 DOF arm, which can pick and place the things and guide this thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us now at a national level, and I'm thinking, this is just a thought, आप बताएं ऐसा हो सकता है या नहीं? Can it be used for defense purposes? उसमें utility है. We sometimes have so many soldiers manning the border. Is that a realistic possibility with this?
Yes, for defense also can be used, for the diffusing bombs, you can use this. In dangerous places, we can use this robot.
Okay, that's very interesting. Are you in touch with, let's say, DRDO?
Yes, we are with a discussion with them and having 2 robots to them.
If that was to happen, that would be path-breaking. Imagine how many lives it can save if you can have Spacio man the borders, and I think that is the future. How do you see the future of AI? We've all grown up watching films on robots, right, which take over the, Wall-E is one film that I remember. There are many I'm sure you must have seen. Eventually it says we're headed to doomsday, robots will take over the planet. Is there any truth to that now that we're getting so close to producing AI-powered robots?
Actually, definitely it will going outside the Earth to the Mars and other things, because they can sustain there. We are not sustained there. That is the, I think, the benefits of that.
Space missions.
Space missions.
But आपको कभी डर लगता है कि एक दिन this might control you rather than you controlling it? Because AI is advancing.
अभी तो मतलब कि there is a class 1, class 2 and class 3 robots. Class 3 robots can think, but this is not for the Earth. I can say that. Because it may be in direct direct competition with the Earth, us. That's why I think this is not for the Earth robots. That is for the planets only. So only class 1 robots and class 2 robots for the Earth that cannot think and plan. Because,
Tell us, have you received any interest from overseas? One thing that India does very well, if you take a look at our space missions as well, we have managed to produce many things at 1/10th, 1/20th the cost. Is that something that you are doing? And have you seen any interest, bahar se, from overseas, people showing interest in your product?
Yes, definitely, because the cost यहाँ पे कमी रहेगी, because as compared to US, but in comparison to China, this is not the China is much cheaper than this. But we are planning to have lesser and lesser cost. But in future, because of software, we have the software in we are stronger than China in software. So that is the plus point for us.
Okay, you're just getting started, and I'm sure, as the journey progresses.
Actually, it is my first speech on stage. That's why I'm.
Don't worry. Give him a round of applause. Yeah, he does this better than speaking. But as long as you keep producing robots that speak, the job is done. But thank you once again, Gukesh, for coming here, showing us what you're making, and making the entire country proud by producing something like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. J. Sharma, Vice President, UTI Mutual Funds, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation. Give it up for Made in India MOOCs robots. Thank you. Nikhil, I'm going to hold you back on stage when we move on to our next session. Just give us about 10 seconds. Now, this is one session that I've been looking forward to all day.
Our next session, India's Grandmaster Gukesh. And over to Nikhil Nas, Consulting Editor Sports.
Okay, from Mukesh, we're going to turn our attention to Gukesh, who joins us. Both quite similar, not just in their names, but in what they're achieving at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the youngest ever world chess champion in the history of the sport. Just at 18 years of age. Gukesh, come. He's, only the second Indian after Vishwanathan Anand to be crowned world chess champion. As I said, the youngest ever in history, and what a year he had in 2024, where he won the candidates title and then the World Chess Championship, the Chess Olympiad, winning medals at an individual level as well as for the country. Everything that could be won, Gukesh has done it, and it makes us very proud. He's also a Khel Ratna, just awarded that award as well from the president. Gukesh, first up, I spoke to you after you had won that title. Has life changed for you after that win over Ding?
First of all, good afternoon all. I'm very glad to be here to see all of you. Thank you so much for the invite. And yeah, after the World Championship, for sure, some things have changed, because becoming the world champion was like my childhood dream, and to have achieved that was like very satisfying feeling. But yeah, in my career, I mean, like the first week or two, I was super excited. I was like celebrating. But then next tournament started coming up. I started preparing again. But yeah, a few things have changed. Like my schedule is a bit more hectic now. And yeah, like when I go out, I generally get recognized much more than before. But other than that, nothing too huge.
When he says it was his childhood dream, he's not just, saying the most cliche line in the world. There is a video of Gukesh, 12-year-old Gukesh, who said that he's going to be world champion. And sure enough, 6 years later, he was the world champion. You said how life has changed. I don't want to embarrass you, but the bank balance has also changed. I was looking at the prize money won. On last count, I think he had won about 13 crore Indian rupees just last year, one of the highest in the world of chess. And that's not counting the many prize money that was offered from various state governments. I don't want to embarrass you, but I want you to tell us, what does this mean to you, this prize money? Because you come from a very humble background. Your parents made a lot of sacrifices for you to be here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my parents, I think, like, I'm really glad that I could do this for my parents more than in the financial aspect, because throughout my career, I think they were facing, I say they because they were not allowing me to, realize what the struggles that they were going through. But they did go through a lot of financial struggles, and I remember, like, when I was around 2018, 2019, we were basically playing tournaments. Basically, my parents' friends, they were sponsoring me to play tournaments abroad, and it was quite difficult at that time. And we had a lot of help from very, very nice people and very selfless people who came forward to help. And now. And now, yeah, the last year was financially as well very, very good for us. And I think it means a lot to me in a sense that my parents can not think about money anymore. We can lead a comfortable life, not struggle like before. Yeah.
I'm sure they're very proud parents. I asked him at the start how life has changed, and you must have seen various reactions, but I have something very special to show you, which you probably wouldn't have seen. We cover a lot of chess at India Today. We have a platform called Sports Today, where we do lives whenever your match is on. I want to show you a clip from our platform Sports Today. This is seconds after Gukesh had been crowned world champions. I want you to see what happened in our studio.
I'm just struggling to just compose myself.
Overcome with a lot of emotion right now, and why should he not be? After all, we've all witnessed a piece of history just moments back. D. Gukesh, I'll actually let Siddharth break this news to you. Yes, some of you may have been informed by now, but it's our duty to tell you what exactly is it that happened and how big is it really when you talk about chess. Siddharth, by the way, I can tell you, has been diligently following chess for so long. He was on a call with his uncle.
Don't do this,
Rishi. And he can't believe.
I really couldn't believe it.
Things have come out so beautifully.
I mean, look at.
He also deserves a massive applause for what. Right, did you have any idea? This is Siddharth, he covers chess for us. He broke down once you became world champion.
I was just talking to him. He asked me to watch the video carefully. Now I understand why.
Do you now realize the kind of joy that you brought about to this country?
I'm very glad to see that. I was actually joking after the match that I mean, everybody I met said they had tears in their eyes, and I was joking. The whole world saw me cry, but I didn't watch single person cry because I was inside the playing hall.
I understand.
But
No, you were absolutely brilliant. But, he just mentioned the word joking, and I don't associate joking with chess players. I consider them very serious. I'll show you an example of that. We have something here. There are a group of girls called Botes Sisters. And they make a lot of chess content. They got a picture with Gukesh after he was world champion, and the tweet read, "Why does it look like Gukesh is held hostage?" Because that's how serious Gukesh is. This went viral. Were you scared? I see you more scared here than when you were playing that World Chess Championship. Squeezed between two pretty girls.
No, I mean, in general, people keep saying, why don't you smile for pictures? And it's just very unnatural for me. So, but I'm not a serious person or anything. I just, I'm in general casual, but just smiling for pictures is still something that I have to work on.
Okay, we've got a smile from him. But that he has a fun side. I also discovered that he has a fun side to him, an adventurous side at that. He won the world championship in Singapore, and you would think that after that he would need some quiet time to relax because mentally it's very exhausting. But I'd like to show you how he unwound after winning that title. He went to a park very close by in Singapore, and this is what he did.
Gukesh, chess champion there, going for his first bungee jump. How are you feeling there, sir?
Scared.
Are you ready for this, Gukesh?
I think so, yeah.
Alright, take me.
I'm the world champion! Brilliant, brilliant. This is how he celebrated his world championship win. When was your heart pumping harder? Was it those last moments with Ding when he made that blunder and you won, or was it here, standing on top?
It was actually quite similar. So we made this deal in between the match. Me and my trainer, we made this deal, and then we just went through with it. Till I got to the edge, I didn't feel scared at all. But then once I got there, I was like, why am I doing this? But it was fun. It was also a nice, I don't know, it was just nice bonding time. I mean, it was with me, me and my trainer did it, and a lot of friends joined us. So it was a lot of fun, actually. Yeah.
Let's talk about the revolution that has come about in India. Some time back you had the US of A dominating, you had Russia dominating chess. Now I'm proud to say that India has the most players in the top 100. 13 Indian players are in the top 100. The most in top 10. There are 3. Gukesh is, of course, world number 3, but 3 Indians in the top 10. What is brought about this chess revolution here in India, you reckon?
I think a lot of factors play a role here. I think one of the biggest contributions, without a doubt, is what Vishy sir has been doing. Not only his achievements, not only being an inspiration, but around 2020 December, he partnered with Westbridge to launch Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. I'm a student in the academy, and Vishy sir's vision was to select the top talented youngsters at that time in the lockdown, because there were no tournaments happening. It was all online, and a lot of people were not working as hard. So it was a great moment for us to actually take the advantage. And in India, it was super exciting for me, and I'm sure for a lot of youngsters, because to get in touch with Vishy sir, to discuss chess with him regularly was so motivating that the pandemic didn't feel like a waste of time. We were actually working super hard. So that was very nice what Vishy sir and Westbridge did. So that is a huge part. And also I guess in the lockdown we had this chess streaming. A lot of celebrities from other fields came, and a lot of people took interest in chess. And also chess has this benefit that you don't have to step out of the house to play. So it was a perfect hobby at that time. And after the lockdown, we see clearly a huge boom happening. And I think also at least in the last couple of years, the support from government and the corporate sponsorships are great. People are, players are constantly getting rewarded for the wins. After the Olympiad, candidates, World Championship, I was rewarded, and we could see how much it means to government and the people of India about not only mine, but whenever Preg or Arjun or whether any of the Indian player wins something, it's getting really big, and I'm really honored to be a part of this revolution.
Okay, talk about turning adversity into your advantage. That's what the young bunch of Indian chess players have done. As he mentioned, during COVID, you saw these bunch of youngsters coming up. They're all known as Vishy's children, because Vishwanathan Anand has mentored all of them. And now you have a world champion in Gukesh. One thing, Gukesh, I know we're running out of time, but I really wanted to know, as a novice, how many moves are you thinking in advance? When we play at best, it's 1 or 2 moves I'm thinking what I'm going to do. You, for example, how many moves?
It majorly depends on the specific situation. Depends on the position, it depends on the opponent. So basically in certain positions where there are several options, if I make one move, opponent has 4 or 5 options, and then again it stays the same for the next 5 moves, you don't calculate that much. It's maximum 5 or 6 moves ahead, because there are a lot of branches. But if there is one clear path, I make one move, opponent has one reply, and so on, easily 10 or 15 or even more than that. So it majorly depends on the position.
15 moves, wow. No wonder you can beat a computer. Mental fatigue, tell us about that, because us as amateur players, if I play a hard game of chess, it takes me a full day to recover. You play, sometimes 3 hours, 4 hours, even longer than that, and back-to-back 14 matches championship you have. How do you recover mentally?
Yeah, for sure, long games are very tiring, because you in general you don't stay focused for the whole duration of 5 or 6 hours, but in the critical moments you have to stay focused, and those critical moments are also where there are where the pressure is super high and it takes a toll on you. But for me, I personally, a lot of players have their own ways to deal with it. For me, it's about following a routine and during a tournament, sleeping well, eating well, and just and also that's why I think chess players are. It's important for chess players also to be physically fit because it's obviously connected with mental well-being as well.
Yeah, and he does travel with a mental conditioning coach as well, as most players do, and that probably also helps them. Before I let you go, I have to ask you about a very critical juncture that the world of chess finds itself in. It is split between freestyle chess and classical chess. Where do you see chess going in the future? Because now you have two different sets of people supporting different type of formats. Could you have a split in the world of chess, or you're not really worried about that?
I don't think much about it. I mean, freestyle I'm happy to play, and I'm happy that it's a new format. It's an exciting thing. I mean, it changes how chess has been seen. But it's too early to say. I mean, we've had like 2 serious tournaments in freestyle, so it's too early to say. I mean, I wish freestyle becomes big, but I don't see it like taking over standard chess, because just the history that standard chess has, I think, has more value, and I think still the World Championship cycle holds the biggest importance, yes, for now. But yeah, it's a great addition to classical rapid blitz. Freestyle is a great addition, but yeah, we just have to see how it goes.
And you're open to all?
I'm open to all, yeah.
Okay, time is up, but I can't let you go without doing one thing. For those of you who don't know, this is a quiet, reserved young boy, but there's one thing that's gone viral about Gukesh is his alpha male walk. I don't know if you've seen it. He always checks out the other opponents with his hands in his pocket and his tight, and he checks what they are doing. I want you to just do your alpha walk once. Come on, let people see it. Have you got some music?
It only happens when the game is going on.
Today, wishing you all the very best.
Thank you, it was a pleasure.
Nikhil, we're going to keep him on for just a little bit more, take a little bit more advantage of him, because he's going to release our coffee table book. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to call upon stage to unveil India Today's coffee table book on the turning points that changed India and charted a new course for a modern India. Invite Sudhakar Rao, Director ICFAI, who along with Gukesh will unveil our new coffee table edition. Come up, sir. Thank you, Gukesh. We really appreciate this. Not every day you have a grandmaster on stage releasing the India Today Coffee Table Edition.
See how meticulously he's taking off the cover, unlike me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please raise a warm applause for Grandmaster Gukesh as I call upon Joynil Mukherjee, Executive Director, RPSG Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Gukesh. Thank you, Gukesh. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Thanks, Nikhil. Let's quickly move on to our next session, A Case for Tomorrow. To take it from here, would like to invite on stage Siddharth Zarabi, editor, Business Today.
Thanks very much, Preeti. My pleasure to introduce for this session Rishabh Shroff, partner at Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas, India's largest corporate law firm. He co-heads the private client business and also is the head of international business. Welcome, Rishabh. After the youngest grandmaster in the world, we now have someone who can help us understand the chess that is played in corporate boardrooms. But Rishabh, I want to begin by telling our audience of a certain context. You're the fourth generation of the family business. You've been around for decades and decades and have a absolutely fantastic overview of what's happening in corporate India. But I want to start with referring to a recent statement by Uday Kotak, where he seemed to suggest that the younger generation of business families is perhaps not as interested in the grind of doing business, especially in the Indian context, and would rather manage their wealth through family offices and not really sweat it out. Do you agree with that categorization?
Firstly, thank you for inviting me for this, Siddharth, and to the India Today team. It's a very hard act to follow after India's best robot and India's youngest chess champion, so please bear with us. So I kind of agree and disagree with what Mr. Kotak said. It's taken a life of his own, his article. Now there was a rejoinder by Mr. Sajjan Jindal, I think, a few days ago, and by Mr. Harsh Goenka as well. They kind of are saying the same thing, that today's next gen, today's leaders in their 30s and 40s are really spending more time investing in businesses through their family office and not really doing the hard grind, sitting on factory floors and dealing with unions and tax and all that stuff. So there are two parts to what he was saying. One, I think, is just how they spend their time in just terms of deploying capital through family offices. I think that's a good thing for India. I think it's showing a sign of a very mature economy, that we move to a situation, business are in third, fourth generations today, where you have professionals running the business, you have the next gen freed up to focus on, I guess, their passions, their interest. And they're kind of following the Prime Minister's dream of building a Viksit Bharat by 2047, where you need something 30 trillion GDP coming. And where's it going to come from? I think a large chunk of it, or a healthy chunk of it, will come from this family office capital. So whatever reports I've seen are about 400 or so in India. I think we are 10 times too short for where we need to be in terms of family offices. If you see the US today, same kind of ecosystem, they have 8,000 family offices. We have 400. So I think in terms of Mr. Kotak's premise that maybe there are too many today, I don't agree with that. But in terms of his view that people spend too much time on it, yes, I agree. I think next gen, I think, spends too much time sometimes on the investing side, not on the build side. So I think unless you've been on the factory floor, you've been in the boardroom, you've been in the kind of sweatshop, you don't really understand how to value and invest in businesses. So that is something I think we should let our seniors really groom on next gen and focus on.
We were sitting right there in the hall when Mukesh was on the stage, and that's a fantastic story of hard work, entrepreneurship, and dreams. While you were watching him, did this thought ever cross your mind that, hey, this is a business that I could invest in?
Yeah, so actually, I think this also, I think in your earlier session with Namita Thapar, I think she also, something she was saying about not every business has to be for a profitable investment, sometimes also for social capital. And I was thinking if, Gukesh set up a chess academy and does, in terms of free coaching for, students who want to learn chess, you may not get the investment from a large MNC or something who may not want to see the business case in that, but from a social impact investment, a family office would eyes shut, I think, invest in that. So I think they have a place in society. society, family businesses for stuff like this.
Did you face this choice when you were starting off on your professional journey, a choice between doing something on your own or continuing with what is a family business in some ways?
Yeah, so I kind of asked myself this question at many inflection points in my career. Today we are a 108-year-old family business, and as you said, I'm generation 4 in the business. So there already have been 2 successful transitions which have happened before me. My father took over in '94 when my grandfather passed away, and now he's sort of 65-ish. He's thinking also about what next. How does he want to spend the rest of his active career as well? So I think succession has come up in terms of our family as well, and I think it's incumbent of each generation to actually treat legacy as a foundation, not a ceiling. So when my father took over, whenever my time eventually comes, I think it's up to us, what my father did to grow the business from about 25 lawyers in '94 to about 1,100 so today, and kind of reinterpret the family legacy into the relevance of that era. I think the same thing will come for my time as well. I kind of foresee my challenge to be, will a law firm only have lawyers? Will we have robots like the ones we saw earlier? Will we be sort of a different kind of business model and the like? So that's what excites me.
Or large language models sitting inside the company and doing law.
I mean, the legal sector is ripe for disruption from AI. So it's going to be a very challenging next couple of years for us.
Let's spend a minute on that since we've come to that topic. AI is sweeping across all sectors. What's happening? What is likely to happen in the legal sector, especially with the advent of such models?
So as it so happens, law is one of the world's 2 oldest professions. We are the only one that charges by the hour. The other one is not something you can say in polite company on a stage. So in terms of what we are seeing AI technology do in law firms today is kind of disrupting the labor arbitrage side of it. What would take a young lawyer 20, 30, 40, 50 hours to do, AI can do it in 5 seconds. And that saving of time is pure profit. So in terms of how we see the disruption in the hiring, promotion, grooming, mentorship, etc., I think AI is going to be a big disruptor.
And how are you leveraging it as a firm?
So we are demoing a product launched it about 10, 12 days ago. It's actually, unfortunately, a US LLM model which we're trying out over here. There have not seen any Indian LLM model for law firms yet. So huge gap in the market. Anybody else looking at that would be very happy to demo it. But we are the early baby steps of AI in our firm.
Okay, let's come back to the business context. And you spoke about succession planning. Let me ask you about something that your family also went through almost a decade ago, a split in the business. For people to understand, why did that happen, and as a consequence, what have been the results for both sides?
So taking a kind of step back, I think while I kind of call myself a family business lawyer, what I spend most of the time doing is actually help families separate out in a efficient and peaceful manner. And we are seeing this playing in corporate boardrooms across India today. A lot of companies in generation 2, 3, 4, some in 5 as well. I think we're seeing a lot of realignment in terms of interest, passion, and desire to stay together as a family really kind of playing out. One of the biggest ones that went through a few months ago was the Godrej family, which did a very efficient realignment of its kind of 2 branches. So that's playing out, and I think the difference is coming, including for our case as well, kinds of difference in aspiration in the next gen versus the current or now gen. I mean, they are mostly in their 60s, some in their 70s, different perceptions of risk, how they want to be involved in the business, management style, who's in the boardroom with them, etc. So next gen, like we heard in the sessions today, are more interested in things like AI, technology, kind of more in terms of less labor-intensive businesses, more tech-driven investments. So that's manifesting in going their own ways, I think sometimes in a peaceful way, sometimes in Indian courts. But that's a very common trend we are seeing playing out. And in our own case, unfortunately, it's very ironic that it happened from a case of bad succession planning for my kind of grandmother's will in 2014. The lesson I took away is that sometimes timely intervention of succession is better than kind of going through a painful separation later. So it's like sometimes a cancer which can spread in case you don't treat it early. So the earlier you look at the root cause and address it is better for the family and for the business.
So is that the formula for and the difference between a happy business family and an unhappy business family?
I kind of think so. I think the families who are still happy but not as a family business together, I think they've done something like that, where they've taken somebody wise in the family, typically elder generation, says that these kids cannot work together, they're not compatible in terms of business, risk, whatever, and done a very kind of timely separation without it becoming very toxic for the family. I think it happened for the Bajaj family in 2007, 2008. It happened for the Goenka families in the late 90s also. And I think both families on either side have done very well. They prospered. The family still goes on vacations and, spends time together. So I think timely is more important than doing a painful process later.
Let's touch upon another topic, and this is the flight of capital. We are seeing a flight of FII money from India for the last some months, and that's taken a toll of the stock markets. This week has been a pretty good one after a bit of a gap. But when it comes to a lot of business people, second generation, we keep hearing these reports about people leaving India, acquiring foreign passports, and some people even say that this was on account of difficulties of doing business. Also, that has now become far, far easier. What's the situation? Is it correct to say that a lot more family business members are now leaving India?
I would say definitely yes. Forget the exact number, but I think in 2023, 2024, something like 7,000 people left India. In a country of 1.7 billion is not a big number in absolute terms, but who has left is very important. These are your 1% of the 1% of the 1%. So who create jobs, who pay the highest taxes, who create sort of India on the map. They are leaving India and they are getting, residency passports in Dubai, in Singapore, in the US, UK. Trump also launched his golden card scheme a little while ago, aimed exactly at this kind of individual. So that for me is most concerning, that why these, captains of industry leaving India and why they're seeing other countries as better prospects for their business and for their personal wealth.
So why indeed in your view?
So I think part of it also is a bit of India hedge, India diversification. I mean, no matter how diverse your India portfolio is, equity, debt, startups, whatever, still an India exposure that you have. A lot of these guys have a lot of liquidity. They want a global footprint. They want to invest in exotic assets, crypto to private debt to buying the Meta, Google stocks, etc. And you can't kind of do it from an Indian regulatory ecosystem. So look at sort of parking family office money in Singapore, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, and it's like sort of very custom schemes created in those markets for Indians to actually invest over there. So taking advantage of it, sometimes you can have a next-gen kid living in Dubai, sort of running that global family office from there, and it's been a successful-ish business model for most families today to have a kind of global diversification from there.
What is likely to happen on account of the US gold card scheme? We had US Commerce Secretary do a virtual hard sell here, and it seems clear that they're looking at the 1% of the 1% of the 1% in India.
Yeah. So it's incredibly expensive. It was $800,000 up to a few months ago. It's 43 crores today. So I think just the absolute number has a bit of sticker shock to it. But I don't feel for a lot of Indian families it makes too much economic sense to do. We were chatting in our break as well that you can get the same thing in Malta for $650,000. Why would you pay $5 million for pretty much the same level of access that you may get? I think unless a next gen or a family actually wants to physically live in the United States and do business over there, if you're just an Indian businessman having a foreign passport, it doesn't make any economic sense to have a golden card over there. So I don't see it taking off too much, but yes, some families will look at that.
What would you say to those who may choose to call this unpatriotic kind of view, taking your money and your citizenship out of India?
No, I think these guys still very much live here. Like we said, this is more of a global diversification. Many of my clients who have this passport still very much active in India. They live in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, wherever, run Indian businesses, pay Indian taxes, file Indian returns, do whatever they need to. So it's not the unpatriotic, it's an India hedge. Suppose something goes horribly wrong one day, you have a little bit of thing on the side in case you need to leave India to take care of it. And there's no mala fides always on that.
Dil Hindustani hai, but passport kahin ka bhi ho sakta hai.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay, I thought the gift city, and we're on our last minute now for this session, but I thought the gift city was something that was supposed to fix this, to reverse this to some extent. What is the on-ground status?
Sure. So maybe just 30 seconds on what is Gift City. It's kind of modeled as a kind of offshore financial center physically based in India. Like those of you who've been to Dubai have seen the DIFC where the restaurants and the hotels usually are. So it's a place where Indian laws and regulations don't apply. In 2023, government or the IFSC, the regulatory body there, launched a scheme to allow individuals to take out up to $10 million in personal capital through the structure. The problem is the intention was there, the law was there, but it's not being followed at all actually. So it's an approval-based process. No approval has come for any family office whatsoever in the last 1.5 years. So it's a bit of dichotomy between what the law says and what actually is happening in practice. So a lot of families are very upset with this. This is why like you mentioned earlier, the whole family office route for other countries has taken off, but Gift City has not taken off because of this.
Well, as I end this session, there are so many problems in the world, in India, but it's clear that even rich people have significant problems, and Rishabh just gave us a small glimpse of that. Thank you very much for your time with us today. With that, it's a wrap. Back to you, Preeti.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rishabh Shroff as I call upon Ashish Gupta, Sales Director, New Delhi Branch, BMW Developments, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Shroff.
Luxury, heritage and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. BMW Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, Zahan, to the India Today Conclave.
Thank you very much. Wow, I feel very fancy.
Can we begin with a show of hands? How many of you have seen Black Warrant? How many of you have seen Black Warrant? Hands, yeah. There you go. I think there's so much that's been talked about Black Warrant. There's so many reviews praising your performance. And we'll talk about Black Warrant in a bit. I just want to understand, Zahan Kapoor, what's it been like for you, this kind of reception that you've been getting? The word Kapoor itself, does that bring a lot of weightage with it? Does it drag you down, lift you up in the industry? Which is it?
It's a bit of both. I think the most incredible thing right now has been how overwhelming it is to be a part of something that seems to have connected and resonated in such a big way. And I know how rare it is. Everyone works really hard to try and make something impactful. And it doesn't always happen. More often than not, it doesn't. So to be a part of something like this that everyone kind of seems to really enjoy and see some value and meaning in, or just kind of levity also, or intrigue, it's very, very special. Being the new Kapoor on the block, I guess, is a common source of intrigue for a lot of people. It's interesting. It's both an advantage and a disadvantage.
It's a lot of pressure?
Do dhari talwar. It is pressure, it is expectation, yet there are forgivenesses, there is accessibility in certain ways. Thankfully though, I'm happy to say that my parents made sure that I wasn't carrying that weight on my shoulders and was taught how to be diligent with my own work, things that are in my hands, right? So how I show up.
But how do they do that? You're a Bombay boy.
Yes.
I'm sure you've seen your family. Your cousins are Ranbir, Kareena, now the biggest stars of the film industry. I'm sure all of that weighs on you. I'm sure you knew that also.
Yes, I did. And I'll tell you something, to be honest, all of them, irrespective of the fame that they carry, all of them are very hard-working individuals. They are passionate about what they do. The fame and celebrity is a byproduct. And so it's not the source of their concern. The concern is how to live a life in the most passionate and big way possible while serving cinema, stories, art, culture. And then you're a representative of society also. So you play the showbiz game.
But is it a coincidence that every Kapoor is, dealing with art in some form and many in acting?
It's not every. I mean, it's a huge, huge family. I mean, it's really not.
But you are the Bollywood first family.
Yes, but there's many more people in the family who are not actually active members. So you're talking about 4 who are A-list celebrities,
So you don't think it's a given? And did you have it easy when you decided that, look, I'm going to be an actor?
It's not a given, I think, and I don't think I had it easy, only because I don't think anyone really has it easy. It depends, it's subjective. I can only speak for myself. I was given a few opportunities and some access, but not everything. I was not, I wanted to find my own feet. I was encouraged in different ways. I had access to, let's say, theatre, being around and now and deeply involved in Prithvi Theatre and its functionings and, growth. It was difficult for me to navigate these expectations. It was difficult to figure out what should I do. All I knew was that I wanted to be a part of this magical world of telling stories, to serve it in the best way I can. And I like learning. I really do. I'm very nerdy like that. So I'm reading, I'm learning, I'm talking to people, I'm watching rehearsals, I'm watching films, an event like this, I mean, I've seen so many videos of people, like when Yuval Noah Harari was here a couple of years ago, or 2 years ago, last year, something. Anyway, these are the kinds of people that I'm fascinated with. So we're trying to reflect life around us, society, questions that it's an immersive process, and it's not easy, but it's fun.
This, Black Warrant and the accolades that it's receiving, it's not your first acting gig per se. You've done a lot of theatre, you did a film previously, but the kind of praise, is this something that, is unprecedented so far in your career, the kind of praise you're getting for Black Warrant?
Definitely. It's a turning point in that sense. I'm very grateful to be a part of this project. It's a project, what's really interesting about Black Warrant, and there's something to be said about it's a real symbol for collaboration. It started with the real Sunil Kumar Gupta, who was a jailer at Tihad for 35 years. He meets and collaborates with Sunetra Chaudhary, who is a journalist and writer. She's fascinated by his world, his life story, what he has seen. They get support from Roli Books and Priya Kapoor and people like that. They publish this book. The book does well. The book does the rounds. Everyone hears about it. It's a novel perspective into the machinery not from the prisoner side, not from the side of the law officers and the judges, but of the kind of care holders, so to speak, the ones who carry out sentences. And then Confluence Media comes in and they acquire the rights and they try and see potential. Then they go to Vikramaditya Motwane sir and Andolan Films, and he takes it to Samir Nair, who is with Applause, and then they empower it, and then he gets makers of other kinds, like other directors, writers, people who he's associated with. All across, everyone is joining hands in service of something, and then finally Netflix comes on board and then it reaches the world. That is incredible.
The journey that it's
and
gone
I'm
through.
playing a part, and yes, it's my face, so there's a tension. But how many people does it take with the intentionality not getting diluted? At any step of the way, it could have got diluted.
Yeah. At your step, it could have.
It could have. I mean, we could have all fumbled it.
So, you started off talking about how everyone's connecting perhaps with the series. I think for me personally, it was intrigue. I'm sure a lot of people will agree that the reason that they watched Black Warrant was also a lot of intrigue about how things run in a prison. What's it like to be, a jailer? What's it like to be a superintendent in the prison? How did you actually connect with that kind of a character?
I did a lot of research. It was intriguing for me too. I hadn't heard about the book before I got the call for the audition. I was told about the audition while I was preparing for a play that I was opening called Siachan, which is, we've been doing shows. In fact, I'm in Delhi because I was performing that play at Shri Ram Center on the 1st of March, and I was just here for the week. It was fascinating to learn about this, the same way it was for everyone. So I did research. Thankfully and fortunately, Sunil Gupta sir also had done a bunch of interviews. So that was a big source. Other journalists, other conversations around prisons and enforcement of the prison system, all of that was fuel. And then eventually it becomes about the script itself and the story that we are attempting, which is then on a screenplay. And
It's challenging though to make it look so real.
Yes.
Especially because you're going back in time.
Yes.
You're going to a prison system that no longer exists because things have changed so much.
Yes.
So it is challenging in that sense. How did you make all of it come alive? Not just the character, but even the jail and what living conditions prisoners are in and their situations.
Incredibly dedicated technicians. Mukund Gupta, who is the production designer, Shruti Kapoor, who's the costume designer, they create the world, the costumes, the accuracy of the set, the fact that there's little camel gum, that blue gum that everyone might have remembered where you dip and used to stick things. That is there. There's accuracy of these things. This is attention to detail. This is thoroughness. These are values that are championed by a lot of people to make something. And an actor comes on board and breathes life into that, sure, but there's a lot of support.
What was the one thing you learned about our jailing system, our prison system, about Tihar when you were researching for this role that really stood out for you?
So many things. There's so many strange superstitions, like the idea of jail ka khana, the idea that jail ka dosh agar hai to utar jayega agar jail ka khana khaoge to. The idea that women who were pregnant would go into prison so that they could give birth in prison, thinking that they would have male children. Strange superstitions like that, which still apparently linger, as many superstitions do. How the jail is run predominantly by the prisoners. Sunil ji, I was literally having dinner with him 3 days ago, was saying that through his career, he found it easier to trust prisoners than even his co-officers sometimes. Because of corruption, because of, just difficult. So that's such a strange thing to hear, that someone finds it easier to trust the prisoner, a criminal, probably sentenced, but maybe not also, a criminal in prison.
Interesting. For you, going forward now, after Black Warrant, expectations are of course right up here now for you because of how much you breathe life into that character of Suryakumar Gupta. But what next? Are you going to now follow this path, which is OTT, hard-hitting series? Are you putting yourself in a box or, unlimited?
I would like not to. It is really hard. And I'm very nervous now more than I was before because the expectation and the bar has been set, so to speak. But I'm very excited about the entire spectrum. I think there's space for everything. I really am excited by being a part of stories of all kinds. And like I said, I love doing theatre also. It's where I've created my foundation in theatre as a performer and as a facilitator. And I want to be able to serve stories in different shapes. So it's not just about being hard-hitting or meaningful. It's also just about being honest and curious. So I can be curious about, we go to a शादी में जब हम जाते हैं बारात में नाचते हैं तो मज़ा आता है ना. It's you just relax, you have fun, you meet people, you embrace them. That's an incredible high of emotion and of connection and of relationships. We can portray that. That doesn't have to always be about some deep ethical question about life and social justice and all of those things. It can also be that is also part of life. And we can learn from it all the time and we can portray it and give someone a chance to connect to it.
When you say you haven't grown up in the spotlight, completely while getting into theatre and all of that, was that intentional? Is that something you learned perhaps from your family, from your grandfather?
I think definitely my grandfather is a big reason, because he separated himself in terms of how he lived. Then by the time I was born, he was already retired. So
But did you know that, Shashi Kapoor is...
It took me a while, I'll be honest. It didn't.
When was the moment you realized?
I think it was when I was maybe around the age of 8 or 9 when I started. Like, there was one vivid memory I have, which I've said in another interview, in fact. But I remember one day I came home from school and I saw Amitabh Bachchan sir at home. He had come suddenly to meet my grandfather. And I was like, oh, yeah. And I recognized him more, but I didn't understand. For me, it's just Dadaji, na? He's there, it's okay. Like, every day I meet him, I go, I say, Namaste, Om. And he would do that thing, I say, Chalo, Namaste karo, okay, chalo, jao. And he would watch his TV, his cricket, his series. So it was a very demystified upbringing. And outside and away from, like you said, the spotlight or the regular churn of the film industry. Theatre was my connect. I remember visiting the theatre as a young child. So Prithvi was the grounding, the anchor. And then more and more and more as I grew up. Zakir ji, who has been a supporter of Prithvi and has performed a memorial concert for 40 years non-stop in memory of my grandmother. He is an inspiration and a constant kind of impression on me about what it means to be an artist in service of their craft, and how you can connect with people and how you can share your life with others. And he's no longer with us, of course. But these are the inspirations as much as the cinematic side, and then my mum's side of the family also. And there's a whole mess of things.
Does that, your cousins also are very active in the industry, A-listers, as you said. Are you a bit disconnected from that version of the film industry?
I'd say that I am finding my connection on my own merit, which I'm very proud of. I'm connected to them through the family, through our family gatherings, through our family functions, and we enjoy our time together. We all love food, we all love cinema, we all love stories. Big, loud Punjabi family. But I am very proud that I can start to create my own relationships with them and the larger industry, basis on the fact that I'm also here to do my work. That I auditioned to get this part, that I'm being recognized first. It's one of the most gratifying things to hear when people say, I saw it, I loved it, I loved the role, I loved the work, and then I found out that you are related to, people.
So you consider it more of a challenge. Doors don't open for you just because you're a Kapoor? That if you're in an audition room and someone says Zahan Kapoor,
yes,
they say immediately...
There is a huge consideration, but again, how far is that going to take me?
Quite far, right?
And then?
It's taken a lot of Kapoors very far.
Has it? Have they not worked hard?
No, they have. They're extremely talented too.
So then?
But there's a question about whether you get more opportunities.
Possibly. I'm not going to say no, but what can I do about it? I can work hard and I can try and make sure that my work ethic and my dedication, my perseverance shows. I wanted to learn and keep learning, and that's how I've been raised by my parents, so do not take it for granted.
You're hugely, of course, inspired by your grandfather. Among the current generation of the Kapoors, the actors, whose work really stands out for you? Who inspires you greatly?
Honestly, there are so many. I think of the younger lot, of my contemporaries, there are so many also. Right now, Adarsh Gaurav's new film out, Superboys of Malegaon, I think he's a fantastic actor. He's dedicated, sincere, honest. Sparsh Srivastav, who was in Lapata Ladies, a young actor, incredible. Babil is doing some incredible work also. Aditya Raval, who is a dear friend and co-conspirator in all things art with me, is a terrific actor also. There are so many and beyond, Vicky Kaushal, Rajkumar Rao, Manoj Bajpayee sir, the late Irfan Saab, of course. And the stars also. Ranveer himself, Ranveer Singh. There's so much to learn from everyone. It's about what you listen for, what you look for.
But did you seek anyone's advice? Did you seek your cousin Ranveer's advice when you went into acting?
I do. I ask them, and then I kind of ignore it and do what I want anyway.
I wonder if you're listening to this.
He'll smile.
So, what's really the legacy that you want to carry forward now that, Black Warrant has been a success? So you have that freedom. You have the freedom to choose what you do next. You have the freedom to say that, look, I've had one success, one tick in the box. Going forward now, what really will we remember Zahan Kapoor? What? In the next conclave, if you join us, what will we be introducing you as?
I hope you'll have me. I hope even if it's not as great, the job done, I hope you'll call me and say, hey, what happened? Batao zara. I'll say, yaar, pata nahi, humne koshish to ki. But I've been very fortunate to I've done 5 things so far, to be honest. This feels like my first, but I did a play called Pitaji Please in 2019. That was my first full-length job. Makaran Deshpande sir, who's an incredible theatre maker and actor, writer, director, everything, wrote and directed it. I worked alongside Swanand Kirkire, who's an incredible also lyricist but actor. He was acting in it. After that, I did Faraz, Hansal Mehta's film based on the 2016 Dhaka attack on the Holy Artisan Bakery. After that, I did a short film which hasn't released yet. I did a series for Amazon Prime which hasn't released yet, which also Swanand Kirkire was part of writing, and Ankur Tiwari. And then after that, I did a play called Siachan, which Aditya Raval wrote. I co-produced with him and created, and Makaran sir directed. And then I did Black Warrant. All of these projects have been important because they were honest. The people involved were really intentional about the fact that they were here to explore and celebrate something that they found intriguing. And it was an incredible environment which had almost negligible amounts of ego. It was not serving any one individual. It was an act of service into the story and into the form itself and into connecting with someone, hopefully. That is very, very special. I know how you hear horror stories of people going to work and hating it. I've never once hated going to work.
Okay. So next year we'll be talking to someone who still loves his work as much as he does.
That is the plan.
All right. Thank you very much, Zahan. A big round of applause, please, for Zahan Kapoor of Black Warrant.
As we raise that round of applause for Zahan Kapoor, I'd like to invite on stage Ankit Agarwal, Executive Director, BMW Developments, to come up on stage and present a very small token of our appreciation to Zahan Kapoor.
Luxury, heritage and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. BMW Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
As Member of Parliament from the Samajwadi Party, a big warm welcome to you, Pushpendra Saroj, here at the India Today Conclave. I have so many questions for you because very often when we're covering Parliament, you always see, of course, the senior most politicians there. And to be seated among them as a young voice, how is that? How does that feel?
Firstly, I would like to thank the India Today group for inviting me here. I think it's a perfect platform for people of all ends of society to come and share their vision. And thank you for having me here. And as a young politician, as you say, because clearly in our society, youth politicians are defined as someone who's even 40, 45 are called youth politicians.
60 sometimes.
Like 60 sometimes. So me being a young politician, I think it's been a very good experience as well. And sitting in Parliament amongst the most experienced individuals who've been there for maybe more than I've been on this planet as well. So learning from them and listening to their advice, it's been wonderful.
Is it intimidating?
Sometimes it is, but now I've gotten used to it.
So do you get to speak up a lot in Parliament as well? Or is it, drowned out by all of the veterans who know how things work, kind of bulldoze through your voice?
No, I think the wonderful thing about the Parliament is that when you get the chance to speak, everybody listens. That's the beauty of Parliament. The whole country listens. I mean, you really do get the opportunity to speak because there are a lot of members. But when you get the opportunity, I think the seriousness of the discussion is discussed, it's been taken upon, and I think that is the sanctity of the Parliament.
At 25, Pushpendra, as the youngest MP, I'm sure you shoulder a lot of the responsibility also of speaking for the youth, because we don't have many of you in Parliament. What are the issues that are close to your heart that you believe Parliament should be discussing more about youngsters, about youth, about what they want?
I think particularly about the youth, we talk about the youth a lot. I think 65% of the population is under 35 in our country. So youth has a lot of role to play. And me being bestowed upon that responsibility to speak about the youth, to talk about them in the biggest fray, the political fray. And I think the youth kind of distance themselves from the politics. It's when they turn 35 or maybe older, that's when they want to get into politics. And sometimes they just don't want to be into politics. It's just a parallel thing going on in their life. And sometimes what happens is that they just think politics is dirty. There is no change that can happen. But I would like to just say that, as the famous quote says, that be the change that you want to see. And that's why I would like to urge everybody, especially my age, because there is a legal limit of 25 that can contest elections. I think we should define how youth in politics should be in India. 25 people should get involved into politics, should speak up, discuss. And I think youth should not disengage. They should participate in politics and speak up. I think their voices are the ones that can lead the country. And I believe in the youth. I believe in the youth power, because history has also shown us that when youth come to the ground, changes do happen. So, I don't know, probably it is something, I'll just give you an example. There are two societies. So, I come from a fairly privileged background as well. So, sometimes when people don't want to get into politics, they don't even know about politics at all. So, some of my friends, they don't even know who I am. So, I have to tell them that I'm a member of Parliament and they don't understand who I am.
They don't know the difference between MLA and MP.
And the easiest way is to say, do you know the Prime Minister? Do you know Mr. Gandhi? Do you know Mr. Yadav? Whatever they are, I am also that. And we sit in the same Parliament. So that's how it is. So that is something that I really believe that they should get more involved into politics. I think they have got good vision, good ideas, good, huge energy. And I think the youth should come up front and discuss politics as well.
But is it challenging? You did highlight that you're from a privileged background. So because of that, you got that golden ticket into politics. For a lot of others, it's obviously very hard. You have to battle a whole lot of challenges to even get a ticket. Everyone has to be filthy rich to be able to get a ticket. So there are challenges. Is that why you think that youngsters kind of shy away? The average age right now in Parliament is 56. And to change that, obviously, you need to open the doors for people to come in. That's challenging for any youngster out there to come and say, look, I can afford to buy a ticket as is in a political party. It's not easy.
See, I don't shy away from the fact that I come from a privileged background. My father is a politician as well. But I very sternly say this, that I contested an electoral politics. People gave me the mandate and I won by over 1 lakh votes. And I have 2 records upon my name by winning the highest margin of votes with the youngest politician in the entire country. So I don't shy away from the fact. Now, if I don't do that work and I don't live up to their expectations, they have every right to vote me out in the next elections. So I think, talking particularly about the youth, they don't even want to take that first step into politics at this very age. It is when later on, then they start going into the society, helping people out, going for tickets and asking for tickets. So if you're talking about that segment, about 25 to 35 years, people don't really want to enter politics. People want to do other things in life, try out different aspects of life. And it's understandable as well. But if you talk about me and my idea, I would really like them to step into politics at this very
No,
age.
100%. I'm sure youngsters, bringing that mix into politics will make such a difference. There is a challenge, of course, as I pointed out, in getting those opportunities. But the other aspect of it is also the image, of dirty, mucky politics. Should we really get into it? A lot of youngsters you see on social media only, of course, have a word or two to condemn politicians, say, we stay away from politics. How do you change that mindset? The image is that, look, politics is corrupt, politics is not for me. How do you change that?
See, I am now into politics, and if they look up to me, I always say when I go into campaigns and I meet new people, you should have someone to follow into politics. Party ideologies are fine, and whatever, these days politics, especially these days, the politics that is happening in our country is based on religion, caste. And when I had these discussions with the youth, they don't want to discuss religion and caste. They want to discuss issues. That's why I said that there is a lot of potential into good politics that can happen in this country that can bring about change. So you should look up to individuals. I really look up to some individuals as well in the proposition and the opposition as well. So I think that idea that needs to be changed has to come by myself first. I take that responsibility as well, how I can represent the youth and talk about the youth and be a leader of the youth, and how the youth of the country should see me that, okay, this is the man who really talks about issues, talks about change. And maybe then they follow into my example and then step into politics.
It's great that you want to be that icon who triggers that change. And you're so, openly saying that, look, youngsters should be a part of political discourse. What are the issues you think, Pushpendra, your conversations with youngsters, they want raised in Parliament that right now parliamentarians aren't doing?
I think the biggest issue that the country is facing, especially the youngsters, is the issue of unemployment. And it's been an issue for quite some time now. I've spoken to a lot of individuals of my constituency, and I've traveled all over Uttar Pradesh as well. Even I had the chance to be in the Delhi elections and the Maharashtra elections. And I spoke to many individuals, youth particularly, and the burden of making a living right now that is bestowed upon them is bringing them down. I mean, the unemployment rate right now in this country is very huge. And this is particularly something that the idea that we were talking about, youth, why don't they don't want to step into politics, is because they want safety first. They want to make a living. They want to handle their family. And politics is not safe. Politics is not stable. So I think they want to get into a proper, stable job and make a living out of it. So right now, they don't even have that. So that is the biggest issue that youths are facing right now.
In Parliament, I'm sure you've interacted with the who's who also of the MPs. Who are the members of Parliament who you really look up to in Parliament right now?
I think there are a lot of members from very different parties. I mean, if we talk about the government as well, I've openly said it before as well. I really look up to Mr. Nitin Gadkari ji, the way he functions, the way that he is very straightforward. If there is certain work, I'll tell you an example in Parliament. We have a question hour in Parliament. It's a one-hour question hour session with the ministries. And certain times what happens is when different ministries' questions are being discussed, the Parliament gets adjourned, or there are some noises and a lot of shor-sharaba happens. But I was just sitting in Mr. Nitin Gadkari ji's question hour session. Not one voice from the opposition was there to oppose him. Every question that was taken up was discussed, was handled by him, and he said one thing, that he's told all his officials that when a member of Parliament comes to meet him, you should take him very seriously because he is representing lakhs of people and he has a problem. That's why he's walked up to me with a problem, and it is our responsibility to solve that problem. So I think I really look up to him. And that question hour session was something that I could not.
That's an amazing story that you've given us. But besides that, any other MPs you look up to?
Yes, I think the leader of my party, Mr. Yadav, Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, I really look up to him because it is not easy to give a 25-year-old ticket, a Lok Sabha ticket, and believe in him. But he believed in me. He wants good, educated people in the Parliament. And we've seen that we've got 3 youngsters in our party, in our very own party, who represent the Samajwadi Party in the Lok Sabha. So I call him a visionary, and he's a very kind, humble man, and he promotes youth as well. So he is someone I really look up to.
on the youth front, you're speaking about how people should know more about politics. A big part of that is social media, ensuring that, people have politics, know political opinion, know what's happening in our parliament on their phones. How do you really think that, as a 25-year-old MP, I'm sure you're active on Instagram, on X and all of that, how do you think we can kind of Gen-zify or make politics fun for youngsters?
I think social media has played a very strong role in promoting messages as well. Earlier it was
social media wars,
and social media was. I mean, there is a boon and bane to everything. So we've seen earlier it was the responsibility of the media to promote messages and to send messages to all societies and whatever the politician wants to discuss. But social media has been something that has revolutionized it, and now we can directly connect with the individuals as well. So I think it is important. But in politics, it has always been said that the old-fashioned ways of connecting directly with the people, doing politics from the ground, going in, meeting people on the ground, and having that touch is the mantra, is the basic thing that you should do. And sometimes people forget that, politicians forget that. But I think that mission should never be forgotten, and that is the base of politics. Social media and everything, that is really nice to connect with the masses, but politics is done from the ground.
In Parliament, is there a code of conduct? For example, Pushpendra Saroj, the politician, dresses like a politician. As a 25-year-old, do you get to dictate terms and conditions of how you want to go to Parliament?
No, there is no code of conduct. I mean, you get to dress the way that you want to dress, and you get to be the way that you want to be. I mean, it's something that really caught up to me in Parliament was the first day that I walked in. I thought I was just a 25-year-old who walked into Parliament. But when I walked into the Parliament, everybody is equal. Everybody is treated equal.
Do the senior MPs bully you?
Oh, no, there is no. That's what I'm saying. That's the sanctity of the Parliament inside that building is maintained so highly that you're treated as a colleague, as someone their age. And when you speak, when you talk, when you speak in Parliament or when you're outside Parliament as well, not the session, that status remains the same and that seriousness remains the same. I think that is something that really caught up to me.
But does it also, and I started off asking you if it intimidates you, but on your very first day, now that you mentioned it, I can't imagine what it was like to enter, Parliament, to enter the Lok Sabha, see around you all of these faces that you've known, you've seen for so many years growing up, I'm sure, if you wanted to be a politician. What did that feel like to be there? And the very first speech you gave, I'm sure you must have been incredibly nervous.
Yeah, the very first speech that I gave, I waited up until 9 p.m. to deliver my speech. And it was wonderful. And you're talking about intimidation. I was just sitting in Parliament one day, the very first session, to be honest. And it was just so surreal. And I just looked upon the Prime Minister and then the Leader of Opposition. And I was sitting right in the center. The Speaker was right in front of me. And my mind just went off. And then it hit me suddenly that where I am, you just wonder to be here. So yeah, initially it was intimidating. Now it's fine. It's been a couple of sessions and it feels like a part of me.
And have you ever received words of praise from senior MPs for being a 25-year-old parliamentarian holding his own? And of course, anyone who comes to you and says, look, we need to get more like you on board.
It's been very often. It's been always that I've introduced myself to very high individuals as well. I introduced myself to many experienced individuals, many experienced MPs, ministers as well. And it's always praise that have come from them and motivation. And they really want to see young people. That's why I said that young people should step into politics, because people inside the Parliament want to see young people in the Parliament. And they want to see new energy, new vision, new ideas, creative ideas in the Parliament, and good debates, good discussions. And especially when I delivered my speeches as well. I didn't expect senior individuals to be there at 9 p.m., but they were there to wait for my speech, to wait to listen to my speech. And when I spoke and I finished, they were there to motivate me and congratulate me as well.
And finally, one word of advice to all the 25-year-olds listening this, thinking maybe we can enter politics. What change can they make?
See, first, I would really like to tell them that their presence should be felt. It is not about disengaging. It is about participating into politics. And your voices are important. Your voices should be heard. And it is for you to step up. and take responsibility, accept where you are and take responsibility of where you want to go. That's what I did. I didn't imagine stepping into politics this early. But once you step into politics, then you find out that you can be the change that you want to see in the world.
Thank you so much. Pushpendra Saroj, ladies and gentlemen, the youngest MP at 25. We hope we have many more of you very soon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for India's youngest MP, Pushpendra Saroj, while I call upon Anil Jain, President Finance, Hindustan Power, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Saroj.
Luxury, heritage and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
I want to begin this session by asking all of you one question, and you have around about 2 minutes to think about it and answer. The question is, who wants to live forever? And how can you answer this question? There's a QR code which you'll be seeing right now and on your tables as well. You can scan and tell us if you want to live forever and under what circumstances. We're discussing the pursuit of longevity. Guru Gauranga Das is with us, spiritual guru associated with ISKCON. Henrik George is working in the direction of making digital clones, which means that long after you are dead, there will be your AI clone tweeting and putting pictures on Instagram on your behalf, interacting with your loved ones whom you've left behind. Dr. Sajeev Nair works in the area of biohacking, which is doing some doable things to prolong your lifespans and improving your lifespans. If I can see, that's the scanner. If you can look at it and if you can answer that question up until the time we have the answer up, we'll begin this conversation. Living forever, wanting to live forever, not dying, letting somebody tweet on your behalf when you are long gone. I'm really not mad. That is a possibility that we are looking at. I want to begin by asking Henrik about his project. Henrik, in our conversation, I'm sorry. Okay, so yes is the answer of about, okay, it's changing. We'll go back to that in a moment. Henrik is working at creating digital clones. I told Henrik it's creepy, it's bizarre, but Henrik is going to explain to us why it's not as morbid as it sounds.
Yes, Ether9 is a very special project because can transform a regular user, a human user, in AI counterpart. When I was 3 years old, I lost my father. If this project was back then existed, perhaps today I could talk to him. Ether9 is a platform that could make things better for the humans, because with a counterpart, we could make some boring tasks that exist in every office and so. In life, we could use this company like Microsoft Copilot also, but in a personal way. You can use this feature like a tool to better use in your life, in means work or something. Ether9 is something that could make the people think that is something creepy, but it is not.
So it's a social media platform which is not ready yet, is what you're saying. So essentially it's just like any other social media platform where at a point in time you can log in and create your clone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
You can create an account right now. In the past we have 100,000 users interested in be eternal because this is a side effect of this project. Inside this platform, after you pass away, you could live forever.
Okay, if you could just have the results up once again on how many people actually want to live forever. And I'd like to bring in Guruji here. Guruji, digital immortality, that's what we're looking at. So somebody is helping me with my social media account is one thing. Somebody is doing these things on my social media platforms when I'm dead. What do you think about that?
I think the most important thing is how we are remembered for what we contribute. Ultimately, a person is known by his intentions, and in the history, those who are well known, well respected are those who have usually been the one with the intention of selfless service. The 4 levels of intention is fear, greed, duty, and selfless love. So I would say that in a world ridden with digital media, what is more important is not just the fact that we maintain our digital accounts forever, but we also do things, speak things, behave with people, and contribute in a way which is remembered for posterity. Because one problem with the digital immortality is it does not monitor, it does not edit, it does not process from the perspective of ethics and values whether an act has been done which is considered proper or improper. It will continue to maintain immortality even of negativity. So therefore, as human beings, we should know that machines are great if they assist the human beings in achieving and accomplishing their targets and their goals. But the machine, if it starts controlling the human beings, that is something which I would say is very, very dangerous and deadly. So therefore, yes, we need this assistance of the machines, but the values and the morality must be controlling them.
Do you think it's going to be a scary situation, Guruji, given the fact that you have an AI which is, nothing less than a monster, controlling your thoughts and doing things for you on your behalf when you're not around? Because this is something that not just Henrik, but many others around the world are working at creating your digital AI clones that behave like you, that mimic your behavior online. Do you think it's a scary situation?
It's nothing new. In Ramayana, Ravana had that mystic power. He could transform his form at will. And when he came to kidnap Sita, he had a different form. Later, during the battle with Lord Ram, he actually created a clone of Sita Devi, and right in front of Ram's eyes, cut her head, and Ram felt so much overwhelmed. So this whole concept of creating clones has always existed. But from the perspective of someone who is spreading the message of peace and spirituality in the world, I feel our focus should be on how we allow human beings to really live the values by which they can create positivity in this world and allow people to remain resilient and strong.
Henrik, what is the need for a creation of a clone of this nature? Why should someone do it?
I believe we can use this platform to leave a digital legacy.
Okay.
I guess it is important. What the Guru said is, I agree. We need to focus in the human part, the spiritual part, but I believe that all these technologies merged with the human could be better. The need of this is quite important for some people. So I believe that not everyone agree, but it's normal. AI we don't need to see AI as a threat, because AI could be used for all the good if the humans want. So everything you want to do with this platform in the future could be useful for teaching without the real teacher. You can have a teacher in the digital world teaching to the students, like imagine Einstein could be live in this platform and teaching the students directly in the digital way. But I must say, this kind of technology and the AI itself couldn't be, don't have a soul. So we need to look to this like a tool, like a technology, not like a human. But as I said before...
So we have to control it, is what you're
absolutely,
saying? Okay.
Absolutely.
How does one control it? And Sajeev, are you okay with the idea? You are working in the area of longevity, but this is longevity of a bizarre kind. Are you okay with this idea?
No, I think it's a different concept altogether. What George is saying. I think when we talk about biohacking, we are talking about doing something with your own body and your own mind and your own brain. It's not creating your digital twin. So because biohacking also is not a new concept, but at the same time now it is really packaged in a better way from the Western world. But most of the concepts, if you look at in biohacking, can see that most of it has gone from the ancient wellness wisdom of India. Whether it is the grounding, whether it is concepts like breath works. Primarily, the objective of any biohacking technique is to enhance the performance, number one. And number two is definitely extend your health span, not the lifespan. There's no point in just living on medicine. How can you live longer with absolute health and vitality? That's the most important thing people are asking right now. And we have the solution right now. When we talk about mortality and all those kinds of stuff, yeah, there is a lot which, especially with epigenetics coming in the forefront, a lot is being discussed. Where
we'll talk about epigenetics in just a moment from now, because I want to get into it and talk a little more about digital clones. Henrik, you said that we can't let technology dominate us. I want to ask you, how does this one control this monster when it comes to your digital clone? Somebody doing things on your behalf.
I believe this technology could be a monster if the human also as a monster, because imagine my clone, if I'm a bad person, my digital version is also a bad person. So in this kind of way, I don't put aside the monster thing, because it's a real the AI threat is real. It's here, but there are tools and regulations that could stop this. It's very hard. We need to worry a lot about this, but it's something that we couldn't stop, because the technology is rapidly evolving, and we must run with there.
I want to ask you, Gauranga Dasji, that the fact that even in religion, even in spirituality, there is a concept of rebirth. How is that different? That concept, when we accept rebirth, how is that different from wanting to live forever in this form that Henrik is suggesting?
In the Gita, Krishna says, Dehinosmin yatha dehe kaumaram yavvanam jara tatha dehantara pratir dhiras tatra namayati. Gita speaks about 5 principles: a supreme controller, Ishwar, Jeev, the soul, Prakriti, nature, Kala, time, and Karma, action. So the Jeeva, the soul, remains eternal, and the description of that is given in great detail in the Gita. At the time of death, the soul departs and enters into another body. So even during this life, the transmigration is happening, because if a 60-year-old man tells his grandchild, hey, this is the picture of me when I was 12 years old. So he refers to me, although every cell of his body has practically changed over the 50 years, but there is something within which has not changed. And that unchanging I is the soul. So today, with the digital explosion, there have been a lot of benefits, but let's face it, the mental health crisis is such that 370 suicides happening in India every single day. And if we only remain focused on enhancing people's skill, but people are losing their will, in helpless condition, people are becoming hopeless. And that's how I also got attracted to Gita, because one of my classmates tried to attempt suicide because he got the silver medal instead of gold medal, because we have a tendency to compare. And then he said, I just cannot tolerate myself coming number 2. And in the same exam, I had 4 or 5 of my other friends who failed in 3-4 subjects, and they were moving around the campus peacefully, blissfully. And I said, hey, how come you guys are moving around peacefully? And they said, our philosophy in life is simple. College mein ghusna apna kaam hai, nikalna college ka kaam hai. So therefore, today, the digital explosion is creating a lot of benefits, agreed. But let's look at how it's impacting the ability of human beings to control over themselves. Here we are talking about controlling some clone. People are losing control over themselves. Night is meant for sleeping. 70% of the world leaders are not able to sleep on time. And what kind of control are we talking about? So let's look at discipline, which is the fusion of intention and action. And that's what the Gita is focused on. And I definitely feel the human society needs a ton of self-control than what they are currently going through.
You know, I also want to ask you, the Western world, where a lot of these concepts are getting developed, is no different in that sense. They're more disturbed in a way, given the kind of access that they have also to, digital accounts, gadgets. The kind of competition that we see in the Western world, of course, is there in India as well at this point in time. But more so, the need for bliss is there in your part of the world as compared to ours, isn't it, Henrik?
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry. No, I'd like to get in your comment and then Henrik's comment as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when Srila Prabhupada went to London with the Bhagavad Gita, so one reporter asked him, Swamiji, why you came to London? And he said, well, for last 300 years, the British took from India gold, emerald, rubies, all kinds of jewels and wealth, but they forgot to loot the most important and precious jewel, the Bhagavad Gita. I have come to do home delivery of the Gita here.
Nice.
So therefore, I would say that yes, the need for self-control and connecting with one's own self is there globally. ISKCON is currently present in 1,100 locations across the world in 120 countries, and where people have never heard the word Krishna before. But it's a science. The soul connects to the Supreme just like fish connects to water.
Henrik, the argument, of course, is that this will upset the natural order of things as well.
Yes. Taking the words from the Guru, I must agree with you, because the people are confused about all this acceleration. Technology is not the important. You don't need to put the technology on the top. You need to put the human being on the top first. Then you can use the technology to make a better person. There is a need of balance of all this. in my project, I don't want to make the machines or the digital clones on the top. I make this project to create some kind of balance between the human and the machine. The machines doesn't have a soul, absolutely, and I don't believe that will be a soul in the near future, nor self-awareness or something. So we need to not go so fast. Imagine the AI that will take the world or something. No, I guess we don't need to be afraid of that.
Okay. No need to be afraid. Okay, now let's talk about the pursuit of longevity as well. It's not just about wanting to live forever online long after you're gone, but also prolonging your lifespans. People world over are doing it. Sajeev works in that area of biohacking. Sajeev, quickly, if you could just tell us what are the doable things that people are doing for biohacking and why is it picked up so much in not just in India but all over the world right now?
Yeah, that's a very good question. In fact, wellness as a space has been growing for the last 2 decades. But all of a sudden, the biohacking space has started growing only because of one reason, that now everything is measurable and monitorable. Now, this smart ring is reading my sleep, my heart rate, my respiratory rate. Everything is being read by this small ring. And you can have so many devices. IoTs and AIs have really revolutionized. I got on my mobile, I got the AI-powered super app which can actually read my face, straight away tell me about the blood pressure, about even to the extent of reading your cholesterol level without touching your skin. So that's the scale at which the technology and science has moved in. So when you have so much of things happening, and you all must be knowing that one area on which AI and IoT has done an excellent job is in the health tech. Now with that, we don't require to really depend on other people. People can take charge of their own health and well-being. There's no doubt about it. Only thing is that you should be knowing. Because right from your DNA, you can decode your DNA, you can come to know about all the kinds of gene variants which you are carrying, which can lead to different diseases. And you can also understand the triggers which can make the gene express. And once you find the triggers, you can block the triggers. Once you block the triggers, you are actually stopping the lifestyle diseases to happen in your life. That's why well-known geneticists are talking about death is going to be optional by 2045. And there are some genetic scientists who are already declared that the child who is going to live more than 1,000 years is already born. It's an advancement of epigenetic science, because you cannot modify, you cannot change your genes, but you can change the epigenetics. That means you can influence the gene from expressing or not expressing through external factors, including what Guruji and what modern science and all those people are practicing. And that's
prolong your life by how many years? And prolong your life by how many years?
When you are saying that death is optional, that shows that gives that answer. I think there is no harm in start dreaming about celebrating your 100th birthday after completing a 5-kilometer run with your great-grandchildren. It is possible.
Guruji, possible?
Impossible. Nasato vidyate bhavo, na bhavo vidyate sata, ubhayoropi drishtantas tanyos tattvadarshibhi. So we are basically in 2 different industries. Automobile industry is one industry, travel industry is another industry. So they help keep the body fit like an automobile, make better and better model of Rolls-Royce, Porsche, Audi or whatever, so that it can run smoother with minimum maintenance and stuff like that. That's called improving the quality of the body. But we are in the business of helping people get the right GPS destination, the direction. So therefore, if your focus is only on speed and comfort of the vehicle, someone has also got to ensure that the vehicle is moving in the right direction. So the Gita is offering multiple options of what kind of destination is possible for the eternal soul after death. And that's what all spiritual traditions are engaged in helping people evolve. So in fact, spirituality is very systematic, very organized. It's just not been communicated properly And therefore, there is a gap between what it has to say and what people understand. Just like I was giving the Gita to somebody in Mumbai, and the guy looked at me and said, "Ye Gita free mein hai na?" I said, "No, it is for 70 rupees. He said, "Swamiji, Krishna spoke Gita to Arjuna free. Why you are charging 70 rupees? I said, "Sir, Krishna spoke to Arjuna in Kurukshetra. This is Mumbai. 70 rupees is transport charge."
May I just add one point
Yes.
to what Guruji said? You know, when we are talking about optimization or optimizing, it's not just the body, it's the body, brain and the mind. We don't believe that we can just optimize your body and, leave the other parts. We need to optimize the entire thing. Guruji, the only thing what we are talking about is that right now with the technology and the kind of devices, you can do a much better job.
But it's very different from working towards becoming healthy. And the other thing that we are talking about is prolonging your life, doing things by doing DIY things to your body. Biohacking.
What's the harm in living absolutely healthy for 120 years and contributing the best to the society?
Is that the natural order of things?
Well, just to set the record right, Sajeev, I'm also from IIT Bombay. So I have a lot of technology in me. But what attracted me to the Gita is the fact that we are giving the dimension of the right direction and destination. So therefore, there is absolutely no problem in keeping the vehicle well-oiled, well-maintained, moving fast. But which direction? What's the purpose? And therefore, they say the clock and the compass. If you're only focused on the clock, increasing the speed, but forget about the compass, the direction, then you don't know whether you are going over the hill or not. So that's the point.
There is a demon that could be unleashed here as well.
Absolutely. There are too many demons, because today the problem which people are facing is, I call it the 3 cancers of the mind: comparing, complaining and criticizing. And it's overwhelming people like never before. And therefore mental health has become such a big challenge. Parents are in great anxiety. And I would say that in our spiritual traditions, there used to be a recommendation of fasting, upavas. And that was upavas from food. But we need to add another dimension of upavas, fasting from your gadgets and from online, and not being online for at least 24 hours. That's a bigger challenge than remaining away from food today. Because someone told me, I can live without my wife, but not without Wi-Fi.
That's a good biohack.
Also, Henrik is working in the area of making people hooked to their gadgets even after they're long gone. So that's another story. I want to ask you, Henrik, do you want to prolong your life the way Sajeev is trying to?
To be honest, I guess not.
No? You don't want to live 100 years? You'd rather have your clone tweet about what you want to tweet long after you're gone? And not do it yourself?
In that way, yes. But biological, I guess not. Because the question you said in the start of this session, who wants to live forever, is a good question, I guess. Not the claimant, but asking to reflect. Without anything that only the human have, there is no meaning in this life, I guess. We need to also look to the technology as a working in progress, but the real attention, as I said before, is the human. Okay. We need to improve not only the machines, not only the technologies that surround us, but in first place ourselves. We need to be better humans. I know that the world is is crazy in these few years. Yes. With the AI, the rising of the AI, generative AI, and so it was very rapidly all this growing, and I guess the humans are still not ready.
Right. Humans aren't ready. Yeah. We're really running out of time, but I want to bring in this aspect. And because you are into biohacking, bizarre things that are being done by people, putting themselves in oxygen chambers, draining their blood plasma from their bodies, putting back the blood of their son, their younger son, in an attempt to look younger. And people are following it. How dangerous is it?
You need proper analysis to be done.
Who is going to do that analysis?
There are functional medicine doctors who are trained on this kind of aspects. Without doing this kind of things and just by watching some videos, if people start doing it, that's harmful, definitely. You are saying the oxygen chamber, hyperbaric oxygen has got plus and negative. And most of the people, when it is actually being, many cases of, even I can give you autistic cases, we are seeing extremely great result when it comes to hyperbaric oxygen. So there are good things around most of the things, but only thing is that you need to know your genetic profile, number one, and you need to know how your metabolism, how your entire systems are working, which has to be properly analyzed. That is what I said at measure.
Genetic kundli is more important nowadays than anything else.
Genetic is not the only thing, but your genes are carrying the information which can actually express as diseases. So once you know about it and once you know that what is triggering that gene to express or switch on, and if you can block the trigger, that can actually help you to actually extend your health span.
Concluding words to you, Guruji. I want to ask you the danger that this is. Biohacking up to a limit, but who knows the limits nowadays? Do we know the limits of using our phones? We don't. So all of this that is being blindly followed on social media by so many people, even in India, doing all kinds of things and then harming themselves.
If someone takes a cricket ball in their hand and goes to a beautiful house which has glass panes and starts throwing on the glass pane, that would be destructive. Yes, the cricket ball is great, but he needs to be in the right place, in the right stadium, in the right field, under the right coach. And that same cricket ball can help him get glory and help the country get glory. Similarly, if the principle of keeping one's life alive for a long time is taken into consideration, in Sanskrit, asu means life breath. And asu ramante iti asura. You must have heard the word asura. Asura basically comes from the Sanskrit asu ramante iti asura, means one whose mission is to keep his life breath going at any cost, even at the cost of others' lives. So that kind of psychology is called asura. Therefore, to have the desire to keep the life prolonged in a healthy manner is something which is always recommended, and the entire science is given in our Vedic scriptures called Ayurveda, which is how to enhance life in the proper bona fide manner, managing one's sleep, recreation, work, and proper eating habits. And therefore, as again I said, we are not against technology, we're not against modernization, we're not against digital, but the question is, who is controlling whom?
Who's controlling who and how does one, and why is it important to now go back to our basics? I think should be the focus on. I'm going to thank all of you for joining in with your thoughts at this point in time.
Thank you so much.
Raise a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I call upon Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Vice President, UTI Mutual Funds, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Thank you. We appreciate it. We're going to stick to the playing God theme. If the earlier one was the right to live forever, then the right to die with dignity. Playing God, taking it from here, once again, my colleague Sinha.
From right to living forever to wanting to die with dignity. Do we have the right to choose? Once again, I'm going to ask all of you to gather your thoughts and scan that QR code on your table and tell us whether you want to choose how to die. That's the big question before us today as the world is discussing passive euthanasia, active euthanasia, assisted death, also known as assisted suicide. Nisha Bambani is a lawyer with the Supreme Court of India. She's worked in this area. Guru Gauranga Das is with us, and Smriti Rana works in the area of palliative care. Dr. Sanjeev Bagay is a well-known doctor. He's from the Nephron clinics and has worked in this area as well, and has had to face these questions in his career about whether the doctor has the right to die, to choose, in fact, or play God in that sense, or to choose or assist somebody in dying. Is that a dilemma before the doctors? I'm going to begin by asking Guruji here, do we have the right to choose? If a patient is terminally ill, does that patient have the right to decide, or do the family members have the right to the right to decide whether they want to choose death in a certain way or not? Is that something that should be allowed?
In the Manusmriti, in the Islamic tradition, in the Christian tradition, all spiritual traditions, they focus on the sanctity of life. There is a focus on karma and dharma, and the right to perform our duty and tolerate pain. Therefore, in all the traditions, this kind of active euthanasia is not at all supported and promoted. At one point of time, there used to be a concept known as prayopavesha, which is described in our scriptures, but that is where a sadhaka towards the end of his life voluntarily gives up eating and things like that with a spiritual goal in mind, but not this medical intervention as far as our scriptural tradition is concerned.
Our results are out, and the audience thinks that 53% of them feel that they have the right to choose how they die. 47% of them think that no, that's something that should be left to God and nature. That's against nature is what I'm presuming many of them would think. Smriti Rana, you work in the area of palliative care. You deal with patients who are terminally ill, have no hope. You see them up close. Just tell us, how many of them want to die?
Okay, so if I can just reframe that a little bit. I think death is the inevitable consequence of living. How many want to die, it depends on the level of their suffering. And I think when we talk about the right to die with dignity, we have to remember that dignity, the lack of dignity might come from two things. One is lack of pain relief and symptom control, or sometimes it's excessive, disproportionate interventions when there is no hope for recovery or cure or for a reasonable quality of life. When patients come to us asking to die, we try and assess what level of their suffering is causing them to ask that. And I would say with fair success, we have been able to address the suffering, and I would say a majority of them retract that request. Although I want to say that euthanasia is illegal in India, and it's not something we would ever grant. But yeah.
What is legal in the country right now is passive euthanasia, which the Supreme Court has allowed in the year 2018. It's also allowed the concept of people having the right to choose whether they want the withdrawal of life support systems or not beyond a point. It's called the living will. I want Nisha to talk a little about living will. Everybody has the right to have a legal piece of, piece of document, a legal piece of document, which details on how I would want to die. If I'm in a condition where I'm terminally ill, I don't want to be put on the ventilator, that is my right today. Nisha.
Yes. So Sneha, that's interesting because the Supreme Court decision Common Cause in the Common Cause 2018 has asked Parliament to legislate on living will. However, they have said that passive euthanasia is legal and is included in Article 21. So they've given a complete, Supreme Court has laid down a complete manner where it will not be misused. That's one of the questions which will arise. And you can give what is now called advance directive. Now, somebody who wants an advance directive that if I am terminally ill and there's no chance of recovery, please don't put me with a dialysis, central line, arterial line. Just let me go in as natural death, when life just ebbs away. What happens then is that there is a full, you have to go to the medical board, and there is you have to get your thing registered with the jurisdictional district magistrate. That advance directive, which is not called living will, has to be registered. So there are various things that you have to do, and after that, it is recognized, yes. And even after that, the medical board will have to certify that, yes, you are terminally ill and you are on the verge of death.
My question is, I'm going to put that to Dr. Bagai, that there are many people who India allows patients to there should be passive euthanasia if so the patient and the family feels, if the patient is in a vegetative state. But there are patients who are miserable. They may not be in a vegetative state, but they could still be miserable. And perhaps that's the reason why, and we could have that up also here, about the number of countries that have allowed euthanasia, assisted suicide. Physician-assisted suicide being allowed by Netherlands, by Belgium. We know it's in Switzerland as well, where Switzerland actually allows foreigners, from different countries to go to their country and die on their soil, which these countries don't allow. But it's legal in many other countries of the world, including 10 states in the US. So why is that the developing world is looking at it? Why should India not look at it?
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. And thank you, India Today, for inviting me. It's a topic which is very close to my heart. I think in our Bible, in our Bhagavad Gita of medicine, called as Harrison, the first chapter, first line is that there is no greater responsibility which can fall on human shoulders than to become a physician. And the one who carries this with sympathy, tact, and empathy towards the patients does humanity proud. A patient is not a bed number. The patient is not a ward number. Patient is not a disease. A patient is a living soul who reaches out to us as medical professionals seeking help, seeking healing. Doctors are not God. What is important to understand is see the Indian context. I'll just take a couple of minutes, please, with your permission. We have 1.5 billion population. Healthcare, what we define in India, where this whole issue of living will, active versus passive euthanasia falls on our shoulders, is not the large corporate hospitals which we see in Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, Hyderabad, and other places. 80% of Indian healthcare is unstructured in less than 50-bed hospitals. Most of them are unregistered. They are non-accredited. We are 10 lakh doctors short. We are 75% shortage of specialists. How is this going to be implemented? Any law has to be scalable and sustainable, implementable and enforceable. If any one of these four pillars cracks, the law doesn't work. So in that context, I do not agree with the judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court, and allow me a minute to explain why. And I have gone through these judgments very carefully. They have used interchangeably and inexcusably the word of withdrawal of treatment versus withholding of treatment. The two cannot be interchanged. They are not equivalent. It's a differentiation between act of omission and act of commission. Therefore, the fine line between active and passive euthanasia gets eroded very quickly. In the interiors, outside the major metropoles, this kind of implementation in which the decision-making falls on the doctor's shoulders, we are the moral agency. We are here to treat, we are here to save. We cannot save every life. That's law of nature. But our efforts should be 100% honest, ethical, and transparent. And therefore, if we are put in a decision-making under the wheels of the guillotine, it is unfair, it is wrong, it is unethical. This is liable to be used, blatantly misused, violated, exploited in various nooks and corners of this country. Be it for property, be it for inheritance, be it for lack of finances, be it for lack of insurance, for any other reason. On one hand, we are saying, save the girl child. We are going to see this and we are already seeing it. Lastly, life itself is a miracle. It's the most beautiful thing we should value. It's a essence of our being.
But what about the suffering? What about the suffering of the patient?
I will tell you. Two quick parts in the end. And I must thank India Today as a channel, because it has given me, this channel, this platform has given me two experiences which has changed my career. Conjoined twins were referred to me, courtesy this channel, about 15, 17 years back. And the parents came, they were sick as anything. They were joined from the chest, abdomen, pelvis, genitourinary tract, liver, spleen, intestines, all as one large mass of flesh. And the parents were laborers from a district, Chhapra, outside Patna. They begged for euthanasia. We counseled them, we went ahead with the surgeries. India Today launched a campaign, we gathered funds for that family. Both the children are alive, living, and going and finishing school now in Bihar. That's the miracle of life. Point number two, again India Today. A year later, that is 14 years back, told me, would you like to take on an acid attack victim? I'm not taking the names because of confidentiality and sensitivity. This girl was an NCC cadet from Jharkhand. She had filed a writ in Jharkhand High Court begging for euthanasia. She had no face, no eyes, no ears, no mouth, no breasts, no neck. She was one of the worst cases of acid attack. We counseled her. India Today ran a campaign. We gathered funds for her. She underwent about 11 or 12 surgeries. She had a full facial reconstruction. She can see now. She can eat now. She's got a job in Jharkhand. She is married.
But
That's the beauty of life.
But these are also exceptions. These are also exceptions, Dr.
Just 2 seconds.
Yes.
And medical science is infinite in its R&D and innovation. What was not possible 4 years back, 2 years back, is possible now. And I can tell you in the same platform, if I'm cordially invited few years later, people who are dying now in pain and suffering because of lack of a transplant or lack of a limb, because of stem cell, regenerative medicine and other genomics, are going to get this.
Dr. Bagai, how many people
right
have
there.
access to this medical care is my question.
It will reach everyone.
You know, when is my question? When will it reach everyone? Because you're talking about very expensive medical care, which is a privilege in our country. I want to bring in Nisha wants to, counter what Dr. Bagai
I just
is
wanted
saying.
to, yes, we beg to disagree on this topic because Supreme Court has laid down very stringent points before you can either implement advance directive or you can decide on passive euthanasia. They've got a whole range, right from, the relatives, the children, then you go to the medical board, then you go to the jurisdictional magistrate, then you go to the medical board, and if the medical board refuses, then you can move the Supreme Court or High Court under 226 for passive euthanasia. Also, there is a difference, I think that what we are missing here is a terminally ill patient who's naturally, if you don't put that patient on any artificial ventilator, artificial feeding, on, as I said, the arterial line, on all that, the patient would naturally go. That is what is passive euthanasia. There are patients who are suffering pain, but not necessarily they could live for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and then palliative care comes in. So that's another part of it.
Okay, I want to bring in, Guruji here also. A scenario that Nisha spoke about was that a patient knows that maybe there's life about for 2 or 3 years, but wants to go immediately, doesn't want to even wait that long. What should that patient do? And is that something that morality, ethics, religion, is that something that is going to be allowed?
I want to bring in a holistic perspective to this conversation. Somebody had his car break down, he goes to a mechanic, and the mechanic says, it'll cost you 1,000 rupees for setting this car right. He said, okay, fine. So the mechanic takes a hammer, finds a particular spot, and hits it right in the engine. The car starts. He says, 1,000 rupees. And this guy says, hey, just hathoda mara? You just hit with a hammer and 1,000 rupees? For what? And the mechanic says, 1 rupee for hitting the hammer, 999 rupees to find out where exactly to hit the hammer. And that's where I want to focus on. When we speak about pain, we have to realize that the pain is experienced by the mind. And therefore, the mind has the characteristic that it makes things appear permanent, the problem appear pervasive, and the problems appear personal. So the pain at the moment of death is described in Garuda Puran to be equal to the pain of bite of 65,000 scorpions. And therefore, we have to realize that the root cause of pain is the identification. And therefore, those who are in the spiritual path, they find the secret of how to protect themselves from that pain by changing the identification from the body to that of something higher than the body. And therefore, even we have the example of Prime Minister Modi, who spends the entire 9 days of Navaratri only on water, and to not be without food is kind of painful, but because of change in identification, it is possible. So therefore, I would say that ultimately the discussion is about how to insulate and indemnify someone from pain. We have other alternatives from the spiritual tradition which we want people to explore. And therefore, I want to conclude with 3 things, 3-point formula, ARC, A-R-C. Accept that yes, all of us have an innate desire to remain forever, eternal. Second, R is regulate, that there is a limit to which the body can be kept healthy beyond a certain limit, and the body is called Roga Mandiram. It is a temple of pain. So when you expect something, then you prepare for it, and you can insulate yourself from that pain by changing the identification from the body to that of the soul. And third is C, cultivate that ultimate expression of living an eternal life by cultivating your spiritual being. So death becomes an examination, and the disease and the pain becomes a preparation for that examination, because what has changed is now you have a clear purpose. When you have a clear purpose, then you are willing to accept the pain. And that's what the people lack in helpless situation. They lack hope. And conclaves like this, I congratulate Kalaji and her family for creating these conclaves, because what you're doing is creating source for hope for the people, and that's what the world today needs the most, which will help indemnify that pain.
You know, Guruji, I want to ask you, you spoke about the pain of the patient, and if Smriti can come in, there's not just the patient, there's a family. You know, recently there's been a case in court, and Nisha would know more about that, of a couple. Very, you know, they're very old, and they have a young son who's been in comatose for years together. They say we do not have the strength to take care of our child who's been in comatose. We do not have the financial means to take care of the child. And there are these constraints. It's a young man, but the young man is in comatose. What can the family do? What about the financial aspect of taking care of a terminally ill patient? Where does the government come in? Why should the government also come in? And should the government be coming in cases like these?
So there are several questions that you just asked me. I'm pleased to tell you there are people in this audience who are actively involved in Harish Rana's case. That's the boy you're talking about. But someone does not have to be in a persistent vegetative state for the family to be suffering. We have had people with spinal cord traumas that they've had while crossing the road, and have not been able to go for physiotherapy because they have one caregiver who can't physically take them to the physiotherapy they need. Let me just share 2 statistics with everybody in this room. 55 million Indians are pushed below the poverty line annually because of healthcare expenses, out-of-pocket healthcare expenses, catastrophic out-of-pocket
healthcare expenses. And imagine the cost of taking care of a terminally ill patient. It's not sardi zukham. But it's way beyond that.
So if I can just finish. So one is that. The second statistic is that even though suicide has been decriminalized, the trend is from 2014 till now in the National Crime Records Bureau that the second highest reason for suicide is someone living with a chronic advanced illness. At any given point in time, right now, there are 7 to 10 million Indians in moderate to severe pain, which will not allow them to sit in this room and be at this table having this discussion with us. I really want to underscore the fact that acceptance of death is also grace when the time comes. And what we can do is to make it as comfortable and dignified as possible and not rage against the machine in a way that is going to impoverish the family. So the illness of one person has a multi-generational impact. Their children are dropping out of school because they cannot afford education. So we need to be mindful that while we sit here and have this conversation in what I will call an ivory tower, the vast majority of our country do not have that choice.
Guruji, the majority of the country do not have the choice. The case that Smriti is referring to is of an old couple who do not have the means, and the court has turned down their plea, saying that we can't take life away from the child. He can be in comatose, but there is nothing that the court can do about it.
That's what our tradition says, Vasudeva Kutumbakam. When the entire society behaves like one family, then that support system is a very powerful means by which it gives ability to enhance the tolerance when we are in painful situation. When Yudhishthira Maharaj was asked by the Yaksha, what is the most surprising thing in this world? And he said, Ahani ahani bhutani gachanti yamamandiram sheshas thavaram icchanti kim ascharyamatah puran. Everyone knows death is coming, but most people think that the other person will die, I will not die. So the whole conversation around death and preparation for death has to become mainstream by understanding the actual traditions we have. If somebody is in 12th standard and he has no idea about what's happening beyond 12th standard, in college, in IIT, then he does not have that purpose. So I would say that it's important for people to understand that yes, we need to provide best possible support which is required to actually handle that deadly pain, because I've been at the bedside of more than 100 people who have been at the verge of death, because when people are dying, they reach out to spiritual people, they reach out to many of us, and especially when the doctors have given up hope. And what we have seen, that people consider death as termination, but the spiritual traditions understand that death is not a termination, it is actually a transition towards a transformation, and the best tranquilizer can actually be spiritual sound vibration. So we are missing out a very, very powerful means of insulating ourselves from that pain by not giving people the opportunity to identify with something which can help them transcend pain and take the means by which they can insulate themselves from that pain. And that's what the spiritual traditions are talking about. So
suffering should be acceptable. Is that what you're saying?
We should enable people to understand suffering, prepare for suffering, and know that pain is going to be an inevitable part of life, how to prepare for it.
Nisha, suffering should be acceptable is what I understand from what Guruji is saying, that prepare yourself for the worst situation. And we've been having conversations about various scenarios. If I were to give you a situation where you have to ever make a choice of that nature.
I didn't make a choice of that nature, but...
if there is a situation at all.
If I had to make a choice, yes. I would give an advance directive. For the reason that, again, we are dealing with euthanasia, which is active, which is illegal, and which is against all the spirituality and religions, as Guruji said. We are dealing with passive euthanasia. Now, that is in a PVS system, right? If somebody is completely has interstitial lung disease, the lungs have ossified, only being fed by, artificial feeding, all of it, like I said. Then in that event, to not let a person who has lived with dignity die with dignity, I think is very unfortunate. And to that extent, I say that I admire the common cause decision, because it's given levels. It is not saying that a patient who is in deep pain, there should be euthanasia. No. A person who's actually suffering pain and is still very much alive and all there goes to palliative care. A PVS patient, a person who is absolutely vegetative and would die if medicine hadn't intervened, if there would be no intrusion of the ventilator, that person, a court has permitted, after a lot of stringent verifications, there can be passive euthanasia. So you have active, which is illegal. You have passive, which is legal, and I'm very, very proud of Supreme Court and its common cause decision. You do have miracles, as Doctor said, and you do have pain and suffering is palliative care, which is completely different from euthanasia. It's a specialized medical treatment to deal with pain. So they're completely different levels. Now, one thing I want to say, the family has a great say in it, and so does the patient. If I, for example, were to say today that would I want to go onto a ventilator if I had cancer and there was absolutely no chance of surviving, I'd give an advance directive. And if Parliament passed the legislation of living will, I would say, kindly do not put me on the ventilator, because eventually I would have no dignity of life. To just keep me on that ventilator day after day, year after year, there is no point. So the saying is, you live with dignity, please allow me to die with dignity. And I think all religions and spirituality believes in good death and dignity.
Smriti.
Sneha, one question of yours that I didn't answer, which I would like to, is when we talk about, suffering being inevitable, I'd like to disagree that not all suffering is inevitable. We have the means to alleviate a lot of that suffering. Until such a time as we make every effort to do it, I do not think we have earned the right to talk about self-determination when we've not offered these other options. How can the government help? There is a national program for palliative care. It needs to be implemented. We're struggling with it. Less than 4% of Indians who need palliative care have access to it. It has only recently been put in the medical undergraduate curriculum. So what can we as citizens do today is make sure that this reaches that last mile so that every person who needs it has access to some degree of relief from suffering. And then let's have this conversation again.
So just Smriti is right. Supreme Court has also in common cause said that the government should strengthen palliative care in common cause.
Dr. Bagai, your intervention as far as the rights of the family is concerned, you are somebody who's saying that it should not be allowed. You're not in agreement with what the court had said in 2018 about passive euthanasia. But what about the rights of the family?
See, this is something which has to be seen in Indian context. India is not a Luxembourg or a Belgium or a France. There are 500 Luxembourgs which can fit into India. India has approximately 9 lakh allopathic doctors and 3.5 or 4 lakhs homeopathic and Ayurvedic doctors, total about 13 to 14 lakhs. But India has 10 lakhs officially counted quacks. Non-doctors, quacks who are practicing medicine. What happens in the interiors of India if this law goes like wildfire? There will be uncontrollable misery. A law, like I said, has to be sustainable and scalable. It is not only for metros. The healthcare outside metros is at a different level. Yes, of course, we need to strengthen it, and the present government is doing it. No uncertain terms. Just last night, I was researching for this talk. 90% death rate in CA pancreas. Second phase trial of mRNA vaccine has given a 75% cure. Never underestimate the power of medical science. Let us not obliviate ourselves to what the future holds. It is okay if we don't know something. We don't need to know everything in future. That's the beauty of life.
Okay, but what about dignity in death? Guruji, final comments from you,
just
please.
One line. Dignity of death
really
is respecting the patient and respecting the family. That is dignity.
Okay. What about the dignity in that of the patient? Dignity at the last few days or weeks of their life.
I'll just share a case study. We ran a hospice in Vrindavan for almost 15 years. And we did a lot of research from hospices across the world. And we felt people would like to live and depart in Vrindavan, and it would be very successful. But you know what? We have to understand that everything is very cultural specific. In India, people want to depart surrounded by their family. And therefore, although we ran it with the best facilities, ultimately, we converted that into a hospital. So we have to understand that, yes, all of us will be put to test with this pain. Dignity needs to be preserved. One of the best ways in which we can lessen and decrease that pain is to provide the best kind of medical and emotional support to the patient. And if you can add the spiritual understanding of a transformed identification, nothing like it. So I'm really grateful for this excellent conversation which we had, which covered euthanasia and the right to die from different perspectives. Congratulations.
So we clearly don't have a clear yes or no. It's got shades of white, it's got shades of grey, it's got shades of everything. But thank you so much for that conversation. Thank you for sharing your perspective on dignity during your last days of your life. Death in dignity is something that we need to talk about, I think, more often. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, we thank our panelists. The right to die with dignity is a contentious topic which will continue to be debated, especially for those which is very close to the bone, those who are living it actually. What we are going to do though, we're going to take just about 20 seconds, and Dr. Bagai spoke of an acid attack victim 14 years ago that you treated, Dr. Bagai. Tuba was this young girl right behind you, and I think we referred her to you, and you then, a reconstructive surgery was performed. And she's well right now is what we hear. So thank you, Dr. Bagai. This was the picture 14 years ago. I thank our panelists as I invite Ajay Kakkar, Assistant Vice President, Radico Khaitan Limited, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Also a word before we get into our next session. We do have a breakaway session. If you remember, I had mentioned it. Yashoda Medicity breakaway session is about to begin at the Shah Jahan Hall. The Science and Secrets of Anti-Aging, not a bad one to attend, but if you want to stay right back for another session right on stage, we're going to be moving into the double engine in overdrive. A tad bit political. We have an author who's penned a book on RSS right on stage. Also, Gauranga Das ji would be signing his books in the BMW lounge. So if you want to get a signed copy by Gauranga Das ji, make your way to the BMW lounge. All right. So as our breakaway session starts, our session on stage, double engine in overdrive, the RSS BJP Tango. And to take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage Gaurav Sawant, Managing Editor, Strategic Affairs, Defence, India Today.
Good evening. The Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, or the RSS, is celebrating 100 years of its foundation. The RSS was set up, it was founded in 1927 by Dr. Keshav Baliram Hedgewar. And it's traveled a long distance in the past 100 years, from being banned 3 times to having a pracharak as Pradhan Mantri in his 3rd term. And someone who's chronicled the journey of the RSS over the past 60 years is with us on this stage. Professor Walter Anderson is, until very recently, was a professor at the Johns Hopkins University. He's been with the State Department in the United States for 30 years. He's taught at the Tungji University in Shanghai. Incidentally, before partition, he was in the US Foreign Service in Pakistan. So, and he's somebody who's really traveled. What drew him to RSS is something that we will talk about. He's interviewed every Sar Sangh Chalak from MS Golwalkar to Mohan Bhagwat. He's seen the journey, he's been through it, he's authored 2 books on the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, and now when the RSS, Professor, celebrates 100 years of its foundation, will they believe an organization that was banned 3 times has a pracharak as Pradhan Mantri in his 3rd term?
Well, I want to thank people for inviting me to this event, for starters.
And I often wondered when I watched this on television how it would feel to be on the stage. Now I know. It doesn't feel much different than sitting elsewhere. So thank you for inviting me. Now on the question of the RSS and where, with the Prime Minister who has an RSS background, I take it what you'd want me to really talk about was how the RSS sees itself in the Indian context. Let me say a little something about the formation. It actually was formed in 1925, and so hence, the 100 years since its formation. From my understanding and meeting pracharaks who are full-time workers of the RSS and meeting the various sasanchalaks that you mentioned, the RSS basically has a major goal that it has in mind, and you heard that goal mentioned in the panel we had this morning on Hinduism, and the goal was unity. In a country as complex as this one, with all the languages that are spoken here in India, with a very complex caste system, with a class system that's emerging, how can you hold all of this together? That has always been the objective of the RSS. Initially, it was to create a cadre of young men. Later, it developed a women's equivalent, the Rashtra Sevika Sangh. So young men and women who would be motivated to bring about the independence of India. Now, to get to the topic of this conversation is its relationship to the government. It had basically, in the beginning, a rather tense relationship with the government, primarily because of a problem it had with the first Prime Minister, but there were other reasons as well. Obviously, since the emergence of the Bharatiya Janata Party, it has had a much more favorable relationship with the government. So in terms of how it relates to the government, that doesn't mean it doesn't have disagreements. There have been, and in fact, if you buy my book on the RSS, what I basically go is internal problems in several areas of the RSS where it has had disagreements which have been spelled out. So it's not as if you have a kind of quasi-dictator at the top who tells everybody what to do. You don't. In fact, I was always amazed in relating to people in the RSS the extent that you had internal divisions, debates that take place, including debates on how closely to be related to the present government in India.
So we'll come to those debates in just a moment. But, there's one debate, and since you mentioned within the RSS there are debates, with the government there are debates. Mohan Bhagwat, the Sarsang Chalak, after the Divya Bhavya Ram temple at Ayodhya, had spoken of the need not to look for a shivling under every mosque. Within Shakhas, and since you've interacted with a lot of RSS people, is everyone on the same page there, or are there some who think that this is civilizational justice that they seek? And does the RSS, does the decision making go top down, or is there some kind of an opinion that's sought from shakhas across the country?
Well, in terms of this particular view that he's expressed, there is division. I haven't, in interviewing for my various topics, because there were 7 topics I cover in the book, there wasn't a single one of them where there wasn't some kind of internal debate on the topic. Now, it helps one side or the other if the head of the RSS, the Sarsang Chalak, comes down on one side or the other. It tends to skew the debate in a particular area. Though this particular Sarsang Chalak has been very careful about taking sides and has preferred to try to work out a consensus. And basically, the RSS has been able to stay together. And this is really quite incredible for an organization that started in middle India, in Nagpur, among a few Brahmins in that city. It has expanded into something I don't think its founders would have considered to be, a realistic possibility for the future. It not only is India's ruling, its front group, one of its affiliates is India's ruling party, but it also governs, that party governs 19 of India's states and union territories. It has India's largest trade union, the Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh. It has India's largest student group, the Vidyarthi Parishad. It has one of the largest farm groups, the Kisan Sabha. And it goes on. There are about 50 such groups. And in each of them, there tends to be a discussion on issues. And the issues I discuss in the book, there was very lively discussion of debate. But once a decision has been made, they're quite firm that they then should then follow the decision of the leadership and the collective sentiment of the RSS.
Founded in 1925, banned 3 times, now having a prime minister who's in his 3rd tenure. What's the ideology of the RSS? What seems to be working for the RSS and the BJP, its affiliate, that it remains in power, as you said, not just at the center for its 3rd term, but multiple states and 21, perhaps, if you take all the NDA alliance partners?
Well, in terms of what it's for, as I mentioned, it had unity of India is its major ideological framework. Why it's grown so fast, I think you're getting at. Why has it expanded in the way that it has? I think there are a couple of reasons. One has to do with the organization. This is a group that has focused on, or it has ever since the beginning with Dr. Hedgewar, that, they wanted a group in which you would create a sense of a family. In fact, the present Prime Minister has talked about that he was actually attracted to the RSS because it was a sense of a family that was absorbing him into the family. The RSS sort of looks at itself and its own role as basically creating a cadre who will lead the country in a certain direction. Now, it's often been accused of being authoritarian in doing so. I think that's an exaggeration. I don't think it's given up the notion of a debate. The BJP as a party and the RSS as an organization has always favored the notion of elections, and there have been elections in which its party lost. Remember, the BJP lost when Vajpayee had been the prime minister. So it was able to sort of get out of power and come back to power again. But the fundamental issue, the basis for its training in the Shaka, its local unit, is to create a sense of comradeship among the membership so that will last beyond their training, which tends to take place in their youth and teenage years and beyond. Now, it is a male organization, but there is a female equivalent. But there are about 60,000 shakas of various kinds in India. And some of those shakas have male and female members. Most do not, but some do, particularly the occupational-oriented shakas.
So is it anti-women, as some make it out to be? And one of the criticism, so there is a lot of criticism that comes RSS's way, anything that you say that RSS stands for unity of India. If it stands for unity, if it stands for, as you say, India's civilizational strength, why has it been targeted so extensively and banned 3 times?
Well, that's a complex question.
What's your understanding?
That's a complex question about why it's been banned. The initial ban came, as many of you who are older probably know, because Nathuram Godse had once been a member of the RSS. He had left it to join the Hindu Mahasabha and was actually much closer to the Hindu Mahasabha than to the RSS. And the Hindu Mahasabha, as some of you who follow this must know, had a very contentious relationship with the RSS, particularly after the time of Golwalkar became the Sarsanchalak. The RSS as a group, and it's looked at its future at that time, particularly after the Second World War, when things began to change in India a lot. That's at the point it began to establish its various affiliated groups, because it was locked out of politics and it was locked out of society by the ruling Congress party at the center. And in this, it was quite effective. And what the point I want to get to is chief effectiveness of it was organization. It knew how to train people. Its organizational system was really quite good. You have daily meetings with people who engage in in a series, what they call Baudic. It's for those of you who have a Christian background in Sunday school, various churches had every Sunday a topic that you brought up. They have a similar thing. They have a Baudic Pramukh who decides a topic that's going to be discussed for a month or 2 months. And then they have a topic discussion at various levels of sophistication. Then they have games that are played, basically games that are meant to encourage kind of cooperation with each other. And then they have the beginning and the end, kind of pledge to the motherland. They also have a series of camps where they try to downplay the notion of caste. In fact, at a caste, a typical participant in a caste will do things at both ends of the traditional caste hierarchy. You may one day feed food to people and the other day wash their feet. So
that's very interesting, because one of the criticisms is that it's a Brahminical organization and it's pro-caste. You're saying it's anti-caste. So the caste system. Then does this successful Mahakumbh, where the Uttar Pradesh government takes pride in saying that close to 67 crore devotees took a dip together and there was no distinction of caste. Would you look at it as a successful civilizational move that they would have tried over decades and have reached a point, or is this temporary?
Well, as you may know, the RSS has always supported the Kumbh Mela celebration, including this one as well. Yes, that's exactly, you put it quite well. They look at its goal as one of bringing groups together. You even had some Muslim participants in the Kumbh Mela. Not many, but you had some, including some that was supported by its own Muslim-affiliated groups, the Rashtriya Manch. So that participated in it as well. In terms of, in terms of women, can you all hear me? In terms of women, it is by and large a male organization, but at certain levels of participation it becomes a family organization. And it has foreign groups as well. There is an RSS affiliate in the US and 33 other countries as well. And it's called the Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh. They are mixed male and female because they tend to be family oriented. So they do have women participants.
The Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh, is that the reason for the RSS success overseas, and are some of their members extremely politically powerful in various countries?
Some are. In fact, you and I talked about some who had, were in parliament in various European countries. You have at least 2 American cabinet members who are Hindu, one of whom has had association with the HSS in the past. So yes, you have participation. In their overseas branches, one of the problems that people have raised about being in one of the overseas branches and being the kind of organization it was, is at least in India, it's India focused, to have a kind of unity of India, and the Indian equivalent of MAGA. Is to, rather than making India great again, it's the kind of making the US great again. They would go along with that as well, because they tend to be, they focus on good citizenship overseas. They do this in every other country I'm aware of.
So, am I to understand that what you're saying is Donald Trump stands for Make America Great Again, you're saying the RSS stands for Make India Great Again. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. In short, they don't sort of put it that way, but that's exactly what they mean.
But what I want to understand from you is this relationship between, for example, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on one side and RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat on the other side. How does this double engine work?
Usually well, not always. There are times there have been differences. There are times that there have been differences. And I'll give you a classic one that many of you may know about. When it came to labor issues and land issues, the government has favored a globalization development policy. Not all of the affiliate groups, or even in the RSS itself, are as enthusiastic about that focus on development. Some say that this overlooks the well-being of the individual, that it's too much of a focus on that. And so on issues where they can't come to an agreement, they can't come to a consensus, they put it off. And the land issue is one case where they put it off. Labor issue is another where they put it off until they could come to a consensus on how to handle it.
Now, when you look at the RSS, and one of the criticism that comes their way is that they're anti-minority or they're anti-Muslim. In your interaction and, beyond the RSS's Muslim Munch, what has your understanding or appreciation been, Professor?
Well, I think you have to note that the RSS is not a religious organization in the way we think of it. In fact, the kind of guide to Hindutva, the kind of Hinduism that it refers to, was Savarkar. And as most of you know, Savarkar was an atheist, very much of an atheist. And many of the, not many, but some of the RSS people I've interacted with have not been especially religious in the metaphysical sense of the term. What they focus on is creating a sense of pride in Hindu culture, the traditional culture of the country. And in fact, just the other day I was speaking to a person who raised this issue from the RSS. And he said, you know what I think about? And he said, to the group you're talking to, you can give this example. In Germany, Wagner is much appreciated. In fact, to a certain extent in Germany, to appreciate Wagner is to be German, is to establish a German identity. Because the themes of some of Wagner's works go back to the ancient German religious customs. But if you're a Roman Catholic or you're a Lutheran in Germany, do you feel that's a bad thing? No. You accepted it as something that you accept. So when they talk about, the Kumbh Mela or other celebrations, it's part of the traditional culture, whether or not you are religiously a Hindu or not.
So they look at Muslims as sons and daughters of this land who may have converted and traditionally are the same blood. Is that what your appreciation has been?
That's when I've talked to them, they say that, if you look at the genetic background of Muslims and Hindus and Christians in this country, they're basically like their neighbors. They're basically us. So the notion of race, which is what the Nazis used to distinguish themselves from others, that somehow to be uniquely German was a certain kind of bloodline, they said makes no sense in India to look at it that way.
So when some political leaders say they're like the Muslim Brotherhood of India, what is your understanding of the RSS?
Well, in and of itself, nobody would be worried by that as such. It depends on the purposes to which you use the Brotherhood. Now, they are worried, that if people begin to support Pakistan, the most obvious case. But by and large, Indian Muslims, have been rather loyal to this country as well. And there has been, at least that I'm aware of, no incident of any significance in which Muslims have taken steps that are anti-Indian.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, whether it's, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam or Abdul Hamid, that's been a big advantage. But when you look at the current controversy about Aurangzeb, how do you look at it? Is that an RSS narrative? Because you have a chapter in your book about Indianizing education. So, if we were taught in our class books that Aurangzeb was not cruel, and this intense fight back against that narrative, how do you look at that?
Well, I'm not sure, in the history books they use, but they tend to follow the history books that are recommended by the center as required, textbooks you use for various subjects. But where the cultural element comes in is what they do in outside activities where they celebrate Hindu customs. And they have a celebration where the teachers are honored. In fact, I have attended, for research purposes, a local shaka in the Washington, D.C. area where I live. And they invited me to go to a celebration where teachers are then given a Rakhi and are honored. And they did it for me. They didn't tell me they were going to do it. They did it. And I later said, why are you doing this? I haven't really done anything that really sort of, would merit this sort of thing. They said, well, you've written this book. We think it's an honest presentation. We didn't necessarily agree with everything you wrote, but we think it's a good idea you did it, and we gave you this honor for that. So, there's a tendency to honor teachers and as part of the educational goals that they have in mind.
You've also mentioned that the RSS had decided that BJP had to be brought to par, it put its shoulder to the wheel. 2013 elections, in 2013 and 2014 elections, the BJP did spectacularly well. Pradhan Mantri, Mr. Narendra Modi became Prime Minister. Even in 2019, what is your appreciation of what happened in 2024? And of course, subsequently.
Well, I've asked some RSS people since coming back to India, how do they explain that in the Lok Sabha election, the BJP vote went down several points, and it could not form a majority on its own. It needed allies in parliament to do that, which is certainly different from the first two elections when it had majority on its own. Whereas, and this they always point out to me, take a look at what happened in two significant state elections after that. In Haryana, what happened?
Haryana, Maharashtra, and now Delhi.
And Maharashtra and now Delhi. Is that the RSS in that case supported very enthusiastically the BJP. It did not necessarily do so before. I'm not going to get into why, because I've heard all sort of reasons as to why the RSS didn't, but one of them, I think, had to do with a mistake that a very significant person in the BJP made when he said, we don't need RSS support. Well, it turns out they did, in fact, need RSS support to get the kind of majority that they had hoped to get, and they thought they'd get, but didn't. After that, in these state elections, they did.
And so that's a lesson learned. Are they that way? They learn from mistakes, make corrections for the next battle?
Well, this wasn't their mistake necessarily. This was probably a mistake on the part of the BJP.
Of the affiliate of the BJP.
Of the BJP, yes, and kind of saying, we don't really need you. Well, in fact, they proved that they really did need them, which gets to a point which, is the RSS political? It has often said, this stems from the time it was first banned, when it had to write a constitution that said it was a cultural organization. It has always been political from the very beginning. In fact, that you can quote me, always been political in different ways. It never established made itself a political party. Though in the 47-48 period, there were pracharaks, full-timers of the RSS, who were advocating, like Balraj Madhok, who were advocating that the RSS turn itself into a political party. It rejected that. It said that would be a big mistake because it would introduce the issue of a religious connotation that we don't want. That in fact, our definition of Hindu, and I don't know how many people have said this to me, our definition of Hindu is it includes everybody. So when you hear Mohan Bhagwat, the present head of the RSS, talk of Muslims like as if they're Hindus, what he means by Hinduism is a kind of large ethnic group which has a culture which is rooted in this country.
I will let that be the last word on this special discussion. Professor Anderson, as always, many thanks for joining us here on this India Today platform to tell us more about the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh and clearing a lot of doubts that people may have had about the organization.
I was going to say, I forgot to. I encourage you to buy my book because I think, you'll get a lot more there than you would have gotten in the half hour here. And it's called The RSS, A View to the Inside, and it's available at any bookstore in Delhi, I think. And if it's not, let me know and I'll make sure they get it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause for Walter K. Anderson while I call upon Sahil Punjabi from B&W Developments to come up on stage, present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Anderson.
Heritage and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life, designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary, a space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
I take great pleasure in introducing Dr. Naomi Wolf. She has flown down from New York for this session. She is a journalist like all of us, but and like many of us here, certainly me, kept a very close eye on the pandemic and the development of the vaccine and how the world reacted to it. Dr. Wolf has documented her findings in a book called The Pfizer Papers, Crime Against Humanity. And I think the name kind of says it all, but we'll leave that to her to explain what the findings were. Once again, to all the members of the audience, you can scan the QR code, which you can see right here and also on your tables, actually. So if you could just scan that. The question this time is, do you trust big pharma, pharmaceutical companies? Do you trust them? So that's my question. And till the time you answer that question, I'm going to get started with Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf, tell us a little about Pfizer Papers, Crime Against Humanity. What are your findings?
Thank you so much. I will tell you in just a minute, but first I really just want to thank and appreciate my hosts at India Today, you, and all of you for welcoming me here. It's been such a warm welcome. I was last at an India Today conference in India 20 years ago, and it's an absolute joy to be back. So I should clarify, as I promised, I'm not a medical doctor. I have a doctorate in Victorian poetry. The project that led to the Pfizer Papers really happened almost by accident. Some of you may know my work because I've been a well-known feminist writer for 40 years. I've written 8 or 9 international bestsellers, and usually my subjects are women's issues, especially women's sexual and reproductive health, and then general civil liberties, civil rights issues. They're, of course, related, especially important to note on International Women's Day. But the book came about, and I'll tell you in a moment what it is, because I was doing what I've done for 40 years that made me a quote-unquote feminist icon. I was reporting accurately on social media at that time in 2021 that women were beginning to report eyewitnesses to their own bodies, menstrual problems or dysregulation after having received the mRNA COVID injections, which had been rolled out in the United States at the end of 2020. And literally, this is the kind of reporting I've done my whole life. I broke the story on problems with silicone breast implants. I've covered, problems with IUDs. We all know about problems with thalidomide. The idea that new pharmaceutical products can have damaging effects on women or humans, but certainly women, that are not immediately apparent is not a new idea. Feminists used to know that. That's the reason why I look
at the results right behind us. You trust Big Pharma, 32% of you don't trust, or rather trust Big Pharma, and 66% in the audience are saying they don't trust Big Pharma.
I mean, healthy skepticism is a good quality to have in this world generally, until things are well proven. But just to quickly fast forward,
yes.
When I accurately reported that, I was canceled by Twitter, Facebook, smeared around the world, my reputation turned upside down worldwide, which was weird at that time. I didn't understand that AI was probably already in use in 2021. And it turned out later, through lawsuits brought by the attorneys general of Missouri and Louisiana, that it was the White House that had put pressure on Twitter and Facebook to delete me, cancel me, smear me. That doesn't matter. What matters is Steve Bannon, who I thought was my existential adversary, the advisor to President Trump, did want to hear what I had to say, invited me onto his show, and I continued to raise questions about these injections based on my knowledge that I was accruing in my research. Then he said, okay, the Pfizer papers have been released. These are 450,000 documents, internal documents, Pfizer's own documents, collated as they tested and developed this injection. And a successful lawsuit against the Food and Drug Administration, which had custody of these documents, resulted in the release of these documents. But Bannon and I both knew as journalists there was no way that would be useful unless we could get experts to read through them and issue reports. So the Pfizer papers, which is the book that led me to be here, is the result of that project. 3,250 highly credentialed doctors and scientists from all over the world joined together under our aegis and produced these now 109 reports. 50 of the most important are collected in this book, the Pfizer documents.
So all vaccines have side effects, and Pfizer's vaccine was no different, is what you're saying. But the side
That's
effects...
exactly not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying.
The side effects that were, you say, were concealed by Pfizer were the ones that they should have spoken about, is what they kept concealed conveniently, and the effects were far damaging than what we were told about, is what you're saying, right?
Well, can I just say what I'm saying? Because your summary of what I'm saying is not
right,
correct.
yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about the process in my country, because I don't know the process in your country. But in the West, in North America, vaccines and other medical products come to the market after, well, vaccines, usually after 10 or 15 years of safety studies, showing for sure, including longitudinal studies, which continue over time, right, showing for sure that they're safe and effective. That's the metric. And then they go to the Food and Drug Administration, which either allows them to be sold in the marketplace, continues to track them, or else doesn't allow them to be sold. Well, these are not normal vaccines, right? Because in your country, as well as in mine and all over the world, but I'll just talk about the Pfizer injection because that's the one I have the documentation for, they were rushed through in 10 months, and then they were released under a kind of, do not pass go, do not collect $200, to use monopoly metaphors. They were released under what's called an emergency use authorization, which is basically the FDA saying you don't have to go through the process, the normal process of proving that they're safe and effective. It's an emergency, you can just put them in the marketplace. But when I say it's not anything like other vaccines, that's not the only difference. But also what we found in the Pfizer papers is that the levels of deaths and severe injuries, severe damage of all kinds, and I can get into details, but especially the centerpiece of reproductive damage, which is at the very heart of the Pfizer papers, what Pfizer was looking at. As we say in tech, it's not a bug, it's a feature. That was what they knew about. They knew about it before they rolled it out. They knew about it while they were rolling it out. They continued for 3 months that are spanned in the Pfizer papers to collect documentation of 1,225 deaths in just 3 months reported by doctors. Horrific damage of the kind that I'll describe to you in detail. And they knew within 1 month that the vaccines didn't work to stop COVID. In fact, Pfizer's language is failure of efficacy, quote unquote, and vaccine failure, quote unquote. That's their language. I'm not editorializing. That's their conclusion. They reached that conclusion in November of 2020. Again, 1 month into marketing it. So everything that followed, the mandates, the lost jobs, the kids missing school unless they were injected in states in the United States, the division of society in my country between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, the discriminatory laws, the deaths, the injuries, the sterilizations, the fact that we now have a 13 to 20% drop in live births. There's a 13 to 20% drop in live births according to government data sets around the world. I understand also in India there's a drop in live births. The excess deaths, which are universal around the world in vaccinated countries, none of that was necessary. It was all based upon a lie. The vaccines didn't work to stop COVID. The number 3 side effect in the Pfizer papers is COVID.
I want to ask you, a lot of people would ask this, if not the vaccine, then what? How could have we moved forward given the situation that we had at hand?
Yeah, so you and I had you're a good journalist. I want to commend you for a tough bulldog approach. I think that that's respectfully a misleading question, because I've just said the vaccines didn't work. Maybe your vaccine worked. I don't have the internal documents. I invite your manufacturer to release their internal documents so my experts can take a look at what was provided here in India and other countries where your vaccine was distributed. But the vaccine didn't work. So as I said to you when you asked me that earlier, when humans are faced with something, a technology that does not work, they keep looking for solutions. That's not what happened. People who early on, doctors who were using other methods of treating COVID and keeping their patients out of the hospital, keeping their patients from getting sicker. Those methods include, in my country, hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. They were having good outcomes, high doses of vitamin C. Those doctors were delicensed in my country. They were certainly canceled and censored. They lost their jobs. They faced lawfare. They were made fun of. The FDA released a whole marketing campaign. I'm sorry, it was the CDC making fun of ivermectin, as you may recall. So again, I'm not a medical doctor, but these were some other methods that were showing promise. They were suppressed, and everything was directed, including force in my country, economic force, threats, shaming, legal discrimination, into, compelling people to take this injection, which the manufacturers, the White House, the CDC, we have emails among Dr. Fauci, Dr. Walensky, 15 White House staffers. They knew by April of 2021 that this injection was hurting the hearts of minors and young, healthy adult males. They kept pushing it anyway. They didn't come clean. So I would say to you, there are many other things that could well have helped, but they were prevented from being explored.
So people were convinced that the vaccine works because the data was published and it was peer-reviewed and published.
What data? I asked you this in our conversation.
Yes,
what data?
There was peer-reviewed data.
What peer-reviewed data?
That spoke about the efficacy of the
vaccine. What peer-reviewed data?
Published on the NHAM and the BMJ.
What study? You'll have to show me, what you're referring to so I can look at it.
What I'm trying to ask you is that people were immediately drawn to the vaccine because of data that the government spoke about as well, and Pfizer was in conversation for the longest time to come to India as well, but that never worked out. That's the reason why people had faith on the vaccine. A lot of people did. India as a country vaccinates a lot, and that's the reason why it was not very difficult to get people to come and take the vaccine, unlike many other countries. So
which vaccine did people get in India?
In India, people got 2 vaccines. One was Covishield, which is the AstraZeneca vaccine, the adenovirus vaccine. And the second one was a indigenous Covaxin, which was an inactivated vaccine.
So just a point of information. Yes. You know that the AstraZeneca vaccine was withdrawn from the market.
Yes, but my question is about the Pfizer vaccines.
Right.
The data that was published showing efficacy, and that's how it was introduced.
I'm not trying to badger you. I'm really not. What data? I mean, you're saying to me...
I can get into the details of that data and what it showed, the percentages of the efficacy levels, but what I'm saying is that the vaccine was introduced, an emergency authorization was given. One of the first vaccines to get an emergency authorization was the Pfizer vaccine. The WHO backed it, the CDC backed it. What I'm asking is that what was going on for them to get, or behind the scenes, as per your research, is what I'm trying to ask you. So these clearances were given, and that's how the vaccine was introduced to the population. What was going on behind the scenes for these clearances to come through?
I see.
Is what I'm
I
asking
understand
you.
your question. Again, I hope you all understand when I say over and over what data, I'm really encouraging kind of a revolution in our sense of our responsibility as consumers of information. And what I mean by that is it's very important for us no longer to say, well, those are the doctors, they're the experts, or those are the scientists, they're the experts, or that's the media, they're the experts. I don't mean you, India Today is fabulous. Or, you know, that's the CDC or the FDA, they're the experts. We really need to, and this complete collapse of trustworthiness of the FDA, the CDC, the American media, the Western media, in terms of reporting things that were not true or that were skewed scientifically, and that's why I keep saying what data, and I'll get to that in a minute. We have to start to read those studies ourselves and evaluate them ourselves and become literate scientifically. I started out by saying I'm in English, like my DPhil is in English literature. I'm not trained as a scientist, but now I know how to read a scientific paper. It's not rocket science, you know, and I know how to see flaws in methodology. And we all have to get accustomed to that because you asked, what was this process? What happened was millions of dollars flowed, we now know, to journals like The Lancet, the British Medical Journal, the gold standard peer-reviewed scientific and medical publications. And then they would not publish good science that showed problems with the vaccine, but they would publish what turned out to be very bad studies, flawed studies, that claimed to show safety and efficacy. One example is just the Shimabukuro study, peer-reviewed, that early on was used by the CDC, by public health entities throughout North America to tell pregnant women that this vaccine was safe for their fetuses and for themselves. It wasn't safe, and the way they got to that was by stopping looking at babies after 2 weeks, right? As well as other flaws in methodology. But this was very common. The peer-reviewed process has been compromised. Another example is the PCR test. The PCR test, which is what was used to identify infections, right? It's a real test, but the inventor of it said, don't use it at too high a cycle threshold or it will generate false positives. The World Health Organization issued a press release that was quickly swallowed up that said don't run it at high cycle thresholds. But governments and testing centers ran it at cycle thresholds that are too high, generating untold false positives. So our data about the extent of the pandemic can't be verified based on PCR tests.
So you also feel that the pandemic in that sense were exaggerated in terms of the numbers?
I don't know. I don't know. As a journalist, I'm saying there's a problem with a lot of the data. I can give you other examples, but that's kind of a different question. Do you want me to go to
No,
that?
I just want to now just move a little ahead because in our conversation we were talking about way things could have been done differently. All of us here in India during the pandemic have taken ashwagandha, have taken shilajit, have taken vitamin C and also resorted to traditional systems of treatment, which many of us, and I was just telling Dr. Wolf about it, the fact that this happened in India, but that didn't happen in the US is what you're saying, and that's where you felt short as a country. This should have been done. Vitamin C should have been encouraged.
Okay, so
immunity building should have been.
Do you want me to answer your question about how the skewing of conclusions about the vaccine happened?
Yes, sure. Then
and
we'll
then go on to that.
Yes,
sure.
yeah.
So I talked about the kind of corruption of the peer review process. Also, the media in North America and Western Europe was very corrupted. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, of course, Bill Gates was a major investor in the mRNA injection. They were flowing millions of dollars to previously very respected news outlets to quote-unquote overcome vaccine hesitancy. So $55 million to the BBC, for instance. The New York Times got money. NPR got money. The Guardian got money. And you know, if you run a news business, margins are very tight. So a few $1 million makes a very big difference. But it means that when problems were being surfaced by real journalists and real doctors, those respected news outlets didn't want to cover them, and they kept reproducing inaccurate claims by the CDC, by Dr. Fauci and so on, that this was safe and effective. The other issue is the CARES Act in the United States, $1 billion from the government itself to basically pay off quote-unquote trusted influencers, all the way from churches and synagogues and mosques down to tiny dance troupes in Queens or, little regional news outlets. So basically the whole culture of communication was bought and paid for by pharma, and then it was a closed circle. Our tax dollars paid for, the vaccines, so shareholders in Pfizer and Moderna and so on were doing very, very well. And then, as I mentioned, critics were silenced. Why were critics silenced? Millions of dollars went to professional organizations representing doctors and obstetricians and gynecologists, pediatricians, to make sure that the doctors in their organizations didn't go off script, and the money had to be paid back if doctors gave actual informed consent to their patients. So it was a whole mechanism of propaganda and coercion. And the last thing I'll mention is something called the COVID-19 Project. And this started in March of 2020, very early, before we could possibly know how serious the pandemic was going to be. And this was a coalition of ordinary competitors, and I'm a tech CEO, so I recognize how weird this is, right? These are competitors: Facebook, Twitter, Bloomberg, Microsoft, Nintendo, Amazon. The big tech entities aligned. Why? To communicate around the world the same messages about lockdowns and about COVID and then about vaccines. That's why you heard the same messaging around the world. Don't visit grandma, you'll kill her at Thanksgiving. Don't visit grandma, you'll kill her at Hanukkah. Don't visit grandma, you'll kill her at Diwali. All around the world the same. That's only possible through this alliance of tech bros. So I followed the money. What happens when you force a lockdown and you keep people from shopping on Main Street, worshiping in churches and synagogues and mosques, going to school? They're on their phones or they're on their computers. Amazon revenue, 2021, 2022, 23% up. Nintendo, a dying breed, double digits up. Microsoft, double digits up. Bloomberg, double digits up. Big tech made out like bandits. And it was a massive wealth transfer from middle-class people, middle-class shop owners, middle-class property owners, working-class people to big tech and big pharma.
So it was not just the big pharma benefiting, but big tech as well. But how would you then stop the transmission is my question. A country of 1.4 billion people, if you move around when there is an infectious disease and the outcomes are severe in many people, especially in the second wave of the pandemic, how else would you stop the transmission?
So again, I'm not a medical doctor and I don't want to, I'm not an epidemiologist. I do feel very lucky though to have, I got my DPhil in Oxford in English literature, and so I've read 400 years of English literature, which includes memoirs, letters, journals, and what is clear from that is that humanity faces wave after wave of infectious disease. And overwhelmingly, in the last 400 years, they've been much more serious, right? Not to minimize COVID, but typhus, cholera, tuberculosis, yellow fever, pneumonia in 1918, much more serious. For 100 years, we've known, public health has known how not to handle the spread of infectious diseases. What do? Ventilation, sunshine, vitamin C, good nutrition. You boost immunities. You don't have the opposite is what we were told to do, at least in America and Western Europe. You don't crowd people into households, multi-generational households, lock them in, depress their immune systems by closing off beaches and playgrounds, as we did in the United States and Western Europe, not pay any attention to nutrition, not pay any attention to, sanitation or hygiene. All of that is what we used to know escalated infectious disease transmission. And that's what we were told to do. It made no sense.
You know, I can go on and on about this, Naomi, about the fact that transmission had to be stopped, and that was the number one priority as far as the Indian government was concerned, given our population. And I don't think there was any other option, at least in the first wave of the pandemic when we didn't know what hit us.
Right.
I think the situation was the same all over the world, where many countries went in for a lockdown. I just want to move on a little and take this discussion forward to talk.
Before you do, can I add one thing?
Yes.
About prevention?
Yes.
What's really weird about the Pfizer papers is that there's almost nothing in those 450,000 documents about respiratory infection. There's almost nothing about nasal passages, breathing, oxygen levels, lung capacity, mucous membranes. It's really, as I mentioned, all targeted at damaging your ovaries, damaging sperm, damaging placentas, aborting babies, causing miscarriages of babies, fetal hemorrhage, menstrual dysregulation. But what's fascinating, I'm not vaccinated at all. Thank God, I'm not COVID vaccinated. My parents gave me the 4 vaccines that my generation had when we were children. But early on, I'm a tech CEO. Early on, I saw that the biotech industry journalism was much more excited about the mRNA platform than were the medical journals. And that gave me pause. But the reason I bring this up is Dr. McCullough, one of the dissident doctors, has a protocol where you rinse out with a neti pot your nasal passages 4 times a day with a betadine solution, which is an iodine solution over the counter. It's been used for 40 years, very common. And once I got COVID, it lasted 24 hours because I used his protocol. Everyone in my family uses his protocol when they get COVID. They get over it in 24 hours. He says, I don't have this except from him, that Pakistan uses nasal rinses, and that's how they prevented widespread transmission. You know, it's a viral infection, so intuitively it makes sense that if you can kill the virus in your nasal passages before it gets into your lungs, that is good prevention. So that's just anecdotal, but I think it's interesting that that wasn't even studied.
You know, we're running out of time, and I'll quickly ask you just a last question on pharmacovigilance, because it's not just about COVID and the vaccine associated with COVID, but by and large, the problems that various countries at different levels experience. India has its own set of problems when it comes to clearances, substandard medicines. What about the US? Do you think the government needs to really now work together with pharmaceutical companies and with regulators to ensure that the best medicine gets the clearances for the general population? And what has COVID taught us in that sense? Because clearly the audience has got very little faith on Big Pharma.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say thank God for your Ayurvedic tradition in this country. When we have learned the nature of the damage that the mRNA injections cause, I've been doing very in-depth, videos about herbs and the Ayurvedic tradition as well, because there are things that have worked to counter inflammation, which is one of the functions of the injection, to boost circulation, as clotting is one of the functions of the injection, to support nervous system efficacy, because damaging the nervous system's myelin sheath is one of the functions of the injection. So I'm delighted. I have to say, the Indian population, anecdotally, impressionistically, looks much healthier than American and Western Europe populations now. And there was a dramatic change after the mRNA injection rolled out. So don't stop, whatever that is. But pharmacovigilance, look, I do everything possible now to avoid taking any prescription medication and to avoid ever getting hospitalized, God willing, because I've seen from the Pfizer papers that the FDA just rubber stamped, charts showing babies getting sick, charts showing a baby dying, charts of 10,000, 15,000 women, 7,500 women with horrible bleeding every day, bleeding twice a month, hemorrhaging, no periods at all, meaning completely, infertile. And these 1,225 deaths, neurological diseases, strokes, heart attacks, dropping dead, which you're seeing.
Something that's been seen in India as well, but the government, I just want to conclude this, Dr. Wolf, has said that this isn't linked to the vaccine that was given in the country. Dr. Wolf, ours was an inactivated vaccine. At least one vaccine was inactivated, the other was adenovirus, but the government studies indicates that these heart attacks that we're seeing in the younger population, there is no increase, and also it's not linked to the vaccine, but to COVID is what has been said. I'm really running out of time. Preeti is looking at me. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. It was a delightful conversation.
I would graciously want to give you the last word, but I have to say young healthy adults didn't just drop dead on the playing field. Dropping dead or falling from a great height is in the SEC filing in 2021 for the BioNTech injection. And I invite the government of India to release the internal documents related to these vaccines. We'll happily go through them. And thank you for your welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause while I call upon Rajesh Sharma, Senior Vice President, UTI Mutual Funds, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Dr. Wolf. Thank you, Dr. Wolf. Thank you, Sinha. With that, let's quickly move on. A lot of people are waiting for this session. Cricket's modern maestro, Suryakumar Yadav, on artistry and aggression. To take it from here, calling upon stage colleague and consulting editor, Sports India Today, Nikhil Nas.
Good evening, everyone. Next guest, I usually have a long introduction for all my guests, but the next guest that we have, he doesn't need to be introduced because he is the current T20 captain of the Indian team. He's revolutionized T20 batting. People call him Mr. 360 degree because he's gone and done things on the cricket field which some other batters can only dream about. Of course, all of us will remember the catch that he took, which actually won India that T20 World Cup. What can I say? But the sky is the limit for him. He's known as Sky. Can we have on stage, please, Suryakumar Yadav?
And while Suryakumar Yadav is escorted on stage, a quick reminder, William Dalrymple is in the house. He's on a book signing and will be in the B&W lounge. You can get your signed copy and also enjoy a glass of sparkling. Over to you, Nikhil.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please, for Suryakumar Yadav. The last time I met you, there were a lot of tattoos. I was hoping that you'd come in your half-sleeve shirt, the fancy designer shirts that you wear, so that people can see the number of tattoos. Has there been any increase in those tattoos since the T20 World Cup to now?
Hello, good evening, everyone. There's no increase in the tattoo because now I'm happily married and my wife, I think she's against all this. So she's not allowing me to get any tattoos now, anymore.
Any particular reason?
There's no particular reason, but I requested her, post the T20 World Cup when we won, that let me get something done on my hand. There's some place left. But she was like, there's another T20 World Cup coming in sometime. Do something special and get a tattoo.
Wow, I like that. From all of us, fantastic. I don't think there's any space left anyway.
There is, but not the right place.
Also, listen, you yet to be a father, so maybe she's saying that you have some space when you'll have kids.
There's a lot of space for my children.
You'll have that. Okay. See, I spoke to you about that World Cup catch right after you had won the World Cup. I was just calculating. It's been 222 days since you took that catch.
My God.
That's the catch that actually won India the World Cup. I don't think the image does justice to it because of copyright issues. I can't play the full catch, but it is actually a catch where he goes outside the boundary, comes back in, and then catches it, and then the match completely turns. My question to you is, how many times have you replayed that in your head, this catch, in the last 222 days?
Definitely, I didn't know that it's 222 days, but I've definitely watched it more than 222 times. I watch it every hour whenever I get an opportunity to use the phone. I watch it a lot of times, and I'm very grateful. I mean, I could get to do something special for my country that day.
What's the distance between the foot and the boundary rope?
That I think if I would have been busy seeing that, the ball would have already crossed the boundary.
Have I asked you because that's the distance between India holding the cup and not holding the cup?
I mean, there were a lot of moments in the game, and this was one of them. But reaching to that moment after that 30 ball 30, Jasprit Bumrah, Arshdeep, Hardik, all the three guys getting us back into the game, and then this moment came of 6 ball 16 and being in that moment and taking that catch. I think you can say there was a lot of hard work involved behind it by all the three bowlers, and then I got an opportunity. Otherwise the game would have been over long back.
Okay, do you sometimes feel, okay, TK, I took this catch, amazing, but everyone just remembers that catch. Listen, he's got 145 deliveries in a T20I international. 145, one of the fastest in the history of T20 internationals. He's won multiple IPL titles, World Cup winner. You must sometimes think, yaar, hu to main batsman, yaar. Everyone remembers that catch. Nobody remembers, some of those great knocks.
No, see, it was a moment during that tournament, a final. You need 16 runs of 6 balls. It's balls down to the wire. There are a lot of people who got runs in that tournament. A lot of batters performed really well. A lot of bowlers did really well. But it was just that moment which was there. I mean, I don't know if that catch would have been taken during a league stage if that was there, but I feel it was all about that moment in that World Cup final.
And what happened after that World Cup final is that we got ourselves a new T20I captain, which is Suryakumar Yadav. Talk us about that, because many names were being spoken at that time. We knew it was Rohit Sharma's last T20 international. How did that captaincy come? Did it come as a pleasant surprise? Talk us through that.
I don't want to say it came as a pleasant surprise, but whatever came my way, I think I was very happy with it, because I always used to dream. First you dream that you want to play for India, then you dream that you want to do something special for your country, so you win trophies. And then comes that one day you lead your country and you win big tournaments for them. So that's one thing which I always dreamt of, and then leading of the team in any format. I mean, it's a blessing. So I was really happy with it, and I just feel that I tell everyone, my family and friends, that just wish that I just grab it with both the hands.
Right, and I hope you do. You grab a cup with both the hands. The next T20 World Cup is going to be in India in 2026. India are the favourites because while Rohit Sharma won us the World Cup, believe you me, if you're not a regular watcher of this T20I team, you have to watch this team under Suryakumar Yadav because they are setting some new benchmarks. They are playing cricket which is ahead of the curve, which the entire world is talking about. Talk us through that, because I've covered the journey of Indian cricket, and a lot of time we used to say India is good but we are behind the curve. There are a few countries that are setting the benchmark. What have you done with this team where it looks like that 300 is on the card? You've come so close to reaching 300 in T20 under your captaincy. That's how they are playing. All of them are Mavericks. What have you spoken to those youngsters? What have you done to see this turnaround?
Firstly, the thing is, I'm just trying to take the legacy forward, what we started during the T20 World Cup and before that. We started playing like that I think during the Asia Cup, or maybe post that during the T20 World Cup. And then from there, I just told my boys the same thing. Whatever you do for your respective state, respective franchise, do the same thing when you come here. Just the jersey, just the color of the jersey changes. Rest, I think nothing new. Your cricket is the same. Just enjoy, be fearless, and show the world what you got in store. And that's what they're trying to do.
The word that you use is fearless. You talk about that you want to take that legacy forward. Every time this word was used, play fearless. But somewhere back of the mind, you're a batter. Batters are selfish. You want to get runs. But you've actually taken that out. I see that nobody really cares of what runs they have in front of their name. It doesn't matter, they get out. You leading from the front, do that. How did you instill this belief in the team, I want to know?
See, it's easy to say.
Yes.
There are 6-7 batters in the side. 2-3 of them will fire on a given day. But we've sat down as a batting unit. We've decided, like for example, if 2 batters get 75, and we are reaching about 180, 190, how about 7 batters trying to split that thing and get 12 ball 30, and then let's see where we land up. So that's what we are trying to do, and we've been equally supported by BCCI, our coach, and everyone to be fearless, and that's what we are trying to do. We're just trying to play our game on the ground, and whatever happens, either we win or we learn.
Either you win or you learn. Okay, that is the buzz phase. For all of you who follow cricket, you know where that comes from. Okay, tell us also, in terms of these youngsters. 2 years ago, I introduced you as Mr. 360 because things that you would do on the field, you would say, no, this is not possible. You can't do it. And then I see this young team. There is a Tilak Verma, a Rinku Singh, a Yashasvi Jaiswal, a Abhishek Sharma. Sometimes do you feel that within 2 years, they have outscored you? I wouldn't have imagined that 2 years. Do they scare you with the kind of aggressive approach that they have?
No, I would be very happy. I would be really happy if they are doing that, and they are taking 1 degree, pulling it from my 360. But yeah, I mean, the way they bat, the way they express themselves on the field, it's unbelievable. I just wish to God that if I was a 22-year-old, I wish I could bat like that, the way they are expressing themselves. I mean, the amount of hard work they do during a practice sessions, it's very... Sometimes I just turn up to see what they practice on the ground, how do they carry themselves to the gym sessions, the way they behave on a dinner table, avoiding all those food, and then they want to be different, and that's reflecting on the ground. So that's one thing which every sportsman should try and see and learn from them.
Do you get a feeling that the Indian T20 team under your leadership is the envy of the world? Everyone wants to play like that. At least I get that feeling when I speak to journalists from abroad. Everyone is saying this Indian team is different. Do you get that feeling as well when you are on the field?
I just tell them one thing. See, there are a lot of people who've come to see you. Give them a reason to have a wide smile on their face. When they go back, whatever happens, you win or you learn. Whatever happens, just be yourself. And as soon as you leave the ground, nothing should change. Your character shouldn't define even if you have scored 100 or you've not got runs or you've not delivered how you wanted to be. When you go off the field, you have to be the same guy who came in to play the game. Simple.
Okay, talking about the same guy, I want to talk to you about the transformation of Suryakumar Yadav. In all my years of covering cricket, I know 2 versions of Suryakumar Yadav. One was the pre-2018 Suryakumar Yadav, who would bat in the middle order, score those 30 runs, but would be like many other batters. And then there is this 2018, 2019, post that Suryakumar Yadav, that was setting the benchmark. That was leading from the front. That 360-degree shots that you started playing. What happened? What happened in that period between 2018 to 2019? Suryakumar Yadav 2.0, how was that born?
It's actually, I can say it's a little bit of emotional thing as well, but at the same time, when I was in KKR, that time I was called a one-dimensional player. I used to actually play only one side of the ground. Then when I came to Mumbai Indians, when I came back home, things started changing. I started batting higher up the order. I opened as well first year. Then at the end of 2018 season, I realized if I have to be at the top, if I want to be the best, what are the things I need to do? Then I spoke to our coach back then in MI, and then we started thinking, how do we take this ship forward? How do we make you a different player? Then I started working on my fitness because I used to be very honest, I used to get tired after playing 30, 35 balls. And if I wanted to be the best, if on a given day, if I don't get boundaries and sixes, I have to run hard. And if I have to run hard in that heat, I have to be fit. So I changed my diet and everything. Then I got a nutritionist on board. I started talking to trainers. I used everything, whatever I could. And we sat with my wife because she was the one who used to be always honest with me. Whatever it is, it was on my face. So it was a good thing, which changed me as a person, changed me as a player. We actually cut down on a lot of friends also. A lot of weekends, it was completely off for us. Started training, started batting, playing a lot of games. And then slowly 2019-20 played a lot of domestic cricket during that season. I mean before also I used to play, but then 2018-19-20 I used to play a lot of domestic season, T20, one day, be it red ball, everything. And then I started working hard towards it, and then in 2021 I got the fruits of what I did for last those 2-3 years.
See, you talk about fitness, working hard, cutting down on your social time, but you know what? That doesn't explain the flamboyance with which you started playing. You know, some shots, a fast bowler bowling at 150, you are hitting him, what is that called? A paddle shot above your head, 6 behind the wicketkeeper. You need courage to do that. Tell me, how did that transformation happen? Because that seems more mental than your hard work.
See, the ground is big. You want to cover all the aspects on the ground. So if there are no players at some part of the ground, you want to play that shot. So I've practiced it a lot. I used to go to the ground, be there in the morning, be there in the afternoon. The whole day I used to spend a lot of time over there. Saw my game a lot, what I used to do, what I could do better, understood my game, and then I decided if I have to be the best player in the world, if I have to be there on the top, I have to do something different. So then I started working on these strokes. Then I implemented that in the game, and then that's how I grew in confidence.
Is that premeditated, or do you react at that time to play a shot like that? Or you've decided this ball has to go behind the keeper?
I mean, if you practice a shot like a lot of times, like 10,000, 20,000 times, when you are in the game, it actually comes in your muscle memory. So you just react to it. But at the same time, there are a few shots which are a little premeditated as well.
Yeah, because what is the reaction time? Half a second, less than half a second?
Yeah.
I mean, to react to it at that moment.
But then that's what you practice for.
But the fear is, if you get it wrong, you can get a serious injury with that shot.
But then that's fine. But if it goes for a 6, you have to always see on the other side of it.
Okay, very, very tough path that you're walking on. I spoke about his transformation. One other thing that comes to my mind, and I think that could have been a catalyst in your career. Correct me if I'm wrong. We'll get those visuals behind. Those are of this game in 2020. IPL game, Mumbai Indians versus RCB. And Suryakumar Yadav plays a match-winning knock of 79 of 43 deliveries, if I'm not mistaken. Oh. There is a moment, why I'm trying to compare the pre-2019-20 Suryakumar Yadav to this, because here, there is a moment that you'll see of a Virat Kohli, almost...
I'm not looking back.
Almost intimidating a Suryakumar Yadav, because Virat is the player from the other team, and he's taking his team to win. Let's get those visuals if we can, and then I'll get Sky to talk about that.
We're talking about friendship, a lot of love. No, he's telling me well played.
See, I don't think the visuals do justice. If you have to see the moving images, I mean, it was clear from the outside. That's fine. He's trying to make his team win, and you're trying to make your team win. And these tactics are quite often. But tell me what was going through your head. I know he wasn't telling you or asking you how you're feeling. I know that wasn't the case. Tell me this moment, what was going through your head? Because I tell you, in the face of that kind of hostility or aggression, many would crumble. You remain calm. Continue with your job. Talk us through this.
See, to be very honest, there were a lot of things running in my mind on the game day. If I have to be brutally honest, there was The team selected to travel to Australia, I think a day or two before this game. And I actually expected that I'll be taking that flight, going and playing a T20 format for India, because I had done really well. Because if you do well 2 years in a row, you expect that you'll land somewhere, you'll get something or the other. And there were a lot of players in my team from different countries like Australia and New Zealand, that they were like, when are you touring Australia? When are you going there? So the build-up was like that. And when the teams got announced for all the 3 formats, I was like, oh my God. Then I started talking to the players, started talking to my wife. I think that was bubble at that time, 2020. She was like, it's completely fine, you've done your bit, it's okay, your opportunity will come. But then deep inside, you know what's happening in your mind. And if you don't connect your mind and heart together when the game comes, it will be completely different. You can't deliver for the team. And then this game day came, and I was like, still completely lost. When we went to the ground, it was like I had a straight face, no reaction, anything. And luckily we had to field. Then we went on for a chase, and it was a very important game at that time. That whoever team won that game would have actually gone in top 2. So it was important game for both the teams. And then when I was scoring runs, there were a lot of cheer up from the captain, a lot of support from him from the other end. And it was just a moment at that time. It was different. But yeah, it was just a moment. I mean, anyone in that situation would have reacted the same way.
I agree. Virat was the captain at that time.
Correct.
And you missed out on the team. Do you think, and it's okay, see, there comes a moment in time that you start taking a player seriously. Do you think that from this moment onwards, because I've heard Virat talk glowingly about you, your talent, but do you think this was the moment where you earned his respect?
I don't know, because we didn't speak after this game. When I was picked for India to play against England, we played a game. After that, he was the one who said, would you like to bat at number 3? I said, yes, definitely, why not? I would love to take that responsibility and challenge. And he was like, theek hai, ja, khel 3 number pe. And I was very happy. And post that, I think it was a completely different relationship. We've batted together so many times. We've had 100 plus runs partnership as well in T20 games, and it has been completely different. I've learned a lot of things from him. We still talk about it. We still talk about the game a lot, and there's a different level of respect now.
Yeah, there is a mutual admiration I can see between you and Virat. Yeah. 2 great batters. I'm going to talk about your relationship with 2 other players. You spoke about Virat Kohli. Let's talk about Rohit Sharma. You say that you changed when you came to MI. Rohit was the captain. Tell us about Rohit the captain. And I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. There was a big furor and a big debate about Rohit Sharma's captaincy. We had a politician tweet about that he's not a great captain. And I was surprised reading that, because I know he's one of the finest captains. I want you to tell our audience about Rohit Sharma, the leader, Rohit Sharma, the captain.
See, when you come to MI, let me start with that. When you come to MI, it's like an institution where you come, you learn, you grow, and then you move on to play for India, you deliver, and obviously you come back again. It's not like that you leave them. It's like an institution where you learn a lot of things. And when it comes to Rohit, I think it's all very, very natural, very, very instinctive. Whatever he does, he always keeps others forward and then watches everyone grow. Simple. Easily approachable man. First time when I came back in 2018-19, 2 years, I only observed what he used to do on the ground, off the field. I tried my best to spend a lot of time with him, learn those tricks and trade, what he does off the field, so that the players, they deliver on the ground. Because when I still remember when I was in KKR, they had won 2 trophies, I think, in 2015 and 17. So I wanted to know what he does with the players. So in a pressure situation, in a crunch game, there's always someone who raises their hand, I'll do for you in this game, even though the year for that player hasn't been great. So that's one quality about him which is unbelievable, which I have actually tried to learn. And he's very natural. If you see on the field, off the field, he's very natural, clean heart, and very honest. That's what you want from a captain and from a player.
Not only is he very honest, he has a great sense of humor, and his sense of humor was on display when he was asked about Suryakumar Yadav. This was during the T20 World Cup. He was playing his first semi-final. He had been the star performer for India, and a journalist asked that, listen, Sky is your star player, but he's playing a World Cup semi-final for the first time. Is he carrying excess baggage with him, of playing in a big game? I want you to listen to what Rohit Sharma said, and then I'll get Suryakumar Yadav. He was asked whether Sky is carrying excess baggage of playing in a T20 World Cup game. This is what Rohit Sharma said.
He's a sort of guy, just doesn't carry any baggages with him. Not his suitcases. I mean, he's got a lot of suitcases, honestly speaking. He loves his shopping. But when it comes to carrying that extra pressure, extra baggages, I don't think, he has that in him.
So no excess baggage on the field, excess baggage in the flight.
Excess suitcase.
Do you shop a lot?
I love shopping. I mean, who doesn't? I mean, everyone sitting here must be enjoying shopping. I feel everyone loves shopping, yeah. But that doesn't mean I carry so many bags. Yeah, I do carry, but not a lot of suitcases.
Okay, glad you cleared that. Gautam Gambhir, your relationship with him. He was there in KKR. When you were there, you won the title also while Gautam Gambhir was captain. Now he's coach. Has that helped, that transition? Because here's someone who's captained you and now is the coach while you're the captain.
See, he always, when we used to play together, he always spoke to me a lot about leadership, about how to carry yourself on the ground, what to do off the field. Keep thinking about the game, how you can be a better player, maybe a better captain if you lead a franchise or go on to lead India. So I've learned a lot of things from him. He's a very, very smart man. The way he reacts on the field, off the field, don't go on that. He's completely different human being altogether.
Is he misunderstood?
On the field or off the field?
Off, on both.
See, he's a normal guy off the field. He doesn't say anything, doesn't utter a single word, anything, no reactions. So he's a good man. Yeah, he's a good man.
Okay, I have to talk to you about that T20 World Cup and a couple of things there because you're going to be leading the Indian team. The support that you got from the BCCI, quite often we criticize the board as well. But on that occasion, 2022 T20 World Cup, you didn't have a great outing. 21 didn't have a great outing. But somewhere down there, deep down, the board supported you, your team, and went with a similar team, similar captain, and you got the fruits. Tell us a bit about the support that you get from the outside.
See, the BCCI has always been like a pillar for all the teams. And post 2021, 2022, 2022, I still remember. When we came back, I thought there'll be a transition. But BCCI is supporting the same set of players going into another format, and then came 2024 T20 World Cup, going on with almost the same team. I think 90-95% all the players were the same. So that support was very important. It all comes from the vision. They must have seen something in 2021 and 2022 that yes, this team can win the T20 World Cup going forward. So their support was very important during that period. And that time, and 2024, when we went to West Indies and we started playing that tournament, as soon as we started that tournament, we knew that if we actually are able to deliver on a given day, 29th June will be a special moment.
In fact, Chesha announced the team well in advance. It said Rohit Sharma is going to continue as captain. That sort of confidence.
Absolutely. I mean, Jay sir is also been, when I say BCCI, Jay sir has always been a pillar for all the players, supporting them, talking to them. It's very important to know what a player is going through, what a captain is going through. So that's the best quality about him. When he talks to the players, the support he gives to the players, I think it's commendable. And the way he said, Barbados में रोहित शर्मा की कप्तानी में हम झंडा गाड़ेंगे, I think that was the statement which had given a lot of motivation for the team as soon as we landed in New York and started our journey for winning the T20 World Cup. I think the start is always important, and I think that was the start in Rajkot, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, that's correct. We're running out of time, but two questions I have to ask you. One about the Champions Trophy final that's going to be there tomorrow. Everyone's hoping, India do well. You were there cheering for the Indian team in the Pakistan game.
Correct.
So what do you reckon is going to happen in the finals?
No, I am looking at the game from India's point of view. So we are winning tomorrow. Simple. There's no
Lovely.
Yeah.
Give us a few cricketing reasons you think India are the favourites to win.
See, India is playing amazing brand of cricket from last 2 years, and they just have to be themselves. The brand of cricket which the team is playing, the camaraderie and the relationship, the trust which is seen on the ground between the players, and most importantly, the dugout. The dugout is relaxed. So when you see a dugout is relaxed, that means something right is happening inside.
Maybe you should have been there. You were
Me?
there for the Pakistan game.
I was there.
I'm taking the 4:50 flight in the morning to get there.
Then let's go.
Let's take him. He was there. India won that game versus Pakistan. Finally, before we let you go, the IPL also. For a team like Mumbai, 5-time winners, a season like last time is way below par. What do you reckon are Mumbai Indians' chances in this IPL?
See, it's 2025. It's an odd year again.
Odd years they win.
Odd year. So yeah, but the emotions are high, and everyone are getting there slowly. The boys have, I think, half of them have already reached the camp, and we start our journey on 9th or maybe 10th from 10th. So I feel it'll be a special year.
That's all he needs to say. Special year.
Correct.
If you're a Mumbai fan. I'm afraid that's all the time that we have with Sky. As I said, Sky is the limit, and he's pushing the limit for the Indian team. But thank you so much for being generous with your time and speaking to us here at the India Today Conclave. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Himanshi Purswani, team leader, BMW Developments, to come up on stage, present a small token of our appreciation to Sky. Can you please put your hands together, Suryakumar Yadav. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Mr. Yadav. Let's quickly move on to our next session. We have a celebrated author in the house. The Golden Bird is our next session. Invite on stage our session's moderator, Rahul Kaval, News Director, TVTN, Executive Director, Business Today.
Luxury, heritage and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
We like to think that we are proud Indians, but how much do we really know of India's history? We grew up on the idea that India was the golden bird, the Sone ki chidiya. But I can bet that many of you sitting here would struggle to write 5 paragraphs to explain why India was the bleeding intellectual heart of the ancient world. For example, did you know that the year 664 of the Common Era, which our next guest at the India Today Conclave argues, is the moment when the Indosphere reached the peak of its global influence? This was the time when Indian religion, technology, astronomy, music, dance, literature, maths, and mythology blazed a trail across the world, forming a golden road that stretched from the Red Sea to the Pacific. Like ancient Greece, ancient India came up with profound answers to the questions about what the world is, how it operates, why we are here, and how we should live our lives. Today, over half the world's population lives in regions where Indian religions and culture are or once were dominant. William Dalrymple's new book, The Golden Road, reveals how in the millennium and a half from about 250 BC to 1200 AD, Indian ideas transformed the ancient world, crossing political borders to influence everything from the statues of ancient ascetics at the Roman seaports to Buddhism in China and the observatories of Baghdad to crucial mathematical concepts like the zero and even the numbers that we use today. We are delighted to be joined at the India Today Conclave by best-selling author, ace historian, William Dalrymple, who will argue and explain why India, that is Bharat, is one of the 3 great intellectual and philosophical superpowers of the ancient world. Mr. Dalrymple, welcome. Thank you so much. It is a delight to have you with us, and I'm really looking forward to this conversation. To whoever's spoken to me all through the day, you'd know that I've said that this is the one session you really should watch out for. Will, I'm not a student of history, but I've read some history. And as I read your book, and I want you to start by explaining that, I wonder why this hasn't been done earlier. We've read Indian history in parts, Buddhism in parts, the southern kingdoms in parts, trading with Rome in parts, but bringing it together and explain why you think that it's important for every single person sitting here to know that not because of mythological reasons, but because of actual historical fact, you argue that India was the intellectual superpower of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause as I welcome and introduce William Dalrymple, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Rahul. So it has been done before, but not for a bit. There's a very similar book written in 1954, which I'm sure everyone in this audience has read, The Wonder That Was India by A.L. Basham, which whole generations were brought up on. But it's an odd thing that there isn't a book which has pulled this together. And what inspired me to write it is, I think there is such an urge at this moment to situate India's rise in its historical context, because history shows very clearly that for most of history, India has been the richest region of the world. Occasionally, China pips it to the post. But up until the time of Vasco da Gama, up until the 15th century, the 2 areas which dominate the world economy, and that's not even to start on philosophical ideas and ideas of maths and so on, were India and China. The difference, I think, that has developed is that in the colonial period, the British and other European powers were very good at putting the case for Greece as the place which came up with basic mathematical and philosophical ideas that explained the big questions of humanity. Why are we here? What is this world that we occupy? Since then, the Chinese have been spectacularly good at placing themselves at the center of this idea, the Silk Road. Most of us, I think, have grown up imagining that the Silk Road is an idea which has always been there, which is a geopolitical reality, not a theory. In reality, the Silk Road was an invention of a German geographer in 1877, Baron von Richthofen. He came up with this idea which he called the Seidenstrassen. He was designing a railway from Berlin to Beijing. And it's only in the 1930s that this idea enters the English language, with a German Nazi-sympathizing explorer called Sven Hedin, who writes a book called The Silk Road. And then in the 80s, it becomes a popular idea. You come across, carpet shops calling themselves Silk Road carpets, or hotels in Tashkent. And there's 3 big exhibitions, one in the National Gallery of Arts in Washington, which launched this idea of the Silk Road. And the Chinese since then have been very good at building the whole Belt and Road initiative on top of that. And the impression is given that India was peripheral. I mean, let me show you a map. This is the basic map of the Silk Road that you see reproduced. It goes from the Mediterranean Sea in a straight line across the middle of Asia, across the top of Persia, Samarkand and Tashkent and the Stans, and across the whole width of China. But if you look at that map, you almost don't notice that India is entirely marginalized by this concept. That India is a place, on this map at least, which doesn't have cities, which doesn't have ports. Even the maritime route goes round it without stopping at any named port. And this has been the effect, whether deliberate or otherwise, that India has ceased to be seen as the center of world trade, as the center of ideas. But I'd like you to just memorize in your heads, guys, this map for a second, and compare it to this map. This is a map designed by the Oxford Archaeological Department last year. And what it shows is Roman coin hoards. Now, every place there's an orange dot, a Roman coin hoard has been found. Now, you'll notice that this map has absolutely no resemblance to the first map. As you'd expect, most of the Roman coins in the world have been found in Europe, in Italy, in Greece, in southern Britain, in France, and in Germany. There's another rim of orange around the Mediterranean and going down the Nile. But where the Silk Road is, virtually nothing. There's 1 or 2 dots in Afghanistan and Pakistan. But instead, look at where Roman gold is actually found. India and Sri Lanka. Major centers of world trade. And that is there in the classical sources. If you look in Pliny, he says that India is the drain of all the precious metals in the world. His contemporary Strabo, another geographer based in Egypt, talks about fleets of 250 vessels leaving the Red Sea coast and sailing in just 2 months to India. So it's time that we recovered this lost centrality of India. India as the principal trading partner of the Roman Empire, because there is no evidence at all that Rome and China had the slightest conception of each other's existence. We do not know one single trade mission that left China for Rome, a single diplomatic mission that left Rome for China. But every year, fleets of hundreds of vessels were leaving the Egyptian coast, going down the Red Sea, and arriving in India. And your ancestors, the Indians of the classical period, were like the Saudis today. They barely had to get out of bed because the things that they were selling, cotton, pepper, ivory, wild beasts for the circuses, were the mega luxury goods of the time. They were the most expensive items. And gold, as you can see on the right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner of that map, was pouring out of the Roman world into Indian pockets throughout the classical period. My theory is that the Silk Road didn't actually exist until the Mongols smashed a hole through the middle of Asia in the 13th century, connecting the Mediterranean to the South China Sea. At that point, Marco Polo can go across the Silk Road in the 13th century. But in the classical period, which is the period I'm writing about, India is the center of world trade. And the reason it's the center is the monsoon winds. India has this great gift that the winds blow very fast in one direction for 6 months, and then they reverse back again. Now, if you're an ancient sailor and you can learn to surf those winds, you can move from the west coast of India, from Goa or Kerala or Sindh or Gujarat, and find yourself in Roman Egypt in just 2 months. Likewise, if you're on the East Coast, you're in Nagapattinam or Mahabalipuram, Pondicherry or Tamralipti, that was the ancient Calcutta, you can find your way to the Malacca Straits and beyond to Cambodia and the Mekong Delta in just 2 months. And then you can come back. No other nation has that. So India was, the two things we've got to realize is that it's India, not China, and it's the sea routes, not the overland routes.
So let's spend some time talking about the trade and cultural ties between ancient India and Rome and explain that. That's where we'll start from as we build and go across the entire region, and the significance of Indian exports to Rome. And I also wonder why Rome was so fascinated with pepper.
Pepper was a big deal. Yes, we take it for granted now, but I'm just trying to wind forward, and here we are. So this is a map based on the kind of Lonely Planet, or the rough guide of the 1st century AD. It's called the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. And as you can see from this map, written by a Roman sailor, Roman sailors were not just occasionally setting foot on the west coast of India, they intimately knew every single port. And this book tells sailors where they can sell specific items. So, for example, where's the market for cotton, where they can buy silk. The fact that the king of Gujarat has a taste for Roman singing boys and will pay top dollar if you bring them in your boat. These details are known to every sailor on this route. And as you can see, the little red lines going across, it's very short distance to Aden, then up the Red Sea, and you're in the Roman Empire. If you remember Anti-Cleopatra, go back to your literature classes, Cleopatra and Antony commit suicide. Octavius absorbs Egypt into the Roman Empire. So from that point, the Battle of Actium, suddenly India and Egypt have, if you like, a portal to each other. Rome and India are in direct connection. And this has a dramatic effect. And what are they selling, you ask? Well, here's the answer. We have an extraordinary new document that was discovered by archaeologists 20 years ago called the Muziris Papyrus. And it's a shipping invoice from the 1st century. It's, the sort of thing that's made out in a Bombay shipping company every day of the year today. And it gives a detailed breakdown of one container. What's in that container? So we have a Roman mosaic in Sicily that illustrates this. There's this Yakshi at the center. She's a representation of India for a Roman audience. And look, she's holding in her arm, in the crook of her arm, an outsized elephant tusk. So ivory. Behind her are strings of pepper. So pepper. Wild animals for the circuses, elephants and tigers. And over her limbs, there is silk. And the Periplus says if you want to buy silk, it doesn't know about China. It says you go to Gujarat. So if China and Rome ever did meet, it was in the ports of Roman India.
This is all music to our ears and it's recorded as fact and history, not as mythology, which makes it even more fascinating. We can't give you the whole book. You'll have to read the book for that. But we can breeze through it. And from Rome, I now want to switch to China. And what is fascinating about William's book is the way he's explained how ancient India, not for a few years, but for decades, influenced Chinese empresses who were listening to Indian astronomers, Indian monks, and Buddhism exported out of India was the principal religion of China at that time. So explain that to us, sir.
So I should actually maybe go back and show this extraordinary map of the influence of Buddhism. Because there are so few Buddhists in India today, we don't get to see this map as prominently as perhaps we should. So here at the center of the Gangetic Plain, you have the origins of Buddhism in places like Lumbini, Bodh Gaya, in Sarnath, where the Buddha preached his first sermon. In a matter of 200 or 300 years, it goes up to Pakistan, Gandhara, Afghanistan, Bactria, which is now Central Asia, Uzbekistan. It goes through China to Mongolia, through China to Korea and Japan, and then down from China into Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, and the Philippines. This is the golden age of Indian soft power. And remember, it's not just religion which is moving, it's not just the philosophical ideas of Buddhism. It's Indian languages like Sanskrit and Prakrit. And with those languages comes Indian texts about mathematics, about physics, about astronomy, about learning. So this is the moment when India has the most influence in world history. And it is not a passing phase of influence. It's something which completely transforms the rest of Asia until today. The reason when you go to Cambodia today, or go to Thailand today, or go to Sri Lanka today, that the Buddhism is the national religion, is because of what happened at this period. But the thing that I think Indians are not fully aware of is the influence of Buddhism and Indian thought on China. Today, often China and India are made up to be rival poles of influence. But there was never any Chinese religion which came and took over India. But Buddhism is an Indian religion which briefly became the state religion of China. And you see the run-up to this over several hundred years. On the left here, you've got a Mathura Bodhisattva. Mathura, just to the south of here on the way to Agra, wonderful museum. This extraordinary Bodhisattva with the folds of his cloth coming over his tummy, the little belly button. And here on the right, you have a crude Chinese copy of it from several centuries later. But the big thing that most influenced China was the monastery university of Nalanda, which was the Harvard, the Oxbridge, the NASA of its day. And the guy on the right, Xuanzang, in the oldest textbooks he's called Huansang, he comes on foot from China with this backpack full of scrolls because he knows that in the monastery of Nalanda, in Bihar, is the greatest center of learning in the world. And one of the things that you see when you look at Nalanda is the very first plan of a university quad. When you go to Oxford or Cambridge today, think of those lovely grassy squares with Gothic buildings on either side, there's a walkway, and then scholars' rooms. This is the same plan. You've got the square quad in the middle, you've got the walkway, and then scholars' rooms over two angles. And that passes through the Islamic world with the madrasa, which also had that plan, and arrives in Europe in the 12th century. First in Bologna, Spain, and Salerno, then in Oxford and Cambridge. So this idea of a university built in quadrangles or courts, with the scholars' rooms around the edge, this is an Indian idea. And this is the main thing that Xuanzang is coming to India for. This is the great 9-story library of Nalanda. He says that you can study there Vedas, logic, grammar, philosophy, medicine, metaphysics, divination, mathematics, Sanskrit, astronomy, literature, and magic. He says that there are 3 divisions of the library: the Ratnasagra, the ocean of jewels; the Ratnadadi, the sea of jewels; and the Ratna Ranjaka, the jewel adorned. And Xuanzang gives this impression of this incredibly scholarly place. He says, the students studied diligently without wasting a moment. There are 100 different lecture halls. The atmosphere of the monastery university was solemn and dignified. And he takes these ideals back with him. But it isn't just to China. On the left, we've got this copper plate, which is the king of Indonesia, Srivijaya, founds an expatriate college for monks from Southeast Asia in Nalanda. And it isn't just Southeast Asia or China, it's also Nepal, Tibet, Sri Lanka, Sumatra, Korea.
So Xuanzang takes these ideas back to the Chinese court. And in the book, the character I found most fascinating, and I want William to tell us a bit about her, is this Chinese empress, Wu Shitian, who almost sounds like an Indian agent of sorts. You've got at the imperial crown in China, a woman who in every way, from astronomy to religion to spirituality, is deeply influenced by India, which I don't know whether people sitting here know, but is actually very fascinating.
Yeah, so this is her. This is Wu Zetian. She's this young woman. She enters the harem of the great Taizong, the great Tang emperor. Here is Taizong on the left. At some point, as the old man is dying, she manages to form a relationship with his son on the right, Gaizong. She looks a bit of an old boot in this picture, but you can see, if you look at the Chinese soap opera around it, so you can see what's going on. She was a mega hottie. And this woman uses her allure to make Buddhism the state religion. She becomes the only reigning emperor who is a woman in 3,000 years of Chinese history. How does she do it? She founds what we today would call a think tank, the Scholars of the Northern Gate. And when Gaizong, her husband, dies, she seizes power with the help of this think tank. And she imposes an Indian religion, Buddhism, on China. It becomes the premier religion of the court. And she uses Nalanda-trained monks, some of them ethnic Indians with names like Gautama Siddhartha, others ethnic Chinese who have studied in India. And for one reign, it's only a brief period, it's one reign, but for 50 years, she introduces Indian ideas into the heart of Chinese court and society. And that's the high watermark, if you like. But it is the moment when India has, in all of history, when India has most influence on China.
You know, after she dies, the Taoists want to come back, and it leads to several complications for the Buddhist monks. But for that, you need to read the book. I'm just kind of pitching your book every once in a way. But one of the most fascinating things, and I think everybody has a general idea about it, is that the biggest Hindu temples are actually not in India. They're in Cambodia, Laos, Bali, Java, that whole Southeast Asia, so deeply connected with India, not through the barrel of the gun, not through the power of the military or the Navy, but through the power of Indian intellectual ideas. So tell us about that. India's export to Southeast Asia of intellectual ideas.
So this is happening exactly the same time that Wu Zetian is converting China to Buddhism. Exactly the same time you have images like this, wonderful statues of Lord Vishnu being carved in Cambodia. And what has happened is that with the fall of the Roman Empire, the old trade routes which faced westwards towards Rome realign themselves. And the Tamil Trade Guild, who are a bit like the East India Company, there's a guild called the 500, who are a bit like the Iron Bank in Game of Thrones. They've got their own corps of assassins. They're quite badass, these guys. They're serious guys. And they swing and pivot eastwards. And what are they doing? They're looking for new sources of gold. The Roman gold is no longer turning up. For 500 years, India has just been receiving tons of gold from Rome in exchange for the ivory and the pepper and the silks and the cotton. Now Rome has fallen and there's a major economic crisis in India, and the answer is to pivot to look to Suvarnabhumi, still the name of the airport in Bangkok. But in that period, in the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, it's the name for the lands of gold. And Suvarnadvipa, the island of gold, is Borneo. So all these places on the map, Palembang, Keling, Kutai, Okeo, these are major sources of gold from India from the 5th century. And so you suddenly find boats like this, these sewn early boats, heading on the monsoon winds no longer east, no longer westwards, now facing eastwards to Southeast Asia. And from the 5th and 6th century, you see, this are pictures I took recently in Malaysia, in the Bujang Valley. So you see Buddhist monks in bronze, you see lingams and yonis in stone and in bronze, and images of Lord Shiva. And most dramatically, you see, if you go to the Mekong Delta, Indic cities, with expatriate Indians giving the model of Indian town planning and architectural ideas, but also religious ideas. And on the edge of the Mekong Delta, you find the very first Hindu temple in Southeast Asia, very small initially, Ashram Maharose at Angkor Borei. Inside that temple, you get these extraordinary images of Lord Rama and Lord Vishnu from the 5th and 6th century. Looking actually very Cambodian. You wouldn't mistake them for an Indian sculpture, but these are obviously Hindu gods who originate in India. But from the beginning, Southeast Asia slightly transforms what's happening. Top right, you've got Jayavarman II, the founder of Angkor Wat. He depicts himself as Lord Vishnu. If you see on the top right, he's holding a discus and a conch. Now, you never have that in India. You never have a king showing himself as Lord Vishnu or Lord Shiva. You have, for example, Raja Chola showing himself with Lord Shiva, but not as Lord Shiva. So as these ideas develop, they are transformed in passage. And so the courts begin to fill with Brahmins. You have local kings changing their names from, like this guy, Kodunga, becomes Mahendravarman. They Sanskritize their names. The whole landscape begins to have Sanskrit names, and the Indian script from Kanchipuram, Pallava Grantha script, is introduced. And to this day, every single script in Southeast Asia is the development of that script, which is why, if you are a Tamil or a Malayalam speaker, you can actually read the beginnings of Thai and Mon and Khmer, and these early scripts are very similar to the Tamil and Kerala scripts. And the landscapes are transformed. The river Mekong gets its name. Mekong is just the Khmer pronunciation of Ma Ganga, Mekong. The rivers have yonis and lingams carved in them to sacralize them. A new Ajanta appears in Thailand, a new Kurukshetra appears in Laos, and soon you're getting these extraordinary temples. On the left, you've got the Shore Temple in Mahabalipuram. On the right, less familiar, Gedong Songo in Java. Very similar plan, but slightly different. And by the 9th century, as you said, the temples are becoming larger. The largest Buddhist temple in the world is Borobudur, this extraordinary step pyramid built in a mandala shape, using Indian ideas, probably planned by a Pallava prince from Kanchipuram, called he's this extraordinary kind of Merlin character from the Pallava court. But finally, Angkor Wat. And Angkor is not only the largest Hindu temple in the world, you can probably argue that the Khmer Empire actually is the largest Hindu empire ever. It has not only the whole of Cambodia and Thailand, but Laos, Burma, a bit of Burma, Thailand. It's the whole area which is absorbed into this. Angkor is the center. It's got 1.2 million inhabitants at a time when London has only 20,000. So this whole world, but what is fascinating is that if you go to it, while it's very clearly based on Indian ideas, it's somehow different. So when Tagore goes there, he says, everywhere I could see India, yet I could not recognize her.
This is an important point, because the fact is that one of the reasons why the ties between India and Southeast Asia, which are so deep, are not celebrated and cherished the way that they should, is because in the past, Indian historians have been guilty of trying to portray the people of these Southeast Asian nations as barbarians, as savages, who were civilized by the presence of Indian navies and merchants. And the fact is that's not true, because they haven't won those areas militarily. They've absorbed the ideas. It's the power of the Indian intellect that actually changed Southeast Asia, not the might of the Indian army.
Correct. And this is very important, because the world is full of empires of the sword, but empires of the spirit, where intellectual ideas conquer other nations by their sheer power and sophistication. That is much more rare in history. And that is what India achieved in Southeast Asia in the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th centuries. And what you find is that this whole region now uses Sanskrit as its courtly language. Stories dreamt up here in the area of the Doab and the Gangetic Plain, stories like the Mahabharata, the War of Lanka, the Ramayana, these are sculpted in the Mekong Delta, 10,000 miles east of here, in a completely different part of the world, in a local idiom, but very much telling these Indian stories. So the Indian ability to alter people's mind with storytelling, with mythology, with religion, with philosophy. This is soft power at its most striking.
So we've had soft power going back millennia. Now, many of you would know that the numeral 0 comes from India. But the fact is that the Romans used to use Latin numbers, and even from 1 to 9, the numbers actually come from India, not directly from India to Rome, but via Arabia and the Arab world. So do you want to talk to us about how the numbers that all of us use today, and arguably the only universal language in the world,
correct,
is actually an Indian export?
So when India tries to project its soft power around the world. Often, the idea of yoga is referenced as something which has influenced everywhere. But you can make a much stronger case for Indian numbers, for zero, for the decimal system. All ideas dreamt up in India being this foundational beginning, and as you say, the nearest thing the human race has to universal language. Amazingly, very few people know this outside India, because at some point in the 18th and 19th centuries, the Indian number system, which was always known, when the ideas are traveling, it's always called the Hindu system of number or the modus indorum in Europe, suddenly becomes Arabic numbers. And it's true that Europe gets them from the Arabs, but the Arabs get them from India. And what we have in front of us now is the oldest zero that is dated in the world, and it's in Gwalior. You can see in the middle row 270. Those are numbers that we can read today.
That's the oldest zero there?
That's the oldest zero. It's in Gwalior, just 2 hours on a train from Delhi. Now here is a map that should be in every school textbook in the world. But again, people don't know this. Brahmi is the original number system used in Ashoka's inscriptions and the Ashoka pillars. That Gwalior inscription comes next. And again, you can see the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, and the 7s are very familiar. And then it goes in 3 different directions. You have the Indian number system continuing in Devanagari in this country. In the heartlands of Arabia, you have the East Arabic numbers. And then, crucially, in Morocco and Islamic Spain, you get what are called the West Arabic numbers developing out of this Gwalior system. By the 15th century, it's looking a bit more recognizable. By the 16th century, it sets. And the numbers on every mobile phone, on every laptop, everywhere around the world become set but they come from India originally. And one of the extraordinary things when I've been touring this book around Europe and so on, is that people all around America, in Britain, in Africa, in Australia, in Canada, they all know the stories of the Greek mathematicians. So everyone can tell you about Archimedes in his bath shouting Eureka. Kids of 7 know this story. Everyone knows about Pythagoras. Everyone knows about pi. But no one outside India knows about Aryabhatta or Brahmagupta, who were mathematicians of absolutely equal stature with Pythagoras and Archimedes, arguably more so, because they basically shepherd this number system that the whole world uses. In just 9 figures plus 0, you can express any number. And the ease with which you can do multiplication with these numbers, with just the 9 symbols, is so much easier. I mean, try doing long multiplication or division with MCV XV1, the Roman system. So how does it get to the Middle East?
Just one second. Can you go back to that? I think that is seriously mind-bending stuff. And I wish I had you as my history professor. That would have been just phenomenal, because the manner in which you're able to bring these stories together just help them register much more. You're not telling us anything new, but it's the manner of the storytelling and bringing
This
it
is not
together.
controversial stuff. I mean, I don't think anyone challenges this. This is simple fact accepted by scholars everywhere. But it's not widely known. And it's extraordinary that we're here in the 21st century and everyone in America and Europe thinks they're using Arabic numbers. And that is actually quite a recent name, because I say it's recent. In the Middle Ages, people, when these numbers were being introduced, always referred to them as the modus indorum, the Indian method. So how do they get to the Middle East? This is a quick gallop through the passage. So this character, who many of you will know from Aladdin, the Disney Aladdin, he's actually a historic character, Jafar. He's the vizier of Baghdad. And the viziers of Baghdad are Sanskrit literate Buddhist abbots from Afghanistan, a family called the Pramukhs. When they convert to Islam and move to Abbasids, Pramukh, the Sanskrit word Pramukh, becomes Barmak. And they call from, let's get the map up, they call from Sind, on the right of the map, an embassy that arrives in Baghdad in 776. And they have with them, at the request of the Barmakids, the works of Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta. Aryabhatta, who comes up with the circumference of the Earth and the distance of the Earth from the Sun in the 5th century during the Gupta period. Brahmagupta, his follower, who comes up with definitions of zero, the first man to define zero as an active number. These two crucial texts get taken to Baghdad, there they are translated by a guy called Al-Khwarizmi. Al-Khwarizmi writes a book with this incredibly long title, The Compendious Book of Calculating by Completion and Balancing According to Hindu Calculation. Now, no one wants to use that, particularly in Arabic, that it sounds even longer. So it's known by a nickname, and it's known as Al-Jabr, which is the basis of our word algebra. While Al-Khwarizmi, who does the translation and who adds a bit of Euclid and adds a bit of his own ideas, it's not just a translation, that's to do it in justice, but he unravels this complicated Sanskrit mathematics in incredibly simple Arabic prose. Al-Khwarizmi gives his name to algorithm. So algebra and algorithm, two numbers. I mean, algorithm is obviously the word of the moment. Whenever we talk about Elon Musk or Twitter or Facebook or whatever it is, we talk about algorithms. It's at the heart of modern mathematics and computing. It comes from India. This is not controversial. This is a simple matter of fact. How does it get from the Arab world to Europe? That's the next stage. So you've got from Sind to Baghdad, so from the right-hand corner of the map to the middle of the map. Al-Khwarizmi's translation, which is very simple, very clear prose in Arabic, travels through North Africa, from Egypt to Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and into Islamic Spain. And by the 10th century, Christian monks in Spain are beginning to use this system. But astonishingly, it remains the Latin numbers that are used in Northern Europe and Italy and France and Britain up until the 12th century. Now, at that point, if you look at the top of Italy, you can see Pisa. Pisa sends a trade mission to Algeria, and the guy who leads that mission brings his son with him. The son goes to the local school, he learns Arabic, he learns the Arabic number system, and when he goes back home...
Fibonacci.
It's Fibonacci. Luckily for us, it's Fibonacci. And Fibonacci brings the number system that he's learnt in Algeria to Italy. It comes to the attention of the Holy Roman Emperor that he's written this book called the Liber Abaci, explaining the modus indorum, the Indian method. And he is called to the court in Castel del Monte, where the court astrologer, who I'm glad to say is a Scotsman called Michael Scott, gets him to make it more user-friendly. He says you've got to include, less theoretical, you've got to use weights and measures, usury, double accounting, all the basic methods of this Indian mathematical developments. And the second edition of Liber Abaci goes absolutely crazy. It's the reason that the Medici found the Medici Bank, and later it becomes into the hands of Piero della Francesca. My friend Nick Booker is in the audience here somewhere, who gave me a lot of here he is in the front. He has a particularly fond of a character called Luca Pacioli, who Piero della Francesco gives his mathematical text based on Fibonacci. Pacioli takes it to Milan, where he shares it with his flatmate. His flatmate is Leonardo da Vinci. So it's like a relay race. Leonardo da Vinci to Piero della Francesca. Piero della Francesca to Fibonacci. Fibonacci to Al-Khwarizmi in Baghdad. Al-Khwarizmi to Brahmagupta, sitting in Mount Abu in Rajasthan. From Brahmagupta to Aryabhatta, sitting in Pataliputra in the 5th century. So this relay race of Indian ideas, and again, this is something that everyone should know. It's such basic and important stuff, but I don't understand, in a sense, how we've got to this point where people outside India don't know this at all.
So let's come to, because we're running out of time, I want to come to the politics of history. Chinese President Xi Jinping has run a massive multi-billion-dollar campaign to export the idea of the Silk Route. What is your suggestion to Indian Prime Minister Modi and the Indian government and the Indian people about how to, with facts and conviction, win the global historical argument?
Well, it's not for me to tell a government what to do, but it is a simple fact that India has a claim which is much greater and earlier and precedes the Silk Road, that the Golden Road is something which, I mean, it follows the route westwards of the Middle East economic corridor, which is an idea which is being developed. This is something which India can be proud of, which is absolutely sound historically. One of the frustrations I find is that often, I don't know whether you get this, you have well-meaning patriotic nationalists who have these WhatsApp forwards, and they say India in the Mahabharata period or the Vedic period had helicopters, nuclear weapons, plastic surgery, all the rest of it. And, you know, I want to scream at this point because there are so many things that India can be proud of that are historical and factual and 100% verified, that to start banging on about nuclear weapons in the Mahabharata is just frustrating because it's not true. It's unprovable. And so what I've tried to do in this book is 1/3 of the book is footnotes. Every single source for this, every reading that you could want to do is listed in this book. And I hope it's just a stepping stone for other scholars to take this forward and for Indians to know better what their ancestors achieved.
This has been the most fascinating 45 minutes.
Thank you, Ram.
And thanks to this session, I have had the absolute, I mean, I would have read it in any case, but because of this, I read it more carefully, and I am that much more enriched because of that. For making the effort of bringing the story together, arguably, I think, do you think as well, your greatest work?
Well, it's certainly been the most popular here. It's been number one for 6 months. I have to say, I'm the youngest of 4 brothers, and I always show my books to my elder brothers before I publish them for an honest opinion, which, as you can imagine, as elder brothers, they're only too pleased to do. And they all said, oh, I don't think this one's going to make it. This one is a bit niche. But it absolutely is the most popular book in India I've ever written, and I'm very, very flattered by the reception and very pleased.
And I'm very flattered by having read what you've written. So I just want to thank you for the effort that you made and for coming here and for captivating us with the depth of your research and for the manner in which you're able to tell this story.
Thank you.
You know, so much Game of Thrones, Shakespeare thrown in, which just brings the story alive. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed this session, can we have a very warm round of applause for William Dalrymple? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise 1 second, sir, just 2 minutes. Raise a warm applause as I call upon Sanjana Patil, Senior Associate Vice President Marketing, UTI Mutual Funds, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. William Dalrymple. Once again, do raise a warm applause for the author. With that, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, what a fascinating 2 days we've actually had. A great exchange of ideas, debates, conversation, all coming together, befitting what is the idea of the India Today Conclave. Right before our gala session, to thank you all for joining us over the course of the last 2 days, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, to come on stage and deliver the vote of thanks. Just 2 minutes and we'll be right there. Once again, we thank you all. I know lots of anticipation in the house. Suddenly there's a buzz for a gala session. We'll have Yogi Adityanath in the house very soon, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. But once again, I take this opportunity to thank our august audience who over the last 2 days have made the India Today Conclave, this time in its 22nd edition, a super duper success. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for a part of indulging and listening and interacting and coming together with what great content we've seen over the last 48 hours. For 2 decades now, the India Today Conclave has been a global diagnostic measuring the pulse of the world, featuring heated discussions, hot-button topics, scintillating conversations, performances, outstanding talks, all coming together on this very dais. We've been in constant conversation with the times we live in, others questioning conventional wisdom, sparking new debates, predicting the next big thing. And when we say the next big thing, you can get quite an idea with what we have on stage. MOOC robots. Our theme in our 22nd year was the age of acceleration. This is a period of intense disruption, advancements achieved through breakthrough technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning have transformed the way we live, work, and interact with those around us. Technology has led to an exponential growth in data, speed, and connectivity, making seamless communication possible around the world, impacting the way we perceive it, bringing us closer to the different cultures, ideas, lifestyles, and beliefs like never before. Technology today can help maintain an international space station while also making availability of cheap data. It's been a great leveler. This is truly, ladies and gentlemen, the age of acceleration, where we welcome the unknown and strive to conquer the uncertainty. Once again, thanking you all for making the India Today Conclave in its 22nd edition a super success. I'd like to call upon Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson, Executive Editor-in-Chief, the India Today Group, to deliver the vote of thanks. We do hope you've enjoyed all our sessions. We've had 2 fascinating days with the exchange of ideas. The conversations we've had on stage have been fascinating. And for example, you can just hark back to our last session right here. Just 2 minutes and we'd be going. The energy in the hall clearly has changed in the last couple of hours. Reaching our gala session, we'll have Mr. Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, with us in just a short while. Once again, we thank you all for making the India Today Conclave a successful event in our 22nd year. We have our gala speaker in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Yogi Adityanath. I invite Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson, Executive Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, to come deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening. A world in flux and flex mode. We're all watching with rapt attention the antics of a hyperactive, omni-media present president, talking about everything, everywhere, all at once. The 24-hour news channel that is the White House. Everything we know or take for granted is up for grabs, from the sanctity of borders to diplomatic decorum, to the premium of being good, to the authority of long-respected international bodies. Bodies like the UN, the WHO, Climate Accord, that we have created a framework for our world to live in peace and prosperity. Throw into this mix AI, that is raising searing, piercing, existential questions at the heart of it all. What does it mean to be human? Are we just a sum total of our thoughts? Just a pimped up large language model, really? In which case, can we live forever in a machine? Or are we the body that can be hacked to never die? And you have a heady cocktail. It feels a bit chaotic, but I think two things thrive in chaos: newsrooms and Indians. Newsrooms are wired to revel in the unpredictable, in change, in breaking news. Nothing gets us as excited and moving like being in the forefront of an unfolding situation. And the world today is an unfolding of gigantic proportions, the age of acceleration, where everything as you know it is being appended. So many unanswered questions, a breaking news bonanza. The second category that thrives in chaos is Indians. We love the chaotic energy of a kumbh, a big fat wedding, and unpredictable geopolitical situations. No rules and no lines is when the Indian national character is best at display. We are champions of chaos. When there is no plan, we shine. Chaos is the most fertile ground for jugaad. We are the jadugars of jugaad. It is what makes us master innovators. I find myself, fortunately, heading an Indian newsroom in the very best of times. The icing on this cake, having 50 years of credibility and supportive sponsors. In times of chaos, you rely only on those that you trust and those that can navigate you through this turbulence. An Indian newsroom with credibility. It seems like I have all the cards. Enough words. Let me show you a sample of some of the mind-blowing innovation from my incredible team.
तेरे साथ जो देखे सपने वो आज भी मेरे दिल में है तेरी तस्वीरों की तरह उनमें कुछ सिलवटें हैं पुराना प्यार यादें ताज़ी तेरे बिन लगे हर पल हाले पुराना प्यार यादें ताज़ी तू सुबह अब यादें काली
I have a song for you. I want you to listen to this song and tell me what do you think about the song. ठीक है? Here's your headphones.
छुप छुप के चुकी थी
I can listen to this song all day long. This is such a beautiful song.
It's
right in the genre that I listen to in general. It's very nice.
You liked it?
I loved it.
Will this song feature in your playlist? Playlist में आएगी?
Obviously.
This would be in my playlist, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's a separate playlist that I have, Getting Ready playlist. I would definitely add it to that. मैं पूछने वाली थी ये गाना मुझे मिलेगा कहाँ पे अभी?
And here is the big reveal at the Conclave, especially for our favorite audience. Eshan is AI. So, shall we meet him? Let's get Eshan on a call, guys.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi, Eshan. How's fame treating you?
Just try to soak it all in. It's just been some exciting days. I'm super grateful for it.
I know. People are loving your sound. What do you think clicked?
Well, Purana Pyar is the feeling which all of us have been through. Old love is just like a garam chai on a winter morning, right? It's just an irresistible feeling that we all go through.
Eshan, you are such a charmer. Best of luck. I hope you find some Naya Pyar too this year. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Eshan, our first AI-generated pop star. Everything about him, his looks, his voice, his music, his video is AI-generated. His smile, oh my God, his smile too is AI-generated. 2 years ago, if you recall, from the same platform, we had launched India's first AI news anchor, Sana, and we have not stopped since then. Today with Eshan, we are taking another leap. We're introducing a new genre of music for the world. We call it A-pop. A-pop is not robotic. It is humans partnering with machines to create a new sound. Lyrics written by humans, composed by AI, sung by AI, or sometimes the other way around. A-pop is fluid. It's electronic, it's collaborative, it's the new frontier of music. Eshan is our first AI pop star, but he won't be alone. Joining him today is the electrifying female pop star, Rue, with her foot-tapping single, Rehna Tere Saath. As we speak, Rue is actually opening for real-life Honey Singh in concert in Indore. Welcome, Rue.
तुझे ही न चाहूं मांगो तुझे ही पाऊं ना होना अपना वक्त ना गवाओ मुझे रहना है तेरे साथ ना मैं तो चाहूं बस तुझे ही ना तेरा पर मैं अपना वक्त ना गवाऊं.
Her music is very addictive and it gets stuck. I bet you will be humming it tonight. Do listen to the full songs and watch the full music video using the QR code on your tables. As you know, AI doesn't eat, drink, or sleep, a little bit like the BJP. So they are on to their new projects. I'm excited to see what comes out of this collaboration. It is an exciting journey ahead, and today is just day one. Now, in conclusion, I want to remind you the rarest mineral of all on this earth is your attention and your time. Everyone is out to get it, from the politicians to the tech oligarchs. And it's in short supply. Basic economics. I ask you to raise your price. Negotiate hard. Make the best deal you can. Spend your time and attention on things that value you, enhance you, respect you, augment you. Not the ones that make you a commodity and sell you without your permission. Today, you did well by choosing to spend your time with us. I hope we continue to make ourselves worthy of your time and attention. I know our gala finale speaker, the CM of UP, Yogi Adityanath ji, does. Yogi ji, आपका India Today Conclave में महाकुंभ वाला स्वागत है. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Puri. All right, let's go into our finale gala session. And to take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage our session's moderators, Rahul Kaval, News Director, TVTN, Executive Director, Business Today; Gaurav Sawant, Managing Editor, Strategic Affairs and Defense, India Today TV; Sweta Singh, Managing Editor, GNT and Aaj Tak Programming. May I invite all three of you on stage to introduce, who needs no introduction, our guest this evening.
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के इस आखिरी और सबसे खास सेशन में जोरदार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ स्वागत कीजिए उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री महंत योगी आदित्यनाथ का, जो कि लगभग 2 महीने लंबे महाकुंभ के कामयाब आयोजन के बाद पहली दफ़ा यहाँ नई दिल्ली आए हैं। और हम लोगों का हर्ष इस बात से भी है कि पिछली दफ़ा जब योगी आदित्यनाथ जी दिल्ली में किसी कार्यक्रम में आए थे तो वो 2017 में मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद एजेंडा आज तक के ही कार्यक्रम में आए थे, और उसके बाद से लेके आज तक एक दफ़ा भी उन्होंने दिल्ली में कोई कार्यक्रम नहीं किया है। तो आप लोग बहुत भाग्यशाली हैं कि आज हमारे साथ उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी हैं। ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ महंत आदित्यनाथ जी का स्टेज पे स्वागत करते हैं। सर, स्वागत। इस कार्यक्रम में मेरे साथ जुड़ेंगे मेरे साथी श्वेता और गौरव। बहुत बहुत स्वागत सर आपका। प्लीज। मुख्यमंत्री जी, स्वागत है। लखनऊ से निकलकर आप नई दिल्ली आए हैं, हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं इस बात से। आप सांसद रहे, महंत रहे, अब आपने इस महाकुंभ का महाआयोजन किया। क्या आपको लगता है कि आपकी नज़र में आपकी ज़िंदगी की सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि थी कि करीब 66 करोड़ लोग 55 दिन आए महास्नान करने के लिए?
देखिए, अवसर जीवन में सबको प्राप्त होता है, लेकिन उस अवसर से कुछ लोग निखर जाते हैं और कुछ लोग बिखर जाते हैं। मैं इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के लिए इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप को और आप सबको हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, और मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आप सब ने मुझे इस कार्यक्रम में भाग लेने का अवसर दिया है। महाकुंभ का आयोजन पौष पूर्णिमा 13 जनवरी से लेकर के और महाशिवरात्रि 26 फरवरी तक 45 दिन का ये महाआयोजन था, और यह मेरे लिए सौभाग्य का अवसर था कि 2019 के कुंभ को भी और 25 के महाकुंभ को भी आयोजित करने की उस टीम का मैं हिस्सा था, और मुझे जनता जनार्दन की सेवा और देश और दुनिया से आने वाले सभी पूज्य संतों और श्रद्धालुओं की सेवा का एक अवसर प्राप्त हुआ था।
योगी जी, जब भी हमारे भी जीवन में कोई बड़ा आयोजन ऐसे होता है तो हम सब ये सोचते हैं कि एक बार ख़त्म हो जाए तो हम फला काम करेंगे। मैं महाकुंभ में भी थी, वहाँ भी लोग जो ड्यूटी पर रहे, प्राइवेट सरकारी, सब सोच रहे थे कि एक बार ये 45 दिन निकल जाए तो क्या करेंगे। योगी आदित्यनाथ का पोस्ट कुंभ प्लान क्या था?
देखिए, जब व्यक्ति इस प्रकार के महा आयोजन को केवल एक ड्यूटी मान करके निभाता है और उसको एक अपनी मजबूरी मान करके चलता है तो उसके लिए बोझ बन जाता है। लेकिन जब इस आयोजन का पार्ट बनता है, उसका हिस्सा बनता है और आत्मीयता के साथ उसके साथ जुड़ता है तो उसके लिए उत्सव बनता है। और हमने उसको एक महाउत्सव के रूप में लिया था। महाउत्सव के रूप में इसलिए क्योंकि महाकुंभ के प्रति देश भर से आयोजन के पहले जो क्वेरी जा रही थी, उसी के बल पे मैं कह रहा था कि 40 से 45 करोड़ की संख्या में श्रद्धालु वहाँ आएंगे। लेकिन हमारे जब मित्रों ने उसमें नकारात्मक टिप्पणियां करनी शुरू की तो मैं मानने लग गया था कि अब जनता इनको सबक जरूर सिखाएगी। जो आना नहीं चाहता था वह भी आएगा जरूर। और महाकुंभ में यही हुआ। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन दिया था इस प्रकार के आयोजन के लिए, उस आयोजन को हम लोगों ने उस रूप में प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया। 13 दिसंबर 24 को स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रयागराज आए थे। उन्होंने भी इस पूरे आयोजन की व्यवस्था को स्वयं देखा, योजनाओं का लोकार्पण भी किया, अपना मार्गदर्शन भी दिया। और फिर जो कुछ बचा था, हमारे पास 1 महीने का समय इस दौरान बचा था और फिर हम लोगों ने इस 1 महीने के दौरान उन सभी कार्यों को पूरा किया। लेकिन एक टीम वर्क का परिणाम है कि 66 करोड़ 30 लाख से अधिक संख्या में श्रद्धालु जनों का प्रयागराज में आगमन और सभी कुछ एक सुरक्षित वातावरण में संपन्न हुआ। एक देश के अंदर या दुनिया के अंदर जो धारणाएं थी इस प्रकार के आयोजन के बारे में, उन धारणाओं का मुंह बंद करने का सबसे अच्छा अवसर हमारे पास था। एक जो लोग कथित सेकुलरिस्ट हैं, जो अक्सर इस बात का हम पे आरोप लगाते थे कि महाकुंभ में भेदभाव होता है या भारत की सनातन परंपरा के बारे में, जाति के बारे में, क्षेत्र के बारे में, भाषा के बारे में या महिला पुरुष में भेद होता है, तो महाकुंभ ने उनके मुंह पर एक लगाम जरूर लगाया है। 66 करोड़ लोग पूरे देश भर से आए थे और अगर मैं 66 करोड़ देखूं तो दुनिया के अंदर 120 करोड़ सनातन धर्मावलंबी रहते हैं। उनमें से हर परिवार का 1 या 2 सदस्य जरूर इस आयोजन का हिस्सा बना था। दूसरा, एक संगम में सभी लोग स्नान कर रहे हैं, अमीर गरीब की खाई समाप्त हो गई, जाति और पंथ की खाई समाप्त हो गई, क्षेत्र और भाषा की पूरी जो धारणाएं थी, जो आरोप थे, ये सब समाप्त हुए। ये उन लोगों के लिए भी था और दुनिया के लोगों के लिए भी था। और कुंभ ने यह संदेश दुनिया को दिया है, एकता का जो संदेश, वह महाकुंभ का संदेश सबके सामने है और यही सनातन धर्म का वह स्वरूप है जो दुनिया ने देखा। एक दूसरा, एक धार्मिक आयोजन विशुद्ध रूप से कितना अनुशासित हो सकता है, कितना अनुशासित हो सकता है। इन 66 करोड़ 30 लाख लोगों के आने पर प्रयागराज में, काशी में, अयोध्या में या उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर कोई छेड़छाड़ की घटना नहीं घटित हुई, कोई लूटपाट की घटना नहीं घटित होती है, कोई अपहरण की घटना नहीं घटित होती है। वे आते हैं, सुरक्षित वापस जाते हैं। दूसरा, इस दौरान हम लोगों ने प्रयास किया था कि किसी भी श्रद्धालु को आने के लिए 3 से 5 किलोमीटर से अधिक दूरी तय न करना पड़े, लेकिन हमारी अपनी एक सीमा है। हमने 5000 एकड़ का एक ऐसा क्षेत्रफल अलग अलग 6 स्थानों पे तैयार किया था जहां पे पार्किंग की सुविधा हम दें, और 6 लाख बसेज को हम पार्किंग की सुविधा वहां दे सकते थे। लेकिन 6 लाख की बात क्या करूं मैं, मौनी अमावस्या के दिन 78 लाख बसेज और 4 व्हीलर्स प्रयागराज कुंभ का हिस्सा बने थे, और उस दौरान लोगों को 10-10 किलोमीटर, 15-15 किलोमीटर भी पैदल चलना पड़ा था, लेकिन किसी के चेहरे पर सिकन नहीं थी। हर व्यक्ति प्रफुल्लित था, और आप लोग तो स्वयं पूरी रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे थे, देख रहे थे, लोगों से वाइट ले रहे थे। मुझे लगता है कि और चीज़ सरकार के द्वारा बताई गई बात हो सकता है कि कुछ प्री रिकॉर्डिंग हो, लेकिन आप लोग तो लाइव दिखा रहे थे, वो देसी हो या विदेशी हो, सबके द्वारा जो विचार व्यक्त किए जा रहे थे वह भी सबके सामने था। तो देश और दुनिया के सामने भारत और उत्तर प्रदेश के बारे में उस धारणा को बदलने के लिए जो लोगों ने जबरन थोपने का प्रयास किया था, उसको बदलने का भी हमारे पास एक अवसर था।
लेकिन इसमें तो दो राय नहीं कि वो आयोजन था कि मैं, श्वेता, हम सब उस समय थे जब मौनी अमावस्या का स्नान हुआ, बसंत पंचमी का स्नान हुआ, हम लोगों ने भी स्नान किया वहाँ पर। लेकिन जिन लोगों ने कहा कि ये तो मृत्यु कुंभ है, या जिन लोगों ने कहा ये तो फालतू है, तो जिस तरह का प्रयास आपने और उत्तर प्रदेश के प्रशासन ने पूरा मिलकर किया, क्या आहत हुए आप लोग उससे?
देखिए, हम लोग इस प्रकार की टिप्पणी सुनने के आदी हैं। उन्होंने मृत्यु कुंभ कहा तो जनता जनार्दन ने, देशवासियों ने और पूरे दुनिया से आए हुए सनातन धर्मावलंबियों ने कह दिया कि नहीं, ये मृत्यु नहीं, ये मृत्युंजय महाकुंभ है। उन्होंने उनको जवाब दे दिया, और उनकी उपस्थिति, जो गंगा जल को लेकर के टिप्पणी करते थे, इस आयोजन को लेकर के टिप्पणी करते थे, उनका जवाब जनता जनार्दन की उपस्थिति ने दे दिया है। और मुझे लगता है कि एक लंबे समय तक उन लोगों के लिए भी स्मरणीय होगा, और उनके पास पश्चाताप के अलावा दूसरा चारा नहीं होगा।
सर, महाकुंभ से उत्तर प्रदेश की जो रिलीजियस इकोनॉमी है उसमें बहुत वृद्धि आई। आपने एक तरीके से टूरिज्म का एक नया सर्किट ही बना दिया। वैसे भी उत्तर प्रदेश में आर्थिक विकास की दर बाकी राज्यों से कम हुआ करती थी, और ये बहुत बड़ा एक खतरा था। मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरीके से अयोध्या में, प्रयाग में, काशी में रिलीजियस टूरिज्म हो रहा है, देश भर से लोग निकल के आ रहे हैं, क्या आपके पास कुछ अनुमान है कि उत्तर प्रदेश की अर्थव्यवस्था का कितना हिस्सा और ग्रोथ का कितना हिस्सा रिलीजियस टूरिज्म से आ रहा है इस वक्त?
देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने 2014 में आने के बाद भारत की इस ताकत को पहली बार देश के किसी राष्ट्राध्यक्ष ने इस बात को समझा, और आपने इस बात को अनुभव किया होगा कि विरासत को विकास के साथ जोड़ करके अगर हम प्रयास करेंगे तो उसके बहुत अच्छे परिणाम आ सकते हैं। 2019 में काशी में काशी विश्वनाथ धाम की परियोजना प्रारंभ होती है, और 2021 में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उस कार्यक्रम का लोकार्पण भी संपन्न किया था। इसी प्रकार से अयोध्या में श्री राम जन्मभूमि पर 500 वर्षों के बाद मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम के मंदिर निर्माण का शिलान्यास का कार्यक्रम 2020 में प्रारंभ होता है, और 22 जनवरी 2024 को मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम प्रभु श्री राम की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का कार्यक्रम अयोध्या में संपन्न होता है। इसी तर्ज पर हम लोगों ने विंध्यवासिनी धाम, चित्रकूट धाम, इन सभी के सुंदरीकरण और विस्तारीकरण की एक योजना और उसको कॉरिडोर के रूप में जोड़ने का एक कार्यक्रम बनाया था। महाकुंभ ने 5 ऐसे स्पिरिचुअल कॉरिडोर यूपी के अंदर दिए। काशी से माँ विंध्यवासिनी धाम मिर्जापुर होते हुए, काशी प्रयागराज से विंध्यवासिनी धाम काशी का एक, और पूरे 45 दिनों तक माँ विंध्यवासिनी धाम में भी प्रतिदिन 3 से 5 लाख श्रद्धालु, और काशी में इस दौरान प्रतिदिन 5 से लेकर के 25 लाख श्रद्धालु, सबसे ज़्यादा महाशिवरात्रि के दिन काशी में श्रद्धालु जनों की उपस्थिति थी। ऐसे ही दूसरा जो स्पिरिचुअल कॉरिडोर देखने को मिला वह था प्रयागराज से अयोध्या और गोरखपुर का। अयोध्या में इस दौरान 13 जनवरी से 28 फरवरी तक, क्योंकि महाकुंभ का समारोह 26 फरवरी शिवरात्रि को हो गया था, लेकिन शिवरात्रि के बाद भी जो बचे हुए लोग थे वे भी, और जो लोग वहाँ से काशी गए, काशी से फिर अयोध्या या गोरखपुर गए, उनकी संख्या तो 28 तक अयोध्या में। ये संख्या 5 से लेकर के 15 लाख 20 लाख पर डे हुआ करती थी। गोरखपुर में भी जनवरी 13-14 जनवरी से लेकर के और 26-27 फरवरी तक प्रतिदिन 2 से 2.5 लाख लोग वहाँ पे दर्शन करने के लिए वहाँ मौजूद होते थे। चित्रकूट में तीसरा हमारा कॉरिडोर बना था, वह बना है प्रयागराज से महर्षि वाल्मीकि की साधना स्थली लालापुर, चित्रकूट जनपद में पड़ती है। संत तुलसीदास जी की जन्मभूमि राजापुर, ये उसी चित्रकूट जनपद में है, प्रयागराज के पास है, प्रयागराज से सटे हुए हैं। और चित्रकूट का तीसरा कॉरिडोर ये बना, जिसमें इन तीनों स्थलों को मिलाकर के देखेंगे तो पर डे 4 से 5 लाख श्रद्धालु यहाँ नियमित रूप से स्नान, मंदाकिनी नदी चित्रकूट में वहाँ स्नान करते थे, इन धामों में दर्शन करते थे, और चित्रकूट में कामदगिरी की एक बहुत पावन परिक्रमा होती है, उसकी परिक्रमा में भाग लेते थे। चौथा कॉरिडोर जो बना प्रयागराज से, प्रयागराज श्रृंगवेरपुर धाम होते हुए लखनऊ और नैमिषारण्य का, इसमें भी पर डे 2.5 लाख से लेकर के 5 लाख के बीच इन 1.5 महीनों के अंदर प्रतिदिन लोगों का आना जाना लगा रहा। और 5वां कॉरिडोर जो बना प्रयागराज से, वह बना था ब्रिज क्षेत्र का, मथुरा, वृंदावन, बरसाना, गोकुल, नंदगांव, बलदेव, गोवर्धन, इन तीर्थों के साथ साथ ब्रज के इन 8 तीर्थों के साथ साथ सुख तीर्थ जो भागवत भूमि है, देश की पहली भागवत भूमि है, इन सभी का बना। तो 5 स्पिरिचुअल कॉरिडोर मिले, और जिसमें इस पूरे कॉरिडोर में आप आगरा में आइए, इन 1.5-2 महीनों के अंदर मुझे लगता है कि होटल, धर्मशालाओं में तो कोई रूम थे नहीं खाली, लोगों ने होम स्टे बनाए थे। महत्वपूर्ण जो मार्ग थे, हाईवे थे, वहाँ पे लोगों ने अपने घर, अपने गांव में चले गए, गांव होटल को उन्होंने, अपने घर को उन्होंने होम स्टे बना दिया। प्रयागराज में 4 लाख छात्र जो प्रतियोगी परीक्षाओं की तैयारी करते हैं, आप आश्चर्य करेंगे, उन सभी 4 लाख छात्रों ने अपनी जो नई बाइक खरीदी होगी उसका खर्चा निकाल दिया। पूरा जितना उन्होंने खरीदा था उससे ज़्यादा उन्होंने उससे कमा लिया। प्रयागराज में एक ऐसा नाविक परिवार है, बड़ा परिवार है, 130 नाव हैं, और 45 दिनों में 30 करोड़ की उन्होंने कमाई की है। 30 करोड़। ऐसे ही अन्य अनेक उदाहरण आपको वहां देखने को मिलेंगे। और महाकुंभ ने आस्था, आजीविका का माध्यम हो सकता है, संस्कृति राष्ट्र की समृद्धि का कारक बन सकती है, यह भी उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है। और कोई संदेह नहीं हो सकता कि जो बात 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने कही थी कि भारत की इस पोटेंशियल को, भारत की इस पहचान को, विरासत को विकास के साथ जोड़ करके हम चलेंगे तो देश के लिए सार्थक होगा। तो महाकुंभ ने उसको साबित किया है।
पर योगी जी, जिस पैमाने पर आपने सोचा, आप प्रयागराज महाकुंभ के लिए आपने कहा 45 करोड़, तो चलिए 66 करोड़ से ऊपर। अयोध्या नगरी, मुझे याद है पिछले साल जब आप लोग बताते तो बोले 1 लाख लोग एक दिन में दर्शन कर पाएंगे। लगता था 1 लाख लोग कहाँ से कर पाएंगे। अब तो उससे कई गुना। क्या प्रयागराज तो तैयार था, पर अयोध्या, काशी, इन सब शहरों में जो पलट प्रवाह दिखा, यानी जो प्रयागराज जा रहे थे, जो गए उन सब शहरों में, क्या वो सब तैयार थे? क्या आप एक नए पैमाने पर आगे और कुछ करने वाले हैं वहाँ?
देखिए, इन दोनों के साथ साथ विंध्यवासिनी धाम के लिए और अन्य क्षेत्रों के लिए मैंने भी और हमारी पूरी टीम ने पहले दौरे किए थे। हमने होमवर्क किया था, हम लोग जानते थे। देखिए, पूरे देश भर से क्वेरीज आने लग गई थी कुंभ महाकुंभ के पहले से ही हमारे पास। और हमारी टीम जब देश के अंदर अलग अलग राज्यों में रोड शो के लिए गई थी महाकुंभ के बारे में बताने के लिए। देखिए, पहली बार आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि महाकुंभ के आयोजन से दक्षिण भारत अछूता रहता था, पूर्वी भारत भी अछूता रहता था। पहली बार दक्षिण भारत से, तमिलनाडु से, कर्नाटक से, केरल से, कर्नाटक से तब भी आते थे, लेकिन तमिलनाडु, केरल, आंध्र से कम लोग आ पाते थे। नॉर्थ ईस्ट से उपस्थिति नहीं होती थी। इस बार नॉर्थ ईस्ट से, असम से, मणिपुर से, मेघालय से हमने अपने आंखों के सामने देखा मेघालय के लोगों को। वहाँ पे आपके मिजोरम से भी कुछ लोग वहाँ से वहाँ आए थे। खैर, वेस्ट बंगाल से तो पर डे का जो हमारा एवरेज था, वेस्ट बंगाल से 50,000 से लेके 1 लाख श्रद्धालु पर डे वहाँ पर आता था। और साधन वाहन, अपने साधन वाहन से आते थे। इन सभी रूट्स पर देखिए, आज के दिन पर कोई व्यक्ति बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ा चढ़ा के भी नहीं बोल सकता है। टोल प्लाजा उसके उदाहरण हैं, वहाँ के कैमरे, सीसीटीवी कैमरे उसके उदाहरण हो सकते हैं कि पूरे देश भर की, हर राज्य की नंबर प्लेट लगी हुई वाहन, बसेज और 4 व्हीलर वहाँ से चलते हुए दिखाई दे रहे थे। हम लोगों ने होल्डिंग एरिया बनाए थे, पार्किंग की व्यवस्था वहाँ पर भी दी थी। और हम लोगों ने पहले ही अलर्ट किया था सभी जगह को, काशी को, माँ विंध्यवासिनी धाम मिर्ज़ापुर को, अयोध्या को, चित्रकूट को। इसके अलावा हाँ, हम लोग ये नहीं मानते थे कि नैमिषारण्य में और मथुरा वृंदावन में इतनी भीड़ हो पाएगी। वहाँ पे भीड़ होती है वैसे भी, लेकिन यहाँ के श्रद्धालु वहाँ भी जाएंगे और देश भर से श्रद्धालु वहाँ भी पहुँचेंगे। ये पहले से हम लोगों की, उससे थोड़ा अलग हट कर के था, लेकिन पहले से तैयारी थी। और हम लोगों को भी, पूरी टीम में हम लोगों ने इस बारे में चर्चा की थी कि हमें इस बात को तैयार रखना है। रेलवे ने भी रेलवे स्टेशन पर अतिरिक्त होल्डिंग एरिया बनाए हुए थे, जिसके कारण प्रयागराज की इस भीड़ के वॉल्यूम को देखते हुए भी हम लोगों के पास एक समय मिलता था प्रयागराज को देने के लिए। इन क्षेत्रों में जाने का उतना अवसर नहीं मिलता था, तो वहाँ से हम वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग से या फिर अन्य माध्यमों से ही हमारी बातचीत होती थी, या टीम वहाँ विजिट करती थी। शेष अन्य समय हम लोगों को ने प्रयागराज पे ज़्यादा फोकस किया।
इस बार क्या भीड़ इसलिए भी, ये श्रद्धालुओं की संख्या ज़्यादा थी क्योंकि इतना ये कहा गया कि 144 वर्षों बाद ये शुभ समय आ रहा है? क्या हर वर्ष जो माघ मेला है, आपको लगता है कि उसमें भी अब श्रद्धालु जुड़ेंगे? क्या उसके लिए प्रशासन प्रयास करेगा? और जो गलतियां कहीं रह गई हो नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन पे या फिर मौनी अमावस्या के दिन, उससे कुछ सीख है?
देखिए, हर आयोजन अपने आप में एक सबक भी होता है, और वह हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने का एक अवसर भी देता है। कुंभ का आयोजन सामान्य रूप से एक धारणा बन गई थी, जैसी सरकारें थीं, जैसे लोगों ने व्यवस्था को चलाया था, उस प्रकार की एक धारणा सी बन गई थी कि कुंभ का मतलब गंदगी, अव्यवस्था, भगदड़। कोई उस पर ध्यान नहीं देता था, सुविधा पे। और आने वाले श्रद्धालुओं की श्रद्धा का सम्मान होना चाहिए। उनकी आस्था का हम सम्मान करेंगे तो ये आस्था बहुत कुछ आशीर्वाद देगी। ये कभी इससे पहले 2019 के पहले ये भाव था ही नहीं। पहली बार जब 2019 के कुंभ के आयोजन का हमारे पास अवसर आया था तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हम लोगों को कहा कि देखो, कुंभ की इस धारणा को बदलेंगे आप लोग, तभी उसका आयोजन का आप लोग करवा रहे हैं, बीजेपी शासित राज्य करा रहा है, तब जनता के बीच में संदेश अच्छा जाएगा। और इसलिए स्वच्छ कुंभ के आयोजन को आपको हर हाल में करने की तैयारी करनी चाहिए। इसके प्रैक्टिस करो, इसके लिए सफाई कर्मियों की ट्रेनिंग दो, उनको हर प्रकार से इक्विपमेंट उपलब्ध कराओ, उस प्रकार का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वहाँ पर दो। सिटी डेवलपमेंट प्लान कैसे तैयार हो सकता है 2019 में? प्रयागराज के कुंभ के अवसर पर प्रयागराज सिटी के अंदर हम लोगों ने इस कार्यक्रम को वहाँ पे किया। प्रयागराज के अंदर मुझे याद है 19 में जब हम लोगों ने 18 में, क्योंकि जनवरी 19 में तो कुंभ आ गया था, 2017-18 में जब हम लोगों ने कार्य वहाँ प्रारंभ किया तो बहुत विरोध हो रहा था, क्योंकि अतिक्रमण हट रहे थे तो विरोध स्वाभाविक था। जिन लोगों ने बढ़ करके बनाए थे वे विरोध कर रहे थे, और जनता विरोध करेगी तो जनप्रतिनिधि भी विरोध करेंगे। जनप्रतिनिधि भी विरोध में आ गए। उन्होंने कहा साहब अब तो पूरे प्रयागराज को झाड़ देंगे। हमने कहा भी भीड़ होगी तो कहाँ जाएगी? प्रयागराज सिटी तो एकमात्र हमारे पास यहाँ पर एक इस पूरे आयोजन को आगे बढ़ाने का एकमात्र सिटी है ये। हमें अतिक्रमण हटाना पड़ेगा, यहाँ की सड़कों को चौड़ा करना पड़ेगा। अभी सिंगल लेन डबल लेन से काम नहीं चलने वाला। लोग बोलते थे सब 13 में तो ऐसे हुआ था। हमने कभी 13 से पहले क्या होता था वो हटाइए। आज हम 19 में आ गए हैं और उस समय हम लोगों ने लगभग 150 सड़कों को चौड़ीकरण का काम किया था। कुछ फ्लाईओवर बनाए, फिर कुछ अंडरपास भी बनाए, और उस समय हम लोगों की टीम भी काम कर रही थी। जो टीम इस बात का अध्ययन कर रही थी कि श्रद्धालु क्या चाहते हैं, उनके लिए और क्या कुछ चाहिए। देखिए, जब 19 जनवरी के पहले हम लोग प्रयागराज सिटी को एक सुंदर स्वरूप दे दिए तो सबने एप्रिशिएट किया। मुझे तो एक बार प्रयागराज जाना पड़ा था दिसंबर 18 में। जब भारी विरोध होने लग गया तो मैं गया वहाँ, मैंने प्रेस की। मैंने कहा भी किसी का भी गलत प्रशासन ने तोड़ा है, मैं यहाँ सर्किट हाउस में बैठा हूँ, मेरे पास आ जाएं, हम उनका कंपनसेशन देंगे और कंपनसेशन दुगना देंगे। अब जितना आपको नुकसान हुआ उसका दुगना मैं पैसा दूंगा आपको। 3 लोग मेरे पास आए थे। कंपनसेशन उनका किसी का 2 लाख, किसी का 3 लाख बनता था। हमने कहा इनको डबल पैसा दो, कम से कम आने का साहस तो क्या इन्होंने। अन्य कोई नहीं आया, जबकि हमने हजारों मकान हटाए थे, हजारों अतिक्रमण हटाए थे। और इस बार आप आश्चर्य करेंगे, पूरी प्रयागराज सिटी तैयार थी। पूरी प्रयागराज सिटी में हम लोगों ने इस बार 200 सड़कों को 2 लेन से 4 लेन किया, 4 लेन को 6 लेन में बदला, सुंदरीकरण के कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाया, 14 फ्लाईओवर बनाए, 9 अंडरपास बनाए, 9 रेलवे स्टेशन का विस्तारीकरण हुआ, एयरपोर्ट का एक्सपेंशन हुआ, 12 कॉरिडोर बनाए गए। अक्षयवट कॉरिडोर बनाया गया, लेटे हुए हनुमान जी का कॉरिडोर बनाया गया, सरस्वती कूप कॉरिडोर बनाया गया, पातालपुरी कॉरिडोर बनाया गया, श्रृंगवेरपुर धाम का कॉरिडोर बनाया गया, महर्षि भारद्वाज का कॉरिडोर बनाया गया। ये सभी नागवासुकी, द्वादश माधव, ये सभी कॉरिडोर बनाने के बाद व्यापक पैमाने पे श्रद्धालुओं की आवश्यकता और उनकी श्रद्धा और उनकी आस्था को सम्मान देते हुए इन कार्यक्रमों को एक भव्य स्वरूप वहाँ दिया गया। और ये मैसेज ऐसा नहीं कि यहीं तक था। देखिए, सोशल मीडिया का समय है और डिजिटल मीडिया में एक एक चीज़ लोग कैद करके फिर उसको खूब फ्लैश करते हैं। परिणाम क्या था कि देश में चला गया कि भाई डबल इंजन की भाजपा की सरकार है, अच्छा करेगी, एक विश्वास, सुरक्षा मिलेगी। ये 2017 के पहले वाली सरकार नहीं है कि कोई सुरक्षा में सेंध लगा ले, कोई कुछ कर ले, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा। देखो, बहुत लोग धमकी दे रहे थे, बहुत लोग थ्रेट कर रहे थे, लेकिन 66 करोड़ लोग आकर के सुरक्षित चले जाएं और पूरी श्रद्धा भाव के साथ महाकुंभ का एक बेहतरीन संदेश लेकर के चले जाएं। और मेरा तो ये मानना है कि जो महाकुंभ में स्वयं उसका साक्षी बना है वही महाकुंभ के बारे में बोल पाएगा। जो वहाँ नहीं गया है वह महाकुंभ के बारे में न चर्चा कर सकता है, न उसको बोलने का अधिकार होना चाहिए।
महाराज, महाकुंभ का आयोजन महाकामयाब था, लेकिन 29 जनवरी को बदकिस्मती से वहाँ पर भगदड़ मची और कम से कम 30 लोगों की मौत हुई। विपक्ष ने बहुत ज़ोरों से मुद्दा उठाया कि योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार जानबूझकर डेथ टोल को कम बता रही है, कि जितनी लाशें गिनी गई उनसे बहुत कम आपकी सरकार ने बताया कि ऑफिशियल डेथ टोल है। दूसरी बात जो उठाई गई वो ये कि जब ये हादसा हुआ उसके बाद कई घंटों तक आपकी सरकार डिनाइल में थी, इनकार कर रही थी, दिखा रही थी कि कुछ हुआ ही नहीं, जबकि सबको पता था कि काफ़ी डेथ्स हुई हैं। इन दोनों चीज़ों पर आपका क्या?
देखिए, घटना मौनी अमावस्या को दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी और उस दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना को लेकर के ये घटना 28 और 29 की रात्रि में 1:15 बजे से लेकर के और 1:30 बजे के बीच में घटित होती है। घटना घटित होती है और उस समय महाकुंभ क्षेत्र का जो महाकुंभ का क्षेत्र था उसमें लगभग 4 करोड़ श्रद्धालु पूरे क्षेत्र में भरा पड़ा था। प्रातः 4 बजे से अमृत स्नान अखाड़ों का प्रारंभ होना था। इसके अलावा प्रयागराज सिटी के लिए अलग अलग जो रूट थे, इसमें जो भीड़ का आवक था, इन सब का अंदाज़ा लगाने के बाद हम लोग इस निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचे थे कि 8 करोड़ श्रद्धालु आज प्रयागराज कुंभ का साक्षी बनने वाला है। और 2 करोड़ श्रद्धालु ऐसा था जिसको हम लोगों ने, जिन्हें 28 की सायंकाल 5 बजे से जौनपुर में, मिर्ज़ापुर में, भदोई में, प्रतापगढ़ में, रायबरेली में, कौशाम्बी में, फतेहपुर और चित्रकूट महोबा में हम लोगों ने उन्हें रोक दिया था। इन सभी जनपदों में भी हम लोगों ने होर्डिंग एरिया बनाए थे। वहाँ पे श्रद्धालुओं को हम लोगों ने रोका, बाकायदा रोकने के बाद उनको स्पेस की तरफ लेके गए और उनको कहा भी जिनके पास साधन है वे यहाँ पर, जिनके पास नहीं है उनके लिए हम व्यवस्था करवा देते हैं। हमने सभी जिला प्रशासन से भी कहा कि भी आपके पास जितना भी हो सकता आप करिए। हमारे यहाँ जो भी हो सकता था, कहीं लोगों ने हलवाई बनाए, कहीं पे बेसिक शिक्षा परिषद के जो रसोइया होते हैं इन्हीं को बुलवा करके और इनके लिए भंडारे चलाए गए। अगले 24 घंटे तक हम लोगों ने इन 2 करोड़ श्रद्धालुओं को यहाँ रोका। 8 करोड़ लोग प्रयागराज में या तो उपस्थित थे या प्रयागराज पहुँचने वाले थे। एक जिम्मेदार सरकार होने के नाते हमारी जिम्मेदारी क्या बनती थी? पहला, दुर्घटना या कोई घटना घटित हुई है, उस घटना में सभी घायलों को हम सुरक्षित ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बना करके हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंचाएं, जिसको कि विदिन 15 मिनट के अंदर उन्हें हॉस्पिटल और फिर मेडिकल कॉलेज में पहुंचाया गया। मेडिकल कॉलेज पहुंचाने के साथ ही, और इसमें मैं सचमुच अभिनंदन करूंगा जनता जनार्दन का कि जो लोग वहाँ पे बड़े पैमाने पर थे। अक्सर होता है इस प्रकार की घटना कोई घटित होती तो लोगों में उत्तेजना फैलती है, लोग तोड़फोड़ में विश्वास करने लगते हैं, फिर आगजनी, तोड़फोड़, अव्यवस्था फैलती है। लेकिन कहीं कोई घटना नहीं घटित होती है। एक दुर्घटना घटित होती है, उस घटना घटित होने के तत्काल बाद ग्रीन कॉरिडोर के लिए जब पब्लिक से मदद मांगी तो पब्लिक ही सहयोग करने के लिए यूपी पुलिस के साथ में, एनडीआरएफ और एसडीआरएफ के साथ में, उनके साथ सहयोग करने के लिए खड़ी थी और एम्बुलेंस को रास्ता दे करके हम लोगों ने हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंचाए। लगभग 65 के आसपास गंभीर जो घायल हो गए थे उन लोगों को हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाया गया, जिनमें से बाद में 30 लोगों की दुखद मौत होती है और उनको उनके परिजनों को फिर सौंपा गया। उसमें से 29 आइडेंटिफाई हो चुके थे, एक नहीं हो पाए थे, तो बाद में उनका डीएनए करवा करके उसे प्रिजर्व करके और बॉडी का अंतिम संस्कार प्रशासन ने किया। शेष अन्य लोगों को उनके परिजनों को सौंपा गया। घटना पर दुख व्यक्त करने के साथ इस स्केल के बारे में हमें इस 8 करोड़ की जनता को पहले सुरक्षित यहां से बाहर करना था। 8 करोड़ की जनता को जब सायंकाल 5 बजे हम लोगों ने इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को संपन्न किया, क्योंकि उस दिन अमृत स्नान भी था, और मैंने जब सारा रेस्क्यू संपन्न होने के बाद प्रातः 3 बजे स्थानीय प्रशासन को कहा गया कि भाई देखो, सभी अखाड़ों से अनुरोध किया जाए कि अपने स्नान को थोड़ा स्थगित करें, क्योंकि पूरा जो संगम था, अखाड़ा मार्ग था, वो श्रद्धालुओं से भरा हुआ था। लाखों की संख्या में श्रद्धालु थे और उनका आना जाना भी लगा था काफ़ी बड़े पैमाने पे। तो मैंने उनको फिर स्वयं भी सभी अखाड़ों से मेरी बात हुई, और मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा सभी अखाड़ों के जो प्रमुख संत थे, उन सब से जिससे भी मेरी बातचीत हुई, उन्होंने इस बात को माना और स्थगित किया अपने आयोजन को। मैंने कहा भी 12 बजे के बाद मैं आपको बताऊंगा, और पूरे दिन भर मुहूर्त है। हम लोग प्रयास करें संगम में पहले श्रद्धालुओं को स्नान करने दो, और संगम में श्रद्धालु स्नान कर लेंगे तो आपको दोपहर में 12 बजे से हम लोग स्नान करवाएंगे। आप लोग 12 बजे के बाद अपनी तैयारी करेंगे। और मैं आभारी हूँ सभी अखाड़ों का, पूज्य संतों का, जिन्होंने जो परंपरा से हटकर व्यापक आस्था को सम्मान करते हुए उन लोगों ने स्नान स्थगित किया। जब 12 बजे के बाद मैंने उनको कहा कि आप 2 बजे के बाद स्नान कर सकते हैं, आप अपनी तैयारी करिए, फिर सभी अखाड़ों की बैठक होती है, मेरी उनसे बातचीत होती है, टेलीफोन से ही बातचीत होती है, और फिर वे लोग सभी अखाड़े 3 बजे से लेकर 5 बजे तक उन्होंने स्नान किया। तब तक ज़्यादातर भीड़ वहाँ से रिसीट कर चुकी थी। हमारा प्रेशर तब रेलवे स्टेशन और बस स्टेशनों पर था, बाहर के मार्गों पर था। फिर हमने प्रशासन से, लोकल मेलाधिकारी और लोकल पुलिस अधिकारियों से कहा कि भाई जो सुबह घटना घटित हुई है, इसको मीडिया में एक बार उसकी पूरी जानकारी यहाँ भी हमें भी दीजिए और मीडिया को भी पहले दीजिए, फिर उसकी जानकारी हमें भी उसके साथ ही उपलब्ध करवाइए। तो ये सभी लोग महाकुंभ के उसमें अखाड़ों का स्नान कराने के बाद फिर ये लोग जब खाली हुए तो मीडिया सेंटर में गए, इन्होंने प्रेस की, अपनी जानकारी, उस दुखद घटना की जानकारी भी दी। तो हमारी पहली प्राथमिकता थी कि जो श्रद्धालु आया है उसको सुरक्षित स्नान करा करके यहाँ से भेजा जाए। दूसरा, इस आयोजन को पैनिक बनाने की बजाय एक घटना जो हो गई है उसकी हम जांच कर रहे हैं। एक कमीशन जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने लागू वहाँ पे गठित किया था और जिस पे हाई कोर्ट ने कुछ उसका विस्तार दिया है, माननीय उच्च न्यायालय ने भी उसके बारे में और माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय ने भी जो कुछ उसके बारे में ऑब्जर्वेशंस थे, उसको लागू करते हुए हम लोगों ने इसको विस्तार दिया है और वह अपना कार्य कर रहा है। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना था कि जो पहली आवश्यकता थी कि क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट का पहला वो होता है कि जो सुरक्षित हैं उनको सेव करना और जो दुर्घटना के शिकार हो गए हैं उनको उचित गंतव्य तक, हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंचाना। प्रशासन ने दोनों जिम्मेदारियों का वहाँ ईमानदारी पूर्वक निर्वहन करने का प्रयास किया और बाकी कमीशन की रिपोर्ट आने दीजिए। कमीशन की रिपोर्ट में जो भी होगा हम उसके अनुसार फिर उसमें जवाबदेही तय करेंगे।
योगी जी, हम महाकुंभ से अब आगे बढ़ते हैं। महाकुंभ का आयोजन हो गया, मुझे लगता है कि बाकी कुंभ नगरियों के लिए भी आपने एक पैमाना सेट कर दिया है। अब उन्हें अपने आयोजन की ओर उन राज्यों को देखना होगा। मैं कल ब्रज की होली के अनुभव के लिए ब्रजभूमि गई थी, बरसाने गई थी, और मुझे पहले नहीं पता था कि आपका भी प्रोग्राम उसी दिन का बनेगा। अब कृष्ण जन्मभूमि मथुरा में, बरसाने में, आज भी लठमार होली हुई वहाँ पे। जो चर्चा थी ना वो बदल गई आपके जाने के बाद। जो तब तक लोग होली खेल रहे थे, क्योंकि उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री ने वहाँ पर कहा अब ब्रज की बारी है। वो बोल रहे थे इसका मतलब क्या है, अब ब्रज की बारी है?
देखिए, ब्रज में मैं गया था, मैं लगभग हर वर्ष जाता हूँ और ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज्म को आगे बढ़ाने के साथ साथ उत्तर प्रदेश के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों को हम लोगों ने इस रूप में आगे बढ़ाया है। अयोध्या में राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण के पूर्व दीपोत्सव के साथ हमने अयोध्या को जोड़ा था। विश्वास बहाली का एक माध्यम था, लोगों को आश्वस्त करने का एक माध्यम था। अच्छा होगा, विश्वास करिए। अयोध्या में हुआ। काशी प्रधानमंत्री जी के जाने के बाद 2014 के बाद एक नए कायाकल्प के रूप में, नए कलेवर के रूप में काशी आज देखने को मिल रही है। आप याद करिए, अगर काशी पुरानी काशी होती और भीड़ का ये स्केल होता, क्या संभाल पाते लोग? क्या स्थिति होती? अयोध्या में अगर हम लोगों ने वहाँ का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के लिए कार्य नहीं किए होते, क्या अयोध्या इस भीड़ के वॉल्यूम को संभाल पाती? नहीं संभाल पाती। बहुत कठिन होता। और जो जिस भाव के साथ, जिन भावनाओं के साथ देश भर से श्रद्धालु आए थे, स्टैम्पेड की घटना हर एक जगह होती, लेकिन पहले से तैयारी का परिणाम क्या था कि कितनी भी बड़ी संख्या में लोग आए, कोई समस्या खड़ी नहीं हुई। ब्रज क्षेत्र में भी हम लोगों ने वहाँ पर रंगोत्सव के साथ उस आयोजन को जोड़ा था। और होली की जब चर्चा होती है तो कृष्ण कन्हैया की और राधा रानी की चर्चा जरूर होती है। आज वहाँ पे लठमार होली थी बरसाना में, और कल लड्डू मार होली थी। तो मुझे आज इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा यहाँ बनना था, तो मैंने कहा भी एक दिन पहले ही मैं बरसाना की व्यवस्था भी देख लूँ। यद्यपि वहाँ पे पिछले कई दिनों से होली के आयोजन चल रहे हैं। बसंत पंचमी से ही वहाँ होली के आयोजन शुरू होने लगते हैं एक एक गांव में। ये जो 8 हमने तीर्थ वहाँ बनाए हैं, मथुरा का है, मथुरा, वृंदावन, बरसाना, गोवर्धन, नंदगांव, गोकुल, बलदेव, इन सब में तो आयोजन होते ही हैं, लेकिन एक एक गांव में ये आयोजन होते हैं, एक एक गांव में आयोजन होते हैं। और आयोजन में ये टीम अलग अलग स्थानों पर अलग अलग जगह जाती है। तो एक महाकुंभ के बहाने जो हम लोगों ने प्रयागराज सिटी की कायाकल्प की है, तो उस कायाकल्प के साथ था दूसरा ये था कि भाई इंतजार करिए, अब उत्सव मनाने का समय आपका भी आने वाला है। और वह उत्सव रंगोत्सव के साथ साथ हमारी ब्रजभूमि की आएगी, मथुरा की आएगी, वृंदावन की आएगी, और उसको हम उसके साथ जोड़ेंगे, उस आयोजन को उस रूप में आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, तो जिस तरह से आपने होमवर्क किया था काशी के लिए भी और जिस तरह से होमवर्क हुआ था प्रयागराज के लिए भी, तो क्या इसी तरह का होमवर्क अब हो चुका है ब्रज के लिए भी? और ब्रज में क्या कोई समय है कि इतने समय में एक नया कॉरिडोर होगा या एक उत्सव इस तरह से होगा, उसकी भी कोई तैयारी है?
देखिए, हम लोग तो बहुत पहले से लगे हैं ये आयोजन, वहाँ पे अच्छे कॉरिडोर बने, श्रद्धालुओं की सुविधा हो, अच्छे अच्छे कार्य हों। बहुत सारे मामले वहाँ पे माननीय न्यायालय के अधीन हैं, और सब जुडिस होने के नाते हम लोग उसमें बहुत हस्तक्षेप नहीं करते हैं। ज़्यादातर वहाँ पे मंदिरों में कोई ना कोई रिसीवर बैठा हुआ है। अगर हम आज के दिन पे वहाँ कुछ करना भी चाहेंगे, दिक्कतें होती हैं। हम काशी में या अयोध्या धाम में इतने बड़े पैमाने पे श्रद्धालु जनों को, जो श्वेता जी कह रही थी कि अयोध्या में 1 लाख श्रद्धालुओं को दर्शन कराने में कठिनाई हो रही थी, इस बार काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने दर्शन किया, क्योंकि हमने मंदिर का समय बढ़ाया, दर्शन का समय बढ़ाया। अब आप वृंदावन में जाएंगे, श्री बांके बिहारी मंदिर में दर्शन का जो समय था पहले मात्र 4 घंटे था। भीड़ आती है, श्रद्धालुओं की भीड़ और उनकी श्रद्धा को देखते हुए मैंने एक दिन डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को ऐसे कहा डांटते हुए, मैंने कहा भाई आप लोग इतनी भीड़ होती है, आप उनको दर्शन क्यों नहीं करवाने के लिए वहाँ व्यवस्था कराते हैं। मैंने कहा समय क्या है दर्शन करने का। उन्होंने कहा साहब बहुत समय कम था, 4 घंटे का समय उन्होंने दिया। मैंने भाई 4 घंटे में 1 लाख लोग कैसे दर्शन करेंगे? आप लोग तो स्टैम्पेड को आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा साहब रिसीवर बैठा है और माननीय न्यायालय के एक सिविल जज वहाँ पे रिसीवर बैठे हुए हैं, वो समय नहीं बढ़ाते। फिर हमने जुडिशरी से बात की, हमने कहा भी कौन सी बात हुई कि आप दर्शन नहीं करने देंगे, मंदिर को बंद कर देंगे, और भी तमाम चीज़ें थी। लोगों की अपनी स्थानीय मान्यताएं भी होती हैं, बहुत सारी चीज़ें थी, लेकिन फिर भी हम लोगों ने समय बढ़वाया। कुछ और लोग आने शुरू किए, लेकिन अयोध्या और काशी में या प्रयागराज में तो आप लोगों ने देखा होगा 24 घंटे स्नान चल रहा था, 24 घंटे स्नान चल रहा था। जो 29 जनवरी को दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना घटित हुई थी, जो लोग घायल हुए थे, उन सभी 36 लोगों से मिलने के लिए मैं हॉस्पिटल में गया था। और हॉस्पिटल में जब मैंने उनसे बात की तो उसमें एक सज्जन गोरखपुर के भी थे, एक बंगाल के भी थे। तो जो बंगाल के थे तो मैंने उनसे पूछा, मैंने कहा बहन जी आपने स्नान नहीं किया होगा, आप जब ठीक होंगे तो आपको स्नान करा के भेजेंगे। उन्होंने कहा नहीं मैं स्नान तो कर चुकी थी, लेकिन मैं इस लालच में फंस गई कि अखाड़ा जब स्नान करेगा तो उनके साथ अमृत स्नान का हिस्सा बनूंगी। और उसी में भीड़ का वॉल्यूम जब बैरिकेड तोड़ करके अंदर घुसा तो उसमें हम लोग उसकी चपेट में आ गए। देखिए उसका एक कहना था, राजापुर का एक नौजवान था, राजापुर तुलसीदास जी की पावन जन्मभूमि है, और नौजवान उसका पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था इस दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना में। तो मैंने उससे कहा, मैंने कहा भी आप कहाँ के? उसने कहा राजापुर के। मैंने कहा भी राजापुर के बगल में है, तो आप वहाँ क्या कर रहे थे? उसने कहा साहब इस लालच में कि जब अमृत स्नान करने के लिए अखाड़े जाएंगे तो उनके साथ हम भी स्नान कर लेंगे, और उसी में मैं स्नान करके लेटा हुआ था, तब तक हम उसकी चपेट में आ गए। देखिए ये चीज़ें हमेशा हमें एक सबक देती हैं, और हमने वृंदावन के लिए भी बरसाना, यानी बरसाना में राधा रानी मंदिर में भी रिसीवर बिठा है। अगर हमारा लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वहाँ पे चाहे भी तो वह कोई अतिरिक्त व्यवस्था नहीं कर सकता है। और यह कुछ चीज़ें हैं जिनको लेकर के हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं, और मेरा मानना है कि बहुत शीघ्र हम लोग न्यायालय से कोई ना कोई रास्ता एक उसका निकाल लेंगे। लेकिन ये मान के चलिए ये भारत की विरासत की प्रतीक है, और इसी में हमारा विकास भी छुपा हुआ है। विरासत और विकास की जिस एक नई विधा को, एक नया इकोनॉमिक्स प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने देश को दिया है, वो अवश्य सफल होगा, और हम इसको और प्रभावी ढंग से आगे बढ़ाने में सफल होंगे।
योगी जी आप कहते हैं विरासत और विकास, विपक्ष कहता है कि आप लोग इतना इतिहास में जाएंगे तो विकास कैसे करेंगे। लेकिन यही इतिहास की बातें करते करते अबू आज़मी कह देते हैं कि औरंगजेब को गलत समझा गया, और आप एक चेतावनी दे देते हैं कि यूपी में इलाज हो जाता है ऐसे लोगों का।
देखिए अगर कोई औरंगजेब को अपना नायक और आदर्श मानता है तो मैं मानता हूं कि वह एक कोई मानसिक विकृति का शिकार है। देखिए एक शुद्ध बुद्धि वाला व्यक्ति औरंगजेब को किस मायने में आप एक नायक के रूप में प्रस्तुत करना चाहते हैं? कोई सभ्य मुसलमान भी अपने पुत्र का नाम औरंगजेब नहीं रखता, क्योंकि औरंगजेब ने अपने पिता शाहजहां को ही कैद कर दिया था, एक एक बूंद जल के लिए तरसाया था। शाहजहां ने अपनी जीवनी में लिखी है कि ऐसा कमबख्त पुत्र किसी को पैदा न हो, जिसने मुझे जीते जी तो मारा ही, कम से कम तुमसे अच्छा तो वह हिंदू है जो अपने बूढ़े माँ बाप की सेवा तो करता है और मरने के बाद श्राद्ध कर्म के माध्यम से उन्हें जल तर्पण, श्राद्ध आदि के माध्यम से तर्पण भी देता है। यह बात शाहजहां स्वयं लिखता है, तो कोई सभ्य व्यक्ति भी नहीं ये नाम लिखता, ये नाम रखता। और दूसरा, भारत की दृष्टि से, भारत की आस्था की दृष्टि से देखेंगे तो काशी में काशी विश्वनाथ का जो मंदिर ज्ञानवापी के नाम पे था, उस ज्ञानवापी के भगवान विश्वनाथ के धाम को इसी औरंगजेब ने तोड़वाया था। मथुरा में श्री कृष्ण जन्मभूमि के मंदिर को इसी ने तोड़वाया था। हजारों मंदिरों को तोड़वाया था। भारत की आस्था के साथ ये व्यक्ति खिलवाड़ किया था। हिंदुओं पे जजिया कर लगाया था। भारत के अंदर लाखों हिंदुओं का कत्लेआम किया था और उसको कोई आदर्श माने तो यह तो, और इसलिए इस प्रकार की मानसिक विकृति का उपचार का सबसे अच्छा सेंटर उत्तर प्रदेश है। उत्तर प्रदेश में आइए ना, हम बहुत अच्छे ढंग से उपचार करवाएंगे।
काशी विश्वनाथ में फिर मंदिर बने, मथुरा में फिर मंदिर बने, ये आपकी सरकार की कितनी बड़ी प्राथमिकता है? मैं इसलिए
देखिए, मंदिर बनाना सरकार की प्राथमिकता नहीं होती है, लेकिन जनता की आस्था का सम्मान करना और समय के अनुरूप उसके लिए उचित माहौल बनाने के लिए अपनी तैयारी रखना। और मेरा ये मानना है कि आज देश विकास के बारे में सोच रहा है। विकास स्थायी सौहार्द से होगा। ताली एक हाथ से नहीं बजती है, दोनों हाथों से बजेगी। एक दूसरे की भावनाओं को सम्मान देना होगा, और सम्मान आप तभी दे पाएंगे जब आस्था के इन प्रतीकों को ससम्मान या तो दें, और नहीं तो फिर फैसला भी होगा, समय के अनुरूप फैसला भी आएंगे। और अंततः जीत तो सत्य की ही होनी है और धर्म की ही होनी है।
सवाल यह है कि वर्तमान में इन ऐतिहासिक वाक्यों का क्या महत्व है? मैं इसलिए पूछता हूं क्योंकि इस वक्त हमारी जो अर्थव्यवस्था की विकास दर है उसमें थोड़ी गिरावट आई है, साथ ही साथ स्टॉक मार्केट में काफ़ी डाउनफॉल आया है। उत्तर प्रदेश में, बाकी देश में जॉब्स क्रिएट हो, ये बड़ा चैलेंज है। इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट फास्ट हो, ये बड़ा चैलेंज है। हम प्राथमिकता किसको मानते हैं कि किस स्पीड से हमारी इकोनॉमी ग्रो करे, या फिर ये जो हिस्टोरिकल इनजस्टिसेस हैं, और वाकई में है, कोई भी अगर जाता है काशी तो वहाँ पे आप कह ही नहीं सकते कि ये मस्जिद है, वो तो मंदिर दिखता है। उसको एक बार फिर से मंदिर बनाया जाए, इस पे आप अपना ध्यान देना चाहते हैं, या फिर कि उत्तर प्रदेश की इकोनॉमी ज़्यादा स्पीड से ग्रो करे, इंडिया में उसका मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट आए, उस पर ध्यान देना?
देखिए, दोनों चीज़ें साथ साथ चलेंगे। मैंने पहले कहा ना, विरासत भी और विकास भी। विरासत इसलिए, भाई देखो, एक बात मान के चलो कि जो लोग भारत के महापुरुषों को, भारत की परंपरा को अपना आदर्श नहीं मानते, तो ये विकास के वैसे भी बैरियर है। और इनकी तुलना एक विचारक ने उन चूहों से की है जो खाद्यान्न भी खाता है और साथ साथ जिस घर का खाद्यान्न खाता है उसी में होल करके उसकी नींव को भी कमज़ोर करता है। तो ये तो अर्थव्यवस्था के सबसे बड़े बैरियर हैं। आप इनके दिमाग को ख़राब करेंगे तो दंगा करवाएंगे। तो हम विकास से जो कुछ बनाएंगे उस दंगा की आग में एक झटके में उसमें स्वाहा कर देंगे। इसलिए अच्छा है कि इससे पहले इनका उपचार करके ठीक कर दें, तो समय आने के बाद जो विकास बनाएंगे वो स्थायी इमारत उसके माध्यम से बन पाएगी। और उसी स्थायी इमारत को बनाने के लिए इन मुद्दों को, विरासत के इन मुद्दों को आगे बढ़ाना भी उतना ही आवश्यक है जितना आर्थिक विकास। और आर्थिक विकास का मॉडल क्या हो सकता है, मुझे बताइए ना। महाकुंभ ने तो उसका सबसे बड़ा संदेश दिया कि 7,500 करोड़ लगाइए और 3.5 लाख की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को लीजिए उसके माध्यम से। ये महाकुंभ से बड़ा क्या हो सकता है?
आप आर्थिक विकास के इस मॉडल की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन एक संभल का भी मॉडल है कि अगर आप कह रहे हैं कि हम तो सत्य जानने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, जो हमारा है वो हम लेंगे, ये आपने कहा था, लेकिन वहाँ हिंसा भी हो गई और पुलिस की जांच में ये भी निकला कि एक सुनियोजित साजिश भी हुई है, कुछ गोलियां भी निकली हैं। तो आर्थिक विकास का एक मॉडल और एक संभल मॉडल, तो उससे कहीं वो विकास की यात्रा एक रुक तो नहीं जाएगी? और दूसरा, क्या हम केवल मथुरा और काशी तक सीमित रहेंगे, या फिर मथुरा, काशी, संभल, कल्कि अवतार का मंदिर है और भी आगे ये यात्रा जाएगी?
देखिए, संभल एक सच्चाई है। संभल में पौराणिक दृश्य आप देखें, भारत के अंदर जो पुराणों की रचना हुई है, ये 5000 वर्ष पहले से लेकर के 3500 वर्ष पहले, आज से 3500 वर्ष से लेकर के और 5000 वर्ष के 1500 वर्षों के कालखंड में हुआ है। श्रीमद् भागवत महापुराण 5000 वर्ष पहले वेदव्यास जी ने रचा था, और उसके बाद जो शैली उन्होंने दी उसी पे अन्य पुराणों की रचना होती है। पुराणों की रचना और पुराणों में भी संभल का जिक्र है। आप मुझे बताइए, 3500 साल पहले इस्लाम का अस्तित्व था क्या? एक प्रश्न मैं ही ये पूछता हूँ, था ही नहीं। इस्लाम के मूल्यों और आदर्शों के प्रति मेरे मन में सम्मान का भाव है, लेकिन 3500 वर्ष पहले थे ही नहीं भाई। लेकिन हमारा पुराण तो इस बात को कहता है, श्री हरि विष्णु का जो 10वां अवतार होगा वह संभल में होगा, और वहां पे 68 तीर्थ थे, 19 कुएं थे। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे, ये 68 तीर्थ और 19 कुओं को सबको कब्जा करके नष्ट कर दिया गया, कब्जा कर लिया गया। किसी को कानों कान खबर नहीं लगी, कोई बोला नहीं। 1976 में एक बड़ा दंगा हुआ, वहां सैकड़ों हिंदुओं का कत्लेआम हुआ, पूरी फाइल दबा दी गई। 1996 में इसी समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार थी, इन्होंने उनके मुकदमे वापस ले लिए। और जब माननीय न्यायालय ने ही आदेश दिया कि वहां का ठीक है, ये सही सर्वे करे। देखिए, संभल की जामा मस्जिद है, जामा मस्जिद मुसलमानों के दिन नहीं थी, आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के पास थी। इन्होंने जबरदस्ती ईएसआई के लोगों को समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार में मार करके वहाँ से भगा दिया और उस पर काबिज हुए। उसके बाद इन लोगों ने वहाँ पर अपने कार्यक्रमों को करना प्रारंभ कर दिया। पूरे संभल कस्बे को हिंदू विहीन कर दिया था, मंदिरों को बंद कर दिया था। इस बार शिवरात्रि में आपने देखा होगा वहाँ के मंदिरों में जलाभिषेक का कार्यक्रम हुआ। अब तो नहीं कोई पत्थरबाजी कर रहा है वहाँ, अब तो नहीं कोई वहाँ पे उत्पात कर रहा है। अब वहाँ कुएं खोदे जा रहे हैं, सब कुएं निकल रहे हैं।
पत्थर का भी तो पुलिस स्टेशन बना रहे हैं।
हाँ, हमने मस्जिद के जो जहाँ पे संभल का मुख्य तीर्थ था उसी के सामने हमने सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से पुलिस चौकी भी हमारी बन चुकी है, और सभी कुओं को, सभी तीर्थों को, यानी 68 तीर्थों में से बहुत सारे तीर्थ निकल चुके हैं, कुछ पे हमारा कार्य चल रहा है अभी। और ये सब सच्चाई आना चाहिए सबके सामने। भाई ये तो सभी चीजें नीचे दबी हुई हैं, अभी भी बची हुई हैं, तो कैसे आप इसको बोल सकते हैं? पुरातात्विक प्रमाण तो मौजूद है।
चूंकि समय कम है, हम सब अपना सवाल भी छोटा छोटा, क्योंकि हमारा लालच भी बहुत है ना, बहुत सारे सवाल हम पूछना चाहते हैं। इसी में जो संभल की बात कर रहे हैं, विपक्ष बहुत नाराज है इस बात से कि वहाँ पर पुलिस अधिकारियों ने कह दिया कि 52 जुम्मे होते हैं और एक होली का त्यौहार है।
देखिए, होली के अवसर पर मुझे लगता है एक दूसरे की भावनाओं का सम्मान होना चाहिए, और स्वाभाविक रूप से जुमे की नमाज हर शुक्रवार के दिन होती है, होली वर्ष में एक बार होती है। तो यही कहा गया कि भाई देखो, प्यार से समझाया गया, और मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा सभी उन लोगों को जिन लोगों ने बयान जारी कर दिया कि भाई देखो, पहले होली का आयोजन होने दो। 14 मार्च को होली है, 2 बजे तक होली खेलने दो, 2 बजे के बाद आप जुमे की नमाज पढ़ना। और बहुत सारे मुस्लिम धर्मगुरुओं ने भी इसके बारे में इस प्रकार के पहले से उन्होंने आह्वान भी किया, अपील भी कर दी है कि हम लोग इसको मानेंगे, क्योंकि होली साल में एक बार में पड़ती है और जुमे की नमाज तो हर सप्ताह पढ़नी है। स्थगित भी हो सकती है, कोई बाध्यकारी तो है नहीं कि होना ही होना है। लेकिन अगर कोई व्यक्ति पढ़ना ही चाहता है तो अपने घर में पढ़ सकता है, आवश्यक नहीं कि वह व्यक्ति मस्जिद में ही जाए। भाई या तो जाना है तो फिर रंग से परहेज न करें। अगर रंग से किसी को परहेज है तो अच्छा होगा। और पुलिस अधिकारी ने यही बात समझाई। और ठीक है, जो हमारा वो पुलिस अधिकारी है वह पहलवान रहा है, अर्जुन अवार्डी रहा है, ओलंपियन है, पूर्व ओलंपियन है। तो अब पहलवान की बात है तो पहलवानी की तरह बोलेगा तो थोड़ा कुछ लोगों को बुरा लगता है, लेकिन सच है, उस सच्चाई को स्वीकार करना चाहिए।
अच्छा, हिंदू जो विस्थापित हुए कश्मीर से, उनको वापस भेजना अभी भी चुनौती है, लेकिन जो संभल से आप कह रहे हैं लोग विस्थापित हुए या हिंदू विहीन हो गया वो इलाका, क्या उन्हें फिर लाने का प्रयास होगा?
वापस आ चुके हैं,
आ रहे हैं,
बहुत सारे आ चुके हैं। बाकी जो कुछ बचेगा तो अभी जब भगवान कल्कि का अवतार होगा सब वहाँ हो चुका होगा, तब तक सब कुछ आ चुके होंगे।
योगी जी, आप यहाँ दिल्ली में इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में आए हैं। यहाँ पे हम कोशिश करते हैं कि बात बेबाकी से हो। कई सारी चीज़ें कैमरे पे होती हैं, कुछ चीज़ें राजनीति में परछाइयों में होती हैं। और अब मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि कैसे पूछूं कि पूछ भी दो और फिर भी कोई तकलीफ ना हो। लेकिन सवाल ये कि बहुत चर्चा राजनीतिक गलियारों में, दिल्ली में, लखनऊ में चलती है कि महाराज का दिल्ली से इक्वेशन कभी कभी फुल ठीक नहीं रहता, वहाँ पे कुछ ना कुछ अड़चन आती रहती है। हर आदमी की अपनी टिप्पणी है, वो देखेंगे सवाल और अपना सोचेंगे। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पे ये जो अटकलों का बाजार गर्म रहता है कि महाराज का दिल्ली से कभी कभी इक्वेशन में कुछ गड़बड़ रहती है, उस सवाल का जवाब आप कैसे देना चाहते हैं?
भाई मैं तो एक योगी हूँ, मेरा इक्वेशन किसी से खराब क्यों होगा? प्रधानमंत्री जी हमारे नेता हैं, अपने राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी या राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व का सम्मान करना मेरा धर्म है और वह हम लोग पूरी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ करते हैं। देखिए, जब मैंने संन्यास लिया था तब भी लोगों ने ऐसी बात कही थी, तब भी लोग कहते थे, ढेर सारी टिप्पणी करते थे, बहुत सारी बातें करते थे। अगर हम इन अफवाहों के उसमें पड़े तो फिर कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे। महाकुंभ को लेकर के भी ऐसी अफवाह चलती थी, लोग अलग अलग प्रकार की बातें करते थे, लेकिन इन सब की परवाह के बगैर हम लोग अपनी राह चलते हैं और हमें जो जिम्मेदारी दी गई है उस जिम्मेदारी का ईमानदारी पूर्वक निर्वहन करते हैं। ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है। जिन मुद्दों और मूल्यों को लेकर के हम लोग आए हैं उसमें पूरी तारतम्यता है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व का जो मार्गदर्शन उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए प्राप्त होता है, उत्तर प्रदेश उसको 100% जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने का कार्य करता है। कहीं कोई इस प्रकार की बातें नहीं। अब बहुत सारे ऐसे बेरोजगार लोग हैं जिनके पास कोई काम ही नहीं है, तो कुछ तो बोलेंगे।
नहीं, खासकर चुनाव के समय, लोकसभा चुनाव के समय ज़्यादा चर्चा हुई थी इसकी योगी जी, और उसके बाद जब नतीजे उत्तर प्रदेश के दिखे तो उसमें कमी हुई, तो उसके बाद और ज़्यादा आपके विरोधी उस पर बोलने लगे। क्या कारण रहा कि
बोलने वालों का मुंह ना मैं बंद कर सकता हूं और ना बंद ही किया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि उनकी रोजी रोटी उसी से चलती होगी, तो मैं किसी की रोजी रोटी पे क्यों ठोकर मारूं? एक दूसरा है कि राजनीति में बहुत सारे चीज़ें ऐसी हो सकती हैं, टिकट देने के लिए एक व्यक्ति नहीं, एक पूरे सिस्टम के साथ गुजरना पड़ता है लोगों को। तो बहुत सारे ऐसे कंपल्सन्स हो सकते हैं कुछ मुद्दों पर, जहां पर लोगों को हो सकता है कि उन चीज़ों से वो करना होगा। सामान्यतः ऐसा कोई भी कारण नहीं है। लीडरशिप के नेतृत्व में पूरा कार्य होता है और प्रधानमंत्री जी, ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस सदी के सबसे बड़े यशस्वी नेता के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी और देश भी, बहुत दुनिया की एक बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में देश और भारतीय जनता पार्टी दुनिया के सबसे बड़े राजनीतिक दल के रूप में उभरा है। और मुझे लगता है हमारा सौभाग्य है कि उनके नेतृत्व में हम लोगों को कार्य करने का अवसर प्राप्त हो रहा है।
सर, आपने जिक्र किया चर्चाओं का, क्योंकि चर्चा इतनी होती है इसलिए सवाल पूछना ज़रूरी है।
चर्चा तो इस बात की भी खूब होती है कि योगी जी को कभी कभी घुटन महसूस होती है कि जितनी फ्रीडम टू ऑपरेट होनी चाहिए उतनी उनको मिलती नहीं, कि कौन क्या बनेगा कैसे, इस पे नज़र रहती है। आप उत्तर प्रदेश के चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव हैं, अगर ये सवाल पूछा जाए कि आपको आपकी मैनेजमेंट बोर्ड से एक सीईओ के तौर पे जितनी फ्रीडम मिलनी चाहिए अपने हिसाब से चलाने की, क्या आपको मिलती है? कभी कभी लगता है कि थोड़ा सा मुझे।
आपको क्या लगता है? मेरी कार्य पद्धति से ऐसे लगता है कि मैं बंद के काम कर रहा हूँ। बड़ी अजीब सी बात आपने प्रश्न कर दिया। देखिए, आप मुझे बताइए कि पूरा मंत्री परिषद महाकुंभ में था, पूरा जो हमारा मंत्री परिषद अयोध्या जाता है, काशी जाता है, बरसाना नहीं लेके गया था, क्योंकि अभी हमारा विधानसभा का सत्र संपन्न हुआ है। देखिए, जिनके पास, मैंने कहा ना, बोलने के लिए कुछ भी नहीं होता है, तो उनको कुछ तो बोलना है, और उनको भी तो कुछ बोलने के लिए मिलना चाहिए ना, क्योंकि प्रश्न आजीविका का है। तो उनकी आजीविका चलती रहे, उनका कारोबार भी चलता रहे। हम लोग अपने मुद्दों और मूल्यों के आधार पर पार्टी के एजेंडे को लेकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और जो सुशासन का है, सुरक्षा का है, उसको लेकर के हम लोग चल रहे हैं। हमें प्रसन्नता है कि इस सही दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है।
सर, लोकसभा चुनाव में परिणाम आए, परिणाम अपेक्षा से खराब थे, आपने उसको कैसे पोस्टमार्टम किया, कैसे एनालाइज किया? क्योंकि पूरी देश की नज़र इस पे थी कि 60 के ऊपर हो सकता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश।
देखिए, हम लोग भी ये मानते थे 75 से ऊपर होंगे, लेकिन जो दुष्प्रचार था, जो दुष्प्रचार संविधान के मुद्दे को लेकर के किया गया था, जो दुष्प्रचार आरक्षण को लेकर के किया गया था, जो दुष्प्रचार इन लोगों ने 1 लाख खटाखट के माध्यम से रहा, तो अभी हाल ही के चुनावों के परिणाम ने, चाहे यूपी के बाई इलेक्शन रहे हों और चाहे वह हरियाणा, महाराष्ट्र और दिल्ली के चुनाव के परिणाम रहे हों, इस परिणाम ने बता दिया है कि राजनीति में झूठ का सहारा एक बार आप ले सकते हैं, बार बार नहीं ले सकते, और जनता की आंखों में धूल एक बार झोंका जा सकता है, बार बार नहीं। और यही हुआ है। जनता जनार्दन ने एक सिरे से उन्हें खारिज किया है, एक सिरे से खारिज किया है। यूपी के अंदर देखो ना, 10 उपचुनाव हुए थे, कुंदर की 65% मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन है, और बीजेपी ने समाजवादी पार्टी के प्रत्याशी की जमानत जब्त की। बीजेपी प्रत्याशी ने वहां पे 1,45,000 वोट से बीजेपी का प्रत्याशी जीता है। अभी मिल्कीपुर अयोध्या 62,000 से बीजेपी का प्रत्याशी वहां जीतता है। समाजवादी पार्टी कुछ भी बोले, आप मुझे बताओ, समाजवादी पार्टी के सांसद के बूथ पर बीजेपी कैसे जीती है? वो अपना बूथ नहीं संभाल पा रहा है और ठेका सब जगह का ले रहा है। तो दुष्प्रचार बहुत दिन तक नहीं चल सकता है, और जनता जनार्दन इनको देख चुकी है, और मुझे लगता है आने वाले समय में इनके लिए और भी संकट खड़ा होगा।
योगी जी, आप फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स को भी बोलते हैं यूपी में आने के लिए, वाइब्रेंट यूपी का कार्यक्रम होता है, सब होता है, पर हम देखते हैं कि योगी आदित्यनाथ जब एक नारा देते हैं कि बंटोगे तो कटोगे, उसका एक दूसरा पार्ट भी है, एक हैं तो नेक हैं, लेकिन सिर्फ उसका पहला हिस्सा इस्तेमाल होता है। और आपके बारे में ये कहा जाता है कि बंटवारे की राजनीति करते हैं, वो तो विभाजनकारी बातें करते हैं। एक तो आपके पहनावे को लेकर ये आक्षेप, दूसरा ये, क्या योगी आदित्यनाथ अपने आप को मैं कहूँ कि विश्व में, क्योंकि लोग चाहे आप इसे स्वीकारें न स्वीकारें, लोग एक वारिस के तौर पर आपको देखते हैं बीजेपी की राजनीति के भविष्य के। तालियां बज गई, उससे काफ़ी आप स्पष्ट समझ सकते हैं, आप खुद सुनते होंगे वो नारे। क्या आपको विदेश में जो कुछ चल रहा है उसके प्रति आपकी अपनी राय, एक जो आप में एक वैश्विक नेता देख रहा है, आप स्वयं में देख पाते हैं, आप उसके बारे में धारणा रखते हैं?
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश ने इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए अपनी पॉलिसीज बनाई हैं। हमने 33 अपनी सेक्टोरियल पॉलिसीज बना करके और निवेश को हम आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं। मुझे एक बात बताइए, जो सो कॉल्ड सेकुलर थे, सन 2000 से लेकर के और 2017 तक यूपी के अंदर कुल एफडीआई जो आई थी वो आई थी मात्र 3000 करोड़ रुपए की, और 2017 से लेकर के अब तक जो एफडीआई आई है वो आई है 30,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की। आप मुझे बताइए 17 साल में जितना आया था उससे 10 गुना हम 7 साल में लेकर के आ गए। और एफडीआई की आज देखिए, मैं स्वयं नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा में था, मैंने वहाँ पे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के एक इंडिया डेवलपमेंट सेंटर का मैंने स्वयं आज शिलान्यास किया है। एमएक्यू जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का ही एक अभिन्न सहयोगी है, उसके एक एआई सेंटर का मैंने वहाँ पर आज लोकार्पण किया है। लाखों इंजीनियर जहाँ काम करेंगे। आज ही मैंने सैफी के एक डाटा सेंटर का जो एआई बेस्ड नॉर्थ इंडिया का पहला डाटा सेंटर है उसका मैंने वहाँ लोकार्पण किया है। अब मुझे बताइए, ये सब तो एफडीआई ही है, ये सब एफडीआई है। देखो, हमारा घर मजबूत होगा तो दुनिया आपको सलाम करने के लिए आएगी, सैल्यूट करने के लिए आएगी। आप कमज़ोर होंगे, कोई दुत्कारने के लिए भी नहीं आने वाला है। ये मान करके चलिए कि हमें भारत को मजबूत करना है और भारत के डेवलपमेंट के लिए और विकसित भारत के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो विजन है, उत्तर प्रदेश उसमें ग्रोथ इंजन का काम कर सके, उसके लिए हम लोग कार्य कर रहे हैं। और मेरा ये मानना है कि अब तक का जो रोड मैप हम लोगों ने तैयार किया है और जो कार्य हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़ाए हैं उसके अच्छे परिणाम आए हैं। आप देख सकते हैं 1950 से लेकर के 2017 तक उत्तर प्रदेश की कुल जीएसडीपी थी और कुल 12,75,000 करोड़ की थी, और 17 से लेकर के अब तक यानी 31 मार्च तक यूपी की जो जीएसडीपी होगी वह 27 लाख करोड़ की होगी, यानी दोगुने से अधिक। पर कैपिटा इनकम को हम दोगुना करने में सफल हुए हैं। तो इस सरकार की स्पीड और स्केल को स्पीड में बदलने का ही परिणाम है, और सरकार के द्वारा ईमानदारी पूर्वक किए गए प्रयासों का परिणाम है। और आगे ये परिणाम आर्थिक विकास की दृष्टि से भी और विरासत और विकास के समन्वय की दृष्टि से भी इसी प्रकार से आगे बढ़ेगा।
तो 2027 की अगर बात करें तो 2027 के चुनावों में क्या बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, एक हैं तो सेफ हैं, संभल, या फिर आपकी रणनीति कुछ और होगी 2027 में? मतलब बुलडोजर बाबा की छवि।
2027 80-20 की लड़ाई है। 80+ बीजेपी और सहयोगी होंगे, 20 में बाकी सब होंगे। आप देखना, यही रिजल्ट आने वाला है और उसी के लिए सारे कार्य हो रहे हैं और उसी को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और यही रिजल्ट भी आने वाला है।
महाराज, श्वेता ने कहा कि कई लोग आपको बीजेपी में राजनीति के वारिस के तौर पे देखते हैं। खूब तालियां भी बजी यहाँ पे उन लोगों में जो इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में आए। अगर आपसे पूछा जाए कि क्या आप बीजेपी के राजनीति के वारिस के तौर पे अपने आप को देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं कोई वारिस नहीं हूँ, मैं एक योगी हूँ और योगी के रूप में ही काम करना चाहता हूँ। भारत माता के एक सेवक के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता की जिम्मेदारी मुझे दी गई है, उसी के रूप में अपना काम कर रहा हूँ। और मुझे अच्छा लगेगा कि कार्य करते करते मुझे गोरखपुर की तरफ जाने का अवसर मिले तो मैं कम से कम अपने योगी धर्म और आगे बढ़ा सकूं।
गोरखपुर जाना है कि दिल्ली आना है इसके बाद?
और तो मैंने कहा ना, मैं गोरखपुर की तरफ जाने का उत्सुक ज़्यादा हूँ।
कभी आपको ऐसा लगता है कि आप गोरक्षधाम के पीठाधीश्वर भी हैं और आप मुख्यमंत्री भी हैं, दोनों में कभी कोई विरोधाभास कभी लगता है कामकाज में या बातचीत में?
देखिए, ये जो हम लोगों ने अपने परंपरा और पर्वों के साथ विसंगति दी है, यही भारत के सनातन प्रतीकों के साथ भी हम लोगों ने दे दी है। जैसे मैंने बताया ना, कुंभ को हम लोगों ने भगदड़, गंदगी और अव्यवस्था का पर्याय बना दिया था। ऐसे ही हमने सन्यास को भी एक इस बात का प्रतीक बना दिया कि सन्यास का मतलब व्यक्ति एकांत में जाकर के आत्मिक उन्नति के लिए कार्य करे। मुझे लगता है कि यह धर्म का पथ नहीं है। धर्म वास्तव में हमें दो बातों की प्रेरणा देता है। एक अभ्युदय की, इस जीवन में अभ्युदय, अभ्युदय का मतलब सांसारिक उत्कर्ष का, भौतिक विकास के प्रति हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या हो सकता है, जिससे हम लोक कल्याण के कार्यक्रमों को, वेलफेयर के कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ा सकें, जीव मात्र के कल्याण का मार्ग आगे बढ़ा सकें। और दूसरा पक्ष इसका है कि जब इस कार्य को हम करेंगे तो ही हमें मोक्ष की प्राप्ति होगी, निःश्रेयस्य की प्राप्ति होगी। यानी यतो अभ्युदय निःश्रेयस्य सिद्धि सधर्म, धर्म यानी इस जीवन में सांसारिक उत्कर्ष और इस जन्म के बाद निःश्रेयस्य की प्राप्ति, मोक्ष की प्राप्ति का मार्ग कहाँ से प्राप्त होगा? आप जब सांसारिक उत्कर्ष, सांसारिक दायित्वों का निर्वहन करते हुए इन कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। हम लोगों ने बना दिया नहीं साहब। आप याद करिए भगवान बुद्ध के ज्ञान प्राप्त होने के बाद 36 वर्ष का समय उन्होंने लोक कल्याण के लिए समर्पित किए थे। जगह जगह जाकर के लोगों को सही मार्ग का अनुसरण करने के लिए प्रेरित किया था। ऐसे ही हर उस सन्यास का होगा, चाहे वह आदि शंकराचार्य का आप देखें, देश के अंदर 4 पीठों की स्थापना। आप कहेंगे अरे केरल से आकर के सन्यासी 4 जगहों पर क्यों कर रहा है, तो सांप्रदायिकता फैला रहा है। दुर्भाग्य से उस समय संप्रदाय, ये सांप्रदायिक शब्द नहीं था, और उन्होंने उस समय देश के 4 कोनों में, राजे रजवाड़े अलग अलग थे, राजनीतिक इकाइयां अलग अलग रही होंगी, लेकिन सांस्कृतिक रूप से उत्तर से दक्षिण, पूरब से पश्चिम, पूरा भारत एक था। 4 कोनों में उन्होंने 4 पीठों की स्थापना कर दी। उस समय भी जा करके लोगों को जागरूक करके, राजे रजवाड़ों को प्रेरित करके, आप सोचिए ना कि ज्योतिषपीठ की स्थापना, इतने ऊंचे स्थान पहुंच जा करके आज भी लोग चलने में डरते हैं उन मार्गों पे जाने में, और उस समय उन्होंने पैदल चल करके वहां पे उस कार्य को स्थापित किया था। आप जाइए ना पुरी में, आप जाइए ना द्वारिकापुरी में, आप जाइए ना दक्षिण में, तो 4 पीठों की स्थापना हो, 12 ज्योतिर्लिंगों की स्थापना, इसके पीछे का यही ध्येय है। और अगर इन लोगों ने कभी भारत की विरासत के इन प्रतीकों को समझने का प्रयास किया होता तो मुझे लगता है कि इनके दिमाग में कचड़ा कभी नहीं घुसता, जो ये लोग हिंदुओं को बार बार सांप्रदायिक कह करके भारत की परंपरा को लांछित और अपमानित करने का प्रयास करते हैं, कभी नहीं आता। तो इसलिए भारत की विरासत पर हम सबको गौरव की अनुभूति होनी चाहिए, और हर व्यक्ति को, भारत के हर नागरिक को इस पर गौरव की अनुभूति करनी चाहिए। मैं देखता हूँ अब तो बहुत सारे वामपंथी भी स्वामी विवेकानंद जी का नाम ले रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग बोल रहे हैं, और मैं उन सबसे ये कहना चाहूँगा कि स्वामी विवेकानंद ने एक बात कही थी कि गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू हैं, तो उनको भी गर्व से कहना चाहिए, बहुत गौरव के साथ कहें, अच्छा रहेगा। और भारत के हर व्यक्ति को बोलना चाहिए, हिंदू कोई जाति का नाम नहीं है, भारत की सांस्कृतिक पहचान है, हर व्यक्ति को इस पे बोलना चाहिए।
योगी जी, इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के इस कार्यक्रम में वक्त ख़त्म हो रहा है, लेकिन आखिर में मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ ग्रेटर नोएडा के जेवर एयरपोर्ट प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में, क्योंकि पहले हमारे यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं उनको मालूम है कि कोई मुख्यमंत्री नोएडा जाना ही नहीं चाहता था, उनको लगता था कि जिंक्स से जो जाएगा वो हार जाएगा। आप लगातार आते हैं और वहाँ पे इस वक्त इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी रियल एस्टेट स्टोरी प्ले आउट कर रही है, लगातार ज़मीन का दाम बढ़ रहा है, लोगों को बहुत उम्मीद है। आप थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन करें कि एक तो जेवर एयरपोर्ट क्या आपको लगता है कि वक्त पे वहाँ से उड़ान भरेगा, और दूसरा उस पूरे जोन में जो आपका एक विजन था इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन का कि इंडस्ट्री लगे, अलग अलग लोग ज़मीन ही लेके बैठे हैं, या आपको लगता है कि वाकई में उद्योग भी लगेगा?
देखिए, जेवर भारत का सबसे बड़ा एयरपोर्ट बन रहा है। हमने जेवर एयरपोर्ट के लिए 12,000 एकड़ लैंड उपलब्ध करवाई है। दिल्ली का इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट, इंदिरा गांधी इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट 2,000 एकड़ में है, आप स्केल का अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं। लॉजिस्टिक का सबसे बड़े हब के रूप में वह क्षेत्र डेवलप हो रहा है। नॉर्थ इंडिया की पहली फिल्म सिटी अवार्ड हो चुकी है। बहुत जल्दी हम उस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। जेवर में ट्रायल लैंडिंग हमारी प्रारंभ हो चुकी है और जैसे ही हमें DGCA क्लियरेंस देगा, एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी अपने वहाँ के लिए ओके करेगा, वहाँ पे एयरपोर्ट हमारा आगे कार्य करना प्रारंभ कर देगा। मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क वहाँ बन रहा है, AI सिटी वहाँ बन रही है, एक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिटी के साथ साथ फिनटेक सिटी भी वहाँ एक बन रही है, अपैरल पार्क बन रहा है। ये बहुत सारी चीज़ें वहाँ पे बन रही हैं और सभी ज़मीनी धरातल पर बन रही हैं। और ये मान के देखना कि यह NCR का एक सबसे बड़े उसके रूप में आगे बढ़ेगा।
हम लोग वहीं रहते हैं, हाँ। तो आप इसको अच्छे से बना दे, सबका फायदा होगा।
नहीं, आप लोग पहले देखिए, आप लोगों ने पिछले 8 वर्ष में परिवर्तन तो महसूस किया होगा और आने वाले समय में और भी महसूस करेंगे।
महाराज, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से लेके डेटा सेंटर तक, धर्म से लेके मंदिर मस्जिद विवाद तक, आपने तमाम सवालों के जवाब दिए। आप यहाँ पे आए। महाराज, दिल्ली बहुत कम आते हैं और दिल्ली में आके पब्लिक कार्यक्रम तो बहुत ही कम करते हैं, तो हम लोगों को वाकई में सौभाग्य लगता है कि आप आए, आप जुड़े हमारे साथ, तमाम सवालों के जवाब दिए। एक दफ़ा योगी जी ने या उनकी टीम में किसी ने ये नहीं कहा कि ये पूछो, वो मत पूछो, ऐसा करना वैसा मत करना, तो जो सवाल पूछने थे वो सारे आपसे पूछे गए। आप यहाँ जुड़े हमारे साथ, इस कार्यक्रम की आपने शोभा बढ़ाई, आखिर गाला सेशन आपके साथ हुआ, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, कैन वी हैव अ वेरी वार्म राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज एज वी थैंक the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon our chairman and editor-in-chief, the India Today Group, Arun Puri, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Puri. Thank you, Mr. Chief Minister. Thank you, Mr. Puri. And with that, we come to an end to our gala session. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us through the course of the last 2 days. Dinner is served at the Shah Jahan Hall. Please join us once again. We deeply appreciate the last 2 days that you've spent with us. We hope you've taken away a bit on what has happened on this stage with the exchange of ideas, conversations, debates. It wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors. The India Today Conclave was presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, powered by GY Partner UTI Mutual Funds, co-presented by BMW Developments, Conclave Partner, Hindustan Power State Partner, Karnataka Information, Knowledge Partner, Reva University, Partner Ultratech Cement, Health Partner, Yashoda Medicity, Associate Sponsor, NIFT, Celebration Partner, Radico Khaitan, International School Partner, SSVM Institutions, Gifting Partner, Ravison. All right, that's a wrap. Have a good evening ahead.
Luxury, heritage, and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Luxury, heritage, and valor are timeless. Let them grow on you.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest yet.
Luxury isn't just where you live, it's a way of life. Designed with precision, crafted for those who demand the extraordinary. A space for every chapter of life. This isn't just a home, it's your statement. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.